I clearly awakened the strongest beast symbol surpassing the divine level. Yet everyone ridicules me as a worthless piece of trash. Simply because in this world where awakening beast symbols summon exotic beasts, every powerful beast symbol manifests as a shadow of an exotic beast. Some awaken serpent-type beast symbols to summon the world-devouring python Yemengade, sweeping through all insect dungeons. Others awaken canine-type beast symbols to summon the world-destroying demon wolf Fenrir, continuously devouring the weak neighboring kingdoms. Some awaken fish-type beast symbols to summon the colossal sea monster Kraken, dominating the seas and becoming the strongest pirate king. But my beast symbol is just an ordinary book. Therefore, even if it's super divine level, they consider it a useless beast symbol that cannot summon exotic beasts. However, what they don't know is, this book can actually summon all ancient Chinese exotic beasts and deities. At this moment, I gaze fervently at the awakening array being constructed on the playground, inspired by the classic of mountains and seas. This is an invasion of calamity, causing continuous appearance of wormhole dungeons worldwide. Everyone will undergo beast symbol awakening before the college entrance exam. Only by awakening beast symbols to become exotic beast masters and summon powerful exotic beasts can one resist the terrifying calamities appearing in the wormhole dungeons. However, in the dragon kingdom of this world, due to the ancient civilization, the missing totem beasts within the national temple cannot be summoned by the beast masters, making the dragon kingdom a laughingstock of major nations worldwide. As a result, the dragon kingdom has become the laughingstock of major nations worldwide. At this moment, my classmate Lu Yang standing in front of me nervously asked, "Chen Go, what grade of beast symbol do you think you will awaken?" Upon hearing this, I confidently replied, "The strongest divine grade." The grades of beast symbols are divided into ordinary, mysterious, imperial, emperor, celestial, immortal, and divine. When I crossed over to this world, I also brought a golden wish stone, which stated that it could help me awaken the strongest beast symbol. Moreover, just now, I have already used this wish stone, so since it is the strongest beast symbol, it must be divine grade without a doubt. Upon hearing my words, a group of students from the next class immediately sneered sarcastically, "Divine grade beast symbol, some people really dare to say that. Do they really think that studying theory as a beast master can awaken high-grade beast symbols?" As far as I remember, in Dacia, there have been no more than 10 beast masters who have awakened divine grade beast symbols. It's truly absurd and laughable. Hearing this, Lu Yang beside me looked embarrassed, but still encouraged me, saying, "Shengo, I believe you will definitely awaken a divine grade beast symbol. I believe you will definitely awaken a divine grade beast symbol." Despite the encouragement, it only brought about more ridicule and sarcasm from the group. I glanced at them like a fool and then ignored them. At this moment, the awakening formation on the playground had been set up. Subsequently, several mentors from the Tower Beast Master Alliance began organizing the students for the awakening ceremony. Following that, the students whose names were called lined up and entered the awakening formation one by one to receive blessings and awaken their talents. Soon, more than half of the awakening process was completed. Unfortunately, even the highest one only awakened the Emperor's blessing, with a sea-level talent. Just then, the awakening mentor called out Lu Ruyan. As she stepped forward, all eyes turned to Lu Ruyan, the proud daughter of the heavens. Not only because she was beautiful and the girl in the hearts of all male students, but also because her parents were talented possessors of refined blessings. It's important to know that the quality of awakening blessings is closely related to the parents. If the parents' blessing level is too low, or if they haven't awakened blessings at all, the chances of their offspring awakening high-quality blessings are slim to none. It's as difficult as reaching the sky. Conversely, the higher the parents' blessing level, the greater the likelihood of the next generation awakening high-quality blessings. Therefore, in this blessing awakening ceremony, Lu Ruyan had long become the center of attention for everyone. Everyone is eagerly anticipating what level of blessings and talents she will awaken. At this moment, standing within the awakening formation, Lu Ruyan turned to glance at young Chen in the crowd. As a third-year high school exotic beast master, he was always outperformed by this jerk in theory exams. Finally, I have the chance to awaken, I must surpass this jerk. Just then, the awakening formation activated, emitting 7 dazzling lights in succession. At the same time, accompanied by a clear phoenix cry, a black phoenix shadow appeared in the sky. 7 lights, phoenix shadow, this is extraordinary, the king of birds, the phoenix of longevity. Lu Ruyan's homeroom teacher, Zhang Guofu, immediately showed a shocked expression. Then he laughed smugly, "Ha ha ha, Lao Su, see that? Your classmate Yang Chen always ranks first in the school's mock exams, so what? Our class's Lu Ruyan has awakened a divine beast symbol. How can your bunch of misfits compare?" At that moment, The awakening instructor also announced the results. Lu Ruyan's beast symbol has a divine talent of SS grade. The entire playground erupted in commotion. Everyone knew that Lu Ruyan had excellent parents and, coupled with his own hard work, he was likely to awaken high-grade beast symbols and talents. But no one expected that he would directly awaken a divine body restraint. Isn't this too exaggerated? Indeed, it seems parents matter more than effort. Even the usually stern awakening instructor showed a rare approving expression on his face. Well done, well done. With such hard work, the future of the academy depends on talents like you, young lady. Upon hearing this, the respectful student, Lu Ruyan, said, "Thank you for the praise, teacher. I will definitely work hard to improve my strength and repay the mentorship." Later, he emerged from the awakening formation, his gaze provokingly scanning the crowd towards Yang Chen. "You're definitely going to lose this time, you bastard." At that moment, the awakening teacher shouted, "Yang Chen, step forward." This command immediately made my homeroom teacher, Su Tianhua, tremble, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. The students lined up also turned their gaze towards me, their eyes filled with anticipation. There were both sympathy and schadenfreude. Although Yang Chen used to be a beast tamer, he always managed to outperform Lu Ruyan in theoretical exams. But excelling in theory exams doesn't guarantee awakening high-grade abilities and talents. After all, Yang Chen's parents didn't even awaken high-grade abilities, the lowest of the low. Lu Ruyan's homeroom teacher, Zhang Guofu, also sneered, "Old Su, your class's top student is about to awaken. I'm looking forward to what strange abilities he'll awaken." Bound, ha ha ha. Su Tianhua ignored him and instead stared unblinkingly at Yang Chen, praying in his heart that Yang Chen would awaken well, with abilities and talents. At that moment, I had also entered the awakening formation, causing the entire formation to tremble, rumbling loudly, and then the entire playground began to shake. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? I have no idea. Look, all 12 awakening stones are glowing. Oh my god, 12 beams of light. Am I seeing things? In the awakening formation on the playground, a sudden celestial phenomenon scared everyone, with people exclaiming and discussing, feeling like it's doomsday. You should know that in history, the highest number of beams of light that have appeared is 7, representing the strongest divine item. There has never been a situation with more than 7 beams of light appearing. Even the awakening instructor is full of doubts, wondering what's going on. Could there be a malfunction in the awakening formation? Su Tianhua was so excited that his eyes were red. Then he remembered Zhang Guofu standing next to him, who had just mocked his students as being irregular. So he immediately turned his head and asked Zhang, "Old Zhang, how do you feel about my students now?" Hey, this commotion is indeed a bit exaggerated. Zhang Guofu's face turned red with embarrassment. Lu Ruyan, back in the crowd, widened her eyes, showing an incredulous expression, as if she was scared silly. Just then, 12 beams of light shot up into the sky. Subsequently, a huge shadow slowly appeared in the sky, which was the sign of the appearance of the beast symbol. Everyone held their breath, looking up at the sky above the awakening formation. Everyone is anticipating what kind of exotic beast Yang Chen's beast symbol will be, and that initially faint shadow, as time passed, became clearer and clearer. After the shadow of a book became clear, a group of students below were dumbfounded. Even the experienced awakening instructors were taken aback. After a beast symbol forms, it generally summons the shadows of those exotic beasts. This is also why when Lu Ruyan awakened the beast symbol just now, a huge black phoenix shadow appeared in the sky. At this moment, there were no exotic beast shadows in the array, only a grayish-white ancient book symbol. Seeing this, everyone had the idea that the normal probability of awakening a beast symbol is 30%, but within that 30%, there is a nearly 70% chance of awakening a symbol that cannot summon exotic beasts. The ancient book that appeared in the sky was clearly different, meeting the criteria for summoning exotic beasts, so it could be determined to be a symbol of binding. After a while, the light on the awakening array slowly dissipated. My beast symbol awakening has come to an end. At this moment, the entire playground was quiet, with only the sound of everyone's breathing. All eyes were eagerly on the exotic beast room instructor, waiting for him to announce the results. After exchanging glances, a few exotic beast room instructors sighed. Subsequently, an instructor stepped forward and announced that Yang Chen was blessed by the divine item Heaven, bestowed with SSSG, but awakened a binding item, the ancient book Shanhaijing. As the mentors announced, there was first silence, followed by a burst of harsh laughter. The awakening of the divine item Fei Shoufu, the SSS level talent, can be said to be unprecedented. When Zhang Guofu heard that I awakened as Fei Shoufu, he mocked again, Lao Su, it seems like I was right. The students in your class are really a mixed bag. Su Tiangua's face was pale at this moment, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that his nails sank into the flesh of his palms due to excessive force. His nails dug into the flesh of his palms. Yang Chen's awakening did happen as he wished, resulting in a mutation. However, it mutated into a divine item that cannot summon exotic beasts at all. The mentors of the Fei Shofu Alliance also sighed repeatedly. Just now, when they saw Yang Chen awaken the beast symbol, the momentum was so great that they were briefly deluded into thinking that Daxia was going to rise. However, he awakened a Fei beast symbol, which was a pity. Such high-quality beast symbols and talents were wasted in vain. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan lightly bit her lip, watching Yang Chen return to the crowd. At this moment, instead of the anticipated joy of victory, she felt a sense of inexplicable regret and sympathy. He must have awakened a Fei beast symbol, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. After returning to the queue, I opened the exotic beast room system panel to check. My face instantly showed a look of shock. Divine item beast symbol, the highest grade of symbol, isn't it divine? After thinking for a while and not understanding the reason, my gaze then fell on the SSS level talent, the inspiration of the divine. The divine drum from the previous level can amplify abilities by 10 times. With such incredible talent, paired with my abnormal super divine beast symbol, it's hard not to soar. Just then, the students from the next class started chattering again, pitying and commenting, how pitiful, awakening a low-grade beast symbol. Indeed, it's still a divine-grade low-grade beast symbol. Even the talent is SSS, how pitiful. A group of students from the next class, although expressing sympathy and pity with their words, their tone was full of sarcasm, looking at me with eyes that seemed to pity me like a poor creature. I regarded them as if they were idiots, and after a glance, I lazily ignored them. At that moment, my homeroom teacher, Su Tiangua, came over and comforted Yang Chen. Don't be sad. Awakening talents is all about luck. I believe in your performance at school. Even if you don't become a beast tamer, you will still achieve something. But I was still thinking about the super divine beast symbol, wondering what mythical beast it could summon. So, I took the opportunity to make an excuse and slip away from Su Tianhua. Teacher, I'm fine now. I suddenly have a stomachache, so I'll go back first. As soon as I got home, I couldn't wait to use the active skill of the mythical beast. Summoned successfully. The next moment, accompanied by a deep dragon chant, a black vortex appeared in front of me. Right after that, I saw a dragon with a snake body, completely red like fire, its huge dragon scales shimmering mysteriously in the sunlight, its eyes shining like bright stars, emerging from the vortex. Just at that moment, thousands of miles away, in the solemn and dignified imperial capital National Destiny Temple, a loud dragon roar suddenly echoed through the entire hall, accompanied by a dazzling red light. Following that, from bottom to top, the hundreds of Disya exotic beast totems that were being worshipped also began to roar solemnly and bow in a gesture of paying homage to the emperor. Then, at the highest position of the temple's exotic beast totem, a new exotic beast totem appeared, with a dragon head and snake body, resembling both a dragon and a snake, its eyes shining brightly like the sun, illuminating the previously dim temple. A new SSS-grade exotic beast totem appears, adding 1,000 to the national destiny value. Following that, on the stone tablet at the top of the temple, the national destiny value surged by 1,000 points with the appearance of the new totem exotic beast. Whoosh, a group of top-tier exotic beast masters from the imperial capital quickly rushed into the national destiny temple. Above the divine totem, there unexpectedly appeared an SSS grade 1, adding 1,000 points to the national destiny. Oh my goodness, could it be that I'm getting old and my eyes are deceiving me? The national destiny value is closely tied to the fate of the entire building. Could it be that a divine child will appear in our building? The National Destiny Temple, as the name suggests, is the temple that is related to the fate of the entire building. The main temple is in the imperial capital, and there are also branch temples in the 13 provinces outside the capital. Within the temple not only are the national fortune values recorded, but also powerful exotic beasts that have entered the totem of the temple. These exotic beasts are of the lowest rank, all at level 1. Whenever an exotic beast is added to the temple's totem, the national fortune values of the building will increase. The national fortune values not only can enhance the exotic beast masters and the strength of the summoned exotic beasts, but are also closely related to the fate of the country. A totem exotic beast actually adds 1,000 national fortune values. Even these experienced old monsters have never heard of such a thing. At this moment, the originally dignified upper-level leaders of the building are so excited that they are dancing with joy, immediately dispatching people to investigate. Afraid that they will expose all the heroes and exotic beast masters, they must find out who summoned the SSS class exotic beast. On the other hand, I had no idea that summoning a powerful exotic beast would actually bring it into the imperial capital's national fortune temple. Such a great shock for those high-level executives. At this moment, I am examining the attributes of the summoned exotic beast, the Dragon Slayer. After examining it, I was shocked. Is this the inspiration of the SSS class innate talent, with a 10-fold increase in power? Truly terrifying. Even a level 1 exotic beast has a mind attribute exceeding 1,000. At this point, I couldn't imagine who could be its equal. Who could be its opponent and be shocked by it? Later, my heart was filled with excitement again. The top academy of the building, here I come. Ice sister, wait for me. I will definitely enroll in the Tianlong Academy to find you. Yang Bing is the sister adopted by my parents. Although my biological parents had passed away when I crossed over 5 years ago, Yang Bing has taken care of me like a younger brother for the past 5 years, which fills my heart with gratitude. 1 year ago, Yang Bin was admitted to the Heavenly Dragon Academy with outstanding achievements in Divine Life Blessings and SSS level talents. Accepted by the Heavenly Dragon Academy. At that moment, I secretly vowed to enter this top academy to find him. The next day, I woke up early and headed to the gathering point for the novice wormhole instance. According to the rules of the Beastmaster College entrance examination, each student who awakens with a Divine Life Blessing has 1 week to challenge the new instance. 1 week later, the nationwide Unified Beastmaster-style college entrance examination will take place, where prestigious institutions require a minimum level of 7 or above. For the Heavenly Dragon Academy, the top academy I want to apply to, the admission level needs to be 10 or higher. Oh, isn't that the unlucky guy Yongchen? How did he also come? Who knows, maybe his expensive beast token can summon something extraordinary, possibly a divine grade token. Hurry up and team up with him. Team up with him, or else when we finish the instance, we'll end up having to protect him, which would be embarrassing. A group of girls who were gathering saw Yang Chen approaching, their faces full of disdain, avoiding him like the plague, afraid of bad luck. At that moment, the school's goddess Lu Ruyan, surrounded by many sycophantic boys, saw Yang Chen being treated like a pariah, mocked and humiliated by a group of girls. Some couldn't bear it in their hearts, as they had once been both foes and friends. Now he has fallen into such a plight, it's really quite pitiful. Then, Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, pushed through the crowd, and said, "Hey, you lost. Just bow to me. I'm willing to team up with you and take you to level up in the instance dungeon." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people began to mock Yang Chen, and the crowd erupted in commotion. Especially the male students, their jealous eyes turned red and their expressions changed drastically. The goddess actually took the initiative to invite him to team up. Yang Chen, the most pitiful awakened person, why him? I glanced at the elegant Lu Ruyan, shook my head, and refused, no need. The instance dungeon is open, I'll go in first. Are you kidding me? The first exotic beast I summoned is an SSS chicken pig dragon. Do I still need to team up with others? At that moment, as the newbie instance dungeon opened, a flash of white light passed, and my figure disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded and bewildered onlookers. After the group of boys regained their senses, in order to please Lu Ruyan, they scolded Yang Chen harshly while volunteering themselves. This guy actually rejected the invitation from the school's goddess, unforgivable, truly a heartless creature. Goddess, I'm willing to team up with you, and me too. The exotic beast I summoned is a turtle. I'll tank the hits for you. Lu Ruyan was clearly annoyed. Originally, he felt sorry for Yang Chen, who had awakened in front of everyone. I only brought him here to level up out of pity, but little did I know he's still so arrogant and unreasonable. After rejecting everyone, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, "You jerk, you want to level up? Then I'll compete with you to see who levels up faster." She then entered the novice instance in a huff and chose to open a solo instance. After a burst of white light, I found myself in a dense forest. Immediately, I summoned the candle dragon from the space of exotic beasts. Just then, a wild boar appeared ahead. With a dragon roar, the candle dragon flew over at my command and swiftly killed it with a wave of my hand. Experience gained from killing a level 2 wild boar, plus 30. I then checked the experience bar, which showed my experience at level 0. 66. At that moment, the candle dragon spotted other monsters and flew over once again. Killing a level 1 poison scorpion, experience gained. Killing a level 3 fierce tiger, experience gained in martial arts. As I walked ahead, all the monsters encountered were easily killed without the need for the candle dragon to use any skills. As the owner of this exotic beast, I leisurely strolled around, not following behind. Despite my experience rapidly increasing, I still found the leveling up process slow because my goal is the prestigious Tianlong Academy, the top educational institution. Later, I checked the system's spiritual energy column, where the 11th edition requires 1/3, allowing me to summon 2 more exotic beasts. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough spiritual energy. Every time the beast summoning skill is used, it requires 100 points of spiritual energy, and the recovery rate of spiritual energy is very slow, except for the natural 10 points recovered daily. As far as I know, only spiritual energy stones can be used for recovery, but for a poor person like me, I can't even afford to buy spiritual energy stones. Just then, a prompt sound instantly caught my attention, killing a level 5 wild boar king, gaining 100 experience, and obtaining a spiritual energy stone. A level 5 wild boar king dropped a spiritual energy stone. At this moment, I looked in confusion at the white stone lying in the warehouse. It felt like falling asleep and waking up to find a wild boar king offering a pillow. What a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, I used the spiritual energy stone to replenish my spiritual energy. Then I immediately used the beast summoning skill. Following that, pitch-black vortex appeared before my eyes again. Accompanied by a deep and hoarse roar emanating from the vortex, a golden beast with a turtle-like head, dragon-like tail, and spiky back crawled out of the vortex. At the same time, its attributes also appeared on the panel in front of me. Surprisingly, it was another powerful beast reaching the SS grade in quality. Although its mental attributes are not as outstanding as the SSS grade pig dragon dream, it not only has a high constitution and thick skin, but also possesses passive counterattack skills and active taunting skills, making it a great companion for pulling aggro and resisting damage. Just then, the dragon turtle roared and activated its taunting skill. The next moment, within a 20-meter radius, all monsters around him rushed towards him frantically, launching a frenzied attack. Seeing the dragon turtle surrounded by a large group of monsters, Candle Dragon immediately unleashed the group attack skill Dragon's Fury. Killing a level 4 forest wolf adds 8 spirit experience. Killing a level 3 poisonous snake adds 5 experience. Killing a level 7 cheetah adds 0 experience. At this moment, my experience points are rapidly increasing. Compared to hunting dragons, killing a single exotic beast for monsters, the leveling speed is several times faster. However, the only regret is that monsters above level 5, even if killed instantly, will not yield any experience rewards. I have to dispel the thought of killing city-level monsters now, and can only kill monsters below level 6 to maximize the experience gained. At this moment, a group of big shots from the Imperial Capital's Divine Temple are having a meeting, just as they were discussing who summoned the mighty exotic beast Candle Dragon. A temple staff member rushed in hastily. "Leaders, something's not right. Another new exotic beast totem has appeared at the temple totem." "What? Another new exotic beast totem has appeared? What grade is it?" A group of big shots jumped up from their chairs in excitement. You see, even if a normal exotic beast master awakens a high-grade captive, the exotic beasts they can summon are most likely those recorded in the temple totem. In other words, the hundreds of totems in the temple are the summoning pool for all beastmasters in Daya, which is why Daya has been like this for so many years. No one can summon extremely powerful beasts. Due to the interruption in the civilization of the Great Xia stock market, there are hardly any records of powerful beasts in the National Destiny Temple. As a result, the extremely low limit of beast totems also restricts the strength of beasts that beastmasters can summon. Just yesterday in the temple totem, a new SSS class beast totem, the Dragon Pursuit totem, appeared. It's unbelievable that just a day later, a new beast has joined, leaving many big shots shocked and astonished. Upon hearing this, the temple staff quickly reported that the SS class Dragon Turtle added 500 points to the National Destiny value. Upon hearing this, all the big shots took a sharp intake of breath. However, what the staff said next made all the big shots collectively gasp, and based on data analysis, these two powerful beasts seem to have been summoned by the same novice beastmaster of less than level 10. What? Less than level 10 and the same person? The voices of the big shots gasping were almost breaking. The reason why many big shots were shocked by this situation is because, before level 20, it was absolutely impossible to summon a second beast. However, according to what the temple staff just described, this freakish beast completely disregarded the summoning rules of the beast room, summoning both an SS class and an SSS class powerful beast in less than level 10. Moreover, they are all variant beasts not found on the National Destiny Temple totems. Who would believe this? Shortly after, a group of people exclaimed and then started discussing, who could this strange person be, and what's their identity? Who knows, but based on the situation, it's probably a high school senior from this year's graduating class. Among the high school seniors from 13 provinces nationwide, only 3 have awakened the divine grade shackled spirit items. I specifically had people investigate these 3 individuals, but unfortunately, none of them are the one. At this moment, they are all going crazy, dreaming of finding it. This concerns a precious matter related to the prosperity of Xia. Just then, someone mentioned, "Do you think it's possible that it's the one who lit the 12 awakening sails?" After all, they also awakened a divine grade shackled spirit item. It's impossible. Although awakening spirit symbols are usually exaggerated, the awakened ones are basically useless spirit symbols that can't even summon exotic beasts. Even divine grade ones can't do it. How could someone who can't summon even ordinary exotic beasts like candle dragons and dragon turtles summon such powerful exotic beasts? At the entrance of the novice instance in Subei City, a group of teachers from various schools gathered, including Su Tianhua. At this moment, a teacher from another school walked over and said, "Old Su, your class is impressive this year. I heard they awakened a divine grade spirit symbol. An SSS level talented monster genius, is it true or not?" Upon hearing this, Su Tianhua sighed with embarrassment. What genius monster? It's just a useless spirit symbol that can't summon exotic beasts. At that moment, a female teacher said to Su Tianhua and others, "Teacher Su, I heard from students earlier that Yang Chen seems to have also arrived." Everyone was shocked to hear that Yang Chen had also arrived. The beast summoning talisman couldn't summon any exotic beasts. What is he doing here? He entered the instance as soon as it opened, listening to the students discussing. It seems like he can summon exotic beasts. He can summon exotic beasts. What can the useless beast talisman summon? A book with 2 legs that can run? Ha! As that female teacher explained, everyone immediately burst into laughter and mockery. Su Tianhua's face looked slightly unnatural. He couldn't help but sigh again. It seems that Yang Chen is still unwilling to give up. However, what disappoints them is that in the novice instance, I am upgrading vigorously. At this moment, a wild dog with a glowing ring under its feet appeared ahead. I quickly threw a detection tree and ran. Then the bamboo dragon, without me needing to call, pounced with teeth and claws, slapping down with a hand. Killing the level 6 wild dog king, gained 150 experience points. The wild dog king's teeth are too weak. The monster respawn rate can't keep up with the speed at which I'm killing 2 exotic beasts. The respawn time of monsters is fixed. I'm anxious to level up quickly, as I want to reach level 10 within a week, which is quite challenging. At that moment, a light of leveling up shone on me, reaching level 3. My mental attributes have slightly increased. The biggest increase is in mental attributes, but for me at the moment, it's of no use. As I progressed further, I could clearly feel that killing monsters of the same level, the experience bar growth rate slowed down by almost half. At this rate, I definitely won't reach level 4 before the end of the instance. With this in mind, I immediately urged 2 exotic beasts to move forward, exchanging for higher level monsters. Killing a level 7 wild dog warrior, experience points plus 100. Defeating an 8th level night pig, experience points plus 140. Slaying an 8th level hunting dog, experience points plus 150. Seeing that most of the monsters nearby are around level 8, I immediately stopped. Quickly, a day passed, and just 1 hour remained before the end of the novice instance. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared at the entrance of the novice instance, causing the faces of the teachers present to change instantly. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the distant horizon. In an instant, everyone saw a gigantic griffin flapping its wings, speeding towards them like lightning. After a moment, the griffin landed on the ground. A middle-aged man with a compelling aura jumped down from it. Zhou Jianhua, the father of Zhou Ying, the pride of Tianling High School, the president of the branch of the Alliance of Beast Masters in Subei City. A group of teachers ran over, flattering and fawning over him. Zhou Jianhua also looked radiant and full of spirit. After all, his daughter awakened a divine beast symbol and an SS-level talent. You should know, among all the senior high school students in the country this year, the students who awakened the divine beast symbol, out of hundreds of thousands of students, only 3. Moreover, Zhou Ying's talent is also SS level. He had the capital to be proud. President Zhou, are you here to see your daughter's performance today? The instance is not over yet, you have to wait a while. Do we still need to see? With Zhou's daughter's talent and beast symbol, she will definitely be first. Everyone flattered Zhou Jianhua to gain favor, intentionally shifting the topic to his daughter Zhou Ying, discussing who would be first when the instance ended today. Suddenly, a white light lit up at the exit of the novice instance. Then, a figure came out early from inside. President Zhou, amazing. The young lady actually came out early. Yes, she is indeed the pride of awakening the divine beast symbol. Yang Chen? Everyone saw the commotion at the instance exit, their expressions froze. Some teachers seized the opportunity, not waiting to see the appearance of the student who came out, and flattered Zhou Jianhua even more vigorously. After all, in their eyes, a student who was so confident and came out of the instance early must be Zhou Ying without a doubt. As a result, when they saw the person who came out clearly, it was Yang Chen, and they were dumbfounded. The flattering voices stopped abruptly. Their faces turned red as if they had been slapped in the face. They were embarrassed. Yang Chen, why did you come out early? Yang Chen was also here today to upgrade in the novice instance. Su Tianhua had heard from the teachers. Therefore, he was not surprised by Yang Chen's appearance. He was puzzled as to why Yang Chen came out an hour before the instance ended. Not only Su Tianhua, others were also puzzled and looked at him. Teacher, I don't know. I was just fighting monsters. As a result, the system suddenly notified me that I had cleared the instance and forced me out. Yang Chen was also confused. He had just reached level 5. He was on his way to the level 10 monster spawn point to grind for experience. However, out of nowhere, a level 10 wild man with a halo under his feet appeared. He accidentally killed it with a swipe of his claw. Then, Yang Chen was forcibly kicked out of the novice instance. What? You cleared the instance in less than a day? How is that possible? Yes, although the monsters in the novice instance are weak, the boss guarding the gate is level 10. Wait, you are level 5. Level 5? After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Their first reaction was disbelief. And at that moment, they suddenly realized that Yang Chen had actually reached level 5. Yang Chen, isn't your beast symbol just a useless book? How did you level up to 5 so quickly? What kind of beast did you summon? Zhang Guofu quickly ran over to ask Yang Chen. After all, as soon as Zhou Jianhua arrived, he was the loudest in flattering him. And he had an air of confidence that Zhou Ying would definitely take first place today. Who knew that before he could praise Zhou Ying's excellence, Yang Chen cleared the instance early and came out. And he even exaggeratedly reached level 5. This undoubtedly gave him a slap in the face in front of everyone. And he even spat in his face. Teacher Zhang, the exotic beast I summoned is. Yang Chen, you've leveled up for a day, tired, go back and rest. Before Yang Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Tianhua. At this moment, Su Tianhua walked over with a cold face, glanced at Zhang Guofu, and asked Yang Chen to go back and rest first. Thank you, teacher. Yang Chen responded and left. Zhang Guofu standing on the side looked embarrassed. According to the regulations of the Daxia Exotic Beast Master, before the college entrance examination, the type and grade of exotic beasts summoned by newly awakened Beast Master students cannot be disclosed to others at will. After all, a week later, they will still have to take the college entrance examination. They are afraid of being targeted by malicious individuals. Moreover, in the novice instance here, all the awakened beast symbol students from all the senior high schools in Subei City are gathered. There are all kinds of people. After Yang Chen left, the teachers on the scene looked extremely embarrassed. After all, they had been flattering Zhou Jianhua before, praising him as a genius. As a result, before the instance ended, they were embarrassed. Teacher Su, it seems that your class has really produced a genius, congratulations. Zhou Jianhua spoke up to ease the embarrassment. President Zhou, you are too kind. Yang Chen's awakening is just a waste beast symbol, far from being considered a genius. Su Tianhua quickly replied modestly. In fact, he was also puzzled. In his opinion, Yang Chen awakened a waste beast symbol. Even if he could barely summon some exotic beasts because of the divine quality, the grade would probably not be higher than E grade. However, he was the first to clear the instance. Moreover, he reached level 5 an hour before the instance ended. This was truly unbelievable. If Yang Chen is not considered a genius, then among the new students in our Subei city, no one can be called a genius. As far as I know, in recent years in Daxia, only last year's arrogant girl Yang Bing was able to clear the novice instance on the first day. Moreover, she barely killed the guarding boss 2 minutes before the end of the instance, while Yang Chen did it an hour earlier. The difference is clear. As the president of the Subei City Beast Master Alliance, Zhou Jianhua had a broad mind. He truly admired Yang Chen's speed in clearing the instance. At the same time, Zhou Jianhua was curious about what kind of exotic beast Yang Chen had summoned. Clearly, it was a waste beast symbol, yet the leveling speed was so efficient. An hour later, the novice instance ended. The students from various schools who were leveling up in the instance came out one after another. At this time, Zhou Ying, the school goddess who had reached level 4, was very proud. Today, she performed exceptionally well in the instance. Relying on the powerful exotic beast she summoned, she crushed her way through, facing the extremely high level 5 monsters. Before the instance ended, she reached level 4. She believed that tomorrow, she would definitely reach level 6. After Zhou Ying left the instance, the first thing she did was to look for Yang Chen, the loser. She wanted to see how many levels he had gained in a day. However, after searching for a long time, she couldn't find Yang Chen's figure. This situation immediately made her frown. Wow! The school goddess is really amazing. She actually reached level 4. But I summoned a C-grade exotic beast, and after leveling up for a day, I only reached level 2. What's your C-grade exotic beast? My beast is B-grade, and I'm still at level 2, right? A group of level 2 or 3 students saw Zhou leaving them in the dust, reaching an exaggerated level 4. They exclaimed in admiration and envy. Despite the discussions of the crowd, Zhou still paid no attention and continued to look for Yang Chen's figure. At this moment, those students also noticed Zhou looking for someone. They thought of the morning Yang Chen refused to team up with Zhou. Let Zhou lose face. Immediately, they knew that Zhou must be looking for Yang Chen. Hey! Have you noticed that Yang Chen, that unlucky guy with the beast symbol, seems to have not come out? Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. Could that unlucky guy have been eaten by those monsters in the instance? It's really possible, although the monsters in the beginner instance are not very strong. If you can't summon a beast and enter rashly, it's a dead end. A group of students once again brought the topic back to Yang Chen. They all believed that Yang Chen had been eaten by the monsters in the instance. Xiaoying, what are you looking for? Zhou Jianhua walked over, looking at his daughter with a face full of indulgence. Dad, I'm looking for that bastard Yang Chen, have you seen him? Zhou Ying's words made many teachers present stiffen their faces. It became awkward and strange. Zhou had just come out of the instance. It was really hitting the nail on the head. Just now, they were all flattered by Yang Chen. Xiaoying, what are you looking for that kid Yang Chen for? Zhang Guofu blushed and quickly walked over to inquire nervously. Others were also very curious. They all perked up their ears to listen. Teacher Zhang, when I came this morning, I saw that Yang Chen guy being ridiculed by a group of girls, and I felt sorry for him. So, I took the initiative to come over and team up with him, to take him to the instance to level up. Little did I know, that guy clearly awakened a beast symbol, but he was so arrogant, he ignored me and looked down on me. At that moment, Zhou recounted in detail what happened early in the morning. She also mentioned the incident of wanting to team up with Yang Chen before entering the instance to level up. After hearing Zhou Ying's explanation, everyone's faces became even more awkward. Zhang Guofu was already ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had mocked the loser all day long. He had reached level 5. And his proud and favored student had just reached level 4. The difference was clear at a glance. Zhang Guofu wanted to tell Zhou the truth, but he was afraid of hurting her self-esteem. Beside them, Zhou Jianhua was more open-minded, saying, the Yang Chen you mentioned has already cleared the instance an hour early and left. What? He cleared the instance an hour ago and left? No wonder he was looking for. Wait, Dad, what did you say? He cleared the instance an hour ago? Zhou reacted. She widened her eyes, looking incredulously at her father. Not only her, but also the students around who had just been mocking Yang Chen for being eaten by the monsters in the instance were dumbfounded. Yes, he's already level 5, killed all the monsters in the instance, and cleared it an hour early. Zhou Jianhua looked at his precious daughter and sighed. He knew that this result would definitely have a great impact on Zhou Ying's confidence. But to grow and mature, there are some things that are inevitable to experience. Cleared the instance an hour early. Level 5. That bastard, how is that possible? Zhou stood there as if struck by lightning, feeling devastated. She muttered to herself, her delicate face full of disbelief. The other students around her all blushed with embarrassment. They had been so eager to mock and ridicule before. Now, being slapped in the face, they felt so embarrassed. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Yang Chen got up early and hurried to the beginner instance. By now, he had reached level 5. He aimed to reach level 7 today. If he could do that, he would reach level 10 in the next 5 days. There shouldn't be any problem. Originally, Yang Chen thought he had arrived early enough. But when he arrived at the entrance of the beginner instance, he found that it was already crowded with students from various schools. A group of people who were just whispering and chatting about various things a moment ago fell silent the moment Yang Chen appeared. Everyone's gaze fell on him. Level 5. He leveled up in a day in the beginner's dungeon. Really reached level 5. Oh my god. How did he do it? Did his waist beast symbol summon powerful exotic beasts? It seems like the only explanation. Wow. Yang Chen, you level up so fast. I'm only level 2. Can you take me with you? Yang Chen, can I team up with you? I don't have a boyfriend. As long as you help me level up, I'll be your girlfriend. Yesterday, those female classmates who looked at Yang Chen with disdain. Today, their attitude is completely different. They flirtatiously approached one by one, asking Yang Chen to level them up, choosing to forget how they mocked Yang Chen yesterday. In the crowd, Zhou, who had just arrived, bit her lip hard. This bastard really reached level 5. No wonder yesterday, he didn't want to team up with her. Damn it! Zhou took a deep breath, seeing that the dungeon was about to open, immediately rushed into the dungeon to level up. Yang Chen glanced around at the girls and said lightly, "Not interested." Then, Yang Chen also entered the dungeon and went solo. "Pa! What a pretense, praise him a little, and feel like a genius." Exactly. It's just taking advantage of the SSS level talent. When the monster levels get higher, the disadvantage of the difference in exotic beast grades will show up, then I'll see how he levels up. Those who felt good about themselves, desperately trying to please Yang Chen, the female classmates who wanted him to level them up, a look of embarrassment. However, although very embarrassed, their mouths were still stubborn. As for Yang Chen, he re-entered the beginner's dungeon. Without any pause, he headed straight to the level 10 monster spawn area. Yesterday, he accidentally got slaughtered by the level 10 boss before the dungeon time ended. As a result, he was kicked out before the dungeon time ended. Today, he made up his mind to wait until the dungeon time ended before leaving. Kill level 10 wild fox, experience plus 220, kill level 10 snake, experience plus 250, obtain snake skin. Kill level 10 black bear, experience plus 300. The four-dimensional attributes of level 10 monsters are very high. Some monsters even have quite powerful skills. But in front of Yang Chen's SSS level exotic beast Candle Dragon, they were still taken down in one hit. Even, it was so easy that the Candle Dragon didn't need to use any skills. At this moment, the Candle Dragon emitted a leveling light. Name, Candle Dragon, grade, SSS, level, 5, 0. 17%, strength, 3000, agility, 3000, spirit, 3000, constitution, 5000, star rating, 1 star, passive skill, Dragon's Might, level 1, active skills, Candle Dragon's Gaze, level 1, Dragon's Roar, level 1. Dragon's Might, intimidate enemies below level 5 exotic beasts, reducing their strength by 20%, Candle Dragon's Gaze, the Candle Dragon's eyes burst with a hot light, causing 300% group damage based on spirit. Dragon's Roar, the Candle Dragon roars to the sky, causing 300% group damage based on strength to enemies. The level 5 Candle Dragon, with all attributes boosted by Yang Chen's SSS level talent God's Inspiration 10, all exceeded 3000. After feeling emotional, Yang Chen looked towards the level 10 final boss, the Wildman. Wildman King, leader, level 10 strength, 1500 agility, 1400 spirit, 600 constitution, 5000 passive skill, none active skill, throw a weapon, dealing 150% damage based on strength. After Yang Chen finished reading the attributes of the Wildman King leader, a doubt arose in his mind. Who is the real boss after all? After a day of leveling up, Yang Chen obtained a lot of materials from monster drops. However, he waited all day but did not see a spirit stone drop. This made Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. As his level increased, he clearly noticed that the experience bar growth rate was getting slower and slower. It wasn't until evening that Yang Chen barely reached level 7. At the current leveling speed, he could at most reach level 8 by tomorrow. Kill 10 mutant black bears, experience plus 400, obtain skill book Soul Tier. Soul Tier, able to directly attack the enemy's soul, causing fatal damage that ignores defense. Intensity is highly related to the spirit of the Beastmaster. Ha! A skill book dropped? Yang Chen's expression was stunned and full of surprise. Then, he found that this skill book was quite suitable for him to learn. Since he had no other active skills to use besides summoning beasts, he decisively clicked to learn it. After learning the skill, Yang Chen planned to find a monster to test its effectiveness. After some consideration, Yang Chen set his sights on the level 10 boss, the Wildman King. The Wildman King was the strongest boss in this beginner's dungeon, tough and thick-skinned. Testing the power of his newly learned skill on it would be perfect. Soul Tier. Ah! The Wildman King in the distance suddenly let out a miserable scream, clutching its head and falling to the ground instantly. Kill level 10 boss Wildman King, experience plus 1000. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, please come back tomorrow. In the next moment, Yang Chen's vision went black. When he regained his sight, he had been kicked out of the beginner's dungeon by the system. Damn! Did he just clear the dungeon? Yang Chen stood there, bewildered and at a loss. What about the level 10 boss? How did it get defeated in one move? Wasn't it supposed to be tough to beat? Yang Chen felt regret and frustration in his heart. He came out early before the dungeon ended. How much experience did he lose? What a loss! Not far away, a group of teachers from various schools were chatting. When they saw the entrance to the beginner's dungeon flashing and Yang Chen coming out again, they were speechless. This guy, is he the first one to run out every day, addicted? Wait, level 7. Level 7? Lao Zhang, I'm getting old, my eyes aren't working well, can you help me see, what level did Yang Chen reach? Su Tianguo looked at Yang Chen standing there in a daze and nudged Zhang Guofu beside him. Zhang Guofu's eye twitched fiercely at the corner of his eye. He cursed inwardly. Is Su Tianguo trying to embarrass him? Is it too much? How did this guy level up? He reached level 7 in 2 days, which has never happened in our history of Dixia. Wrong. This guy didn't even take 2 days. Don't forget, yesterday there was still an hour left before the end of the dungeon, and today it's even longer. A group of teachers saw Yang Chen reach level 7. They were close to being devastated by the admission level standards of prestigious institutions. At this moment, everyone seriously doubted. Yang Chen's so-called useless beast symbol was just a smokescreen. In fact, his beast symbol could summon very powerful and awesome beasts. Otherwise, how could he reach level 7 in less than 2 days? It just doesn't make sense. Su Tianguo ignored the devastated crowd. At this moment, he was in a great mood. Originally, he thought Yang Chen's awakening of the useless beast symbol had ruined his future. Who knew, he was still so outstanding. It is the pride that he is proud of. Yang Chen, why did you come out so quickly? Su Tianguo came to Yang Chen's side, concerned. Teacher Su, I accidentally killed the boss Wild King at the checkpoint again. Yang Chen answered truthfully, looking embarrassed. At this moment, he seriously doubted whether this Wild King was a fake. Otherwise, why was it so easy to defeat? Not far away, many teachers who were listening with their ears erect. They were about to vomit blood. Accidentally? Again? Is this humiliating them? Is this humiliating the students in their class? Are they all a bunch of misfits? He is showing off. This guy is definitely showing off. Too much. Ha ha, it's okay, come again tomorrow, don't be the first one out every day, come out a bit later. Your level is one step higher than other students, coming out first every day will seriously affect the confidence of other students. Su Tianguo's mouth was harder to suppress than AK. He was about to burst into laughter like a pig. The teachers not far away were ashamed and going crazy. Listen, is this speaking human language? Teacher Su, I will pay attention. I want to apply to you to go to the Spider Cave instance for an upgrade tomorrow. Yang Chen replied seriously. Then, hesitating, he revealed his plan. What? You want to go to the Spider Cave for an upgrade tomorrow? Su Tianguo was shocked, thinking he had misheard. Yes. Yang Chen nodded affirmatively. Su Tianguo frowned, not immediately agreeing. Yang Chen, the Spider Cave instance is completely different from the beginner instance. The monsters inside not only have terrifying attributes, but there are also dreadful disasters. One misstep could cost you your life. Your performance is already excellent, and you have already reached level 7. Even if there are only 5 days left before the college entrance exam, lying at home sleeping, with your current level, meets the admission criteria of top-tier institutions. I really don't want you to take the risk of going to the Spider Cave for an upgrade. Su Tianguo took a deep breath and earnestly advised Yang Chen. The beginner instance. It's just for all the high school students who have just awakened their beast symbols, to adapt to the instance monster killing and leveling up mode in advance. As long as they can summon a strange beast, under normal circumstances, they won't encounter too much danger. But the wild wormhole instance like the Spider Cave is different. In addition to the original monsters, random disasters corresponding to the level will appear. That thing is very terrifying. Generally, when a beast tamer encounters it, there is no chance to escape. Yang Chen is his proud student. Su Tianguo definitely does not want Yang Chen to take this risk. Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I must go to the Spider Cave instance. Why? Because I want to apply to the top institution in Daxia, the Tianlong Academy. What? You want to apply to the Tianlong Academy? Su Tianguo exclaimed in surprise. Not only him, but even the other teachers. They were all shocked by Yang Chen's words. Tianlong Academy. Beast symbols? Seriously? Yes. Bingjie went to the Tianlong Academy last year, and I promised her that I would definitely get into the Tianlong Academy to find her. Well, then go, be careful when you enter the Spider Cave instance, if there is any danger, exit in time, don't be reckless. Su Tianguo sighed with a bitter smile. Originally, he just hoped that Yang Chen could get into a top-tier institution, that would be enough. Who knew? His ambition was the Tianlong Academy, the top institution in Daxia. Thank you, Teacher Su, I will remember. Yang Chen bowed and left. Everyone watched Yang Chen's departing figure, with mixed feelings in their hearts. This kid, in words and actions, perfect to the point of being impeccable. Even Zhang Guofu, a teacher who always found fault with Yang Chen, couldn't find any flaws. Shortly after Yang Chen left, the instance time also ended. The school flower Zhouing came out of the copy with a tired face. She just came out and was looking for Yang Chen's figure. still the same as yesterday. Zhou searched for Yang Chen for a long time but couldn't find him. So, she came to the side of the class teacher Zhang Guofu and said, "Teacher, where is that guy Yang Chen? Did he come out early again today?" "Ahem. Xiao Ying, your performance is already outstanding enough. You are the eternal pride of the teacher's heart. Don't compete with that weirdo, he is not worthy." Zhou looked at Zhang Guofu's expression. She had an answer in her heart. This damn guy, why does he leave the copy early every day? Is he deliberately avoiding her? "Teacher, what level is he?" Zhou took a deep breath and asked again. "Level 7, he is going to the Spider Cave copy to level up tomorrow. You don't need to compete with him, that guy is going to apply to the top academy of Daxia." Zhang Guofu hesitated for a moment and truthfully answered Zhou. Zhou Ying's face stiffened. Applying to the top academy of Daxia, the Tianlong Academy? This jerk. No wonder he refused to say which academy he wanted to apply to before. "Teacher, I also want to apply to level up in the Spider Cave tomorrow." "What? You want to go too?" "Yes." "No. You are only level 6 now, too impulsive, I don't agree." "Teacher, although I am level 6, the exotic beasts I summon are very powerful. As long as I am careful, there is no problem." Zhou didn't care about that. She launched an invincible coquettish attack. Zhang Guofu was bombarded by her sugar-coated bullets and was confused. In the end, he didn't even know how he agreed. However, although Zhang Guofu agreed to let Zhou go to the Spider Cave to level up tomorrow, her father Zhou Jianhua also had to make a phone call and personally approve it. Otherwise, if something dangerous happened to her, he, as the class teacher, couldn't afford the responsibility. After bidding farewell to Su Tianhua, Yang Chen did not go home directly. Instead, he went to the trading post in Subei City. The trading post, as the name suggests, is a place where exotic beast trainers trade materials, equipment, and items. There are 2 ways to trade at the trading post. The first is to set a price for the various items and equipment obtained in the copy and sell them here. After the items are sold, the trading post takes a commission. The second way is to sell the items and equipment obtained directly to the trading post. Compared to the first method, selling items directly to the trading post may result in a lower price. Unless you need to sell urgently or need money quickly. Otherwise, few people directly sell to the trading post. And Yang Chen is currently in urgent need of money. Originally, he could summon 3 exotic beasts. But because his spiritual power was insufficient, he could only summon 2. This greatly weakened his leveling speed. In addition, he was going to the wild copy of the Spider Cave tomorrow. When he returned earlier, the class teacher Su Tianhua also told him about the dangers of the Spider Cave copy. Therefore, before entering the Spider Cave copy, he must improve his strength. Yang Chen sold all the materials such as fur, claws, and scales obtained from killing monsters in the novice copy these days. In the end, after he had enough money, he gritted his teeth and bought an expensive spiritual energy stone. After leaving the trading post, Yang Chen also went to the nearby task guild and took on a task. After all, he was going to level up in the Spider Cave by killing monsters. Taking on a task was also about killing monsters. In addition, he could receive additional rewards for the extra tasks. Task objective, level 12 Spider Cave copy, obtain the copy boss, Spider Spirit's poison sac. Requirements, nightmare level or above difficulty, only the guarding boss will drop the poison sac. Reward, 500 gold coins, 1 random fine weapon. After taking on the task, he returned home. Yang Chen immediately took out the spiritual energy stone and absorbed the energy inside. Summoning the exotic beast. The familiar flat vortex appeared again. As black as ink. It looks very strange. Sometimes Yang Chen really wants to stick his head in and see where the other side of this flat vortex leads. However, he is afraid that as soon as he sticks his head over, he will be bitten off by some terrifying alien beast. Thinking that his life is more important, he can only dispel this terrifying thought. Just as Yang Chen was lost in thought, a headless black shadow slowly crawled out of the black vortex. Imperial Capital, Temple of National Fortune. Buzz. In the pitch black and quiet night, a sudden buzzing sound came from the temple. It was broken. The next moment, the entire Temple of National Fortune began to tremble violently. The dazzling white light shone in the temple, making the workers unable to open their eyes. Hiss! Roar! Inside the Temple of National Fortune, the alien beasts on the totems all transformed into illusions, roaring towards the sky. The terrifying scenes almost scared the temple workers into wetting their pants. What's wrong with these alien beast totems? Is it the end of the world? I don't know. The temple has been established for nearly 1,000 years, and such a strange situation has never occurred before. Those temple workers stayed far away, their legs trembling. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what had happened. Swish, swish. At this moment, the old monsters, big shots, and leaders in the imperial capital were all alarmed. They rushed over immediately. When they arrived at the main hall of the totems in the temple, they were also shocked by the extremely strange scene before them. Look! Another new alien beast totem has appeared, someone in the crowd exclaimed. In fact, there was no need to exclaim, as everyone saw at the top of the totem, another powerful totem illusion had appeared. What shocked everyone even more was that the position of this totem illusion was on top of the SSS-class Candle Dragon. A new SSS-class alien beast totem has appeared, adding 1500 points to the national fortune value. A golden light flashed. The national fortune value on the stone steel increased by another 500 points. This scene shocked all the leaders. Another new powerful SSS-class alien beast, and it added a whopping 1500 points to the national fortune value. It should be noted that the increase in national fortune value is closely related to the grade and strength of the income totem's alien beast. In other words, even if they are both SSS-class alien beasts, the increase in national fortune value varies greatly depending on their strength. The new awakened alien beast in front of them added 1500 points to the national fortune value, showing just how powerful it was. As everyone held their breath and stared quietly, the illusion on the totem gradually became real. It was a person, headless, with the chest and abdomen as eyes, and the navel as a mouth, tall and mighty in stature, holding a huge exaggerated axe, looking fierce and terrifying. Xing Tian. The name came out. Even the many experienced big shots were shocked, their eyes almost popping out. They were speechless. As the dazzling light in the totem hall slowly receded, the entire hall fell silent. The atmosphere was so heavy and oppressive that it was frightening. Gentlemen, there is something I don't know if I should say. After a while, a trembling temple worker broke the silence. Speak! A low voice came from the leader standing at the forefront. According to the data analysis just received from the temple, this third SSS-class alien beast, it was also summoned by that less than level 10 alien beast master. Clang! The leader who was standing proudly a moment ago rolled his eyes and fainted directly. Lao Zhao, quickly, give me the quick-acting heart-saving pill. I need two, I feel like I'm about to collapse. Name, Xing Tian, grade, SSS, level, 1, 0. 0%, strength, 2000, agility, 1500, spirit, 1000, constitution, 2500, star level, 1 star, passive skill, body of the war god, level 1, active skills, bloodthirsty rage, level 1, burn the boats, level 1. Body of the war god, deals 5% damage ignoring defense, all attributes plus 500. Bloodthirsty rage, attacks come with 10% lifesteal, deal 1. 5 times damage, attack speed plus 20%, burn the boats, abandon defense, strength plus 300%, lasts for 5 minutes. After Yang Chen finished reading the attributes of the newly summoned beast Xing Tian, he had only one thought in his mind. Oh my god! The name of the war god is well deserved. These four-dimensional attributes are even more impressive than the first beast he summoned, the Candle Dragon. Legend has it that Xing Tian was an ancient god. Because his head was cut off by the ancient god Xianyuan Huangdi, he became a headless monster. The classic of mountains and seas truly deserves to be the most extraordinary book in the world. An ancient treasure of the great Xia. The next day, after waking up, Yang Chen immediately went to the south gate of Subei City. Through the teleportation array at the south gate, he went to the Spider Cave. The Spider Cave is a level 12 instance. When Yang Chen arrived near the Spider Cave through the teleportation array, he found many beast tamers here, teaming up to level up. From a distance, the Spider Cave looked like a giant beast lying dormant on the ground. The entrance and exit of the cave looked like a giant beast's gaping mouth, giving a terrifying and intimidating appearance. The Spider Cave is a wild instance. The biggest difference from the novice instance Yang Chen went to yesterday is that before entering the Spider Cave instance, there are difficulty options. They are easy, hard, nightmare, and there is a chance to spawn disasters. Disasters are not ordinary monsters. They are huge in size and very frightening. Once a disaster spawns in an instance, the beast tamers must kill it within a limited time. Otherwise, the national fortune value of the national temple will be eroded and reduced. The national fortune value represents the fortune of the country. If it decreases too much, the consequences are catastrophic. Hey, handsome guy, want to team up? I can act cute and shout 666. Brother, my beast is a support type, can you team up with me? Ha, did I see it wrong? Level 7 newbie? A group of female beast tamers saw Yang Chen approaching. He was handsome enough, so they enthusiastically invited him to team up. Just as many female beast tamers were eager to team up with Yang Chen, some people noticed that his level was not right. Really? A level 7 in a level 12 spider cave instance? Are you kidding me? Little brother, are you lost? Do you want sister to take you home? The female beast tamers who were sweet-talking just a moment ago, upon seeing Yang Chen's newbie level of 7, immediately changed their tone to calling him little brother. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered with these flirtatious female beast tamers, so he pushed through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the spider cave. What does he want to do? Is he really going to level up in the spider cave? Level up? It's like seeking death. The spider cave is a level 12 instance, even the lowest monsters inside are above level 10, is he going in to get his head smashed? When people saw that Yang Chen really intended to enter the spider cave instance, they started discussing and mocking him. At that moment, Yang Chen has entered the spider cave instance. Quickly summon the 3 exotic beasts. Ahead, there is a giant spider the size of a calf. Yang Chen cast a detection spell. Spider Warrior, Elite Monster, Level 10, Strength 2000, Agility 1300, Spirit 800, Constitution 4000, Passive Skill None, Active Skill Poison Blade. Poison Blade, the Spider Warrior's attack is poisonous, inflicting 10% strength continuous damage. After seeing the attributes of the Spider Warrior ahead, Yang Chen was amazed. The monsters in the Spider Cave instance have 4-dimensional attributes, indeed much stronger than those in the beginner instance. Their skills are also more powerful. Without further ado, let's talk about the attributes of this Spider Warrior in front of him. It surpasses the guarding boss Wildman King in the beginner instance by a large margin. Kill it! Yang Chen immediately commanded Xingtian. Xingtian, receiving the order, wielded a giant axe and swiftly charged forward. Bang! With one swing of the axe, the head of the elite monster Spider Warrior was chopped off. Green liquid splattered everywhere. Kill level 10 elite monster Spider Warrior, experience plus 600, obtain spider leg. Yang Chen did not stop and directed the 3 exotic beasts to move forward. Roar! The dragon turtle roared, provoking. Immediately, all monsters within 20 meters rushed towards it. Kill level 10 elite monster Spider Hunter, experience plus 550, obtain spider liquid. Kill level 11 experience monster Spider Warrior, experience plus 650, obtain spider skin. Kill level 11 experience monster Spider Warrior, experience plus 600, obtain spider leg. The 3 exotic beasts charged forward, wreaking havoc, especially Xingtian with the giant axe, like a god of slaughter. 1 monster per swing. In terms of efficiency, it surpasses the Candle Dragon. Seeing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Judging from the current situation, as long as his 3 exotic beasts level up and grow stronger, under the inspiration of his SSS grade talent, the god's encouragement, with a 10-fold increase in attribute values, he can definitely dominate any instance. Invincibility is not far away. Yang Chen's experience bar also soared rapidly. In no time, Yang Chen had reached level 8. This leveling speed is twice as fast as yesterday in the beginner instance. After reaching level 8, Yang Chen commanded the 3 exotic beasts to move deeper into the spider cave. He planned to kill monsters above level 12 to maximize experience gain. Suddenly, a dark green poisonous spike flew towards him. Yang Chen couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. Roar! Instantly, the dragon turtle that was luring monsters in the distance let out a painful howl. Yang Chen quickly looked up and saw blood emanating from its body, clearly injured. Shocked, Yang Chen looked at the creature that had ambushed him. Spider Spirit, Boss, Level 13, Strength 3500, Agility 2000, Spirit 1500, Constitution 6000, Passive Skill None, Active Skill Poison Spike. Poison Spike, ranged poison spike attack, dealing 150% strength damage. The Spider Spirit. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the bottom level of the spider cave and was ambushed by the guarding boss Spider Spirit. Kill it! Yang Chen's face darkened as he ordered the Candle Dragon to attack it. Roar! With a roar, the Candle Dragon flew over to attack. In an instant, the Spider Spirit was killed in seconds. Kill level 13 boss Spider Spirit, experience plus 1200, obtain Spider Spirit leg. Obtain Poison Sac. Obtain Spider Spirit Long Sword. Obtain Spider Spirit Mask. Venom Sac, quest item. Spider Spirit Long Sword, common strength plus 10, agility plus 8, usable after level 10. Spider Spirit Mask, fine spirit plus 30, feature, can turn invisible twice a day, each time for 2 minutes, usable after level 8. Quite a harvest. This Spider Spirit truly lives up to being the boss guarding the spider cave. The drop rate is high, different from beginner dungeons. In the Wild Wormhole dungeon, even if you kill the guarding boss, you won't be kicked out directly. You can continue to stay inside to kill monsters and level up. Equipment is divided into common, fine, excellent, rare, uncommon, epic, perfect, peerless, legendary, mythical, a total of 10 grades. Yang Chen looked at the 2 exploded pieces of equipment. As for the common grade spider spirit long sword, he had no interest. Because in this era dominated by disaster monsters, would he, a beast tamer with weak arms and legs, carry a long sword to fight those monsters desperately? Impossible. As for the spider spirit mask, it's a good item. Not only does it increase spirit, it allows his skill soul tier to unleash greater power. It also has the invisibility feature twice a day. This is simply the top-notch equipment for killing and robbing, the first choice for high-quality equipment. Most importantly, he can equip it now. Without hesitation, Yang Chen equipped the spider mask on himself. Roar! The dragon turtle not far away let out a weak roar. Yang Chen turned to look and found that the dragon turtle was seriously injured. This made him furrow his brows and contemplate. If the previous spider spirit poison sting had directly attacked the dragon turtle, with the dragon turtle's super defense, it would not have been seriously injured. But because it attacked Yang Chen, the fragile master, Yang Chen's beast symbol feature transferred the damage to the dragon turtle, the meat shield. As a result, it suffered severe injuries. It seems that in the future, he will have to find some decent defensive equipment. Otherwise, because he, as the master, is too exaggerated, playing to death several hard-summoned exotic beasts, it would be a big loss. Later, Yang Chen retrieved the dragon turtle back to the exotic beast space to let it rest. The remaining Candle Dragon and Xingtian continued to kill monsters and level up. Killed level 11 Elite Spider Hunter, experience plus 650 obtained Spider Fluid. Killed level 12 Experience Spider Warrior, experience plus 800 obtained Spider Skin. Killed level 11 Experience Spider Warrior, experience plus 600. Without the dragon turtle as the meat shield exotic beast, the taunt skill to attract monsters, the efficiency of killing monsters for Candle Dragon and Xingtian decreased significantly. Yang Chen looked at the terrifying spiders with high attributes and sighed in his heart. This spider cave is indeed dangerous. Fortunately, the exotic beasts he summoned can bear all the damage for the master. Otherwise, if the previous spider spirit had sneak attacked with a poison sting, he would have to go meet his ancestors. Too dangerous. While commanding the 2 exotic beasts to kill monsters, Yang Chen also wanted to try the invisibility effect of the newly obtained spider spirit mask. Invisible. The moment Yang Chen activated the feature of the spider spirit mask, his figure disappeared into the air. At this moment, a group of beast tamers happened to pass by. One of them looked up and vaguely saw a person soloing a dungeon there. But in the blink of an eye, the person disappeared. This bizarre scene startled him. Did you see that there was just a person there? A person? Buddy, did you not sleep well last night and have hallucinations? I told you to sleep early last night, but you didn't listen. This is a nightmare difficulty dungeon. How could a beast tamer solo it? You're right, maybe I just saw it wrong. A group of companions' criticisms and attacks made this beast tamer doubt if he had seen wrong. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen found that after level 8, the experience required for leveling up had nearly doubled. Originally, Yang Chen planned to reach level 9 before the end of the evening dungeon time. However, after fighting until the end of the dungeon time, he was kicked out. He had only reached 55% of level 8 experience bar. A level 8 beast tamer? Am I seeing things? Oh my! How can there be a level 8 beast tamer in this level 12 spider cave dungeon? I remember now, isn't this the handsome little brother from this morning who was level 7? My goodness, he refused to team up with us, soloed the nightmare difficulty dungeon, and actually came out alive? A group of beast tamers who had just come out also saw Yang Chen at level 8, and discussions ensued. Some female beast tamers who had seen Yang Chen in the morning started screaming. It was unbelievable. This handsome little brother who got lost actually survived? And not only that, he leveled up from 7 to 8? Yang Chen ignored the screams of those female beast tamers with short sight and long hair. He quickly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Those beast tamers who were staring at his back were in turmoil. A level 7 rookie beast tamer spent the whole day fighting in the level 12 nightmare difficulty spider cave dungeon. In the end, he came out unscathed when the dungeon time ended. Who would believe this if it was told? Could it be that he had some artifact equipment above level 10? I haven't heard of any artifact equipment below level 10. And even if there were artifacts, the summoned beasts wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the level 12 monsters with abnormal attributes. After all, the level of the beast cannot exceed that of the beast tamer. Even an SSS level beast with 4-dimensional attributes below level 10 would definitely not be able to match the higher level monsters in the dungeon. And moreover, the monsters in dungeons above nightmare difficulty are all elite monsters. How did he do it? After returning, Yang Chen immediately went to the mission guild to turn in the task. Received 500 gold coins. Received Spirit Staff. Spirit Staff, Fine Spirit plus 60, Special Ability, Beast Tamer's Spirit Amplification 5%, usable after level 7. Yang Chen was quite lucky. He completed the task and unexpectedly received a staff that increased his spiritual power. With this staff, the power of Yang Chen's soul-tearing skill would be greatly enhanced. Tomorrow, Yang Chen would go to the Spider Cave dungeon to level up. So, after completing the task, Yang Chen started browsing new dungeon tasks. After searching for a while, Yang Chen couldn't find a decent task. Suddenly, a task named Heart of Calamity appeared in his sight. Task objective, Level 12 Spider Cave Dungeon, obtain the randomly appearing Heart of Calamity. Requirement, only drops from calamities in nightmare level or above difficulty. Reward, 1000 gold coins, 1 Beast Star Upgrade Stone. Beast Star Upgrade Stone. Yang Chen was immediately excited when he saw this. Originally, he was worried about how to obtain the upgrade stone to increase the star level of the summoned beasts. However, completing the Heart of Calamity task would grant him that. However, calamities were different from ordinary monsters in dungeons, they were incredibly powerful. The fact that the Heart of Calamity task had been on the task list for so long without anyone taking it was enough to show how fearful and wary beast tamers were of the terrifying calamities. Even a low-level calamity was not something an ordinary beast tamer could handle. Yang Chen stood in front of the task list, hesitating for a long time. In the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation brought by the starstone of the alien beast in his heart, and took on the task of the Heart of Disaster, which can be called crazy. Yang Chen took on the task of the Heart of Disaster. Coming out of the task guild. Immediately go to the trading post to sell equipment and materials. Unlimited recycling of spiritual equipment, price negotiable. Newbie dungeon equipment for sale, price 300 gold coins each. Unlimited recycling of various Spider Cave dungeon materials, price negotiable. Compared to yesterday, Yang Chen, on the street outside the trading post, saw many alien beast trainers setting up stalls. Some were selling equipment, some were recycling equipment. Yang Chen glanced around and walked straight to the trading post shop. Although he could sell the materials and equipment he burst out during the day to these alien beast traders for a higher price, but it was more troublesome. Yang Chen hates trouble the most. So, he simply bundled everything up and sold it to the trading post. The price may be a little lower, but it's more convenient. Little brother, are you selling equipment? If you have good equipment, sell it to me. Yang Chen had just taken out the Spider Spirit long sword from the system warehouse. He planned to sell it to the trading post. A fragrant breeze blew over. Then, Yang Chen saw a hot and proud girl with a stunning figure appearing in front of him. The sudden surge of waves made Yang Chen's eyelids jump, and he kept stepping back. His face turned red. Beauty, your behavior is very dangerous. Yang Chen calmed down and pretended to be calm. He, little brother, you are so handsome. Even if sister suffers a bit and you take advantage of me, you don't have to take responsibility. The beauty giggled repeatedly, her proud shoulders trembling. Her eyes, rippling with beauty, fell on the sword in Yang Chen's hand. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt 2 murderous gazes directed at him. The sudden coldness made Yang Chen shiver. It's really strange. How can it be so cold in the middle of summer? Yang Chen quickly looked up. His face slightly stiffened. Zhou Ying. The person staring at him with murderous intent from a distance was actually the school flower Zhou Ying. Yang Chen didn't have time to think about why she suddenly appeared here. Anyway, her grim face and fierce gaze were quite unfriendly. This made Yang Chen feel a sense of unease. Cough, cough. Beauty, don't joke around, I'm not a smiling person by nature. I came to the trading post to sell equipment materials, do you want to buy? Yang Chen just wanted to sell his stuff quickly and run home. Therefore, after withdrawing his gaze from Zhou Ying, Yang Chen quickly looked at the beauty in front of him. Of course. If you want to strike up a conversation with such a handsome little brother, how can I not buy your equipment? The beauty didn't care about much, looking charming and flirtatious. This increased the pressure on Yang Chen. Because he found, for some reason, Zhou Ying's gaze towards him was getting more and more fierce. Yang Chen felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Zhou Ying, who was standing not far away, finally couldn't bear it. She took a deep breath and walked straight towards them. Zhou Ying, good evening. Previously, because they were far apart, Yang Chen could pretend not to see her. Now, she was walking towards him. and with a fierce look, Yang Chen couldn't ignore her. Therefore, Yang Chen's face was quite embarrassed, and he took the initiative to greet her. Little did he know, he was met with cold indifference from Zhou, the aloof school flower. Yang Chen, who was covered in dust, looked even more embarrassed. After all, they were classmates from the same school. There were outsiders present. Can't you give a little face? At this moment, Zhou did not look sideways, but stared straight ahead as if Yang Chen were invisible, walking straight ahead. Just when Yang Chen thought nothing was going to happen, Zhou suddenly kicked him without warning. Then, she left in a hurry. Hiss! Yang Chen grimaced in pain, sucking in a breath. He was completely confused. Is this school beauty on her period? It is said that girls tend to be more irritable when they are on their period. Forget it. He won't argue with her. After all, her father is the president of the Alliance of Beast Masters. He can't afford to offend her. After Zhou left, Yang Chen chatted with the beautiful girl in front of him. He learned that her name was Jiang Xiaoru, a member of the Fairy Guild who specialized in acquiring equipment materials for the guild. Yang Chen found that Jiang Xiaoru offered a higher price for the equipment and materials than the trading post, so he readily sold everything to her. They exchanged contact information and agreed that Yang Chen would come to her again when he had more equipment materials to sell. After selling the equipment materials, Yang Chen had some money on him. He hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly bought 2 spirit stones, as he needed to prepare for the upcoming battle with the disaster in the Spider Cave dungeon. Who knows how powerful the disaster is? He must be fully prepared. In the morning, Yang Chen, as usual, headed to the Spider Cave dungeon after waking up. The difference from yesterday was that today, when Yang Chen arrived, the female beastmasters who were recruiting team members for the dungeon seemed much more enthusiastic. Fewer people mocked him for being low-level and a noob. After all, his performance yesterday was outstanding. A beastmaster who soloed the level 12 Spider Cave Nightmare dungeon and came out alive. Can he be considered a noob? He is definitely a hidden expert. Hey handsome, want to team up? I just broke up with my boyfriend yesterday. Brother, I'm called Xia Oxianshan, can you take me to run dungeons? A group of girls surrounded him, flirting and showing off their charm. Some were attracted to his strength, while others were interested in his looks. Yang Chen noticed that some girls were drooling over him and was taken aback. No need, I'm socially anxious and used to being alone. Goodbye. Yang Chen quickly explained and then dived back into the Spider Cave dungeon to level up. Spider Wizard, Boss, Level, 12, Strength, 2000, Agility, 2200, Spirit, 3800, Constitution, 4000, Passive Skill, None, Active Skill, Poison Smoke. Encountering a boss monster stronger than an elite monster, Yang Chen immediately ordered Candle Dragon to kill it. Killed level 12 boss Spider Wizard, experience plus 1000, obtained Spider Wizard Boots. Spider Wizard Boots, common agility plus 40, spirit plus 30, usable at level 10. He got a pair of boots, but they were useless to him at his current level. As the levels of the 3 Beastmasters increased, the level 12 spider monsters posed no threat to Yang Chen. Killing monsters became easier and easier, except for a few elite monsters with high constitution and defense. The other spider monsters were no match for the 3 powerful beastmasters and were easily killed. Roar! Just as Yang Chen was thinking he could reach level 9 today, a thunderous roar echoed through the cave. The next moment, Yang Chen saw a huge black figure appear at the end of the spider cave. Disaster. Name, Poison Spider Disaster Grade, Common Level, 10 Strength, 8000 Agility, 5000 Spirit, 1000 Constitution, 15,000 Passive Skill, Super Enlargement Active Skills, Toxic Plague, Deathly Poison Sting. Super Enlargement, Physical Damage Reduction plus 20%, Strength plus 1000, Constitution plus 5000, Attack Interval plus 0. 3. Movement Speed dash 25% Toxic Plague, Release Plague Toxin, causing poison targets, Movement Speed dash 35% Deathly Poison Sting, Raise Poison Spikes from the ground, dealing 500% strength damage to the target. Hiss! Yang Chen gasped in cold air after reading the attributes of the Poison Spider Disaster. His scalp went numb. According to Yang Chen's understanding, disasters are divided into Common Grade, Dangerous Grade, Ferocious Grade, Doom Grade, Terror Grade, Nightmare Grade, Fatal Grade, Catastrophic Grade, Hell Grade, World-Ending Grade. The disaster in front of him is only of Common Grade. And, it's only level 10. Yet it possesses such exaggerated 4-dimensional attributes. It's too terrifying. It's like a super big boss. Even Yang Chen's highest grade SSS level exotic beasts, Candle Dragon and Xingtian, are no match under the inspiration of the god's talent, which amplifies their 4-dimensional attributes tenfold. Roar! The Candle Dragon roared fiercely and pounced. Xingtian and the Dragon Turtle followed closely behind. 3 Exotic Beasts vs. Poison Spider Disaster. The dragon turtle taunted, drawing the hatred of the poison spider disaster. Then it launched a thorn defense, curling up to gain 30% damage reduction. Xingtian wielded a giant axe, using the skill's bloodthirsty frenzy and burn the boats. Full firepower, every strike a critical hit. The candle dragon roamed the edges, providing long-range fire support. However, even so, the 3 exotic beasts, due to their low level, still found it difficult to inflict heavy damage on the poison spider disaster. Yang Chen, the fragile owner, could only stand far away and watch the show, unable to help. Moments later, the dragon turtle kept roaring. Even though it had a total of 40% damage reduction, it still couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment of the poison spider disaster with 8,000 strength attributes. Yang Chen watched anxiously, but was helpless. At this rate, before they could defeat the poison spider disaster, his 3 exotic beasts would be in trouble. Suddenly, Yang Chen remembered the skill he had learned, Soul Rend, which had the property of ignoring defense. Soul Rend. Without hesitation, Yang Chen launched Soul Rend at the poison spider disaster. Roar! It suffered a mental attack that ignored defense. The poison spider disaster let out a painful roar, rolling on the ground. After a while, it slowly regained its strength. Turning its head slowly, its blood-red eyes looked towards Yang Chen. Startled, Yang Chen quickly launched another Soul Rend to suppress the fear. Roar! The poison spider disaster fell again, roaring in pain. Seizing this opportunity, the 3 exotic beasts launched a fierce attack like a storm. Seeing how powerful the Soul Rend skill was, even the poison spider disaster couldn't bear it, filling Yang Chen with shock. At this moment, Yang Chen saw that after using Soul Rend twice in a row, his psychic energy was running low. He quickly took out some psychic energy stones from his inventory to replenish it. Then, Yang Chen, coordinating with the 3 exotic beasts, launched several more Soul Rend attacks. Roar! The poison spider disaster was completely enraged by Yang Chen's despicable behavior. It decisively abandoned the fight with the 3 exotic beasts and pounced towards Yang Chen. Boom! Boom! The huge body collided with the ground rocks. The entire cave trembled. Yang Chen's face changed abruptly. He decisively activated the spider spirit mask, with its accompanying invisibility feature. In the next moment, Yang Chen's figure disappeared into the air. Soul Rend. Yang Chen ran behind the poison spider disaster and used the skill again. Roar! The disaster of the poisonous spider struck Yang Chen one after another. Under the tearing skill that ignored defense, the soul was torn apart. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, a upgrade light shone on the 3-headed monster. Kill level 10 poisonous spider disaster. Experience plus 80,000. Obtain 2 spirit stones. Obtain the heart of the primary disaster. Obtain poisonous spider disaster gloves. Obtain poisonous spider disaster longbow. Obtain poisonous spider disaster dagger. Primary disaster heart, mission item. Poisonous spider disaster gloves, rare strength plus 100, agility plus 80, constitution plus 200, special ability, meditation, spirit recovery plus 1. 5%, usable after level 10. Poisonous spider disaster longbow, excellent agility plus 60, spirit plus 20, constitution plus 100, special ability, 10% chance, deal double damage, usable after level 10. Poisonous spider disaster dagger, rare strength plus 100, agility plus 150, spirit plus 100, special ability, attack target from behind, always deal 5 times damage, usable after level 10. Several pieces of equipment are all top-notch. Especially the poisonous spider disaster gloves. It actually has the special ability of meditation. Meditation means that through meditation, you can restore consumed spirit energy, although it only restores 1.5% at a time. As long as you meditate a few more times, you can save a lot of money on buying spirit stones. Level 9. Yang Chen looked at the 3-headed monster covered in scars. He decisively took them back to the space of the monsters to recuperate. Later, Yang Chen also came out of the spider cave instance and went home to rest. Only 4 days have passed. He has already reached level 9. 3 days left. Even if he upgrades with his feet, Yang Chen can reach level 10 before the college entrance exam. Back home, Yang Chen cleared his mind and took a good nap. Over the past few days of leveling up, he has been on edge, afraid of making mistakes. He was afraid that he wouldn't reach level 10 before the college entrance exam. It wouldn't meet the admission standards of the top academy in Daxia, the Tianlong Academy. Now, he has put down half of the burden in his heart. The remaining half will be left until the day of the college entrance exam. Soaring to the sky, Reaching level 10 is just meeting the admission threshold of the top academy in Daxia, the Tianlong Academy. Whether he can truly be admitted depends on the National College entrance exam results. Yang Chen believes that with the monsters he summons and his talent, he will be admitted to the Tianlong Academy with outstanding results. It's not a problem. After waking up, Yang Chen immediately went to the task guild to hand in the tasks. Obtain 1,000 gold coins. Obtain a star upgrade stone. Star upgrade stone can be used to upgrade the summon monsters of the monster trainer. Upgrading can significantly increase the various attributes of the monsters and awaken new skills. Yang Chen looked at the star upgrade stone in his hand. His heart was filled with excitement. Enduring the impulse to summon the monster and upgrade it now, Yang Chen quickly tucked the treasure and ran home. However, before Yang Chen could leave the task guild, he collided with a figure coming towards him. Yang Chen tried to brake when he noticed, but it was too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yang Chen's face hit a soft sponge. Ouch! Little brother, why did you bump into me? Quickly say, did you intentionally eat sister's tofu? So bad. Zhang Xiaoru staggered and exclaimed in pain, blaming him. Little Ru, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't see you. I swear, I definitely didn't bump into you on purpose, let alone eat your tofu. Yang Chen saw that the person he bumped into was Zhang Xiaoru. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's an acquaintance. Otherwise, with just that collision, he might have been reported to the police. I don't believe you ate sister's tofu, you have to take responsibility for sister. Zhang Xiaoru was not easy to talk to. She made a move to get closer, wanting Yang Chen to take responsibility. Yang Chen looked at her with all kinds of charm. He was startled and kept backing away. Xiaoru, you, don't joke around, I'm just a poor nobody, I can't afford to take responsibility. And, didn't you say yesterday, even if you were taken advantage of, you don't have to take responsibility? Oh, Xiaoru, don't twist, it hurts. Yang Chen's face turned green. He quickly protested and explained. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Xiaoru angrily grabbed his ear and started hitting him. You stinky little brother, just because I said you don't have to take responsibility yesterday, you think you can take advantage of me? Xiaoru, I really didn't mean to. Don't think that just because you look good, this lady won't hit you. Speak up. Do you want to take responsibility? Zhang Xiaoru looked like she had Yang Chen under control. Her eyes were full of aggression, a complete female hooligan. Yang Chen was almost in tears. Are girls in society nowadays so proactive and enthusiastic? When going out in the future, one must protect oneself. Xiaoru, I got a few top quality equipment drops, do you want them? Yang Chen stammered, not knowing how to respond. Later on, he saw Zhang Xiaoru's expression turn extremely fierce, so he quickly changed the subject. Humph, you stinky little brother, if it weren't for the top quality equipment, I wouldn't. Ah, disaster. Equipment from the disaster? Zhang Xiaoru muttered. She didn't plan to compromise like this. However, when she accidentally caught a glimpse of the equipment Yang Chen had taken out, she immediately screamed in shock. Shoo, keep your voice down, why are you shouting so loudly, don't let anyone hear. Yang Chen was startled and quickly covered Zhang Xiaoru's mouth. At that moment, perhaps due to Zhang Xiaoru's loud voice, it caught the attention of some other beast trainers in the guild. Yang Chen hurriedly pulled Zhang Xiaoru, who looked surprised, out of the guild. Little brother, is this really the equipment you got from killing the disaster? In a secluded place, Zhang Xiaoru immediately pushed away Yang Chen's hand, looking shocked and incredulous. The disaster was not something ordinary monsters in dungeons could compare to. That thing was incredibly powerful. Moreover, once the disaster appeared in a dungeon, beast trainers had to kill it quickly. If they couldn't kill it within the specified time, the disaster would erode the country's fortune value. And it was rumored that if the disaster in high-level dungeons was not killed in time, it would break out of the dungeon and launch a massacre on the city it was in. Yang Chen was only level 9. How could a rookie like him possibly kill such a powerful and terrifying disaster? Zhang Xiaoru didn't believe it. Xiaoru, this is really the equipment I got from killing the disaster, will you accept it? I will. Zhang Xiaoru answered quickly. Then, she looked at Yang Chen with shining eyes. Her gaze was different from before. Yang Chen was startled by her charming and hooligan-like appearance. Xiaoru, don't be like this. I'm a decent person. Yang Chen nervously expressed his attitude. Ha ha, look at you, with that silly look, how could I eat you? Zhang Xiaoru was amused by Yang Chen's embarrassed look. She was charming and flirtatious. Yang Chen was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Do me a favor, help me with something. If you help me get the Goblin King's skull from the level 14 hidden goblin mine in the southern outskirts, I'll repay you by offering myself to you, little stinky brother, and I'm willing to do it. What favor? Yang Chen asked hurriedly. To be honest, Yang Chen was really afraid of this woman, Zhang Xiaoru, who wouldn't let go of the incident before. But now, it seemed like there was still room for maneuver. Zhang Xiaoru said, coquettishly casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Chen. Sister, no need, no need. I am a straightforward person, not someone who is so casual. Deal. I will help you retrieve the Earth Spirit King's skull tomorrow, and the previous matter will be settled. Yang Chen was dazzled by Zhang Xiaoru's beauty, taking a few steps back to avoid her entanglement. In order to get rid of her, he quickly agreed. Yang Chen sold several unused equipment and materials on him to Zhang Xiaoru and bid her farewell. He's really a cute and shy little brother, hee hee. Zhang Xiaoru chuckled as she watched Yang Chen run away like he was escaping. Then, she turned and left. Just as Zhang Xiaoru and Yang Chen left, a figure appeared in the spot where they had just been. The person looked at the departing two with a sinister smile on his face. Back at home, Yang Chen eagerly took out the star-raising stone and summoned the SSS-grade beast Xingtian to upgrade it. Among the three-headed beasts, Xingtian had the strongest four-dimensional attributes. While the candle dragon was powerful, it leaned more towards group attacks. Xingtian, on the other hand, focused on enhancing its own strength skills. If encountering a powerful disaster in the future, it would rely on its axe to chop off the opponent's head. Upgrade. With a dazzling light, Xingtian successfully upgraded. Yang Chen quickly checked its attributes. Name, Xingtian, grade, SSS, level, 7, 11. 25%, strength, 8,000, agility, 7,000, spirit, 3,000, constitution, 8,000, star level, 2 stars, passive skills, body of the war god, level 2, super destruction, level 1, active skills, bloodthirsty frenzy, level 1, burn the boats, level 1. Body of the war god, deals 10% damage ignoring defense, all attributes plus 1,000. Super destruction, great power brings miracles, with a 1.5% chance to instantly kill enemies not exceeding level 5 of the beast. Bloodthirsty frenzy, attacks come with 10% lifesteal, deal 1.5 times damage, and increase attack speed by 20%. Burn the boats, abandon defense, increase strength by 300%, lasting 5 minutes. Hiss. Yang Chen gasped in shock after seeing Xingtian's attributes. These four-dimensional attributes were almost as strong as the poison spider disaster encountered earlier. And the newly added passive skill, super destruction, would it work against disasters? If it could, did it mean that Xingtian had a 1.5% chance to instantly kill a disaster with an axe? Wow! The name of the war god is well deserved. At this moment, Yang Chen had no doubt that if he encountered the poison spider disaster again, Xingtian could definitely chop it up without recognizing its own mother. Yang Chen also noticed that after Xingtian upgraded to 2 stars, its appearance had changed significantly. Firstly, its size had increased, and secondly, the cloth clothes on its body had turned into a bronze armor. It looked mighty and majestic, like a war god. In the imperial capital, at the National Destiny Temple, Totem SSS grade beast Xingtian, upgraded to 2 stars, National Destiny value plus 500. The National Destiny value increased again. Moreover, the figure of Xingtian on the totem became more powerful and tall. Clad in bronze armor, wielding a giant axe, it exuded a terrifying aura. The big shots widened their eyes, unable to recover for a while. Who has a quick-acting heart-saving pill for me to calm down? None left. Quick-acting heart-saving pills have been more expensive recently, not easy to buy. After a while, the group of big shots finally came to their senses, swallowing saliva uncontrollably. Their hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Who exactly was this little ancestor who summoned a 3-headed SS grade or higher mutant beast? How did he manage to upgrade Xingtian from 1 star to 2 stars in just one day? Did he recharge? But can recharging be this fast? The key is, not yet at level 10. Oh heavens! Oh earth! I am willing to not ascend to the throne for 10 years in the Sakura country emperor in exchange for the identity information of this little ancestor. Is there no clue at all about the information of this little ancestor? None. All of his information has been shielded by a mysterious extraordinary power. Alas! We can only wait a few more days. If it is really this year's high school senior, we will definitely find out who it is in the college entrance examination 3 days later. A group of big shots, anxious and helpless in their hearts. Over the past few days, they turned upside down all the high schools in the entire province of Daxia. Every student who awakened a beast symbol above the heavenly rank was checked one by one. Not a single student summoned an exotic beast that matched the features of the 3 extremely powerful exotic beasts on the totem in the temple. This little ancestor appeared out of thin air. It made these usually stable big shots anxious all day long. They almost brought a bed and lived in the temple, afraid it was a dream. The next morning, after Yang Chen got up, he did not go to the spider cave instance for leveling up. Instead, he went to the goblin mine ahead. Yesterday, when Yang Chen said goodbye to Jiang Xiaoru, she gave him the coordinates of the goblin mine, in the southern suburbs. But because it is a hidden instance, it is quite secretive and hard to find. When Yang Chen arrived there, he searched for a long time. Finally, he found the entrance to the goblin mine instance. Then, Yang Chen entered through the entrance teleportation array. As soon as Yang Chen arrived at the goblin mine, he felt a chilling sensation. Compared to outside the instance, the goblin mine was not only dark but also damp. The environment was quite harsh. However, these were not things that Yang Chen cared about. He was here just to cut off the head of the Goblin King and bring it back to Jiang Xiaoru. Ahead, a Goblin Spearman appeared. Goblin Spearman, Elite Monster, Level 13, Strength 4000, Agility 2000, Spirit 1000, Constitution 5000, Passive Skill None, Active Skill Thrust. Use the long spear in hand to fiercely stab the enemy, causing 160% damage based on strength. Very strong. Yang Chen felt that the Goblin Spearman in front of him was even stronger than the Spider Chief he encountered in the Spider Cave. The four-dimensional attributes of the 14th level hidden instance monsters were indeed higher. However, for Yang Chen, this abnormality was not a problem at all. Yang Chen did not waste time and directly released the 3 exotic beasts in his space. Roar! After the dragon turtle came out, it immediately activated the taunt skill, attracting hate and pulling monsters. The Candle Dragon and Xingtian, one ranged and one melee, cooperated quite tacitly. Killed level 13 elite monster Goblin Spearman, experience points plus 1,300, obtained Goblin Eye. The experience points given were so high, much more than the spider monsters in the Spider Cave. This was something Yang Chen was happy to see. According to Yang Chen's calculations, he might be able to reach level 10 today if he stayed here to level up. After killing the Goblin Spearman elite monster, Yang Chen did not stay and continued forward. Killed level 13 elite monster Goblin Swordsman, experience points plus 1,100, obtained Goblin Bone. Killed level 14 elite monster Goblin Archer, experience points plus 1,500, obtained Goblin Skin. Killed level 14 elite monster Goblin Wizard, experience points plus 1,400, obtained Goblin Eye. Along the way, all the goblins blocking Yang Chen's path were instantly killed by the 3 exotic beasts. Yang Chen, with the 3 exotic beasts, rampaged through, unstoppable. This was not just about killing monsters and leveling up, it was almost like a tour. Especially Xingtian. Due to the promotion to 2 stars, all aspects of ability have been greatly improved. The speed of attack is faster. Movement is also more agile. After frequently attacking the Candle Dragon, it has already been slashed twice. When triggering the passive super destruction, even the physique exceeded 10,000, the most meaty Goblin Shield Hand. Also killed in 1 strike. One word to describe it. Super strong. Yang Chen, with 3 exotic beasts, was upgrading in the Goblin Mine when a group of people arrived outside the mine. These people wore a guild emblem on their chests. Upon closer inspection, it was the Black Shark Guild. "Where is that kid?" a one-eyed pirate asked with a sinister tone. "Brother Long, that kid went in. I saw it clearly, he's only level 9, but he soloed the level 14 Goblin Mine instance. He must have a powerful artifact on him. Yesterday, when I was in the Mission Guild, I vaguely heard that he even killed the Catastrophe." The sharp-mouthed monkey-faced Black Shark Guild member who had been tracking Yang Chen before hurriedly said, He, a powerful artifact? Highly likely. Otherwise, with his level, it's impossible to solo a level 14 instance at the limit. We'll wait here, and when he comes out, we'll catch him like a turtle in a jar." The one-eyed pirate and his group laughed cunningly. It seemed that they were convinced that Yang Chen had an artifact below level 10. This was the only explanation. It could well explain why he, a mere weak level 9, could kill the fearsome Catastrophe. This made the one-eyed pirate and the other Black Shark Guild exotic beast masters even more covetous of the artifact equipment on him. In the Goblin Mine, Yang Chen commanded the 3 exotic beasts to rampage. He didn't even need to lift a finger. All goblin guards were no match for him. Too trashy. There's no challenge at all. Yang Chen's experience bar was also rising rapidly. This is the right place. This hidden instance, the Goblin Mine, is truly a treasure trove for leveling up by killing monsters. At this rate of leveling up, Yang Chen is confident that he will reach level 11 before the college entrance exam. Bang! Another goblin monster appeared in front. However, this time, Xingtian's axe didn't instantly kill the opponent. Encountered a boss? Yang Chen looked somewhat surprised. He cast a detection spell. Goblin General, Boss Monster, Level, 14, Strength, 6000, Agility, 4000, Spirit, 3000, Constitution, 10,000, Passive Skill, General's Might, Active Skills, Great Sword / Impact. General's Might, reduces enemy damage by 20%, self-strength amplification by 10%, Great Sword / the Goblin General unleashes a fierce sword strike, dealing 300% strength critical damage to the enemy. Impact, the Goblin General summons Goblin Soldier's shadows to launch an impact on the enemy, causing 150% damage, and a knockback stun effect. Very strong. If it were an ordinary exotic beast master, let alone level 9, even if they were at the same level as the Goblin General, encountering this Goblin General with abnormal attributes would make them run away. However, Yang Chen, this abnormal person, with the SSS level talent Divine Inspiration, and the 4-dimensional attribute amplification of the exotic beasts tenfold, is even stronger. Xingtian raised his battle axe and launched a second attack. Bang! Another axe strike, but still not enough to kill. This made Xingtian angry. What level of opponent is this? Does he need to strike twice? Roar! Xingtian roared and directly activated the Bloodthirsty Rampage skill. Killed Goblin General Boss, experience plus 5500, obtained Goblin Eye, obtained Goblin General Armor. Goblin General Armor, excellent strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, special ability, summon Shield of Life, resist damage based on constitution, lasts for 3 minutes, usable after level 10. Yang Chen looked at the armor that exploded after killing the Goblin General, and smiled happily. He had been planning to save some money to buy defensive equipment before the high school trial came. Who knew that the Goblin General would be so considerate and directly explode it for him? Because it can only be used at level 10, Yang Chen had to temporarily store the Goblin armor back in the system warehouse. Afterwards, he commanded 3 strange beasts to continue moving forward, killing monsters to level up. Yang Chen did not move fast because dealing with the Goblin King required more than one strike. His main task was to kill more monsters here to level up and strive to reach level 10 before the end of the evening's dungeon. This way, in the next 2 days, he could easily level up to 11 by killing a few monsters. He wanted to enter the top academy, Tianlong Academy, where level 10 was just the minimum admission threshold. Besides the high school trial results, admission also depended on the Tianlong Academy's preference. After all, admission spots were limited. If there were many beastmasters who met the admission requirements and applied to Tianlong Academy at the same time, the academy would definitely be selective and choose the most outstanding ones. If Yang Chen could reach level 11, he would have top priority. In the evening, accompanied by a burst of white light, Yang Chen finally reached level 10. Name, Yang Chen, level, 10, 0. 18%, strength, 800, agility, 910, spirit, 1500, constitution, 700, beast seal, classic of mountains and seas, super divine, unique. Note 1, ignore the national fortune temple totem, randomly summon all beasts, gods, etc. Recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Note 2, all beasts, gods, etc. Summoned from the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for the owner. Talent, inspiration of the gods, level 1, all abilities of the master and servant gain a tenfold amplification, unique, passive skill, none, active skills, beast summoning, level 1, soul tier, level 1, spirit power, 0 out of 300, beasts, 3 out of 3, equipment, spiritual staff, spider spirit mask. Yang Chen reached level 10, and his 4 attributes increased significantly. Previously, Yang Chen remembered that his spirit power was less than 900 at level 9, but now it had soared to 1500. Very powerful. Yang Chen saw that he had reached level 10 and no longer continued to leisurely kill monsters to level up. He headed straight to the deepest part of the dungeon to confront the Goblin King. Goblin King, boss, level, 15, strength, 8000, agility, 5000, spirit, 4000, constitution, 12,000, passive skill, royal authority, active skills, royal roar, goblin summoning. Royal authority, gain 40% damage reduction, amplify goblin strength by 15%, suppress opponent's strength by 5%. Royal roar, the Goblin King emits a sharp and piercing roar, causing 200% spirit-based damage that ignores defense to enemies. Goblin summoning, the Goblin King summons 10 goblin guards, with a chance to summon a goblin general. These 4 attributes were like a weakened version of a disaster. Moreover, the skills were more powerful one after another. However, the 3 strange beasts summoned by Yang Chen were even stronger. Attack it! Yang Chen immediately gave the command. Roar! Xingtian rushed forward at the forefront. Bang! With one axe strike, the Goblin King's head rolled directly to the ground without even a squeak. This Yang Chen was stunned. Although Xingtian's newly awakened second passive skill was extremely destructive and powerful, it only had a 1.5% chance of triggering an instant kill. It was quite a coincidence that the first axe strike triggered it? This 1.5% trigger probability, afraid it's not fake. Kill the Goblin King, experience plus 10,000, obtain Goblin King Skull, obtain Goblin Eyeballs, obtain a Spirit Stone. The Goblin King was killed in seconds. Quite a few things exploded. There are several pieces of equipment, but Yang Chen looked at the attributes. Very rubbish. Even the equipment exploded by the Goblin General killed earlier is not as good. Yang Chen saw the Goblin King's skull in hand. He didn't linger here either. Immediately returned home, planning to give the Goblin King's skull to that stinky woman Jiang Xiaoru. In this way, the account between them can be settled. Outside the Goblin Mine, the group of Black Shark Guild Beastmasters gradually became impatient. After all, they have been guarding outside all day. Brother Long, this kid is only level 9 after all. Could he have been killed by the Goblin guards inside? Impossible. Since this kid can kill disasters, he can definitely deal with these Goblin guards easily. Then, Brother Long, look, there's movement at the exit teleportation array. The group of Black Shark Guild Beastmasters discussed one after another. They even wanted to go in and find Yang Chen. At this time, above the teleportation array of the Goblin Mine, a white light lit up. It means someone has come out from inside. Yang Chen had just come out of the Goblin Mine and was startled to see a large group of Beastmasters gathering in front of him. What's going on? Wasn't this Goblin Mine supposed to be a hidden instance? How did so many Beastmasters discover it? Yang Chen was confused, pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Later, he shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He was about to leave straight away. Rustle! However, before Yang Chen could take a few steps, those Beastmasters from the Black Shark Guild rushed over with ill intentions and blocked him. What are you doing? Yang Chen frowned, realizing that the situation was not quite right. It seemed that these Beastmasters had not taken their eyes off him since he came out. Their eyes were full of greed and fervor. It was as if Yang Chen was some great beauty. This gave Yang Chen a chill, and goosebumps fell all over him. Damn! There are so many perverts these days? Kid, did you enter the Goblin Mine instance to kill the Goblin King? What's the matter? Yang Chen looked at the Cyclops and asked back. We've been waiting for you all day, hand over the Goblin King's skull. Also, I want to borrow the artifact on you, don't return it, hee hee. The Cyclops licked his chapped lips, smiling lecherously and sinisterly. Robbery? Yang Chen coldly looked at the Cyclops and his group of Beastmasters. Although he was not sure what artifact they were talking about, he could tell that this group of guys had ill intentions. What do you mean by robbery? Didn't I just say it's borrowing? Hurry up! The Cyclops urged again. It was obvious that they were planning to rob him openly. The surrounding Black Shark Guild lackeys also smiled cunningly. What if I don't give it to you? Yang Chen's face turned cold as he spoke. Don't give it? Are you talking to me? The Cyclops' face turned cold. The next moment, he directly took out a crossbow from the system warehouse, aimed at Yang Chen's head. At this moment, Yang Chen had no doubt. If he said no again, his head would be blown open. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became heavy and oppressive. Yang Chen looked around and then focused on the Cyclops again. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. At times like this, he couldn't panic, nor could he rush. Otherwise, he would only become more passive. Since you want the Goblin King's skull, then I'll give it to you. Yang Chen took out the Goblin King's skull and handed it to the Cyclops in front of him. Put! I thought this kid was quite courageous, turns out he's just a coward. Isn't that right? Just now, he was quite tough in his speech, but as soon as Brother Long took out the crossbow, he backed off. A group of Black Shark Guild members were scared to pee when they saw Yang Chen react so quickly. They started mocking and humiliating him on the spot. Not bad, you've got some skills, bring out your artifact. One-Eyed Long looked disdainfully at Yang Chen and said, Artifact? Stop pretending to be someone you're not. You were only level 9 when you came this morning, and you soloed a level 14 Goblin Mine dungeon? Who would believe you don't have an artifact? One-Eyed Long sneered and cursed. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen finally understood the true intentions of these guys who stopped him. An artifact? Did he have an artifact? But his abnormal beast runes and talents were stronger than any artifact. Alright, if you want an artifact, I'll give you one. Yang Chen nodded readily. Then, he pretended to go to the warehouse to get the artifact. At that moment, One-Eyed Long and the others widened their eyes, staring at Yang Chen. Unconsciously, they relaxed their guard and lowered their crossbows. Damn it! Dare to steal my stuff, I'll make you lose your hands and feet. The next moment, Yang Chen's face suddenly turned cold and he launched an attack. "You little bastard, you're looking for death." One-Eyed Long reacted quickly. He raised his crossbow and aimed an arrow at Yang Chen in front of him. However, before the arrow was released, Yang Chen's figure mysteriously disappeared. "Ha? Where did he go?" One-Eyed Long was startled and instinctively asked. But before he could finish speaking, a terrifying scene unfolded. Bang! A dagger emitting a cold light appeared silently at his throat. It instantly cut his throat, causing blood to gush out. One-Eyed Long didn't even have time to scream. He fell to the ground with a thud. He breathed his last. Dead. At that moment, Yang Chen reappeared in the distance. The beast tamers of the Black Shark Guild were shocked to see Yang Chen take down their leader, One-Eyed Long, in an instant. They were terrified and looked at him with fear. "Summon the beasts, kill this little bastard, avenge Brother Long." Yes, this little bastard may be a bit tricky, he can turn invisible. But with so many of us, summoning the beasts together, he's as good as dead. The beast tamers of the Black Shark Guild quickly regained their composure and launched an attack. Roar! Hiss! Howl! The sounds of roaring and howling filled the air. In front of Yang Chen, dozens of huge beasts appeared. "You little brat, still pretending?" With so many beasts, a single drop of saliva from each of them could drown you. The beast tamers of the Black Shark Guild taunted Yang Chen coldly. He, is that so? Yang Chen laughed. In an instant, he also summoned 3 beasts from the beast space. Roar! A powerful dragon's roar echoed, intimidating the beasts summoned by the beast tamers of the Black Shark Guild from afar, making them shiver in fear and unease. The Candle Dragon is an SSS-class dragon, the king of all beasts. The beasts summoned by the beast tamers of the Black Shark Guild were nothing more than ordinary goods that didn't even reach A-class. How could they compare? What? 2 SSS-class beasts and 1 SS-class? My goodness, am I dreaming? What am I seeing? Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, we'll leave now. The beast tamers of the Black Shark Guild, who were arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly backed off. They were scared and peed their pants when they saw the 3 powerful and terrifying beasts summoned by Yang Chen. It was only at this moment that they realized the kind of trouble they had gotten themselves into. What kind of nonsense artifact? With these 3 abnormal beasts, who needs an artifact? Wherever they go, they walk sideways. Misunderstanding? Do you want to misunderstand? I don't want to provoke you, but you come to rob me, so be it. With that, Yang Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Roar! Xing Tian took the lead, wielding a huge axe, charging forward at the fastest speed. One axe after another. Those Black Shark Guild beast tamers, summoning those stinky fish and rotten shrimp beasts. Not a single one could withstand Xing Tian, the war god, with 1 axe. In a moment, all the beasts summoned by the Black Shark Guild beast tamers were killed. They were scared, crying for their parents and wanting to run away. However, Yang Chen's 3 beast heads did not give them a chance, chasing after them directly, sending them to meet their maker. From the start of the battle to the end, only 2 minutes had passed. This one-sided battle ended with Yang Chen's complete victory. Yang Chen looked at the messy ground, waves of emotions surging in his heart. He couldn't calm down for a long time. This was the first time he had killed someone in his life, despite summoning the beasts that killed these scum beast tamers. Killing people and killing monsters are fundamentally different. After calming his inner emotions, Yang Chen quickly left the scene to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon returning to the city, Yang Chen first delivered the exploded Goblin King's skull to Jiang Xiaoru. Then, Yang Chen went home to rest. Hey! Just as Yang Chen arrived at his doorstep, someone suddenly patted his arm without warning. The sudden situation startled Yang Chen. Instinctively, Yang Chen turned around and grabbed the hand, ready to take down the other person. Zhouing, why is it you? Yang Chen pulled out a dagger, about to deliver a fatal blow, but suddenly realized that the person behind him was the school beauty Zhouing. You scoundrel, why are you deliberately avoiding me? Zhouing didn't mention the incident, but she was angry. What? Deliberately avoiding you? Yang Chen looked at Zhouing, puzzled by her angry appearance. Gentlemen and ladies, did he deliberately avoid the school beauty Zhouing? How could he not know? Isn't it? Zhouing, seeing Yang Chen still trying to argue, became even more angry. Zhouing, even though you are beautiful, you can't be unreasonable. When did I avoid you? Yang Chen came to his senses and quickly asked. He wouldn't take the blame for this. If you didn't avoid me, why didn't you go to the spider cave instance today? Zhouing stared at Yang Chen with her beautiful eyes, asking back. I didn't go to the spider cave instance because I had something to do. Originally, Yang Chen wanted to tell Zhouing that he went to the hidden goblin mine instance to level up today. The monsters there were higher level and gave more experience. However, Yang Chen suddenly remembered the previous incident. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. He couldn't let anyone else know about killing the Black Shark Guild beast tamers. Otherwise, he might face retaliation from the Black Shark Guild. Are you a freak? You've already reached level 10 so quickly, while I'm still at level 8. Despite not believing Yang Chen's nonsense, Zhou Ying's face looked slightly better upon hearing that Yang Chen wasn't deliberately avoiding her. Later, when she saw that Yang Chen had already reached level 10, she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. No wonder this guy dared to waste a day without going to the instance for leveling up. It turns out he had already reached level 10. Heavens above, earth below. In just 5 days, she rushed to level 10. Do you not consider how others feel? Can you stop hurting people's self-esteem? Ahem. You're just lucky. Actually, you're very outstanding too. Yang Chen hurriedly flattered. Perfunctory. I don't care. You're taking me to level up tomorrow. Zhou Ying was no longer in the mood to compete with Yang Chen on who was more outstanding. This guy is already at level 10. She's only at level 8. Isn't losing thoroughly enough? At this moment, Zhou Ying only had one thought in mind. That is to reach level 10 in the next 2 days. She must achieve excellent results in the high school exam. Get admitted to the top academy, Tianlong Academy of Daxia. Take you to level up? Isn't your level high enough? Going to a top academy is already good enough. I want to apply to Tianlong Academy. Zhou Ying interrupted before Yang Chen could finish speaking. What? Apply to Sky Academy? Why? Yang Chen widened his eyes, showing a surprised expression. He really didn't expect Zhou Ying to have such big ambitions. She actually wanted to apply to the top academy, Tianlong Academy of Daxia, just like him. Mind your own business. Zhou Ying blushed slightly and retorted. This guy really doesn't understand a girl's mind at all. Ahem. Alright then, I'll take you to level up tomorrow. Yang Chen saw that if he didn't take her to level up, Zhou Ying wouldn't agree. Besides, her goal was to apply to Tianlong Academy. In the end, Yang Chen could only reluctantly agree. They set a time. Zhou Ying then left. The next morning, before Yang Chen had even woken up, Zhou Ying came knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Yang Chen, you lazy guy, how long are you going to sleep? Are you a pig? You can sleep so much. Zhou Ying complained while knocking on the door. I say, Zhou Ying, it's only a few o'clock. Can you stop disturbing people's dreams? Yang Chen was not pleased. Disturb your dreams? I'm afraid I'm disturbing your spring dreams. Zhou Ying rolled her eyes. Then she realized that what she said was inappropriate. Her face turned red again. Hurry up, quickly wash up. I'm still 2 levels short. There are only 2 days left. We have to hurry up to level up. Yang Chen was not in a hurry, but Zhou Ying was really anxious. If she couldn't reach level 10 before the day after tomorrow, she wouldn't be able to apply to Tianlong Academy. Don't worry, with me taking you to level up, I guarantee you'll reach level 10 tomorrow. Yang Chen yawned confidently. Forget it, who knows who will take who to level up later, you might just be bragging. Zhou Ying dismissed Yang Chen's words. Later on, after Yang Chen finished washing up, the two of them left the house and headed towards the spider cave instance. Initially, Yang Chen wanted to take Zhou Ying to the goblin mine instance to level up faster. However, he thought better of it. If he took Zhou Ying there now, he might attract the attention of the Black Shark Guild. Damn! Fangu, are you on a date with Zhou Ying, the school flower? How did she come out of your house? When did you guys start? Why didn't I hear anything? Just a few steps after they came downstairs, they ran into their classmate Liu Yang. Liu Yang suddenly saw Yang Chen and Zhou Ying walking together. His eyes almost popped out of his head. Shut up! Zhou Ying came to find me this morning to level up. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Chen went straight over and kicked Liu Yang's butt with his foot. Is this guy crazy? Why does he talk nonsense about everything? What if Zhou Ying misunderstands? At this moment, Zhou Ying blushed to the roots of her ears, looking a bit flustered and embarrassed. She didn't explain either. Understood, understood. Liu Yang rubbed his butt and smirked at Yang Chen. A look that said, I get it, bro, you don't need to explain your creepy expression. Damn! Yang Chen saw this and really wanted to beat him up. The time for the copy is almost up, let's hurry. Zhou Ying saw Yang Chen, this guy, didn't care about her level at all. She was a little angry. Liu Yang, let's go. I'll take you to level up together. Yang Chen glanced at the blush-faced Zhou Ying. It felt like taking her alone to level up would easily lead to misunderstandings. Therefore, Yang Chen directly called his good brother Liu Yang. This guy is only level 5 now. Finally awakened a decent beast symbol. Don't end up not even passing the junior college entrance exam. Fangu, stop bragging, you with a useless beast symbol still taking me. Damn! You're level 10? When Liu Yang heard Yang Chen's words, he immediately laughed. As a result, after checking Yang Chen's level, his eyes almost popped out. Level 10. My goodness. Leveled up to level 10 in 6 days? Oh no. Wait. Today is only the 6th day, leveled up to 10 in 5 days? Lu Yang's eyes rolled, and if Yang Chen hadn't quickly supported him, he would have fallen. Yang Chen, you bastard. When will you stop? Look clearly, Lu Yang is only level 5. In the Spider Cave copy, can his exotic beast withstand those high-level monsters above level 10? Zhou Ying was angry. If you don't want to take her to level up, just say it directly. Is it necessary to beat around the bush like this? Lu Yan looked at Zhou Ying and could see that she was angry. Fangu, no need, you go on a date with Zhou Ying. Oh no, just go level up. My level is too low. I won't go with you guys, I'll just hold you back. Lu Yang was full of embarrassment and refused Yang Chen's invitation. Zhou Ying's expression improved a bit. However, before Zhou Ying could calm down, the next thing Yang Chen said drove her crazy. What holding back? I'll take you to level up. You don't need her to take you, you can just stand behind and watch. Lu Yang wanted to say something else, but Yang Chen interrupted him. Later on, Yang Chen directly dragged him away, and it was not possible not to go. After all, during these high school years, he was the only one who played well and was a good buddy. If you can help, you must help. Bastard, I'll see how you take him to level up later. Zhou Ying was itching with anger but had no way to deal with it. In the end, she could only reluctantly agree and let Lu Yang follow along. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the Spider Cave copy. Yang Chen formed a team and invited the two. When the two joined the team, Yang Chen directly started the Nightmare difficulty copy. Damn! Fangu, are you serious? I'm only level 5, and you directly started the Nightmare difficulty copy? Lu Yang was shocked, staring at Yang Chen with wide eyes. He suspected that Yang Chen had made a mistake in opening the copy level. Zhou Ying's expression was also ugly. She didn't even dare to enter the Nightmare difficulty copy when she came to the Spider Cave copy to level up. Because in the Nightmare difficulty copy, there were elite monsters. The exotic beasts she summoned couldn't handle them at all. But this guy Yang Chen, as soon as he arrived, acted like a hero, directly opening the Nightmare difficulty copy. Is he crazy? Don't worry, with me here, I guarantee your safety. You're just bragging. You protect this newbie, I don't have time to protect him. Zhou Ying saw Yang Chen bragging and getting addicted to it. She couldn't bear it anymore. Later on, with a cold face, she summoned an A-grade exotic beast Emperor Crocodile and an SS-grade exotic beast Black Phoenix. She went to kill the monsters ahead. Hiss! 2 exotic beasts, 1 SS-grade and 1 A-grade. Zhou Ying, you're too strong with these exotic beasts, aren't you? Lu Yang saw Zhou Ying summoning 2 powerful exotic beasts and took a cold breath. Bootlicker! Zhou Ying didn't buy it for Lu Yang, the third wheel. Even if he was flattering, she wouldn't give him a good look. Ahem! Lu Yang looked embarrassed and quickly summoned his own exotic beasts. Compared to Zhou Ying, Lu Yang's exotic beasts were far inferior. One was a black wolf, only at B level. The other was even worse, a D-level wild boar. After summoning the 2 exotic beasts, he didn't even dare to let them charge forward to confront those level 10 spider monsters head-on. He could only stay on the edge, afraid of being instantly killed. At this moment, Yang Chen also summoned his 3 exotic beasts. Roar! Accompanied by the loud roar of the dragon turtle, a taunting skill was activated. The spider monsters that had just attacked Zhou Ying Emperor Crocodile were all drawn away with hatred towards Yang Chen's dragon turtle, rushing towards him. My goodness, Fangu, what did you summon? SSS level? 2 SSS level exotic beasts, even that dragon turtle is SS level. How is this possible? Zhou Ying saw Yang Chen summoning the exotic beasts and turned to look. A moment ago, she had a pouty expression on her face. The next moment, Zhou Ying screamed in shock. It is well known that before reaching level 20 as an exotic beast master, one can only summon an S-level or higher exotic beast. But Yang Chen actually summoned 3? Bang! Bang! Xing Tian rushed over with an axe taller than a person, 1 monster per swing. Even the monsters that Zhou Ying's Black Phoenix had to fight for a long time were easily killed in front of Yang Chen's 3 exotic beasts. Not a single one could last a round. Roar! The candle dragon let out a dragon's roar. The next moment, a pile of monsters attacking the dragon turtle were all killed instantly. Killed level 10 experience monster spider warrior, experience plus 500, obtained spider skin. Killed level 10 experience monster spider fighter, experience plus 600, obtained spider fluid. Experience points were skyrocketing like cheating. Zhou Ying and Lu Yang were dumbfounded once again. By this time, they realized the terrifying 4-dimensional power of Yang Chen's several exotic beasts. They began to doubt their lives. Was this freak Yang Chen really in the same class as them in high school? Fan Gu, do you always level up like this? After a while, Lu Yang finally came to his senses. Stuttering, he asked a question. Aren't you guys the same? Yang Chen looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Why were they so clueless? What a freak! Zhou held back for a while before blurting out a sentence. At this moment, she finally understood why this guy Yang Chen could level up so quickly, instantly killing monsters, and with 3 exotic beasts. One for taunting and pulling monsters, one for group attacking and killing monsters, and another one specifically for killing boss leaders. With this kind of leveling up, how could it not be fast? Upon hearing Zhou Ying's words, Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Let's go, I'll take you to a place with many monsters to level up. Yang Chen called his 3 exotic beasts to camp in a place with dense monsters. He had been walking sideways in the spider cave dungeon for several days. He was very familiar with the distribution of monsters in this area. Because Lu Yang was only level 5, killing monsters above level 5 would not yield any experience. Therefore, Yang Chen could only take him and Zhou to kill level 10 monsters. Zhou and Lu Yang remained silent, leisurely following behind. Even the exotic beasts they summoned didn't have a chance to touch those monsters. Wave after wave of monsters were killed by Yang Chen's 3 abnormal exotic beasts. Since becoming exotic beast masters, they had never imagined that killing monsters to level up could be so easy. It was like strolling in their own big garden. Didn't you awaken the useless beast symbol? How could you summon such powerful exotic beasts? And, you are not restricted by the rule of 1 summon per turn for exotic beast masters, yet you summon 3 at once. Zhou couldn't help but ask, who said that the awakening I experienced was a waste beast symbol? Yang Chen retorted, didn't the 3 mentors who awakened that day all say so? Normally, if the beast symbol is a book, it is indeed a waste beast symbol, but mine is quite special, capable of summoning powerful exotic beasts, Yang Chen explained. But he didn't explain too much to Zhou, nor did he plan to show his attribute bar to them. After all, the fewer people who knew some secrets, the better, to avoid attracting ill-intentioned attention. Zhou and Lu Yang were both smart people and didn't ask further questions. They enjoyed being the boss and the thrill of leveling up quickly. In just one morning, Lu Yang leveled up to level 6. He could now go kill level 11 monsters. Yang Chen commanded the 3 exotic beasts to move forward. Lu Yang, upon leveling up, was as excited and happy as if he were riding a rocket. He also found some equipment while killing monsters, 2 of which had decent attributes. Yang Chen didn't need them, so he gave them to Lu Yang. As for Zhou, the school flower goddess, she didn't even catch his eye. After all, her father was the chairman of the Subei City Exotic Beast Master Alliance. With her status, she could get any top-notch equipment she wanted. One day passed in the blink of an eye. By the end of the evening, Zhou had reached level 9, Lu Yang had reached level 7, and Yang Chen remained at level 10. The experience required to level up from 10 to 11 was just too insane. Yang Chen estimated that whether he could reach level 11 on the last day tomorrow was still unknown. Lu Yang, I'll take you to level 8 tomorrow. Don't worry about the college entrance exam, getting into a top university won't be a problem, Yang Chen said. Thanks. Fanji, no need, I'm already very satisfied with reaching level 7 before the college entrance exam, Lu Yang replied. Yang Chen looked at Lu Yang, shaking his head in confusion. Fanji, I'm grateful for your guidance for a day. I don't have big ambitions, just getting into a university is enough for me, Lu Yang explained. Tomorrow, you can level up with Zhou, the school flower. You don't need to bring me along, Lu Yang said, glancing at the cold-faced Zhou, not wanting to be a third wheel. If you don't go, I'll. You dare! Yang Chen suddenly interrupted, looking at Zhou. When Yang Chen saw Zhou glaring at him fiercely, he quickly changed his tune. Ahem! What I meant was, even if you don't go, I still have to accompany Zhou to finish leveling up on the last day, Yang Chen clarified. Humph, that's more like it, Zhou snorted lightly, her expression improving. Later on, the 3 of them chatted as they walked back. The next morning, Yang Chen and Zhou continued to the spider cave dungeon to level up. On the way, they encountered a group of people exuding a murderous aura with dark expressions. Yang Chen's face slightly changed when he saw the emblem on their chests. Members of the Black Shark Guild, Exotic Beast Masters? These guys were wandering around the streets early in the morning. What were they up to? Yang Chen, let's walk faster and stay away from these guys, Zhou urged Yang Chen to hurry. Why? Yang Chen asked, noticing that Zhou seemed to know something. When I got home last night, my dad told me that the Black Shark Guild had hit a hard wall, Zhou explained. Hit a hard wall? Yang Chen's face showed surprise. Yes, the other night, didn't I come to find you? That day, the Black Shark Guild lost a lot of exotic beast masters. Later, they were found. All dead, all killed by someone, Zhou Ying whispered to Yang Chen. What? All dead? Who did it? Yang Chen widened his eyes, pretending to be surprised. He wanted to find out more through Zhou Ying. Take a look at the situation of the group of beastmasters who killed the one-eyed dragon, see if anyone has found out about it. Not sure, those guys from the Black Shark Guild are up to no good. They've made a lot of enemies. But in the past, those enemies, because they feared the strength of the Black Shark Guild, could only swallow their anger. This time is different, they hit a wall, killed over a dozen beastmasters, suffered huge losses. Zhou Ying told Yang Chen everything she knew. After listening to Zhou Ying's story, Yang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, there is no suspicion on his head. He felt relieved. To be honest, he was really afraid that the Black Shark Guild would suspect him and come after him for revenge. Later on, Yang Chen and Zhou Ying went to the Spider Cave instance to continue killing monsters and leveling up. After Lu Yang left, Yang Chen and Zhou Ying were at level 10 and level 9 respectively. They could easily reach the deepest part of the Spider Cave instance and kill the highest level elite monsters. This way, they gained a lot of experience points. Their leveling speed was naturally much faster than if they had split the experience points among 3 people. Yang Chen commanded the 3 beasts to kill monsters. He inadvertently turned his head and saw Zhou Ying, the school beauty, lost in thought. So, Yang Chen curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm thinking about who the mysterious hero is who silently killed so many evil beastmasters from the Black Shark Guild." "Hero?" Yang Chen widened his eyes, looking at Zhou Ying in confusion. How did he, who had to kill a few Black Shark Guild beastmasters to save his own life, become a hero in Zhou Ying's eyes? Yes, those beastmasters from the Black Shark Guild were originally villains up to no good. That mysterious beastmaster must have been disgusted by the actions of the Black Shark Guild and was eliminating the harm for the people. Zhou Ying looked at Yang Chen and said naturally, "Is that really so great? Isn't it just? Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Yang Chen saw Zhou Ying looking infatuated and quickly complimented her. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Ying kicked him, causing him to scream in pain. Zhou Ying glared at him angrily and said, "You, don't defame my idol." Okay, I won't defame him. Your idol is a great hero, handsome and brave." Yang Chen felt embarrassed. Why did he praise himself like that? However, Yang Chen didn't dare to admit that he was the one who did it when he saw Zhou Ying's expression. Who knows what this school beauty goddess would do if she found out it was him. After finishing the instance at night, Yang Chen narrowly reached level 11. Zhou Ying also successfully reached level 10 as she had hoped. Yes, finally reached level 10. So close. Zhou Ying was overjoyed to reach level 10. Yang Chen glanced at her and was caught off guard by Zhou Ying's reaction. "You jerk, what are you looking at?" Zhou Ying's face blushed slightly, feeling a bit guilty. However, she was unreasonable and took the initiative to scold Yang Chen. Yang Chen was inexplicably scolded by Zhou Ying, looking confused. Can't he even look at her? He had been leveling up with her for 2 days in a row. Even if he didn't contribute, he still put in effort, right? Why was she so harsh on him? Doesn't she have a conscience? Let's go. To thank you for helping me level up, I'll treat you to a meal, no refusal allowed. Later, Zhou Ying immediately dragged Yang Chen to have a meal. Seeing her domineering and unreasonable appearance, Yang Chen swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The next day, the students participating in the college entrance examination gathered early on the playground. Ha ha, Lao Su, our classmate Zhou Ying has reached level 10, the first in the whole school. How about your classmate Yang Chen? What level is he? Zhou Ying's homeroom teacher, Zhang Guofu, was in high spirits. Originally, Zhou Ying had applied to level up in the Spider Cave instance, and he was still worried about it. How could this be? Zhou Ying is so powerful, making a remarkable breakthrough in just 1 week, reaching level 10. Level 10. This is the prestigious Tianlong Academy of Daxia, with a high admission threshold. Yang Chen hasn't arrived yet. Su Tianguo's face was quite unnatural. He has been looking for Yang Chen's figure since he arrived here. He cares a lot about how high Yang Chen has leveled up. But, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find him. Hasn't come? Could it be that he went to the Spider Cave instance? The summoned beasts were all killed by those high-level monsters, too embarrassed to participate in the exam, Although, after the summoned beasts are killed by monsters, the Beast Master can summon new beasts, but the level of the newly summoned beasts is reset to 0. In the early stages, without enough spirit stones to replenish the spirit, it is almost impossible to summon a second wave. Of course, in the case of Zhou Ying, who has a powerful father, this is not applicable. Su Tianguo ignored Zhang Guofu's sarcasm. At this moment, a figure ran over in a hurry from a distance. Initially, Su Tianhua thought it was Yang Chen who had arrived, but upon closer inspection, he found it was Liu Yang. Liu Yang, why are you so late? What? You're level 7? Su Tianhua saw Liu Yang, this troublemaker, daring to be late on the day of the exam. With a stern face, he displayed the authority of a class teacher, ready to give him a good scolding. However, when he saw Liu Yang's level, he was instantly shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. His face was full of incredulity. Liu Yang's beast symbol, talent, and the summoned beasts were all ordinary. When he last saw him, he had just reached level 5. Su Tianhua speculated in his mind that he could reach level 6 before the exam, aiming for a second-tier university, which was already quite good. However, after not seeing him for 2 days, he had jumped straight to level 7, becoming a top student for those prestigious universities? Just as Su Tianhua was coming back to his senses, intending to ask Liu Yang if he was cheating, a figure appeared before his eyes. This time, it was indeed Yang Chen who had arrived. Level 11? My goodness, am I seeing things? No! I also saw level 11. How is this possible? Exactly, isn't Yang Chen awakening a waste beast symbol? How did he level up so quickly? A group of Beast Master exam candidates who were about to take the exam were shocked and exclaimed. They almost popped their eyeballs out. They doubted if they were dreaming. Su Tianhua was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Level 11. This had never happened in the history of Jianling Middle School. Even if you looked at the entire Daxia, in all the past exam sessions, this was an extremely explosive level. The prestigious Tianlong Academy of Daxia was already beckoning to him. Teacher, sorry for being late. Yang Chen walked up to Su Tianhua, apologizing awkwardly. It was all because of Zhou Ying, the school beauty. Last night, he didn't want to go out for dinner. She insisted on not letting him go. She said she was grateful to Yang Chen for helping her level up these past 2 days. At the dinner table, the two of them even had a bit of alcohol. And then, they overslept. It's okay. You've been pushing hard to level up these past few days, it's normal to oversleep, go line up. Su Tianhua waved his hand repeatedly, choosing to forgive considerately. In the crowd, Liu Yang saw this scene and cursed. This old teacher was showing some serious favoritism. He was just a troublemaker. Both of them were late. He even arrived 2 minutes earlier than Yang Chen. Why the differential treatment? What kind of creature did this guy summon? How did he reach the exaggerated level 11 in just 1 week? Did he recharge? Zhang Guofu muttered to himself. He was somewhat stunned and speechless. Lao Zhang, how is our class's Yang Chen? Su Tianhua was in a great mood, smiling and looking at Zhang Guofu. Ahem. Although his level is indeed a bit exaggerated, it doesn't necessarily mean that the results of the college entrance exam will be as good as Zhou Ying's. Zhang Guofu blushed. After all, he had just been feeling proud. Little did he know that he was not done feeling proud yet. He was slapped in the face again. It made him very embarrassed and uncomfortable. But Zhang Guofu was known for being stubborn. Even though the pride of their class, Zhou Ying, lost thoroughly, he still believed that Zhou Ying's results in the upcoming college entrance exam would definitely be better than Yang Chen's. However, if Zhang Guofu knew that Zhou Ying had reached level 10, with the help of Yang Chen who had helped her level up for 2 days, he wouldn't know what kind of expression he would have. After all the examinees had gathered, the principal gave a speech to boost everyone's morale and advised them not to be nervous during the upcoming college entrance exam, just perform normally. After the speech, the principal immediately led all the examinees to the provincial trial exam venue in Jinling. Since it was a national college entrance exam, all 13 provinces of Daxia were conducting the exam simultaneously. The exam venues were located in the trial exam venues of each province. Everyone was transported through the teleportation array to the trial exam venue. The trial exam venue was huge, a massive arched building. In front of the building, there was a huge square to accommodate the examinees. Yang Chen looked around and saw tens of thousands of examinees participating in this year's college entrance exam in just one province. If all 13 provinces were taken into account, one could imagine how many examinees were taking the exam this year. The pressure on each person was immense. After all, each university only admitted a limited number of students. In a situation where everyone's level was similar, only those with excellent results in the college entrance exam could be prioritized for admission to those prestigious universities. Therefore, Yang Chen had to give his all in this college entrance exam. Silence. A low, thunderous voice rang in everyone's ears. Yang Chen looked up and saw the chief examiner, Mo Lao, had arrived. Behind chief examiner Mo Lao, there were 8 invigilators. They stood in the air in front of the main hall of the trial exam venue, looking quite imposing. Yang Chen looked up, his eyes filled with longing and passion. Level 80. Only beast masters of level 80 and above in the third transformation could fly in the air. It was already so difficult for him to reach level 10, and the higher the level, the more experience points were needed for each level up. Therefore, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to fly in the air like Chief Examiner Mo Lao and those beast masters. After Chief Examiner Mo Lao arrived, he began to announce the rules and precautions for the college entrance exam. There were a total of 5 exams, using a points system. The final total score of all 5 exams would be the total score of each examinee in the college entrance exam. The first exam will test the Beastmaster examinees on the beast power and spirit they summon. After the exam officially begins, you will be transported to the trial exam venue, each with a corresponding number. At that time, 2 stone statues will appear in the exam room for each of you. If you cause 500 points of damage to each stone statue, you will earn 1 point, with a time limit of half an hour. After the exam, the top 10 will be ranked based on the total points earned. Now, I announce that the first Power and Spirit exam is officially beginning. As Chief Examiner Mo Lao finished explaining the rules, the first college entrance exam officially began. In the next moment, all the examinees on the huge square were transported to the trial exam venue. Yang Chen's room was number 8. The room was not large, and 2 stone statues appeared in front of him. Yang Chen cast a detection spell. Physical Resistance Stone Golem, Exam Exclusive, Level, 10 Health Points, 500000 Passive Skill, Physical Damage Reduction, reduce physical damage taken by 90%. Magic Resistance Stone Golem, Exam Exclusive, Level, 10 Health Points, 500000 Passive Skill, Elemental Damage Reduction, reduce elemental damage taken by 90%. 2 Stone Golems, total of 1 million health points. In other words, examinees have half an hour according to the exam rules. To kill them all, you can earn 2,000 points. However, normally speaking, it is impossible to kill both stone golems within half an hour, because they each have up to 90% physical and elemental damage reduction. Yang Chen didn't waste time. Immediately summon 3 exotic beasts. Unleash full force attacks. Roar! The Candle Dragon roared, launching a mental attack on the Physical Resistance Stone Golem with the Candle Dragon's eye. Minus 15,000. Instantly, a bright red number floated above the head of the Physical Resistance Stone Golem. The screens on the walls next to it were also recording Yang Chen's exotic beasts. The damage caused to the 2 stone golems. Roar! Xingtian also refused to be weak. With a roar, wielding an axe taller than a person, he charged towards the Magic Resistance Stone Golem, activating the Bloodthirsty Rage skill, and then activating the Burn the Boat skill. Abandoning defense, increasing strength by 300%. Switching to full attack. 1 axe down. Bang! Minus 60,000. Outside the trial examination room, the Chief Examiner Mo Lao and several invigilators, standing there chatting. At this moment, Zhou Jianhua, the president of the Subei City Exotic Beast Master Alliance, also arrived. Mo Lao looked at Zhou Jianhua, who was approaching, and immediately congratulated him. Congratulations, President Zhou, you have a good daughter, a divine beast symbol, and an SS level talent. In today's high school entrance examination, with the monstrous strength of the Golden Daughter, I'm afraid she will be the top scorer. Although, in terms of status and position, Zhou Jianhua is not far from the Chief Examiner Mo Lao. But he has a good daughter. With the beast symbol and talent of his daughter Zhouing, it is probably only a matter of a few years. She will become one of the most outstanding monstrous geniuses in the Great Xia Exotic Beast Master. Mo Lao is too flattering. When it comes to monstrous geniuses, look at the entire Great Xia. No one can compare to that mysterious freak who summoned 3 SS grade or higher exotic beasts in a row. Zhou Jianhua modestly said. I wonder which province this freaky little ancestor comes from. The old monsters in the imperial capital are almost going crazy. One thing is certain, no matter which province he comes from, that province will rise because of him. Mo Lao saw Zhou Jianhua mention that mysterious freak. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly inside repeatedly. Zhou Jianhua nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a white light lit up in the distance on the square. Ha, a candidate came out early, what's going on? Mo Lao's face showed surprise. Others also looked up one after another. Yang Chen? Zhou Jianhua recognized the person who came out, and was surprised to see that it was his daughter's classmate Yang Chen. Little guy, why did you come out early? Could it be that there's a malfunction in the trial examination system? Mo Lao couldn't understand and hurriedly asked. Back to Mo Lao, I killed 2 stone golems and was teleported out. Yang Chen answered truthfully. What? You killed 2 stone golems? How is that possible? It's been less than 5 minutes, how could you have killed 2 stone golems? Cheating. Chief Examiner, this kid must have cheated. I suggest immediately canceling his exam qualification. A group of people heard Yang Chen's answer. They screamed in disbelief. Some were surprised, some were incredulous. There was a chief invigilator who directly suggested canceling Yang Chen's qualification for the high school entrance examination. Yang Chen looked towards the invigilator who wanted to cancel his examination qualification and was about to confront him immediately. Just at that moment, a staff member responsible for data statistics in the examination room hurried over. Chief Invigilator, examinee Yang Chen and roommate killed both stone statues in 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Just now, when the data from the examination room trial was transmitted back, I could hardly believe my eyes. I checked it 10 times, there was no mistake. The data sent back by the main brain had no errors. The examination room staff member hurriedly reported the situation to the chief invigilator, Mr. M.O. Wow! Suddenly, there was a commotion on the scene. The gazes of the people towards Yang Chen changed from before. 4 minutes and 28 seconds? Killed 2 stone statues with 500,000 health points each? You know, these 2 stone statues each have 90% physical damage resistance and elemental damage resistance. How did he do it? Chief Invigilator, look, this kid must be cheating, I suggest. Invigilator Wang Dongliang spoke coldly again. This Invigilator, do you have any evidence to prove that I cheated? Are you going to cancel my examination qualification based on your word alone? As one of the 8 chief invigilators in Jinling province, do you not think your judgment is unfair? Yang Chen could not bear it any longer. He interrupted Chief Invigilator Wang Dongliang. If he really cheated, or if the main brain of the examination room found issues with his data, Yang Chen would have nothing to say. However, with no issues found in all his data, this invigilator Wang Dongliang repeatedly wanted to cancel his examination qualification. Isn't that too much? You! Wang Dongliang's face stiffened, turning pale at Yang Chen's strong retort. For a moment, he couldn't find words to retort back. Yang Chen's powerful retort left all the invigilators present and the big shots from various cities impressed. Being able to confront an invigilator in the National College Entrance Examination Hall was unprecedented. His courage was commendable. Chief Invigilator Mr. M.O. glanced at Yang Chen and then said in a deep voice, "The trial examination room is a completely closed space, and there is no cheating behavior. The results are valid. Mr. M.O., as the Chief Invigilator, adhered to the principles of fairness and justice." Although he was not sure how Yang Chen managed to kill 2 stone statues in such a short time, since the data sent back from the main brain of the examination room had no issues, it meant that Yang Chen did not cheat. Mr. M.O. was fair. Yang Chen saluted and thanked him. He glanced at Wang Dongliang. Invigilator Wang Dongliang was also looking at Yang Chen. His already unpleasant face turned even darker after Mr. Mo's words. As a chief invigilator, being confronted by a student in the high school entrance examination was a great humiliation for Wang Dongliang. Except for Yang Chen, who was abnormal, no other examinee came out in less than 5 minutes and killed 2 stone statues. The next half hour passed without any other examinees coming out. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and all examinees participating in the examination were transported out of the examination room. The group of people were excited and discussing animatedly. Zhou, the school beauty, also had an excited smile on her face, blushing. She was very satisfied with the extreme output in just half an hour. According to her own estimation, among the over 10,000 examinees, even if she couldn't make it to the top 5, securing a spot in the top 10 was almost certain. The examination is over. Now I announce the results of the top 10 in the first round of the high school entrance examination. 10th place, Wei Xingjin, 1135 points. 9th place, Lu Chan, 1211 points. 8th place, Du Ziting, 1266 points. 2nd place, Zhou Ying, 1322 points. 1st place. When Mo Lao announced the 1st place, he paused. Everyone was listening attentively. Who is the 1st place? Where is the 1st place? Zhou Ying furrowed her brows slightly. How come Yang Chen isn't there? It's not right. That guy has 3 different beasts, he shouldn't be left out of the top 10. He himself is in 2nd place. Could it be that he is the 1st place? Chief Examiner, where is the 1st place? Why aren't you announcing the 1st place? Yeah, who is the 1st place? We are still waiting to hear. A group of candidates couldn't help but ask loudly out of curiosity. Ahem. Don't be impatient, I will announce the 1st place now. 1st place, Yang Chen, 2,000 points. Wow! As Mo Lao announced, the entire trial examination hall erupted in cheers and screams. 2nd place Zhou Ying only scored over 1,300 points. He got a perfect score of 2,000 points? Isn't that too unbelievable? This bastard is indeed a monster. He actually killed both stone statue ghosts. Zhou muttered as she looked at Yang Chen in the crowd. Although she had thought that Yang Chen's score would definitely be higher than hers, she never expected that his score would be so much higher. Chief Examiner, the two stone statue ghosts each have 90% physical and elemental damage resistance. Even if he summoned powerful beasts, it's impossible for him to kill them all in such a short time, right? Chief Examiner, I suspect this guy is cheating. Can you check his exam data? A group of candidates couldn't accept the reality. They were greatly shocked. Most candidates didn't even reach 1,000 points. And this Yang Chen guy got a perfect score? Quiet. Regarding Yang Chen's data, I have already had it checked earlier, and there are no issues. He completely relied on his strength to kill the two stone statue ghosts within the specified time. Mo Lao spoke again, defending Yang Chen's reputation. The group of candidates, upon hearing this, became noisy again. By saying this, Mo Lao had already taken into account the feelings of all the candidates. He was afraid that if he mentioned that Yang Chen only took 4 minutes and 28 seconds to kill the two stone statue ghosts, it would crush these candidates. After the first exam ended, everyone had a 20-minute break. And through special methods, the trial examination hall would restore all candidates to their peak condition, ensuring a fair and just second exam. 20 minutes passed. The second round of the high school entrance exam arrived as scheduled. Chief Examiner Mo Lao once again announced the exam topics and rules. The second exam is a test of defense and agility. When you enter the exam room, a lava beast will appear in each person's room. The lava beast has non-directional skills, and its damage will increase over time. What you need to do is to dodge its attacks, defend against its damage, and the longer you endure, the more points you will get. Once you die, you will be immediately teleported out, ending the trial. The exam time is a maximum of 2 hours, with 20 points awarded per minute. Now, I announce that the second round of the defense and agility exam is officially beginning. After Mo Lao explained the rules, the second round of the high school entrance exam officially began. Another burst of white light flashed. All candidates were randomly teleported to the trial examination room, just like before, to start the second exam. This time, Yang Chen's room was number 69. In front of him, a huge lava beast appeared. Yang Chen cast a detection spell over. Lava Beast, Exam Exclusive, Level, 15 Health, 1000000 Passive Skill, Absolute Defense Active Skills, Lava Ball, Wrath of Lava. Absolute Defense, reduces 100% of physical and elemental damage. Lava Ball, initial damage 1000, burn damage 500, increases damage by 10% every 5 minutes. Wrath of Lava, every 1 hour, triggers Wrath of Lava, dealing 250% group damage with Lava Ball. The lava beast stands in the middle of the exam room. It launches a huge fireball towards Yang Chen. The fireball flies at a moderate speed. It is easy to dodge as long as you move quickly. However, when the fireball hits the ground, it splashes magma. If it touches you, it causes burn damage. Yang Chen looks at the lava beast. With 1 million health points, even without damage reduction, it would be enough to cut it in half. And, the key is the lava beast's passive skill. Incredibly invincible. It actually has 100% damage reduction for physical and elemental attacks. Yang Chen tries to attack with a soul tier that ignores defense. -0. No damage. In other words, this thing is truly invincible. There's no way around it. You can only keep dodging its attacks. Try to hold out as long as possible. But Yang Chen doesn't care about that. After some consideration, he summons the SSS grade exotic beast Xingtian. Xingtian possesses the passive skill of super destruction. If the target is 5 levels lower, there is a 1.5% chance of instant kill. Yang Chen is not sure whether Xingtian's 1.5% chance of instant kill is effective against the lava beast, but he wants to try. What if it really works? Does that mean he can get a perfect score and pass this second exam? If he can't instant kill, he will evade its attacks. Try to hold out longer. Roar! Xingtian is released from the exotic space by Yang Chen. Immediately wielding a giant axe, it roars fiercely towards the lava beast. Bang! Bang! The giant axe in its hand mercilessly strikes the lava beast. 0-0. A series of damage numbers float up. It indicates that Xingtian cannot deal any damage to the lava beast. It's okay. Yang Chen doesn't want damage. He wants that 1.5% chance of instant kill. Time passes by. 20 minutes later. The giant axe in Xingtian's hand is worn out, but the lava beast is still standing. Seeing this, Yang Chen sighs. It seems that Xingtian's super destruction skill's instant kill property does not work against the lava beast. With this in mind, Yang Chen immediately recalls Xingtian back to the exotic space to let it rest for a while. Xingtian raises the large axe in its hand high and strikes down again. Bang! In the next moment, the lava beast's head is directly chopped off. -1 million. An extremely exaggerated bright red number floats above the lava beast's head. Instant kill. The lava beast with 1 million health points was instantly killed by Xingtian? Seeing this, Yang Chen's eyes almost pop out. After a while, Yang Chen finally comes to his senses. He feels excited and emotional. It's not that Xingtian's instant kill skill doesn't work against the lava beast. It's because the 1.5% chance of triggering is too low. Yang Chen looks at the quiet exam room. In an instant, his pursuit is gone. 2 hours. Let's wait. After a nap, the second exam will be over. I've been leveling up fiercely these days. Feeling mentally exhausted, it's a good opportunity to rest. Great idea. So, Yang Chen happily finds a place to lie down. Sleep soundly. Outside the trial exam room, a group of people led by the chief examiner Mo Lao quietly waits. 10 minutes later, there were examinees of exotic beast masters coming out of the examination hall with a disheveled appearance. At first, those who came out were mostly low-level rookies with low beast symbol talents. As time passed, more and more examinees came out. At this moment, the examiners, board, started discussing who could endure the longest. In the past, the examinee with the best performance in the second defense and agility test lasted 1 hour and 31 minutes. And that was many years ago. Apart from that examinee, the summoned exotic beast was quite special, being able to resist some of the lava beast's damage. So far, few examinees have been able to endure for an hour. After all, the lava beast's eruption of lava wrath after an hour is very terrifying. It can instantly kill nearly 99.9% of exotic beast master examinees. Without a strong defensive exotic beast, examinees cannot withstand it. President Zhou, who do you think will endure the longest in this second round of the exam? Elder Mo's gaze fell on Zhou Jianhua and asked with a smile. Zhou Jianhua thought for a moment and said, based on the performance of the first round, I feel that Yang Chen, that little guy, might bring a miracle. Ha! President Zhou, you really dare to say that? Is it because that kid is from your Subei City examinees that you deliberately praise him? In the second round of the exam, the lava beast has 100% double immunity. Let alone killing it, if he can endure for an hour, I, Wang Dongliang, will wash my hair upside down. Zhou Jianhua glanced at Wang Dongliang and didn't argue with him. After all, Wang Dongliang was one of the 8 invigilators in this high-level exam. It's not wise to offend him. Moreover, he has always been petty and vindictive. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Buzz! Buzz! The square that was intermittently lit up with white light a moment ago now had beams of white light shooting up into the sky. In an instant, thousands of examinees were killed by the lava beast. They were kicked out of the trial examination hall. There were very few examinees who could withstand the first wave of the lava beast's group skill attack. As more and more examinees came out, they gradually forgot about Yang Chen. Time passed, and there were very few examinees coming out of the trial examination hall. 20 minutes later, no more examinees came out of the examination hall. In other words, all examinees had been killed by the lava beast, and the exam was over. Grand Examiner Elder Mo saw this and immediately cleared his throat, saying, "Alright, I now announce the end of the second round." Elder Mo, wait. A invigilator ran over and interrupted Elder Mo. Ha? What's wrong? Elder Mo looked puzzled and confused. The examinees in the square also turned their gaze towards them. Clearly, all examinees had been kicked out, and the exam was over. Why did the invigilator not allow the announcement of the end of the exam and ask them to wait? There is still one examinee who hasn't come out. The invigilator double-checked the information and confirmed. What? There is still one examinee who hasn't come out? Elder Mo was shocked, wondering if he misheard. It had been nearly 20 minutes since the last examinee came out. Was there still someone in the trial examination hall? How is that possible? Yes, the examinee in room 69 has not come out. Room 69? What's the examinee's name? Elder Mo's expression turned shocked and serious as he hurried over. The invigilator handed the list to Elder Mo to see. Yang Chen? How is it him again? Elder Mo was astonished to see that the examinee corresponding to room 69 was Yang Chen. What? Yang Chen hasn't come out yet? How is this possible? I don't believe it. After figuring out who the examinee in room 69 was, the invigilator with the strongest reaction was Wang Dongliang. After all, he had just said something. If Yang Chen can persist for 1 hour, he will wash his hair upside down. Now, 1 hour and 20 minutes have passed. How to say? Is this guy a monster? Zhouing only persisted for a little over an hour and couldn't hold on and came out in failure. Therefore, she knows better than anyone else. As time goes on, the damage from the lava beast becomes more and more abnormal. It is not an exaggeration to say that even a splash of magma can kill those weaker alien beasts. And now, it's been almost an hour and a half, this bastard. Still not out? This really dampens the enthusiasm for the college entrance examination. Let's wait. Mo Lao's eyelids twitched, pretending to be calm. Then, he glanced at Zhou Jianhua. It turns out he was right. Yang Chen is really the first place. It's been 1 hour and 22 minutes. As long as that kid Yang Chen can persist for a few more minutes, he can tie the record for the longest duration in the second round of the Dixia exam. In the first exam, he broke the record. In the second exam, if he can break another record, that's not an exaggeration. He will be the most outstanding monstrous genius examinee in Dixia's history so far. Even if he is eliminated now because he can't withstand the lava beast's attacks, with a time of 1 hour and 22 minutes, he is enough to be among the top 5 in Dixia's history. Time passes second by second. For everyone present, time really feels like it's dragging on. In the blink of an eye, 10 more minutes have passed. 1 hour and 32 minutes. Yang Chen not only tied the record for the longest duration in the history of the college entrance examination, but he also broke it. Mo Lao was so excited he almost jumped up. But to maintain the dignified image of the chief examiner, he had to hold back. This kid is amazing. Zhou Jianhua was also extremely happy. It's really an unexpected surprise. Originally, he was already very happy with his daughter's outstanding performance. Who knew that in their Subei city, there were 2 monstrous talents this year? Compared to his daughter, Yang Chen is several times stronger. As the president of the Subei city's alliance of monster tamers, he was beaming with pride. Most importantly, Yang Chen and his daughter are classmates at the same school. Who knows, maybe they could become a perfect match for the Zhou family in the future. Exciting! Ahem! This kid has some tricks up his sleeve, let's continue to wait. Mo Lao coughed a few times to conceal his inner excitement, counting the clock time in the trial examination room. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes have passed. Time, 1 hour and 58 minutes. Everyone almost had their eyes pop out in shock. 2 hours? Full marks? What the heck? How is that possible? Is that terrifying lava beast his relative? Not attacking him? How else could he hold on for so long? Zhou Jianhua clenched his fists, his arms trembling slightly. Breaking the record for the highest score in the second round of the exam and achieving a perfect score are 2 completely different concepts. It's like, no matter what kind of competition it is, everyone always remembers the first place. The one who stands out, the flawless champion. 2 hours and 00 minutes. Time, it's been 2 hours. Full marks. The whole scene erupted. Mo Lao's eyes were also red with excitement, his breathing becoming heavy. Yang Chen. Why hasn't he come out yet? I don't know, isn't the longest time 2 hours? Could it be that there's a malfunction in the exam system? It's possible. If the system really malfunctions, how will his score be calculated? After the group of examinees calmed down from their excitement, they saw that Yang Chen had not come out of the trial examination room. They started discussing like a boiling pot. Ha ha ha, cheating. This kid was caught by me this time, he must have cheated. I told you, in his first exam, he only took 4 minutes and 28 seconds to kill 2 stone statues. There is a serious problem with his performance. Wang Dongliang jumped up and shouted. Looking at his excited appearance, he was happier than getting married. What? What? In the first exam, Yang Chen only took 4 minutes and 28 seconds to kill 2 stone statues? Why didn't I hear Mo Lao mention the time? Is he afraid of hurting our self-esteem? Hurt our self-esteem? With that performance, he must have cheated. A group of examinees heard that Yang Chen only took 4 minutes and 28 seconds in the first exam to kill 2 stone statues. It was like a bomb exploded, and screams filled the air. After a moment, they concluded that Yang Chen must have cheated to pass the first exam so quickly. At this moment, Mo Lao's excited expression gradually turned ugly. The various signs in front of him indicated that Yang Chen was almost certainly cheating. Activate the authority of the chief examiner and teleport him to me. A proctor immediately went to do it. 1 minute later, a flash of white light passed, and a figure appeared in the square. At this moment, all eyes in the entire square fell on him. However, when everyone saw his appearance, their eyeballs almost popped out. Sleeping? Is he serious? While others are taking the exam seriously, you're sleeping? At this moment, everyone was 1000% convinced that Yang Chen was cheating. All the proctors had extremely dark and unpleasant expressions. Their duty was to monitor all examinees and prevent cheating. If cheating was discovered, the exam qualification would be immediately revoked. And this Yang Chen guy was so arrogant. Not only did he cheat right under their noses, but he even slept during the exam. Is he openly challenging the bottom line of the proctors? Yang Chen, how long do you plan to sleep for? Mo Lao took a deep breath and scolded angrily. His voice rolled like thunder, rushing towards Yang Chen, who was still sound asleep, startling him awake, jumping up from the ground. Mo Lao, is the exam over? After Yang Chen got up, he looked around. When he saw a group of people staring at him angrily with wide eyes, his head gradually cleared. It seemed that, unconsciously, the second exam had ended. He had overslept because he was too tired. This was embarrassing. Kid, you've been caught cheating red-handed. What do you have to say for yourself? Wang Dongliang sneered at Yang Chen, questioning angrily. Cheating? Caught red-handed? Yang Chen looked puzzled at Wang Dongliang, not understanding his words for a moment. Did he cheat? How come he didn't know? You dare to argue. Not only did you survive for 2 hours, enduring the strongest wave of attacks from the lava beast, but you even slept through it. If you weren't cheating, does that mean the lava beast is your relative, not attacking you, and keeping you company while you sleep? Seeing that Yang Chen was at his wit's end and still being stubborn, Wang Dongliang began to loudly rebuke and mock him. The other examinees on the scene, whether out of jealousy or schadenfreude, also joined in the condemnation. It's not that the lava beast is my relative, nor that it didn't attack me, but that I killed it. Any problem with that? Yang Chen was not polite either. After all, Wang Dongliang had a lot of ill will towards him. Yang Chen naturally wouldn't try to please him. As Yang Chen's words fell, the entire scene fell silent. Cheers! The next moment, laughter filled the air. You killed it? Do you think we're all fools? Exactly. The lava beast has absolute defense, immune to all damage. How did you kill it? Just admit you cheated, you got caught red-handed, there's no use arguing. Many candidates criticized Yang Chen harshly. Cold words. Mo Lao, listen, the invincible lava beast, he can be killed too. Wang Dongliang was amused and immediately looked at Mo Lao. Mo Lao's face became increasingly ugly. Zhou Jianhua's heart felt as if it had been doused with cold water from head to toe. Yang Chen, will you admit that you cheated? Mo Lao took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Mo Lao, everything I said is true, I did not cheat. Yang Chen's voice was firm. What a joke. He used Xingtian's passive skill to instantly kill with super destructive properties. He defeated the lava beast. If this is considered cheating, he refuses. You scoundrel, if you don't admit to cheating, all Subei City candidates will be disqualified from the college entrance examination because of your mistake. Mo Lao scolded angrily. Seeing Yang Chen's stubbornness, he directly explained the stakes to him. As Mo Lao's words fell, the whole scene erupted in screams. Especially the Subei City candidates were furious. Master Fan, please spare us, don't drag us down with your flagrant cheating. Yeah, you got caught cheating so shamelessly, don't drag us down with you. Dad, I'll kowtow to you, quickly admit to Mo Lao that you cheated. Those candidates were angry and frustrated, but they had no way to deal with Yang Chen. Therefore, they could only plead in a low voice. Zhou Jianhua's expression also changed constantly. Although he didn't believe Yang Chen cheated, and he cheated so arrogantly, with a cheating method that disregarded others. But the evidence in front of him left no room for him, the president of the Subei City Monster Trainer Alliance, to speak up for Yang Chen. After all, on one side were thousands of Subei City candidates. On the other side was just Yang Chen. He had no choice. Yang Chen looked around at the crowd. Then he looked at Mo Lao. Then, he took a deep breath and was about to summon his monster Xingtian. Just then, a staff member rushed over. Chief Examiner, I carefully checked the exam data in room 69 just now. Through data analysis, the monster summoned by the candidate 20 minutes into the exam. Using an extremely rare and highest priority instant kill skill, he killed the lava beast. Because in our trial exam room, there has never been a case of a candidate killing the lava beast, and it is never possible under normal circumstances. Therefore, the main brain did not add an instruction to teleport the candidate out after more than 2 hours, but only if the candidate was killed by the lava beast, they would be automatically kicked out. This instruction is a bug. As the staff member in the trial exam room finished explaining, the whole scene fell silent instantly. No cheating? He killed the lava beast with his monster? To the point where he was so bored that he fell asleep in the exam room. Did he oversleep? Is this for real? Are you sure this is not a joke? Mo Lao, I know, I'm just a small candidate, not qualified to reason with you examiners. But if using my monster to kill the lava beast with an instant kill skill is considered cheating, then I refuse. Yang Chen spoke again, staring directly at Mo Lao. Is he challenging Mo Lao head-on? Bold move. Mo Lao looked very embarrassed. Even with a hint of astonishment, some couldn't turn the corner. Originally, like everyone else, he had concluded that Yang Chen cheated. He was going to cancel his exam qualification. But now, the staff told him that this kid didn't cheat at all. This made him, the chief examiner, lose face. No dignity? In this college entrance examination, the emphasis is on the principles of fairness and justice. As the chief examiner, I have been in charge of the college entrance examination for decades. I have never wronged a good person, nor have I let a cheating student go. Yang Chen used his killing skills to pass the second round of the exam with a perfect score. By the way, how many points are considered a perfect score? Has anyone calculated it? Mr. Mo took a deep breath and assumed the authority of the chief examiner. He directly announced that Yang Chen had passed the second round of the exam with a perfect score. Ahem. In the second round of the exam, no student has persisted for 2 hours before. Who cares about the perfect score? I roughly calculated that based on 20 points per minute, 2 hours would be 2,400 points. Two invigilators hurriedly calculated the scores and uploaded the rankings to the terminal. Chief Wang, you mentioned earlier about Yang Chen exceeding 1 hour in the exam and the incident of washing hair upside down. Does that count? Earlier, it was mentioned that Yang Chen cheated. Invigilator Wang Dongliang was the most active. And at the beginning of the second round of the exam, as everyone discussed who could endure the longest, he made a statement. If Yang Chen could endure for an hour, he would wash his hair upside down. Others might be afraid to offend him. But the other invigilators were not afraid. They were all equals. What was there to fear? Therefore, they all wanted to catch him making a fool of himself. Wang Dongliang's mood was not good to begin with. At this moment, he saw his colleague causing trouble for him. His old face turned as red as a pig's liver. Almost instantly, the eyes of the group fell on him. I mentioned earlier that if it exceeds 1 hour, he has to wash his hair upside down. But I didn't say it had to exceed 2 hours, that counts too. Wang Dongliang, relying on his thick skin, started to act stubborn. Shoo! As Wang Dongliang's words fell, there was a chorus of disdainful whispers on the scene. Wang Dongliang pretended not to hear. After all, he was a dignified invigilator with a high status. Did he really have to wash his hair upside down? Wouldn't he be laughed at for the rest of his life? Mr. Mo looked at Yang Chen in the crowd, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. This kid is really a weirdo. Who knows, in the future college entrance exams, the rules might change because of his performance today. Weirdo? Wait, could this kid be? Suddenly, Mr. Mo thought of something. His eyes widened in disbelief. His face was full of shock. There were quite a few people who shared the same thoughts as him. Afterwards, he pondered for a while, quickly sent Yang Chen's performance in these 2 exams to the top heads of the Imperial City. Imperial City, Temple of National Destiny. A group of top heads were anxiously waiting for the results there. Over the past week, they could say that time passed like years for them. Not a day of good sleep. Some of the top heads already had panda eyes from staying up late. Some looked haggard, losing several pounds, like they had just recovered from a serious illness. And the reason they looked so disheveled, all because of the little ancestor who awakened 3 SS grade or above monsters. But until now, they had not found out the identity of this little ancestor, or where he was. Today, they were clear in their minds. This might be their last chance to find this little ancestor. If he really was a high school graduate who awakened a new monster symbol this year, the provincial college entrance exams would definitely reveal it. But if not, then they would truly lose all hope of finding him. In the meeting room of the Temple of National Destiny, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Not a single top head spoke. They were all nervously waiting there. All the heads of the 13 provinces of Greater Xia had gathered here. They were just waiting for the reports from the college entrance exam sites in each province. The trial exams have passed 2 rounds. Has any province found anything in their exam halls? Zhao Woji, the head of the Imperial City, raised his head and looked at everyone. He asked in a deep voice. Despite his calm and composed expression, he was actually quite anxious. A few days ago, when the National Fortune Temple awakened a new totem, he even fainted. In our Qingzhou province, all candidates performed decently. In our Modu province, despite having a monster, we have investigated before, and it's not him. In our Jingzhou province, there is also no discovery. Many leaders reported on the situation in their respective provinces one by one. Zhao Wujin sat there listening. With each province reporting no discoveries, his mood grew colder. How could there be no discoveries at all? Could it be that from the beginning, these big shots of the leaders had gotten the direction wrong? Is that little ancestor not on the list of high school seniors taking the college entrance exam? If that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Little ancestor, where are you? Stop hiding. Come out quickly. Let everyone have a look. Rustle, rustle. Just then, a hurried footsteps broke the silence. Immediately, everyone saw a temple staff member running over in a hurry. Esteemed leaders, just now the chief examiner Mo from Jinling province sent a message. They said that in Jinling province, there is an outstanding candidate. After the temple staff member arrived here, he quickly reported the situation. Jinling province? Is it the daughter of Zhou Jianhua? That little girl, awakened this year with a good beast symbol and talent, but we have investigated before, and it's not her. The expressions of the people were stunned, and they quickly added, to the esteemed leaders, it's not Zhou Hui's daughter Zhou, but a candidate named Yang Chen. Yang Chen? Why does that name sound familiar to me? I think I've heard it somewhere, let me think. Wait, could it be Yang Chen who awakened the divine waste beast symbol? To the esteemed leaders, it's him. When the people heard that it wasn't Zhou, their spirits lifted. Then, when they realized it was Yang Chen who awakened the divine waste beast symbol and had an SSS level talent, they were greatly surprised. How could it be him? Quickly tell us, how outstanding is he? The head of the imperial capital, Zhao Wujin, muttered to himself and asked urgently. In the first test, he only took 4 minutes and 28 seconds to kill 2 stone statue ghosts. This made several examiners in Jinling province think he was cheating. The temple staff member reported, his emotions somewhat excited. What? 4 minutes and 28 seconds, and he killed 2 stone statue ghosts with 90% damage reduction? A group of leaders stood up in shock. They widened their eyes, showing disbelief. Although it is true that when a summoner summons a beast, its strength will increase exponentially as its level rises. It is not very difficult for a high-level beast to crush 2 stone statue ghosts, but as a group of high school seniors with levels below 10, they were trying to kill stone statue ghosts with 500,000 health and damage reduction. This is not the most exaggerated part. The most exaggerated part is the second test. The temple staff member spoke again. When he mentioned the second test, his eyes turned red with excitement. Even more outstanding in the second test? Tell us about it. The leaders' hearts tightened. They could only suppress their shock and continue listening. He only took 20 minutes to kill a lava beast with 100% double immunity with his hands, to the point that he fell asleep inside and slept until the end of the exam. The leaders listened quietly as the temple staff member recounted. When they finished listening, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Hiss. Then, in the temple, there was a sound of gasping. Ha ha, I see you guys, who will dare to mock my Jinling province as the 13th sister in the future. From now on, my Jinling province will be the big brother. A move from a chicken to a phoenix. Rise up. Jinling province's leader Qin Baihe, with an excited red face, laughed heartily. Various signs indicated that Yang Chen, this kid, was the little ancestor they were looking for. As for who will take charge in the future, we'll discuss it later. Let's go, hurry to the trial examination site in Jinling province. A group of leaders had no mood to argue with Qin Baihe, who had a smug look on his face. They wished they could grow wings on their backs and fly to Jinling province immediately. Wait, everyone is leaving. Who will guard the National Destiny Temple? The main hall of the National Destiny Temple required a leader to guard it. Normally, the 13 leaders took turns staying here. At this moment, everyone wanted to go to Jinling province. So, no one spoke up. I propose that whoever first excludes Yang Chen will guard the temple. Old Qin. It's this old Qin's grandson, shouting and saying it's absolutely impossible to be him. Yes. His wrong guidance made us take so many detours, he must take responsibility. A group of people all turned their gaze to Qin Baihe, the leader of Jinling province. Originally, Qin Baihe, who was still smiling smugly, couldn't laugh anymore on the spot. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed to let Qin Baihe, the ringleader, be responsible for guarding the house. The other 12 leaders went to have fun. No, to meet this little monster. Qin Baihe was so angry. As the dignified leader of Jinling province, how could he be made to guard this broken temple in the capital? Settling personal scores. These old guys were definitely settling personal scores. They were so heartless. A group of big shots directly ignored Qin Baihe's resentful eyes. They quickly used the capital's teleportation array to go to Jinling province. On the way, the 12 leaders, although very excited, also discussed a bit. First, they were just going to see this little ancestor, absolutely not to scare him. Second, they couldn't affect this little ancestor's upcoming exam. When the leaders set off for the trial examination site in Jinling province, the third round of trials officially began. The first test was to test the power and spirit of the exotic beasts summoned by the exotic beast masters. The second test was to test the defense and agility of the exotic beast masters. 4 attributes. The first 2 tests were all completed. And this third test was to test the overall strength of the exotic beast masters' exotic beasts. After the exam started, many monsters would appear in each examinee's examination room. These monsters would only stand and be beaten. However, they had various passive skills. Some had high physical damage resistance, some had high elemental resistance. There were also agile monsters, and those with shields to resist attacks. In short, the exotic beast masters had to do everything they could to kill these monsters. Use all means. The time limit was 1 hour. Each ordinary monster killed earned 1 point. Each elite monster killed earned 3 points. Each boss monster killed earned 5 points. Each leader monster killed earned 10 points. Those were the only rules. As for how many points they could ultimately earn, it all depended on the examinee's abilities. All examinees entered the examination room. The third round of exams officially began. At this moment, the 12 provincial leaders arrived. Mo Lao, the chief examiner, was suddenly shocked to see the 12 provincial leaders arrive. Leaders, why? Why did you come in person? Mo Lao, accompanied by 8 invigilators, hurriedly greeted them. Although he was the chief examiner of the Jinling province entrance exam, with a prestigious and respected status, compared to any of the 12 leaders in front of him, he was far inferior. Not to mention, there were 12 leaders who came together. This lineup, wouldn't it scare anyone half to death? Don't be nervous, we just came to take a look. Right, where is that kid Yang Chen, in which exam room? A group of leaders tried to appear friendly and kind. Then, they eagerly inquired about Yang Chen's situation. To all the leaders, Yang Chen is in exam room 7. A proctor quickly accessed the exam room data to respond. Can we stream his exam video in real time? Leaders, it's possible. But accessing it is very troublesome, and it could likely cause a bug in the exam system. A technical proctor looked troubled. Even though he knew that saying this would offend the leaders, the National College Entrance Examination was uniform across the country. In their Jinling Province Exam Center, there were over 10,000 examinees. In each province, there were also over 10,000 people taking the exam. In some larger provinces, there were even more examinees. If a bug occurred in the exam room due to accessing Yang Chen's video, according to the exam rules, all national college entrance exams in all provinces would have to be cancelled and retaken. As a small proctor, he couldn't bear that responsibility. Is it that serious? Then let's wait. Can we directly access the video feed for the 4th exam? Zhao Wuji thought for a moment and decisively chose to give up. They were just here to check on Yang Chen. They couldn't let this affect the examinees' exams. That's completely fine. As long as the exam questions haven't started running, we can connect the video module in advance without affecting the exam. Also, if the leaders really want to know about Yang Chen's exam room situation, I can provide the data information from there. Although the video couldn't be viewed, a continuous stream of exam room information could be accessed. This wouldn't affect the exam or cause any bugs. Then let's take a look at this kid's exam information. Hopefully he won't disappoint us. Zhao Wuji nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the technical proctor hurried to handle the matter. Mo Lao quickly invited the 12 leaders to the rest area of the exam room to have a cup of tea and rest. The group of people arrived at the rest area in a grand manner. A moment later, the data from exam room 7 where Yang Chen was located was connected. A series of rapidly flashing information data appeared on the holographic screen in front of them. Although most of the data was incomprehensible to them, they could still understand the kill count and score information. 655, 656, 657. The rapidly jumping numbers represented the number of monsters Yang Chen had killed in the exam room. The leaders watched the data skyrocket like a rocket, almost popping their eyeballs out. What kind of monsters are in this 3rd exam? 1 hit, 1 kill? Are they that weak? Zhao Wuji asked in a deep voice. Ahem. Leader Zhao, it's not that the monsters are weak, it's that the exotic beasts summoned by this kid are too strong. Mo Lao was also taken aback. If he hadn't secretly gone to ask the technical proctor and received the data back, there would have been no problem. It was just that Yang Chen was too strong. He felt like there was a malfunction in the exam system. The leaders gasped in shock. At that moment, in order to prove that there was no issue with the exam room, the technical proctor also accessed the data of several other examinees, including Zhou Jianhua's daughter, Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's monster kill count also occasionally fluctuated, but it was within a normal range and not as exaggerated as in exam room 7. The other examinees' counts were even slower. The leaders were in turmoil and couldn't calm down for a long time. The atmosphere in the entire rest area was eerily quiet. In the third exam, how many monsters will be respawned in the exam room in total, and what will be the total score? Has anyone calculated it? After a moment, Zhao Wuji calmed down his shocked emotions. He turned his head to look at the chief examiner, Mo Lao. Mo Lao's face stiffened when he saw Zhao Wuji's gaze. In the third round of the exam, how many monsters were refreshed in the exam room in total? What is the total score? How would they calculate that? In the past, all examinees would kill monsters for an hour. The trial exam room would kick them all out, because with their strength, they couldn't possibly kill all the refreshed monsters. But, in Yang Chen's case, it might not be the same. It's possible that he might kill all the monsters in the exam room. It's embarrassing not to have any monsters to kill. In 15 minutes, he killed 788 monsters. This insane monster-killing speed. Can he kill over 3,000 monsters in an hour? Mo Lao remembered the upper limit of monsters refreshed in the exam room in the third round. Not 3,000, right? Who is the math class representative? Quickly calculate, how many monsters and points are there in the third round exam room? After a moment, the technical invigilator ran over, sweating profusely. Gentlemen, I've calculated it. A total of 2,000 whole monsters, with a total score of 5,000 points. The highest record holder is last year's national champion, Yang Bing. She killed 1,588 monsters in an hour. The second place is 1,207 monsters, a huge gap. It's hard for any examinee to surpass. The technical invigilator reported the detailed and accurate data he calculated to the leaders. At this moment, he glanced at the screen. His facial muscles twitched fiercely. He almost bit his tongue off when he was about to speak. Because on the screen, the number of monsters killed in room 7 where Yang Chen was located had reached 1622. And at this time, only 22 minutes had passed. Not only that, the rapidly increasing number was getting faster and faster. 22 minutes, breaking the highest record of the third round of the college entrance examination? At this moment, everyone had only one thought. Or rather, only one word to describe Yang Chen. Monster. Absolutely a monster. Yang Bing? Chairman Zhou, as far as I know, Yang Bing also comes from the North Suzhou city in Jinling province, right? Your North Suzhou city is really a treasure trove of feng shui. Last year, there was Yang Bing, and this year there is Yang Chen, and your daughter Zhouing. Zhao Wuji withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhou Jianhua with envy and admiration. Chairman Zhao, you are too kind. It's just a matter of luck. Zhou Jianhua said modestly. He seemed very restrained. Although he was the chairman of the North Suzhou City Alliance of Beast Tamers, his status was not worth mentioning in front of these big shots. Good luck. Chairman Zhao, I feel that Zhou Jianhua must know about Yang Chen's situation and deliberately concealed it from the leaders. Wang Dongliang had been slapped in the face several times before. Now, he finally understood. This little ancestor Yang Chen was not to be messed with at all. But Zhou Jianhua could still be reported. He also vented his frustration on him. Deliberately concealing? Why do you say that? Zhao Wuji was startled, frowning slightly. As far as I know, Yang Chen and his daughter are not only the only examinees in Jinling province to awaken the divine beast symbols. Moreover, they are also classmates at the same school. They have a close relationship. As Zhou Ying's father, how could Zhou Jianhua not know about the situation? Wang Dongliang smugly added fuel to the fire by revealing the information he knew. What? Yang Chen is also a classmate of Zhou Ying, with a close relationship? Chairman Zhou, is this true? Zhao Wuji was greatly surprised. The next moment, his face darkened. Not only Zhao Wuji, but the other leaders also had unpleasant expressions. In the past week, these leaders had aged from worrying about finding Yang Chen. If Zhou Jianhua knew and deliberately concealed it, they would have to punish him. Don't look at his daughter Zhouing as the proud daughter of heaven, and she has a good relationship with Yang Chen. That also needs to be punished. Zhao leader, don't listen to Wang Dongliang's nonsense. I swear to God, I really didn't know about this. Zhou Jianhua was almost crying. Originally, he was very happy. After all, in their Subei city, these 2 years, there have been 3 monstrous geniuses. Originally, he was waiting to be rewarded for his achievements. Suddenly, it turned into a mess. Seeing the fierce and evil look of the leaders, it is estimated that if one is not careful, they will all be punished. How can he not feel wronged and nervous? Leaders, I feel he is lying. He must know but not report it. Intentionally concealing. Wang Dongliang shouted again. I know but not report it, intentionally conceal it? What benefit can I get from doing this? You tell me. Wang Dongliang, we must speak with conscience. You previously falsely accused Yang Chen of cheating in the college entrance examination, and then repeatedly fell into his hands. You are holding a grudge and dare not vent it on him. Why bother me? Moreover, the matter of Yang Chen awakening the waste beast symbol and having an SSS level talent, which leader doesn't know? Zhou Jianhua was also provoked. Originally, he didn't want to argue with Wang Dongliang. After all, Wang Dongliang is an invigilator with a special and sensitive identity. However, this guy repeatedly found fault, making Zhou Jianhua really angry. Damn it! If a tiger doesn't show its might, would he, Zhou Jianhua, be treated like a sick cat? As Zhou Jianhua's words fell, the people on the scene, not only Wang Dongliang, but also the 12 leaders, were embarrassed and flushed. Damn it! When Yang Chen awakened the beast symbol, all 12 awakening stones lit up. The matter of awakening the waste beast symbol and having an SSS level talent, they all heard about it. Blame that old man Xin Baya. He was the first to point out and say it couldn't be Yang Chen, this waste and loser. As a result, when they were looking for this little ancestor, they first ruled him out. Later, no one thought of investigating him. Leaders, Yang Chen is out. What? He's out so soon. 28 minutes and 58 seconds. In less than half an hour, he killed all the monsters in the third examination room? A group of leaders, upon hearing the invigilator's words, no longer had the mood to investigate whether Zhou Jianhua had concealed anything. They jumped up from their chairs directly. Half an hour. Just 1 minute short of half an hour. He actually killed all 2,000 monsters in the third examination room. Such a killing speed is too terrifying. By this calculation, if there were enough monsters, could he kill 4,000 monsters alone? Let's go. Let's go to the square and see that kid. Take a look at his appearance. One leader suggested. The other leaders nodded one after another, ready to rush outside the lounge. Don't go. Zhao Wujia quickly stopped them. Why? The group of big shots stopped and looked at him in confusion. Didn't we agree earlier not to put pressure on this kid? And not to affect his upcoming exams? Have you all forgotten? Zhao Wujia looked at everyone and asked back. Well, alright, let's talk to him properly after the college entrance examination is over. Although everyone was not very willing, they could only endure it. After all, there were still 2 exams left. The person had been found. They had waited for a week. They didn't mind waiting a few more hours. Mo Lao, you guys go out. We'll hide in this lounge. After you go out, no one is allowed to mention us, otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Right. Old Qin's grandson is still guarding the gate in the Imperial Capital Temple. He can't protect you either. A group of big shots drove Mo Lao and the examiners out. Before leaving, don't forget to warn a few words. I dare not, several leaders, don't scare this old man, my heart is not too good, I won't say it. Mo Lao raised his hand, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly made a bet. The other invigilators also nodded desperately, full of survival instinct. After Yang Chen came out, he looked around with a puzzled face. Looking around. At this time, Mo Lao and others wiped their cold sweat while looking slightly embarrassed as they ran out of the trial examination room and invigilators lounge. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd looking at Yang Chen were full of strangeness. When Yang Chen saw Mo Lao and others looking over, he hurriedly said, Mo Lao, where are the others? It's been half an hour, why hasn't anyone come out? Do you know what it means to have a big mouth? The words spoken by Yang Chen were definitely a big mouth. Not to mention others. Even Zhou Jianhua, a person with a good temper, wanted to rush over and beat this guy up. Is this to humiliate other candidates for being too weak? Can't you be more low-key and less arrogant? Just because you're a genius, you can act recklessly without considering others' feelings? Ahem. Kid, you're different from everyone else. You're a freak. No, you're a monster. They're not, they're very normal. Mo Lao coughed twice, looking embarrassed as he explained. After Mo Lao's words fell, the others around nodded in agreement. Yang Chen looked at Mo Lao with a dark face. Why is this senior invigilator still scolding people? Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour passed. When the 1-hour exam time was up, those candidates came out of the examination room one after another. Yang Chen's expression stiffened, he turned his head to look at the crowd. Looking confused. Why are they all stuck? Those monsters, they're not attacking you. Summoning out the beasts and killing them. Isn't that a simple thing to do? Clap. Killed them all in half an hour. Could it be? Coming out after the 1-hour exam, can you get extra points? Yang Chen felt regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have killed them so quickly. The third round of exams is over. Now, I will announce the results of the third round of exams. As usual, starting from the 10th place. 10th place, Zheng Dadu, 2,213 points. Ninth place, Wang Ergu, 2,334 points. Third place, Zhou 3,886 points. Second place, Ai Fingwu, 3,889 points. First place, Yang Chen, 5,000 points. Full marks. As Mo Lao announced the results, the scene once again erupted in astonishment. First place again? Full marks again? Everyone got full marks. The top scorer in the science and martial arts exam? Be a human being. Are they not letting people live anymore? A group of people looked at Yang Chen, feeling their confidence severely shaken. This guy. The gap is still quite big. Zhou Ying's gaze fell on Yang Chen's handsome profile, biting her lip hard. Although surpassing this freak is impossible, but in her heart, she still wants to work hard to keep up with his pace. Next, I will announce the results of the top 20 candidates in the first 3 rounds of exams. This time, I will start with the first place announcement. After all, everyone knows who it is. First place, Yang Chen, 9,400 points. Second place, Ai Fingwu, 6,666 points. Third place, Zhou 6,655 points. When everyone saw the second place Ai Fingwu compared to the freak first place Yang Chen, the difference was nearly 3,000 points. Truly mind-boggling. Not exaggerating. With his current scores in these 3 rounds of exams, as long as he doesn't mess up the next 2 exams, he can almost secure the title of National Martial Arts Champion. Alas, everyone is human. They all have hands and feet, a nose, and 2 eyes. But why is the gap so big? After the 3rd round of exams, there was still a 20-minute break. When everyone was resting, Mo Lao and Zhou Jianhua walked over. Yang Chen quickly got up upon seeing them. After all, the big examiners and other important figures had arrived, and he, a small examinee, was sitting there. It was really impolite. Little guy, you're doing well. Keep up the good work. Especially in the next 2 exams, you need to work even harder. Mo Lao praised. Then, he reminded Yang Chen with a meaningful look. After all, starting from the 4th exam, the leaders in the lounge would connect to the video feed of Yang Chen's exam room. They would watch him take the exam in real time. Every word and action of Yang Chen was under the scrutiny of the leaders. He definitely needed some reminders to avoid being negligent in the exam room like before, lying down and sleeping. If something similar happened again in front of a dozen leaders, he might as well quit. Tomorrow, he would have to go back home and farm. Mo Lao, I will do my best, Yang Chen said solemnly, feeling energized. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind Mo Lao's words, the fact that Mo Lao came over suddenly and spoke to him so seriously made Yang Chen realize that the next 2 exams were definitely not simple. Soon, the 20-minute break time was over. Mo Lao stood in front of everyone and announced the rules for the 4th exam. The rules for the 4th exam are relatively simple, but this exam is of great significance to each of you examinees. In the exam room where you are, a disaster will appear. Before Mo Lao could finish explaining the rules, the entire exam scene was already filled with exclamations and screams. A disaster. My goodness. What is this for? Are they supposed to, as rookies, kill the disaster? How is that possible? Don't worry, just like the monsters in the previous exams, this disaster is only simulated by the main brain of the exam room. It is not a real disaster in the true sense, and it will not affect your lives. Mo Lao's further explanation relieved the examinees. Then, everyone listened carefully as he continued to explain the rules. The disaster is very powerful, and the purpose of simulating the disaster is to let everyone have a taste of the horror of this thing in advance. The scoring condition is 500 points per minute. If you can persist for more than 10 minutes, it will be considered a perfect clearance. 500 points per minute. In other words, under the terrifying attacks of the disaster, if they survive for 1 minute, they can get 500 points? If they can survive for 10 minutes, they can clear it perfectly? It doesn't sound too difficult. Especially for those examinees with defensive-type exotic beasts, they were even more excited. 500 points per minute. As long as they persist for 10 minutes, they can get 5,000 points. 5,000 points. Enough to surpass those excellent examinees in front who were later discouraged. Yang Chen was taken aback when he heard that the 4th exam was a disaster trial. He furrowed his brows slightly. Disaster. Not only had he seen it before, but he had also killed one. Normally, this thing was not something that exotic beasts could contend with. Even with his 3 exotic beasts, all of which were above SS rank and had the inspiration of the divine, amplifying their attributes tenfold, they were still not a match. And this was just a level 10 disaster. He didn't know how high level the disaster in the 4th exam room would be. Yang Chen looked around at the confident and ambitious examinees and shook his head slightly. They were smiling now, but they would be crying once the exam officially started. The disaster exam begins. As the chief examiner Mo Lao finished announcing the rules for the fourth exam, the entire square lit up with bright white light. All examinees were transported to the trial examination room. The bustling square from a moment ago was now almost empty, with only a few people left. Yang Chen was also transported to the prearranged examination room. Roar! A deafening roar resounded. Following that, a fierce and overwhelming aura filled the air. Yang Chen looked up and saw a giant crocodile ahead. This crocodile was even larger than the poisonous spider disaster he encountered in the spider cave instance before, both in size and ferocity. Yang Chen's heart sank as he quickly cast a detection spell. Instantly, all its information fell into Yang Chen's sight. Name, Crocodile Disaster, Grade, Common, Level, 16, Strength, 12,000, Agility, 8,000, Spirit, 3,000, Constitution, 30,000, Passive Skill, Tyrant Domain, Active Skills, Cold Hunt, Ultimate Domination. Tyrant Domain. The Crocodile Disaster possesses a terrifying domain with a range exceeding 50 meters, suppressing the strength of SS grade and below beasts by 50%. Cold Hunt. The Crocodile Disaster inflicts damage on enemies, gains marks, subsequent damage increases by 30%, stackable up to 20 layers. Ultimate Domination. The Crocodile Disaster emits a resounding roar, intimidating enemies, dealing 300% strength damage. Level 16. Yang Chen had successfully avoided the passive skill decapitation effect of the SSS grade beast Xingtian. Fortunately, its four-dimensional attributes were not so extreme as to be unbeatable. Originally, Yang Chen planned to summon 3 beasts according to the rules of the 4th round of the exam to last for 10 minutes. However, he suddenly remembered the words Mo Lao said to him during the break. He needed to double his efforts in the next 2 games. Double his efforts? What did that mean? Was he supposed to give it his all and kill this crocodile disaster? Understood. With this in mind, Yang Chen immediately summoned 3 beasts. In the examination room, the leaders widened their eyes, holding their breath as they watched the screens in front of them. The screens no longer displayed just data as before but real-time video broadcasts. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed, and Yang Chen summoned 3 powerful beasts. Xing Tian, Zhulong, Long Gui, Zhao Wuji and other leaders, upon seeing Yang Chen summon 3 beasts, were so excited that their old eyes turned red. It was really him. It was this little brat who had brought 3 new beast totems to their great Xia Empire's divine temple. Previously, despite believing in his abilities, seeing was another matter altogether. What a terrifying little monster, to be able to ignore the temple totem rules and summon 3 SS grade or higher beasts before reaching level 10. Indeed, it's all that brat Lao Qin's fault, making us suffer until now. We'll have to teach him a lesson later. Agreed. Wait. What is he going to do? Amidst the discussions and sighs, in the video, Yang Chen was already commanding the 3 beasts he had just summoned to charge directly at the crocodile disaster. This scene nearly made many leaders' eyes pop out. Is this kid so arrogant? He's actually going to challenge the disaster alone? Is he crazy? Although it's just a level 16 disaster, his actions are tantamount to suicide. The leaders realized that Yang Chen was actually going to challenge the level 16 crocodile disaster alone, almost causing their eyes to pop out. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a case of hitting a rock with an egg. Could it be that Mo Lao had not explained the exam rules clearly to him? All he needed to do was endure for 10 minutes to pass the level perfectly. He took the initiative to attack like this. It will only anger the giant crocodile disaster, launch an attack in advance, and take him out. Shut up! Just as everyone was discussing, a voice of reprimand came. Damn it! Who's so arrogant, dare to call old Zhao, it's you. A group of leaders in discussion saw someone reprimanding them. Tempers flared on the spot. When they saw it was Zhao Wujin, they could only smile awkwardly and shut up. Among the leaders of the 13 provinces, the position of the imperial capital is the most special. Moreover, the main temple of the national fortune is also in the imperial capital. Zhao Wujin's identity is much higher than the other leaders. Not exaggerating, he is second only to the emperor, the first person. In the lounge, it became completely quiet. Only the occasional sound of breathing from the crowd. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching the screen intently. At this moment, Xingtian had already rushed forward with a big axe. Bang! Minus 50,000. Terrifying critical damage. Blinded all the leaders' eyes. 50,000? What talent does this kid have? How can this exotic beast unleash such terrifying power? Who knows? Mo Lao, quickly have someone check. 2 leaders whispered. Mo Lao immediately ordered the technical examiner to check Yang Chen's attributes. After a moment, the technical examiner came back, sweating profusely and embarrassed. Several liters, I couldn't find anything. What? Couldn't find anything? What does that mean? Yang Chen's beast symbol is very special, it can actually block others from viewing it, unless he voluntarily allows others to see. The technical examiner hurriedly explained to everyone. Hiss! Everyone gasped at the news. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered something. Initially, in the main temple of the national fortune in the imperial capital, even if Yang Chen summoned 3 new totem beasts, they also couldn't view Yang Chen's related information, right? A group of leaders. You look at me, I look at you. They looked at each other. It seems that when Yang Chen awakened the beast symbol, there was a celestial phenomenon. 12 beams of light lit up for a reason. Although he awakened a divine beast symbol, the quality was far superior to ordinary divine beast symbols. This point, from Yang Chen's beast symbol, the temple totem rules could be ignored. Before the first transformation, summoning 3 SS grade or higher powerful exotic beasts in a row could reveal something. Time passed by minute by minute. The square outside the trial examination site was already full of candidates. The expressions on everyone's faces changed from full of confidence and ambition when they entered to full of horror. Out of over 10,000 candidates, nearly 70% couldn't even last 2 minutes. The reason it was 2 minutes, not 1 minute. That's because in the first minute, the giant crocodile disaster was standing still and not attacking many candidates. But starting from the second minute, it began to attack. So, 70% of the candidates hadn't even figured out what was going on before they were done for. The remaining 30% of candidates could only support for a while. Only a very few candidates persisted until the end. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. 3 white lights lit up again. Yang Chen, Zhou Ying, and AI Phone, the 3 candidates, perfectly cleared the exam. They came out of the exam room. At this moment, in the lounge, all the leaders stood up collectively. They were shocked and incredulous. This weirdo Yang Chen, in the last minute, actually killed the level 16 giant crocodile disaster. As the heads were in turmoil, those candidates who had come out earlier all turned their gaze to Yang Chen, Zhou Ying, and AI Phone. It was not surprising that Yang Chen could hold on until the end, because of the 3 previous exams. His abnormal performance was witnessed by all the candidates. However, when everyone saw Yang Chen covered in tattered clothes and blood all over his body, they were greatly shocked. What happened? The crowd then turned their gaze to Zhou Ying and AI Fengwu. Despite their disheveled appearance, they were much better off than Yang Chen. It should be noted that based on their previous performances, Yang Chen's strength far surpassed the other 2 geniuses. Why was he in a worse state than them? The 4th round of exams is over, now I will announce the results. Before everyone could fully process this, Mo Lao emerged from the examiner's lounge. Upon arriving, his gaze subconsciously fell on Yang Chen. His heart surged with waves of emotion, unable to calm down for a long time. 9 minutes. Just 9 minutes. This kid actually killed a level 16 giant crocodile disaster. Mind you, this kid is only level 11 now. It's understandable to kill ordinary dungeon monsters at a higher level, but to kill such abyssal creatures at a higher level, is this something a human would do? Mo Lao couldn't help but recall the reactions of the leaders in the lounge just now. Some were so emotionally stirred that they even collapsed their chairs. In all his years as a chief examiner, this was the first time he had seen these usually composed provincial leaders behave so erratically. 4th round of exams, 10th place, Zhao Taiju, 2,555 points. 9th place, Wang Ergu, 2,880 points. Tied for 2nd place, Zhou Ying, AI Fengwu, 5,000 points. 1st place, Yang Chen, 5,000 points. As Mo Lao announced this, the entire square erupted in a commotion. People stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Mo Lao. The first reaction was, could it be that he's getting old and made a mistake in his announcement? They had clearly seen Yang Chen, Zhou Ying, and AI Fengwu come out together after 10 minutes. So why were Zhou Ying and AI Fengwu tied for 2nd place while Yang Chen was in a league of his own in 1st place? Do you think this Yang Chen guy could be Mo Lao's illegitimate child? Illegitimate child? Mo Lao is so old, could that be possible? You idiot, Yang Chen is already an adult now. Even if Mo Lao couldn't do it now, he couldn't have done it 18 years ago? That makes sense. Clearly, the 3 of them tied for 1st place, but they had to make Zhou Ying and AI Fengwu 2nd. It's really possible that he's an illegitimate child. A group of candidates discussed. They found Mo Lao's announcement of the results of the 4th round of exams unfair. Mo Lao, it was clearly Yang Chen, Zhou Ying, and AI Fengwu who came out together. Why is Yang Chen 1st and the other 2 2nd? Yeah, although Yang Chen is outstanding, we believe in your fairness and justice, but this is clearly biased. Could it be that Yang Chen is really your illegitimate child? Some candidates with terrible scores, who had no hope of passing the college entrance exam, were not afraid to offend Mo Lao and directly started shouting. Someone took the lead. More than 10,000 candidates in the square immediately echoed and asked. Mo Lao was infuriated by these little brats who were talking nonsense, saying that Yang Chen was his illegitimate child. His nose was crooked. He flared his nostrils and glared. Illegitimate child? If only he had an illegitimate child like Yang Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't. I know you have doubts or are dissatisfied with my announcement of the results. Yes, we are dissatisfied. We all saw them come out together. Why treat them differently? Who would be satisfied with that? But what if I told you that Yang Chen killed that level 16 giant crocodile disaster? Would you still be dissatisfied? Mo Lao took a deep breath and solemnly announced. Because his emotions were too overwhelming and tense, his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. What? He killed that level 16 giant crocodile disaster? How is this possible? Mo Lao, as a senior examiner, how can you deceive everyone as fools? Exactly, even if you admit he is your illegitimate son, we wouldn't laugh at you, but saying he killed the disaster is going too far. The whole square erupted in an uproar. No one believed what Mo Lao said. They had witnessed the terror of the giant crocodile disaster before. The exotic beasts they summoned were killed with a single slap. Over 70% of the candidates couldn't last 2 minutes. Even the top scorers Zhou and AI Feng could only hold on for 10 minutes, which was already their limit. Mo Lao actually claimed that Yang Chen, in just 10 minutes, slaughtered the terrifying giant crocodile disaster. Was he rubbing their intelligence on the ground? Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Have you forgotten how Yang Chen, this freak, this monster, managed to ace the previous rounds of exams? Mo Lao asserted his authority as a senior examiner. Cheating? Rigging? Would he dare in front of the 12 provincial leaders of Dixia? I can testify. I can also testify. And me too. We all saw with our own eyes, Yang Chen killed that level 16 giant crocodile disaster in just 9 minutes. At this moment, the 8 invigilators stepped forward together to testify for Yang Chen. Wow! The candidates on the scene once again erupted in astonishment. If this statement had been made by Mo Lao alone, people would have thought Yang Chen was Mo Lao's illegitimate son. Mo Lao was showing favoritism. But now, even the 8 invigilators stood up to testify. So, it was almost certain that this was true. Yang Chen actually killed that unbeatable disaster? My goodness! Look at that! Is this something a human can do? No wonder his clothes were tattered and stained with blood. He looked even more disheveled than Zhou and AI Feng. Mo Lao, how did Yang Chen kill the giant crocodile disaster? Can we see a video replay? Although the people believed Mo Lao's words, curiosity arose in their hearts. They were all exotic beast masters, the new recruits of this year's college entrance examination. Why were they tortured by the giant crocodile disaster, feeling worse than death, while Yang Chen could kill that terrifying disaster? No, the college entrance examination video is a top-secret document, and I don't have the authority to show it to you. Perhaps one day, with the consent of the emperor, it could be used as teaching material and made public. Mo Lao shook his head and explained. Upon hearing this, the faces of the candidates showed disappointment. Then, someone shifted their gaze to Yang Chen, wanting to see something else. Mo Lao, Zhou, and the others persisted for 10 minutes and scored 5,000 points. Yang Chen only took 9 minutes to kill the giant crocodile disaster, but was only given 5,000 points. Isn't that unfair? Originally, when everyone saw Mo Lao rank Yang Chen first, with Zhou and AI Feng tied for second place, the candidates were not satisfied. But now, when they found out that Yang Chen had actually killed the giant crocodile disaster, they felt a bit sympathetic towards him. They felt it was unfair to him. After all, killing the giant crocodile disaster was a difficulty level 1,000 times higher than enduring for 10 minutes. Ahem! This college entrance examination emphasizes the principles of fairness and justice. Because the rules explicitly state that as long as candidates endure for 10 minutes, they can get full marks. Although Yang Chen killed the giant crocodile disaster and exceeded the exam requirements, he can only be given full marks. Alright, let's end this topic here. Everyone, take a break and get ready for the final exam. Mo Lao cleared his throat and put on a righteous look. In fact, the reason he came out so late was just now. It is to discuss how to allocate tasks to Yang Chen with the heads. In theory, only give him a full score of 5,000 points. It is indeed very unfair. But if it is doubled, it is equivalent to violating the rules of the college entrance examination. In the end, after a group of heads discussed for a while, they unanimously decided to give him 5,000 points. After Mo Lao finished explaining, there was still a lot of discussion in the crowd. Suddenly, not only did everyone no longer envy Yang Chen for getting first place, but they felt quite pitiful instead. It takes a lot of effort to kill a mutant disaster, also worth 5,000 points. Not killing the disaster, persisting for 10 minutes, is also worth 5,000 points. Why bother? While everyone was resting, Zhou walked over from the crowd. Here. Zhou took out a bottle of unopened water and handed it to Yang Chen. Thank you. Yang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and thanked her. Thank you for what? It's not like we don't know each other. Zhou sat down next to him. The two sat there resting, neither of them spoke. After a moment, Zhou turned to look at Yang Chen's handsome profile and said, "Congratulations, you've locked in the national martial arts champion ahead of time, you're really a freak." Zhou, there are so many candidates here, don't speak out of turn. The final exam hasn't started yet, you might mess it up. Yang Chen looked embarrassed and modest. Come on, how powerful are your 3 exotic beasts, everyone knows. Mess it up? If you don't leave all the other candidates far behind, I feel like you're throwing the game. Zhou rolled her eyes at Yang Chen, feeling like this guy was being too modest. Not far away, the other candidates saw these 2 monstrous geniuses sitting together, looking envious and admiring. The lounge in front of the group of heads also projected images of Yang Chen and Zhou. Originally, they were still digesting their shock. At this moment, when they inadvertently heard what Zhou said, their faces suddenly stiffened. Then they turned to look at Zhou Jianhua on the side. President Zhou, are you sure you don't know about Yang Chen's exotic beasts? The heads were not stupid. Zhou had made it very clear just now. She had known about Yang Chen's 3 exotic beasts a long time ago. And as Zhou Jianhua's precious daughter, could she not tell him? Gentlemen, I swear, I really didn't know. Zhou Jianhua's face turned green. Originally, he thought his daughter didn't know about Yang Chen's situation either. Now it seems that this stinky girl knew in advance, she just didn't tell him. He's in trouble now. Now he's going to be the scapegoat. President Zhou, don't be so nervous, we were just asking casually. Yes, even if you knew in advance and didn't report it, we won't blame you for the sake of these 2 little guys. The group of heads looked at Zhou Jianhua with smiles on their faces. They appeared quite friendly and amiable. But the more they acted like this, the more scared Zhou Jianhua became. Gentlemen, heads, I swear, isn't my word enough? Ah, this is so inexplicable. However, when Zhou Jianhua saw his beloved daughter getting so close to Yang Chen, he couldn't help but smile even more happily than AK. Everyone, should we increase the difficulty for this kid in the final exam? After all, he can even kill disasters. For him, the final exam has no difficulty at all. The group of heads no longer pursued whether Zhou Jianhua knew about Yang Chen's exotic beasts. They shifted the topic to the final exam. Increase the difficulty? Even if the difficulty is tripled or quintupled, will it be useful for this kid? Zhao Wujin looked at everyone unkindly and asked. The expressions on the faces of the group suddenly stiffened. Thinking along with Zhao Wujin's words, they suddenly showed a face of embarrassment. It seems to make sense. Triple and quintuple difficulty, for Yang Chen's 3-headed abnormal beast. It's just like cutting vegetables. But if the difficulty is increased too much, isn't this deliberately making it difficult for this kid Yang Chen? I feel that in the final exam, this kid is unlikely to pass with a perfect score. Lao Zhao, why? Everyone looked at Zhao Wuji in surprise. Because in the final exam, there will be many monsters immune to taunts, prioritizing attacks on the Beast Master. Certainly, this kid's 3-headed beast is powerful, but his Beast Master, on the other hand, is quite fragile. If he accidentally gets killed, then the exam will be over prematurely, right? After hearing this, everyone looked thoughtful. Indeed, there is such a possibility. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Rest time is over. The 5th round of the exam officially begins. Mo Lao, accompanied by 8 invigilators, appeared again in front of everyone. The 5th exam is a simulated battlefield. Similar to the 3rd exam, regular monsters are worth 1 point, elites 3 points, bosses 5 points, and leaders 10 points. But unlike before, in this exam, monsters will not just stand there and let you kill them. They will actively attack, use various skills, and there will even be many monsters immune to taunts, prioritizing attacks on the Beast Master. In the 5th exam, there are a total of 12 waves of monsters, with increasing strength in each wave. After the refresh time of each wave of monsters, regardless of whether you have killed them all, the next wave will appear. After 12 waves, a powerful disaster will appear, which will amplify all the monsters that have not been killed. There are 2 conditions for ending the exam. First, you kill all the monsters, including the disaster, and second, you get killed by those monsters. After listening to Mo Lao explain the rules of the 5th exam, everyone was shocked. The third exam, with all those monsters immune to damage, took forever to kill. The monsters in this fifth exam not only attack actively but some prioritize attacking the Beast Master candidates, and there will be a powerful disaster appearing at the end? Among the two conditions for ending the exam, the second one is to kill all these monsters. Who do they think they are? The fifth exam begins. With Mo Lao's loud announcement, the vast square suddenly lit up with white light. In the next moment, over 10,000 candidates were all transported into the exam room. Mo Lao and a few invigilators hurriedly ran to the invigilators' restroom after seeing that all the candidates had entered the exam room. At this moment, Mo Lao was full of anticipation for Yang Chen in the fifth exam. Can he create another miracle? If he can indeed kill all the monsters and get a perfect score, he will become the only monster in the history of the Great Xia College entrance examination to pass all 5 exams with a perfect score. Mo Lao, the chief examiner, and everyone present will witness the birth of a miracle. What's going on? How is this possible? Mo Lao had just hurriedly arrived at the invigilator's restroom when a series of exclamations came. What's going on? Mo Lao saw the 12 leaders sitting in front all standing up, looking very nervous. He was not sure what had happened and could only quickly go over to inquire. Mo Lao, is there a problem with Yang Chen's data in the 5th exam? Wasn't the disaster supposed to appear at the end? Why did it appear at the beginning of his exam room? A group of leaders all turned their angry gazes towards Mo Lao and questioned him. Cold sweat broke out on Mo Lao's forehead. He looked at the screen. It was indeed true. In the exam room where Yang Chen was, a giant python disaster appeared. Technical Proctor, quickly check the data and figure out the reason. Mo Lao was also very confused. Although he was the chief examiner responsible for all the candidates in the Jinling Province College entrance examination, he didn't understand anything about this technical issue. Moreover, he had just announced the start of the 5th round of the college entrance examination when this happened. Faced with questioning from the 12 provincial leaders, Mo Lao felt numb. The technical proctor did not dare to be negligent and gathered almost all technical personnel to start checking the data. After a while, he hurried back, sweating profusely, and said, "Esteemed leaders, there is no problem. This kind of disaster occurring at the beginning has happened before, but the probability is only 1 in a million, and it happened to Yang Chen." As the words of the technical proctor fell, the entire lounge fell silent. 1 in a million probability. Happening to be encountered by that kid Yang Chen? This luck, if he doesn't buy a lottery ticket, it's really unacceptable. When a disaster occurs, it will amplify the strength of all subsequent monsters that appear. This kid will probably have a hard time in the days to come, Zhao Wuji said as he looked at the screen. Others nodded in agreement. This is good. We can see the true strength of this kid. Maybe he is truly the chosen one of our great Xia. After that, the leaders stopped talking and quietly watched the exam on the screen. In examination room 1, Yang Chen looked puzzled as he faced the giant python in front of him. Wasn't the disaster supposed to appear at the end? How come it appeared as soon as he entered the examination room? Name, Giant Python Disaster, Grade, Common, Level, 12, Strength, 10,000, Agility, 7,000, Spirit, 2,000, Constitution, 20,000, Passive Skill, Python Scales, Active Skills, Venom, Coiling. Python Scales, the Giant Python Disaster is covered in tough and smooth scales all over its body. When damaged, there is a 40% chance of deflection. Venom, the giant python sprays venom, causing 180% toxic damage based on strength to enemies, with a poisoning effect. Coiling, the giant python uses its huge body to coil around enemies, strangling them to death, causing 120% constitution damage. Compared to the giant crocodile disaster that Yang Chen encountered before, the giant python disaster was weaker by more than a bit. After all, it was 4 levels lower than the giant crocodile disaster. Go! Yang Chen didn't have time to think about the refresh issue of the disaster at this time and summoned 3 exotic beasts. Divide and conquer. Roar! The dragon turtle roared, using its taunting skill to attract the hatred of those small monsters. The candle dragon flew into the air, opening its huge mouth to group attack those small monsters. As for Xingtian, the god of slaughter, he was the nemesis of disasters and boss monsters. Without Yang Chen's command, it grabbed the big axe and rushed towards the giant python disaster. Bang! Bang! Xingtian activated the bloodthirsty rage skill, gaining 10% lifesteal, 5 times damage, and 20% attack speed. He crazily raised the axe and struck at the giant python disaster. Soul Tear. Yang Chen was not idle either. He immediately launched a skill attack on the giant python disaster. Hiss! The giant python disaster, suddenly hit by Yang Chen's mental attack that ignored defense, let out waves of painful hissing. This made it even more unable to defend against Xingtian's frenzied axe attacks. As the situation gradually stabilized, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Truly the final trial. The difficulty was extraordinary. If he hadn't summoned 3 powerful exotic beasts, he might have been done for in this first round of attacks. Just as Yang Chen was assisting Xingtian in planning to take down the giant python disaster first, a dark figure pounced towards him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as it hit the dragon turtle that was taunting in the distance. A flash of blood light lit up immediately, emitting a low growl. Injured. Damn! A monster with immunity to taunting actually appeared. Yang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Thanks to the characteristics of the Shanhaijing, the alien beast could resist damage for him. Otherwise, just like that, he might have suffered heavy injuries. It's even possible to be killed on the spot. Yang Chen turned his head and saw that it was a poisonous lizard. Soul torn apart. Yang Chen unceremoniously cast a skill at it. Hiss! With a mournful cry, this immune taunting poisonous lizard breathed its last on the spot. Instant kill. Yang Chen ignored the dead poisonous lizard and calmed his mind. Then, he quickly put on the goblin general armor that he had previously obtained in the goblin mine. He displayed the skill of the goblin general armor. Shield of Life. As Yang Chen displayed the skill of the goblin general armor, 3 transparent shields immediately rose around his body and rotated slowly. Shield of Life, resisting damage based on his own physique, lasting for 3 minutes. In the lounge, a group of leaders saw Yang Chen being ambushed by the poisonous lizard without any harm. They were surprised and jumped up again. What's going on with this kid? How come he's fine after being ambushed by the poisonous lizard? Who knows? The technical examiner, hurry up and check it out. A group of big shots discussed and urged the technical examiner to investigate quickly. Originally, the technical examiner, who was usually the most relaxed during the college entrance examination, was as busy as a dog in this year's Jinling Province College entrance examination. He hurriedly went to check the reason with sweat all over his head. After a moment, the technical examiner ran back panting. Back to all the leaders, I figured it out. This kid has a special skill that can transfer damage to the alien beast. As the technical examiner's voice fell, the entire conference room immediately fell silent. After a moment, the usually calm head of the imperial capital, Zhao Wuji, spoke first. Who has a quick-acting heart-saving pill? Lend me one. In the examination room, after Yang Chen killed the python disaster, he felt much more relaxed. Then, he commanded Xingtian to join the battle, specializing in those immune to taunting, excellent monsters that came to attack him. And in his spare time, Yang Chen also displayed the meditation skill that came with his previous equipment, restoring the consumed spiritual energy. After all, his soul-tearing skill consumed a lot of spiritual energy. To be prepared for any sudden changes, one must always maintain the best condition. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave, the 12th wave. In the blink of an eye, the 12 waves of monsters all respawned. As expected, Yang Chen easily wiped them all out. Perfect clearance. In the lounge, many leaders saw this and looked at each other. They showed a bitter smile. This kid, to describe him as a freak, it's an insult to him. Roar! Just when everyone thought Yang Chen had successfully completed the 5th round of the exam with a perfect score, a roar resounded. What? Another disaster appeared? What's going on? No, it's the previously dead python disaster that has revived. Although there is a 1 in a million chance that the disaster will appear at the beginning of the exam, it's impossible for it to respawn twice. The leaders were surprised and jumped up again, leaping 3 feet high. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. A group of people stared wide-eyed, almost popping out their eyeballs, but they couldn't figure out what had happened. Technical examiner, quickly find out the reason. Mo Lao felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He made a decision. After this year's college entrance examination, he would apply for retirement. He's getting old. His heart can't take such big ups and downs. Just for today, he decided he would live at least 3 years less. Mo Lao, I don't know what's going on. The main brain of the trial terminal is out of control, refusing access. What? Everyone was shocked. Over 10,000 students were still taking exams there. The trial brain malfunctioned? All our technicians are trying their best, but we can't reconnect to the terminal database of the trial exam site. Simply put, besides watching here, we can't do anything. The technical invigilator's forehead was beaded with sweat, like pearls falling off a broken string. This eerie situation was the first time they had encountered it. At this moment, in the examination room, Yang Chen watched as the disaster of the giant python reappeared. He seriously suspected that Mo Lao, that old guy, had individually increased the difficulty of the exam for him. Damn it! The exam had just begun, and a disaster appeared in his exam room. Yang Chen felt something was off. In front of him, after the 12th wave of monsters were killed, the previously slain giant python disaster revived. If it wasn't for Mo Lao intentionally increasing the difficulty for him, Yang Chen wouldn't believe it. What's going on? How did this giant python disaster become stronger after reviving? After engaging with the giant python disaster again, Yang Chen suddenly realized that the appearance of the giant python disaster in front of him was the same as before, but its strength had increased. He quickly cast a detection spell to check its attributes. Name, Giant Python Disaster, Grade, Dangerous, Level, 15, Strength, 20,000, Agility, 10,000, Spirit, 10,000, Constitution, 50,000, Passive Skill, Python Scales, Active Skills, Venom, Entangle. Python Scales, the giant python disaster is covered in tough, smooth scales all over its body. When damaged, there is a 60% chance of deflection. Venom, the giant python spews venom, dealing 280% poison damage based on strength to enemies, with a poisoning effect. Entangle, the giant python uses its massive body to entangle enemies, strangling them to death, causing 220% constitution damage. Hiss. After rechecking the attributes of the giant python disaster, Yang Chen took a sharp breath. A dangerous level disaster? How is that possible? Disaster grades range from low to high, normal, dangerous, fierce, doom, terror, nightmare, deadly, catastrophic, hell, world-ending. With each level increase, strength doubles. He never expected that after the 12 waves of normal monsters, not only did another giant python disaster appear, but its grade had directly increased from normal to dangerous. That old Mo Lao. He's quite old. Let's get it on. Fight. No choice. Yang Chen's gaze fell on the dangerous level giant python disaster. Gritting his teeth, he called upon 3 exotic beasts to charge forward. Soul Tear. Hiss. Fortunately, Yang Chen's Soul Tear, which ignored defense, could cause considerable damage to the giant python disaster. This also relieved the pressure on the 3 exotic beasts' attacks. However, Yang Chen also realized that his level 1 Soul Tear skill had limited damage against the dangerous level giant python disaster in front of him. Now, Yang Chen could only pray that Xingtian would trigger the super destructive instant kill feature again and finish it off with an axe. After some time passed, Xingtian once again swung his axe down. Minus 988,800. A shocking crimson number floated above the head of the giant python disaster. Hiss. The giant python disaster, hit by the instant kill blow, let out a piercing scream. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Done. Seeing this, Yang Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled happily. This should be the end, right? Boom. Suddenly, the trial examination field was empty. A thunderous sound rang out. A bolt of lightning shot up from the depths of the great Xia misty abyss, soaring into the sky. It struck the trial examination field directly. A strange scene unfolded. Instantly, dark clouds covered the sky above the examination field. Lightning and thunder. A huge phantom appeared silently. The momentum was terrifying. No one knew what kind of ghostly thing it was. Yang Chen's examination room. Roar. The giant python disaster that was killed in an instant by Xingtian actually revived. Not only that, black energy coiled around its body. Crack, crack. Scales shattered inch by inch. 4 claws even grew out from under its body. Its eyes also turned bloodthirsty crimson. What is this? How can this be? Yang Chen's face was full of horror, feeling uneasy. He cast a detection spell again. Name, Flood Dragon Disaster, Grade, Unknown, Level, Unknown, Strength, Unknown, Agility, Unknown, Spirit, Unknown, Constitution, Unknown, Passive Skill, Unknown, Active Skill, Unknown. Except for the name, a series of unknowns left Yang Chen dumbfounded. The giant python disaster evolved into a flood dragon disaster? What's going on? A surging pressure emanated from the flood dragon disaster, making Yang Chen's scalp tingle. Roar! Even Xingtian let out angry roars, appearing restless and agitated. It seemed that the flood dragon disaster in front of him was a very terrifying ghostly thing. Crack! It's unknown if it was due to the lightning strike. The screens in front of the leaders instantly shattered. The real-time live broadcast image also instantly cut off, turning into black and white snowflakes. What's going on? I don't know. I feel an evil aura. The leaders' faces were full of shock and horror. They all rushed out of the lounge. Looking up at the sky, they saw the huge phantom in the dark clouds. The phantom's features were unclear, but it had red eyes. It looked quite eerie. An overwhelming evil aura shrouded the entire trial examination field. Even powerful beings like the leaders, when exposed to this evil aura, felt a strong surge of anger. There was a desire to kill. Aoo! Just as everyone was at a loss, a phoenix cry rang out. The next moment, everyone saw a white figure descending from the sky. It was a woman. On the ground, the 12 provincial leaders, including Mo Lao and Zhou Jianhua, all had their faces drastically changed when they saw the approaching figure. Greetings, Lady Bai. Greetings, Lady Bai. Everyone bowed in respect, with expressions of reverence and restraint. Bai Rugua, a level 104th turn Holy Beast Master, one of the strongest Holy Beast Masters in Great Xia, and she was the only female Holy Beast Master. This showed just how terrifying her strength was. Beast Masters could advance to the first turn at level 20, the second turn at level 50, the third turn at level 80, and the fourth turn at level 100. Upon completing the fourth turn trial at level 100, they became Holy Beast Masters. Their strength was the core power of each kingdom, the most powerful force. It can be said that with the existence of this group of people, the monsters in the mist and the disasters in the abyss dare not invade the kingdom. Otherwise, if it weren't for the presence of these true top-tier figures, those powerful monsters and disasters would have long destroyed the various kingdoms. As one of the top Holy Beast Masters in Great Xia, Bai Rugua held a high position. Although she did not hold an official position, her status was so respected that even the provincial leaders had to show utmost respect. No need for formalities. I came here this time to deal with this ghostly thing in the sky. Bai Rugua's face was frosty, and her voice was as cold as Siberian permafrost, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. While she was speaking, she slightly lifted her goose-egg chin, revealing a white and tender neck. She looked towards the sky. Upon hearing her words, the crowd secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Zhao Wuji hesitated and asked, Lord Bai, what is that shadow in the sky? It's a creature from the abyss. 10 years ago, in order to deal with that creature from the abyss, 2 Holy Beast Masters from our Great Xia fell. You should remember that, right? Bai Rouge glanced at Zhao Wuji and said lightly. In an instant, the faces of the crowd showed great astonishment. Some even turned pale due to extreme fear. Lord Bai, are you saying that the ghostly thing is back again? Zhao Wuji asked anxiously. Before he could finish, Bai Rouge interrupted him. It's almost certain. Although we can't be 100% sure, at least 70% possibility. However, our Great Xia is not powerless. The reason why this ghostly thing took the risk to come here is because it sensed a deadly threat from that little guy and wanted to eliminate him in advance. Bai Rouge explained the cause of the sudden incident on the exam site to the crowd. What? This creature from the abyss is so powerful, yet it's afraid of that kid Yang Chen? The crowd was shocked, almost dropping their eyeballs. In this college entrance examination, although Yang Chen showed exaggerated potential and strength, it was far from being feared by monsters in the fog or disasters in the abyss. But these words came from Bai Rouge, a Holy Beast Master. They had to believe it. This kid may be weak now, but don't underestimate his growth. In the country of Sakura, awakening the Yamata no Orochi can sweep through all the wormhole instances in the entire territory. In the country of Goryo, summoning the Ghost Mountain can dispel all the misty forbidden areas in the country. From this, you can imagine how powerful these top-tier exotic beasts are. And the 3 exotic beasts summoned by this kid include 2 SSS grade ones. If they grow in the future, their level of quality may surpass that of the Yamata no Orochi and the Ghost Mountain. If you were those creatures from the abyss, would you be afraid? Bai Rouge's tone was cold and calm, but his words struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. There was an inexplicable surge of blood. This kind of power that almost surpassed the SSS grade. In other countries, having just one could sweep through all the wormhole instances in the country. Yet, in our Great Xia, there were suddenly 2. If they truly grow to level 100, it would be extraordinary. At that time, who would dare to mock our Great Xia for not having powerful exotic beasts? Lord Bai, what about Yang Chen and the other examinees who are trapped in the exam room now? After calming down, Zhao Wuji hurriedly asked. It's fine, I'll go in. Bai Rouge waved his hand. The next moment, the space in front of her was torn apart. Bai Rouge stepped in and the torn space healed. In the eyes of the crowd, Bai Rouge's figure disappeared. Seeing this, the crowd's awe and fear rose again. Is this the power of a 100-level Holy Beast Master? To be able to tear open space barehanded without any tools. It's too terrifying. In the exam room, Yang Chen was running around in a sorry state. If it weren't for his dragon turtle's strong damage resistance and resilience, along with his innate talent and divine inspiration, which boosted his attributes tenfold, Yang Chen would probably be in big trouble. What Yang Chen didn't know was that if he died here, it would truly be the end for him. Roar! Just as the dragon turtle was about to be defeated by the dragon disaster, a loud phoenix cry rang out. The next moment, Yang Chen saw a huge phoenix appearing in the sky. On the back of the phoenix, there stood a woman with a hot figure, excessively beautiful. This phoenix was different from the one in Yang Chen's impression, even different from the SS-level black phoenix summoned by Zhouing. It was a red and blue ice and fire phoenix. Whoosh! The ice and fire phoenix suddenly flapped its huge ice and fire wings. The terrifying phoenix flames made the entire sky burn. With one strike, the dragon disaster was directly pushed back 100 feet. Yang Chen stared with wide eyes, almost dropping his eyeballs. Who is this woman? Is this terrifying ice and fire phoenix her exotic beast? This is too terrifying. By Rug, how dare you ruin my good deeds? Before Yang Chen could recover from the shock, the dragon disaster actually spoke. This scene scared Yang Chen to death. What? This kind of monster, the disaster, can also speak? Could it be that it has become intelligent? You beast, roll back to the abyss immediately, and I will spare your life. By Rug's cold voice was like freezing blood. Yang Chen was shocked. The abyss. Did this dragon disaster in front of him come from the abyss? How is that possible? Isn't this a trial test site? All the monsters and disasters here are data simulated by the system's main brain. How could there be terrifying creatures from the abyss? Ha ha ha. By Rug, you little girl, not very capable, but quite arrogant. Today, this lord will see what you have to take my life. The dragon disaster laughed wantonly. Roar! The next moment, it roared and soared into the sky. It seemed to want to compete with By Rug's ice and fire phoenix. Bang! A deafening sound shook the earth. It had just risen halfway when it was hit by the terrifying phoenix flames of the ice and fire phoenix. It crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Crack! Crack! Its scales shattered like glass, flesh and blood blurred. Ouch! You stinky girl! It hurts so much. The dragon disaster's arrogant laughter turned into a ghostly wail. Puff! Yang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter at this point. Later on, he felt that it was impolite to laugh in such a serious situation and quickly held back. Is that all? By Rug sneered, full of mockery. Stinky girl, this is just a clone of the true lord's power, not your opponent. But the true lord can kill this kid with ease. Kid, dare to laugh at the true lord, come and get it. After being beaten by Rug, the dragon disaster finally calmed down. It remembered its purpose and suddenly turned its gaze to Yang Chen. Especially when the dragon disaster saw this stinky bug, it dared to mock him. It was furious on the spot. The next moment, it roared and fiercely pounced towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen was shocked to see this and didn't expect that just laughing would make the dragon disaster lose face and want to kill him. Yang Chen was a little scared. At this moment, Yang Chen noticed the unparalleled terrifying pressure emanating from the dragon disaster, making it hard for him to breathe, let alone dodge. With me, By Rug, you can't kill him. By Rug appeared in front of Yang Chen in an instant, her tone cold and domineering. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen was almost moved to tears on the spot. What a good person. Beautiful outside, even more beautiful inside. You can't stop my attack, the dragon disaster said arrogantly. In an instant, its body turned into a mass of black energy. From a distance, it looked like a huge and extremely eerie ghost face. Quite eerie and frightening. Seeing this, Yang Chen's shock reached an unprecedented level. Is this the power of those monsters in the abyss? It's too terrifying. You won't know if you can stop it unless you try. White Rouge looked up at the sky, with no trace of fear on her face. Roar! In the next moment, that incredibly huge ice and fire phoenix turned into a sky full of ice and fire flames. It fiercely collided towards that ghostly face. Boom! In the dull roar, Yang Chen felt the earth trembling. Unparalleled shockwaves formed visible ripples one after another, sweeping towards all directions. Buzz! White Rouge raised her hand slightly. A huge shield appeared in front, blocking all the energy shockwaves rushing towards Yang Chen. The sky full of ice flames, brilliant like fireworks, yet deadly. Is this the battle between top experts? So terrifying. He must also grow to such heights in the future, or even stronger. Roar! The dust dispersed, a mournful cry. Then, Yang Chen was shocked to find White Rouge's ice and fire phoenix disappeared into the air. Fallen? Killed by the ghostly face transformed by the dragon? How is that possible? That is at least an SS level or higher exotic beast. Ah! White Rouge, you bitch, dare to hurt me today, this account will be remembered by this lord. You better protect this kid, I will come back, and when I do, I will definitely tear you to pieces. The ghostly face in the sky quickly dissipated, emitting a series of mournful screams. Ha! I'll be waiting for you to come back. White Rouge coldly smiled, showing no fear at all. After a moment, the ghostly face in the sky vanished. Dead. That terrifying abyssal creature was taken down by White Rouge. At this moment, Yang Chen noticed that White Rouge, standing there, swayed slightly. Blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Looking closely, her naturally drooping arms were trembling slightly. Obviously, she was also injured, and the injuries were severe. Seeing this, Yang Chen hurried to go over and show some concern. After all, she had just saved his life. However, before Yang Chen could take a step forward, a white light flashed before his eyes. He was directly teleported out of the examination room, back to the square again. At this moment, besides Yang Chen, those talented and monstrous examinees who had persisted until now also came out. The entire examination room was in chaos, filled with discussions, because the apparition that appeared in the sky above the trial examination room just now was really terrifying. Fortunately, it disappeared suddenly. "Senior, are you okay?" Yang Chen saw White Rouge also coming out, and she was standing not far in front of him, so he quickly went over. White Rouge slowly raised her head and stared at him, without saying a word. This scene left Yang Chen completely puzzled. What's going on? Why is she staring at him like that? Is it because he's handsome? Even if he's really handsome to the point of having no friends, she shouldn't stare at him like that. At this moment, the other examinees nearby also noticed the situation. Who is this woman? She's so beautiful and elegant. I don't know, haven't seen her before. Is she Yang Chen's girlfriend? Girlfriend? I haven't heard that he has a girlfriend. Could she be a pursuer? Possible. After all, he performed so outstandingly in the previous exams, he must have admirers. A group of gossip-loving examinees were already there discussing. Listening to those discussions, Yang Chen was almost scared out of his wits. Girlfriend? Admirers? The woman in front of him had the strength to rival the abyssal creatures. Was he, Yang Chen, worthy? Oh my god. Don't talk nonsense, you'll die. Yang Chen really wanted to rush over now and shut the mouths of those gossiping examinees, but there were just too many people gossiping. He only had 2 hands, not enough. Therefore, Yang Chen could only look embarrassed and say, "Ahem. Senior, don't listen to these guys talking nonsense. Follow me." White Rouge withdrew her gaze and left directly. Yang Chen's expression stiffened, and he could only obediently follow along. Everyone saw this scene and became even more convinced. The relationship between these two is extraordinary. In the crowd, Zhou Ying, who persisted until the last moment, watched Yang Chen and Bai Rouge leave, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He bit his lip hard, seeming to be holding back his anger. After a moment, Bai Rouge led Yang Chen to an empty lounge. After stopping, she turned around, her phoenix eyes falling on Yang Chen again. Yang Chen felt his heart race as he was being stared at, feeling very nervous. What is going on? Could it be because she saved his life, hinting at offering herself to him? It's possible. After all, she sacrificed a top-grade Icefire Phoenix to save him. Is it really okay to take advantage of someone in distress like this? Yang Chen is an upright person. Most importantly, this is all too sudden. There was no mental preparation at all. What do you think about the disaster caused by the flood dragon? Suddenly, Bai Rouge spoke up. What do I think? I feel that the disaster caused by the flood dragon is very powerful and terrifying. Is it really from the abyss? Yang Chen quickly suppressed his chaotic thoughts and asked seriously. Yes, it indeed comes from the abyss, Bai Rouge nodded. Previously, she was only 70% sure that the disaster caused by the flood dragon came from the abyss. But after fighting it, Bai Rouge was now 100% certain. Yang Chen took a sharp breath, his face turning pale. Show me your Beast Tamer attribute panel. Bai Rouge's voice came again. Oh, okay. Yang Chen responded and quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Yang Chen, level, 11, 18%, strength, 1030, agility, 1110, spirit, 1700, constitution, 820, beast seal, classic of mountains and seas, super divine, unique. Note 1, ignore the national fortune temple totem, randomly summon all beasts, gods, etc. Recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Note 2, all beasts, gods, etc. Summoned from the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for the owner. Talent, inspiration of the gods, level 1, all abilities of the master and servant are amplified by 10 times, unique, passive skill, none, active skills, beast summoning, level 1, soul tier, level 1, spirit power, 0 out of 350, beasts, 3 out of 3, equipment, spiritual staff, spider spirit mask, goblin general armor, poisonous spider disaster gloves, just as I thought. Bai Rouge finished looking at Yang Chen's attributes, slightly opening her tempting little mouth. A look of surprise appeared on her face. However, she quickly regained her composure. At this moment, whether it was an illusion or not, Yang Chen noticed that Bai Rouge's eyes seemed different from before. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to show your attribute panel to anyone. And you must not tell anyone about your beast seal characteristics and talent, understand? Bai Rouge was very serious and solemn as she instructed Yang Chen. Yang Chen was taken aback. Although he was not quite clear about why Bai Rouge was instructing him like this, he knew that there must be a reason for her instructions. Senior, I understand. Yang Chen took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. You want to apply to the Dragon Academy, right? Yes, Senior. Yang Chen was surprised and quickly replied. In 3 days, the Dragon Academy and the Monkey Country will have a joint trial on the Black Rock Island in the South China Sea. I will talk to Zhuge Kongming and reserve a spot for you. Get ready in these 2 days. Bai Rouge thought for a moment and said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was shocked to hear this. A joint trial with the Monkey Country on Black Rock Island in the South China Sea? According to Yang Chen's understanding, the relationship between Daxia and the Monkey Country has always been tense, and because of the influence of the mist, the ancient civilization of Daxia has appeared to be disrupted. It is very difficult to summon powerful ancient beasts for some reason. There are also many forbidden areas in the misty area of Daxia. The Feiho country is being instigated by certain powers from other countries in the waters near the Black Rock Island in the South China Sea. They are very arrogant and ambitious. They want to take over Black Rock Island, which originally belonged to Daxia. Although Yang Chen is not sure about the nature of this joint trial, he suspects that it is not simple. Yes, Senior. I will definitely prepare well and fight for the honor of Daxia. Yang Chen immediately promised to Bai Rouge. To fight for honor, I'm afraid with your current strength, you may not be able to do it. I let you participate in this trial to adapt to the copies between countries in advance. Your road ahead is long, but you must grow up quickly, and all of this can only rely on yourself. The monsters in the abyss will soon come back, and the ghosts in the mist will attack Daxia again. I hope that when they attack again, you can become a pillar of Daxia. Do you understand what I mean? Bai Rouge's eyes stared at Yang Chen with enthusiasm. The dazzling light seemed to burn Yang Chen's soul. Yang Chen's heart trembled fiercely. Senior, I understand. I will work hard. Definitely. Yang Chen raised his hand and vowed, swearing in the name of a beast tamer. Go. Bai Rouge nodded slightly, a faint smile on her beautiful face. Obviously, she was very satisfied with Yang Chen's response and had high hopes for his future achievements. Yang Chen respectfully bowed and left. Bai Rouge stood there, watching Yang Chen's back. Good luck, the future of Daxia. She slowly withdrew her gaze only after Yang Chen disappeared from her sight. Yang Chen came out of the restroom of the trial examination hall. A group of examinees all looked at him. The sudden gaze made Yang Chen feel immense pressure. He felt uncomfortable all over. Even his legs felt like they couldn't walk back to the square. What's wrong with him? Who said he's handsome? But they shouldn't stare at him like that. At this moment, Zhou Ying lightly bit her red lips and walked over. Is she your girlfriend? Zhou Ying's gaze fell on Yang Chen as she asked. Put. Yang Chen took out the bottle of water Zhou Ying had given him earlier. He took a sip and sprayed it all out. He almost sprayed Zhou Ying in the face. You jerk, I just casually asked. Why are you so nervous? Zhou Ying scolded unhappily. Zhou Ying, are you also gossiping like those people? What girlfriend? The senior just saved my life earlier, don't talk nonsense. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. He briefly told Zhou Ying about the strange things that happened in the examination hall space earlier. So, that beautiful and elegant woman is not your girlfriend or pursuer anymore? Zhou Ying was very happy and quickly confirmed. Are you crazy? Yang Chen felt that Zhou Ying was acting very abnormally today. You are the one who's crazy. Didn't you say earlier that she sacrificed a powerful beast to save you? With such a great favor, don't you plan to repay it with your body? Zhou Ying teased. She has such a status, she's beautiful, how could she be interested in me? As soon as the words came out, Yang Chen felt uneasy. He quickly stopped, but Zhou Ying wouldn't let go. Alright, you shameless guy, if she's willing, do you really want to repay her with your body? Ha? No, it's not what you said. Yang Chen was dumbfounded. He felt that Zhou Ying had tricked him. In the past, Yang Chen really didn't notice. Zhou Ying, the school flower, also likes gossip. Quiet, everyone. The 5th round of the exam is over. Now I will announce the results of the 5th round of the exam. This time, let's start from the first place. First place, Yang Chen, 5,000 points. Second place, Zhou Ying, 3,888 points. Third place, Ai Fengwu, 3,655 points. Mo Lao appeared, without much nonsense. After looking at Yang Chen, he began to announce the results of the 5th round of exams. No surprises. Yang Chen was once again in first place. The value of Yang Chen's first place is very high. After all, he has killed the disaster twice. Looking at the entire history of the Daxia College entrance examination, no one else has achieved this. After Mo Lao announced the results of the 5th exam, he began to announce the total scores. First place in total score, Yang Chen, 19,400 points, full marks. Second place, Zhou 15,543 points. Third place, Ai Fengwu, 15,321 points. The total scores are out. No suspense. Yang Chen scored nearly 4,000 points higher than the second place, achieving a full score. He became the Wuzuangyiwan of Jinling province in this year's college entrance examination. And he is also the first full-score national champion in the history of Daxia. It is worth recording in history. Zhou Ying's second-place score is also outstanding. It is not a problem to rank in the top 10 nationwide. In the city of Subei, 2 top monster geniuses suddenly emerged. Such honors. As the president of the Monster Trainer Alliance, Zhou Jianawa's mouth was even more difficult to suppress than AK. Can't close his mouth. After the top 20 scores were announced for over 10,000 candidates, Mo Lao presented rewards on the spot for Yang Chen, the national Wuzuangyiwan. Very grand. And very generous. 2 skill upgrade scrolls, a skill book, and 5,000 Tianlong coins. The purpose of Tianlong coins is the Tianlong Academy, the first institution of higher learning in Daxia. Special currency. In Tianlong Academy, Tianlong coins can be exchanged for money. But it is basically impossible to use money to exchange for Tianlong coins. Obtaining Tianlong coins is very difficult, and its uses are extremely wide-ranging, including entering the 8-part floating tower of Tianlong Academy. Only Tianlong coins can be used to enter. After receiving his reward, Yang Chen said a word to Mo Lao and then left. 3 days later, he was going to participate in the joint trial between Tianlong Academy and the Monkey Kingdom. Time was tight, so he had to deal with various messy things quickly. Hurried to Tianlong Academy. After coming out of the trial examination room, Yang Chen immediately returned to Subei City through a special teleportation array. Although only half a day had passed, coming back again, for some reason, Yang Chen felt a sense of nostalgia and melancholy in his heart. That feeling was as if many years had passed. Yang Chen shook his head vigorously and walked towards Jianling Middle School. He wanted to bid farewell to his homeroom teacher, Su Tianghua. At the same time, he wanted to tell him about his excellent performance in passing all 5 exams with full marks. He would definitely be very happy. After all, his expectations for Yang Chen had always been high. Ha ha, Lao Su, I got reliable news that Zhou Ying in our class is the 2nd place in the provincial college entrance examination this year. Her score, among all the candidates in the country, can also easily enter the top 10. How awesome is that? Just as Yang Chen arrived at the office door, he heard Zhang Guofu's triumphant laughter. Did that girl Zhou Ying get the 2nd place in the province? She's so amazing? Su Tianguo was very surprised. Although Zhou Ying's beast symbols and talents were very good, it was really difficult to stand out among over 10,000 candidates in the province and get the 2nd place. That's a must. Your class's top student, Yang Chen, didn't send you a message to tell you how many points he scored? Zhang Guofu was not modest at all. There's no way. Strength doesn't allow it. Ahem. Yang Chen is. Yang Chen? Su Tianguo's face was slightly embarrassed, about to explain. As a result, as soon as he raised his head, he saw Yang Chen standing at the door. He was greatly surprised. Zhang Guofu widened his eyes and said, was he expelled? Or did he score too low in the exam, couldn't even get into a junior college, and gave up early? Su Tianwei ignored Zhang Guofu's sarcasm and walked quickly over. Yang Chen, what happened? Why did you come back early? Su Tianguo's face showed no blame, only deep concern. Teacher, I want to go to Tianlong Academy early, just to say goodbye to you before I leave. Yang Chen took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse. What? You got accepted to Tianlong Academy, didn't you? Su Tianguo widened his eyes, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. Yes, I got accepted to Tianlong Academy. Yang Chen smiled and nodded heavily. Ha ha, I knew it, you brat. You must have potential, you won't disappoint me. Su Tianguo burst into laughter uncontrollably. As he laughed, his eyes turned red. The burden in his heart finally lifted. Tianlong Academy. A student he taught, actually got into the top academy in Daxia. This was something he never dared to dream of before. Getting into Tianlong Academy is nothing special. You were probably barely accepted, unlike our classmate Zhou Ying. She was the 2nd in the province this year, not to brag, but tomorrow the teachers from Tianlong Academy will have to visit her at home. In the whole province of Jinling, besides this year's martial arts champion, who can surpass her? By the way, who is this year's martial arts champion? Zhang Guofu, seeing Yang Chen getting accepted into Tianlong Academy, was not so happy. After all, if Yang Chen had failed, he would have had an excuse to mock Su Tianguo for a whole year. But now that Yang Chen also got accepted, Zhang Guofu had to find a different angle to mock. Su Tianguo's gaze also fell on Yang Chen. He was very curious about who this year's martial arts champion was. When Yang Chen heard this, his face slightly stiffened. He felt embarrassed to say it. He didn't want to embarrass Zhang Guofu and hurt his pride in showing off. Quick, quick, quick. Look, the list of the top 100 in this year's college entrance examination is out. Let me see. Second place is our school's Zhouing, and the first place. My goodness, it's also our school's Yang Chen? Just as Yang Chen was thinking about how to speak without embarrassing Zhang Guofu, screams and shouts came from the next office. What? Yang Chen? Zhang Guofu was shocked. He quickly took out his phone and opened it. As expected, this year's provincial college entrance examination results were out. Yang Chen's name was at the top of the list of the top 20. And he scored full marks in all 5 subjects. Not only was he the martial arts champion of Jinling province, but also the national champion. Zhou Ying's score was nearly 4,000 points behind. A league of his own. Clang! Zhang Guofu's phone fell to the ground instantly. He was dumbfounded. Lao Zhang, our class's martial arts champion Yang Chen, how does he compare to your class's second place Zhouing? Su Tianguo was also shocked. When he came to his senses, he looked at Zhang Guofu's bewildered expression and burst into laughter. Although Su Tianguo heard that Yang Chen was accepted to Tianlong Academy, he knew his grades must be good. But he never expected him to be the national martial arts champion. And not just that, he scored full marks in all 5 subjects. With such outstanding results, Su Tianguo could boast for a lifetime. Cough cough. Congratulations. Amazing. Zhang Guofu's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He was no longer arrogant. Like an eggplant hit by frost, he wilted completely. Zhou Ying's achievement of being the second in the province was no longer impressive, because his old rival Su Tianguo once again surpassed him. Oh well, some are born with good luck. This is bullying. An hour later, the examinees of Jianling High School also returned one after another. The principal leading the team was in high spirits. He walked with a crab-like gait. There was no way around it. This year, Jianling High School produced 2 super genius talents who were very impressive. One of them was even the national martial arts champion. His strength did not allow him to remain low-key. Yang Chen found his former senior high school best friend, Lu Yang. Lu Yang's exam results were not too good, but not bad either. With his level 7 ranking, he had no problem getting into a good university. Fanga, we're graduating, and we'll be going our separate ways soon. We don't know when we'll meet again, but tonight I'll treat you to drinks. Lu Yang happily invited Yang Chen to drink together that night. I'm afraid I can't. Why? Because I have to go to Tianlong Academy early. Ah, are you leaving today? Yes, in 3 days, I have to participate in a trial with the Feiho Kingdom, so I have to leave early. Oh, okay. I'll treat you next time. Yang Chen patted Lu Yang on the shoulder, feeling quite reluctant as well. Just 2 days ago, they were leveling up together. Today, they had to go their separate ways. People often say that every parting is for a better reunion. Perhaps, it is true. Yang Chen came out of the school. Without lingering too long, he headed straight to the imperial capital, Tianlong Academy. The top academy of Daxia. Here I come. Bing Jia, I'm here to find you. An hour later, Yang Chen appeared at the entrance of Tianlong Academy, feeling excited. The top academy of Daxia was not as majestic as imagined. It looked rather ancient, exuding a sense of ancient vicissitudes. Upon arriving at the registration office at the entrance, Yang Chen explained his purpose to the registrar and signed his name on the list. Soon, Yang Chen's counselor came to pick him up. Li Yu. She was very pretty and tall, looking only a few years older than Yang Chen. She was very enthusiastic upon arrival. Obviously, Bai Rouge had already called the president of Tianlong Academy in advance. As Li Yu led Yang Chen to the dormitory, she talked about the cultural heritage of Tianlong Academy and some campus guidelines. As they were about to reach the dormitory, Yang Chen saw a floating ancient tower not far away in the sky. Yes, this ancient tower, floating in mid-air, looked very impressive. Around the ancient tower were 7 thick iron chains, as if to prevent it from flying away. Sister Yu, what tower is this ancient tower? Yang Chen slowed down and couldn't help but ask. This is our most famous eightfold stupa tower of Tianlong Academy. What? This is the eightfold stupa tower? Yang Chen was surprised to hear this. Before coming to Tianlong Academy, Yang Chen had also looked up some information about the academy. Among them, the Eightfold Stupa Tower left the deepest impression on him. However, there was very little information online about the Eightfold Stupa Tower. In any case, this Eightfold Stupa Tower could be said to be the most mysterious place in Tianlong Academy. Sister Yu, what is inside the Eightfold Stupa Tower? Yang Chen curiously asked. What is inside the Eightfold Stupa Tower can only be explored by yourself. The academy has regulations prohibiting discussion about it. Liu looked apologetic at Yang Chen and didn't say much. Yang Chen silently noted Liu's words. He decided in his heart that when he returned from the trial with the Feiho Kingdom, he would definitely find time to explore the most famous and mysterious Eightfold Stupa Tower of Tianlong Academy. By the way, Sister Yu, do you know a girl named Yang Bing? Walking to the dormitory, Yang Chen suddenly remembered his sister and asked eagerly, Yang Bing? Liu looked surprised, not expecting Yang Chen to suddenly mention this name. Sister Yu, do you know her? Where is she? Yang Chen's emotions rose. It's been over a year since Ice Sister came to Tianlong Academy. Just a month ago, there was a phone call. Later, she seemed to have disappeared from the world. Yang Chen couldn't contact her no matter what. I don't know her, I've only heard her name. She disappeared suddenly after being at the academy for just a month. Before disappearing, she broke several records at the academy. As for where she went, I'm not too sure. Why are you looking for her? Liu shook her head and told Yang Chen what she knew. Yang Chen's heart, which had been burning with curiosity, was suddenly doused with cold water. From head to toe, he felt cold. Disappeared? A year ago, she disappeared suddenly after being at the academy for just a month. Before disappearing, she even broke several records at the academy? It's nothing, I'm just curious. Yang Chen shook his head slightly, not explaining further. Ice Sister, where are you? How can I find you? Perhaps, when he meets that woman by Rouge again, he can ask her. After leading Yang Chen to the dormitory, Liu left. If there is anything, call her. While resting, Yang Chen took out the National Martial Arts Champion rewards given by Mo Lao, 2 skill upgrade scrolls, and a skill book. Skill upgrade scroll, used to upgrade skills, can only upgrade active skills below level 10. Skill book, awaken new skills, awakening skill grade, type, etc. are random. The introduction is simple and easy to understand. Yang Chen first used the skill upgrade scrolls to upgrade the active skills he had learned. Ding! System prompt, Soul Tier upgraded to level 2. Ding! System prompt, Beast Summon upgraded to level 2. After upgrading, Yang Chen opened the system attribute bar. Name, Yang Chen, level, 11, 18%, strength, 1030, agility, 1110, spirit, 1700, constitution, 820, beast seal, classic of mountains and seas, super divine, unique. Note 1, ignore the National Fortune Temple totem, randomly summon all beasts, gods, etc. Recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Note 2, all beasts, gods, etc. Summoned from the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for the owner. Talent, Inspiration of the Gods, Level 1, all abilities of the Master and Servant, gain 10 times amplification, uniqueness, passive skills, none, active skills, Beast Summon, Level 2, Soul Tier, Level 2, Spirit Power, 350/350, Beasts, 3 out of 4, Equipment, Spiritual Staff, Spider Spirit Mask, Goblin General Armor, Venomous Spider Gauntlets. Wait, the number of beasts has increased to 4? Yang Chen saw that the level of Beast Summon had increased, and the number of beasts he could carry had also increased. He felt a wave of regret. If he had known, he would have upgraded the Beast Summon skill with both skill upgrade scrolls. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Yang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it, to avoid feeling uncomfortable. Then, he turned his attention to the skill book and immediately awakened a new skill. A white light flashed. A new skill appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. Acquired skill Ice Mist. Ice Mist slows enemy movement speed by 10%, 5% chance to freeze enemies, range of 10 meters. Amazing skill. Yang Chen was extremely excited and immediately learned it. Now, his 3-headed beast's output was basically enough. What was lacking was this kind of control skill. Now, the Ice Mist skill he learned, with the slowing and 5% chance to freeze properties, it made up for this shortcoming. In this way, his overall strength had invisibly improved. After finishing everything, Yang Chen did not immediately summon the 4th beast. He planned to take a bath first and have a good sleep. He was too tired. He had participated in the college entrance examination during the day. He was in a highly tense state, especially when he encountered the dragon disaster at the end. He almost died in the examination room. Even Yang Chen feels a bit scared when he thinks about it now. After taking a shower, Yang Chen dragged his tired body and fell asleep on the bed. In the morning, Yang Chen was awakened by a phone call. "Hello, lazy pig, haven't you woken up yet?" In the phone call, there came the girl's dissatisfied voice. Yang Chen didn't need to open his eyes to know that it was Zhou Ying calling. "Miss Shou, what's the matter so early in the morning?" "Still early? The sun is already shining. Hurry down, let's go eat together. I'm downstairs at the boys' dormitory building." After Zhou Ying finished speaking, she didn't give Yang Chen a chance to refuse. She immediately hung up the phone. Yang Chen was speechless for a moment. Later, Yang Chen shook his head, yawned, and got up from the bed. He went downstairs to wash up. "You seem quite familiar with Tianlong Academy." On the way to the cafeteria, Yang Chen saw Zhou Ying, the school flower, and she was not unfamiliar to him. Full of surprise, "My cousin is here, I've been here a few times before," Zhou Ying explained. "Your cousin?" Yang Chen's surprise deepened. "Xiao Ying, over here." Before he could figure out where Zhou Ying's cousin came from, a shout came. Yang Chen turned his head to see. He found a beautiful girl standing at the cafeteria entrance, wearing cropped pants and a white shirt, oval face, high ponytail, neat and clean. She looked youthful and energetic, giving off a stunning feeling. "Oh, Xiao Ying, who is this handsome guy? Your boyfriend?" Fang Tong's eyes fell on Yang Chen, full of surprise and astonishment. Zhou Ying only invited her to eat. She didn't mention there would be a boy. "Cousin, what are you talking about? He is Yang Chen." Zhou Ying blushed and ran over to hug Fang Tong's arm, refusing to let go. "Hello, senior, Xiao Ying and I are high school classmates." "Ouch, why did you kick me? It hurts." Before Yang Chen could finish speaking, he was angrily hit by Zhou Ying. "I like it. I'm willing." Zhou Ying glared at Yang Chen angrily, acting like a spoiled rich girl. Yang Chen, the top martial arts champion in this year's National College Entrance Examination, who participated in the trial on Haiyan Island. Fang Tong's surprise deepened. "Ha, you also know about the trial on Haiyan Island?" Yang Chen was surprised. "The trial on Haiyan Island, we Tianlong Academy, have 20 spots, and I am one of them. I was thinking of looking for you in the afternoon, but I didn't expect to meet you here, saving me the trouble of finding you." After Fang Tong's surprise, she looked at Zhou Ying with a strange expression. "Cousin, what trial on Haiyan Island?" Zhou Ying couldn't continue to be angry with Yang Chen's wooden head, and the mention of the trial caught her attention. "I can't reveal the specific details, but it's a joint trial between our Tianlong Academy and the Feiho country. The trial takes place on Haiyan Island, with each side sending 20 beastmasters to participate in the trial," Fang Tong explained to Zhou Ying. Later, the three of them went to the cafeteria, chatting while eating. After the meal, Zhou Ying left first. Fang Tong asked Yang Chen to stay and sent messages to several companions who were also participating in the trial on Haiyan Island to come and introduce Yang Chen. After a while, people arrived. "Yang Chen, this is Wang Hao, a 25th level offensive beastmaster, one of the main outputs in this trial." Fang Tong pointed to the boy in front and introduced him to Yang Chen. "Hello, Yang Chen, nice to meet you." Yang Chen smiled and greeted, reaching out his hand. "Yang Chen? The loser my second uncle talks about?" Wang Hao looked proud. Ignoring Yang Chen's outstretched hand, he looked disdainful. "My second uncle?" Yang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and put his hand down. "My second uncle is Wang Dongliang, one of the 8 chief examiners in Jinling province this year." "I see." Yang Chen's face showed a sudden realization. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became heavy. At this moment, Fang Tong spoke up. "Wang Hao, what do you mean?" "Nothing, just an 11th grade loser, not qualified to shake hands with me," Wang Hao said arrogantly. The few Beastmaster students behind him also had the same disdainful expression. Birds of a feather flock together indeed. Yang Chen is this year's national martial arts champion, scoring full marks in all 5 exams. Moreover, the dean personally instructed that by not giving face like this, isn't it too much? Fang Tong's face looked a bit unpleasant. If she didn't know Yang Chen, it would have been fine. The key is that Yang Chen is also her cousin Zhou Ying's classmate, and they have a good relationship. Moreover, it was she who made the call to summon Wang Hao and the others. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. "Ha! National martial arts champion? What's the use of being a national martial arts champion? Anyone who can enter our Tianlong Academy is a genius monster, aren't they? They all came here full of confidence and ambition, but what's the result? They are all just trash." Wang Hao mocked without giving any face. His gaze towards Yang Chen was full of contempt, as if looking at an ant. "Wang Hao, you!" Fang Tong's face turned pale with anger, unable to speak. "Tongjia, forget it, there's no need to deal with this self-righteous guy, let's go." Yang Chen glanced at Wang Hao indifferently and turned to leave. "You bastard, Who the hell are you cursing at? You're looking for death. Wang Hao never expected that Yang Chen, a waste from the 11th grade who had just arrived at Tianlong Academy, would dare to curse at him in front of so many people. Wang Hao was furious on the spot. In an instant, a huge fireball whistled towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen, be careful. Fang Tong's face changed drastically, trying to stop it, but it was too late. At the critical moment, 3 transparent shields suddenly appeared around Yang Chen's body. Shields of life. Goblin General's armor, with its own skill. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds, the 3 shields of life shattered instantly. Yang Chen's body also retreated several steps. His face was somewhat pale. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me? Yang Chen, ignoring the surging blood in his body, stared at Wang Hao with eyes full of cold light. Sneak attack you? Ridiculous. I'm a 25th level main warrior. Ah! Wang Hao was somewhat surprised that Yang Chen could withstand his fireball spell. However, before he could finish speaking, Yang Chen launched a fierce counterattack. Soul Tear. In an instant, his contemptuous sneer turned into a miserable scream. Nearby, everyone witnessing this scene almost had their eyes pop out. My goodness! Even though Yang Chen is this year's national martial arts champion, he is only at level 11. Wang Hao, on the other hand, is a 25th level main warrior attacker. How could he be taken down by Yang Chen with just one blow? And he could still counterattack? Thump! After Wang Hao's screams, he covered his head with both hands and fell to the ground. His face was terrifyingly pale, his expression fierce like a demon. You beast, what skill did you use to attack me? No one understood better than Wang Hao how terrifying the skill that Yang Chen had just used, which was unexpected and undefendable. It felt like his head had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, causing a splitting pain. Bang! Yang Chen's grim face came to Wang Hao's side as he lay on the ground. Without answering him, he stepped on his face. Just as everyone had just regained their senses, they were once again plunged into confusion. Was this year's freshman class so arrogant? Just arrived at the top university, Tianlong Academy, and already challenging the senior students? I warn you for the last time, you trash, better not provoke me. I don't care whose nephew or grandson you are, if there's a next time, even if your father comes, I will make you die. Smack! Smack! As Yang Chen spoke, he grabbed Wang Hao's collar. He raised his hand and made a big comparison. Then, he got up and left, leaving a group of people in a daze. Overbearing, unreasonable, but at this moment, for some reason, everyone looked at Yang Chen's departing figure. No one thought he was joking. Fang Tong's tempting little mouth formed an O shape, never expecting it. Yang Chen, who looked a bit shy and dull, was terrifying when he got angry. His strength was also so powerful. Grass mud horse. You little bastard, this enmity is irreconcilable. I will make you wish you were dead. Wish you were dead. Wang Hao came to his senses, his anger causing him to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The next moment, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. After returning, Yang Chen calmed down his anger. It seemed that the students of Tianlong Academy were not that great in quality. There were many students who looked down on others. But then again, the 11th level was indeed a bit low. The day after tomorrow was the trial on Haiyan Island. Before that, Yang Chen decided to level up a bit. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Suddenly, Yang Chen's phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Fang Tong calling. Hey, Yang Chen, about earlier, I apologize on behalf of Wang Hao. It's all my fault, I didn't consider what kind of person Wang Hao is. As soon as the call connected, Fang Tong took the initiative to apologize to Yang Chen. There was a strong sense of apology in her voice. It's okay, I plan to level up in the next 2 days to avoid being looked down upon by those cats and dogs. The day after tomorrow, before the trial starts, I will go to Haiyan Island in the South China Sea. Call me then. Yang Chen couldn't get along with Wang Hao and his group, but he had a good impression of Fang Tong. Okay, sure. Fang Tong replied. Then, the two chatted for a while and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Yang Chen searched online for suitable dungeons near Tianlong Academy for leveling up. The Mind Savage Wolf Dungeon. Level 15. Very suitable for his current level. Departure. Mind Savage Wolf Dungeon. Following the coordinates of the dungeon, Yang Chen headed towards the eastern suburbs of the imperial capital. Half an hour later, Yang Chen stood at the entrance of the Mind Savage Wolf Dungeon. He chose the Nightmare difficulty and entered. Upon entering the dungeon, Yang Chen immediately summoned 3 exotic beasts to kill monsters and level up. And Yang Chen himself planned to summon the 4th exotic beast. After all, after the exotic beast summoning skill reached level 2, the number of exotics Yang Chen could carry had increased from 3 to 4. At this moment, Yang Chen was a little nervous. He prayed that the fourth exotic beast he summoned would be more powerful. But then again, were there any weak exotic beasts in the classic of mountains and seas? Exotic beast summoning. Yang Chen shook his head, suppressing his random thoughts. He began to use the summoning skill. In an instant, a black vortex appeared before his eyes. For some reason, this black vortex was somewhat different from before. Faintly, Yang Chen heard a cow's cry. A cow? Were there cows among the exotic beasts in the classic of mountains and seas? In the imperial capital, at the Temple of National Destiny, a group of leaders, each with a brilliant smile on their faces. Satisfied. Very satisfied. The awakening of the high school beast symbols this year. These provincial leaders were much happier than in previous years, especially Qin Baihe, the head of Jinling province, with a smile that never faded. Early this morning, His Majesty even summoned him alone to the palace. He praised and complimented him fiercely, making this head of Jinling province feel embarrassed. I wonder if he has thin skin. With the two SSS grade powerful monsters summoned by Yang Chen, everyone believed that in at most 10 years, their Great Xia would rise. In the future, who would dare to mock Great Xia for not having powerful exotic beasts? Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out in the totem hall. What? What happened? This commotion, so familiar. Has a new totemic beast appeared again? How is that possible? The awakening of the Gaokao beast totem has already passed. How can there still be new species of beasts appearing? A group of leaders rushed to the beast totem grand hall in a hurry. Inside the grand hall, those enshrined totems came to life, roaring in unison. At the highest position of the beast totem, a black shadow appeared silently. The light emanating from it illuminated the entire grand hall. Everything was dyed in a mysterious green color. It looked eerie and frightening. Moo! At a certain moment, a deafening cow's roar was heard. A new SSS grade beast totem has appeared, with a national fortune value of plus 1,000. The national fortune steel also emitted a dazzling light. 1,000 points of national fortune value. A new SSS grade beast. What is it? A group of big shots widened their eyes. Their eyeballs almost popped out. Everyone held their breath, watching the increasingly clear beast shadow. Because it had not materialized yet, they could not see its name. They could only confirm through the national fortune steel that this was a powerful SSS grade beast. After a moment, as the SSS grade beast shadow materialized, everyone finally saw its true form. Like a cow. Its head was white. It had a tail like a snake. The most bizarre thing was that it had only one eye. Fei, an ancient beast, on the same level as the Candle Dragon and Xingtian. Many leaders, upon seeing this, were left speechless with shock. Do you think this new SSS grade beast that has appeared could possibly be summoned by that Yang Chen kid again? It's unlikely. That kid has already summoned 3 SS grade or higher beasts before. If he summons a fourth one, it would be too unbelievable. Some agreed, some disagreed. Everyone was curious about who summoned this new ancient beast Fei. Guessing won't help. I'll have someone investigate who summoned this new SSS grade beast Fei. As the temple staff went to check the temple's database information, the leaders nervously and eagerly waited. Each of them had a tense and anxious expression, as if waiting for their wife to give birth. They paced back and forth in the beast totem grand hall. Rustle! Rustle! After a while, the staff member hurried back. Honorable leaders, the investigation results are out. How is it? Who summoned the SSS grade beast Fei? Which province is it from? What is its name? The leaders quickly gathered around, anxiously inquiring. The temple staff member had a strange and embarrassed expression on his face. Honorable leaders, I suggest you prepare a quick-acting heart pill first. What nonsense quick-acting heart pill? Just tell us. Wait, quick-acting heart pill? Are you trying to say that this new SSS grade beast was summoned by that Yang Chen kid again? Yes, it's him. As the staff member's words fell, the entire beast totem grand hall fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke. They had thought that summoning 3 SS grade or higher beasts, achieving a perfect score in all 5 subjects of the Gaokao, and becoming the national martial arts champion was already the limit for that kid Yang Chen. However, now they suddenly realized that this seemed to be just the starting point on the brilliant path of this kid. For super powerful beasts, 3 SSS grade and 1 SS grade. It was not an exaggeration to say that even among the few 100 level 4th stage beastmasters in the entire Great Xia, they could not achieve this. But for this kid, it was as easy as peeing. Does he still need people to live? Does anyone have a quick-acting heart pill? I want to take one to prevent any mishaps. Nothing left, just one left. I just ate it. My heart can't take it. I feel like I'm about to collapse. Call an ambulance quickly. I feel like I'll die in the hands of this little brat sooner or later. Lao Qin, what's wrong with you? Yang Chen, this kid, comes from your Jiling province, you should be happy, why are you rolling your eyes? The entire imperial capital's divine temple is in chaos. In the Mine Wolf dungeon, Yang Chen was also shocked by the new summon in front of him, a powerful beast with features like a cow. SSS class ancient beast Fei. The Shanhai Jing records, there is a beast, resembling a cow with a white head, one eye, and a snake tail, named Fei. Where it walks, water dries up, grass dies, and a great plague spreads. Fei is truly the most poisonous source among ancient beasts, an ancient poisoner. Not only does it bring plague, but when it crosses a river, the river dries up. When it passes through grasslands, the grass dies. It can be seen that if it grows to its peak limit, how strong it is. Name, Fei, grade, SSS, level, 1, 0. 0%, strength, 700, agility, 700, spirit, 2000, constitution, 2000, star level, 1 star, passive skill, plague, level 1, active skills, poison source, level 1, poisoner, level 1. Plague, where Fei walks, a plague will cover the area, causing enemies to suffer 30% mental poison damage, lasting 5 minutes. Poison source, Fei actively releases the plague, causing 150% explosive damage to all poison targets, refreshing the plague duration. Poisoner, Fei actively triggers the poisoner, increasing the damage to poison enemies from 30% to 50%, doubling the duration. Although Fei's strength and agility are not high, but this spirit and constitution are exceptionally high. Level 1 has 2000. If it levels up, it will be even better. Rushing into a group of monsters and coming back. Those monsters with low constitution will have to face its wrath. At this moment, Yang Chen saw several Mine Wolf guards ahead. Charge! Without hesitation, Yang Chen commanded Fei to attack them. Moo! Fei roared like a bull, galloping away. Along the way, the terrifying dark green poison. Any monster contaminated by the plague had blood flowing from their bodies. Yang Chen saw this and was amazed. One word to describe it. Awesome! In a moment, those unlucky Mine Wolf guards were defeated. Yang Chen continued to command the 4 beasts forward. Ice fog. Ahead, another group of Mine Wolf guards appeared. Yang Chen directly used a new skill he had learned. In an instant, a vast white mist spread in all directions. Any Mine Wolf touched by this mist had their movement speed drastically reduced. The freezing effect appeared. In this way, the 4 beasts easily killed these monsters. There was no pressure at all. Why is the area covered by this ice fog so wide? Wasn't it 10 meters? Yang Chen widened his eyes, puzzled. After a while, Yang Chen understood. Because of his SSS level talent, the area covered by the ice fog had increased tenfold, from the original 10 meters to 100 meters. 100 meters of ice fog. All monsters within the fog would be affected by the freezing effect. Yang Chen almost burst out laughing. Level 15 dungeon. It was like a walk in the park for Yang Chen. Along the way, those fierce-looking Mine Wolf guards, if they could get within 5 meters of Yang Chen, he would consider himself defeated. Mine Ferocious Wolf, Leader Monster, Level, 15 Strength, 3800 Agility, 4000 Spirit, 2200 Constitution, 6000 Passive Skill, Ferocious Active Skills, Wolf Roar, Summon. Ferocious, Mine Ferocious Wolf Leader, inflicts damage on enemies, 1. 2 times strength damage. Wolf Roar, Mine Ferocious Wolf Leader emits waves of wolf howls, intimidating weaker enemies, weakening enemy strength by 10%. Summon, Mine Ferocious Wolf Leader summons 10 ordinary Ferocious Wolf Guards, with attributes only half as strong. Speaking from the heart. This Mine Ferocious Wolf Leader. In fact, among monsters, it is already considered quite powerful. For a normal beast tamer, even at the same level. Without the support of powerful exotic beasts, it is not a match in a one-on-one fight. But, when encountering Yang Chen, this monster, there is only one outcome, death. Killing a level 15 Mine Ferocious Wolf Leader, experience plus 2200. Obtained Mine Ferocious Wolf Leader's Fangs. Killing a level 15 Mine Ferocious Wolf Guard, experience plus 1300. Obtained Mine Ferocious Wolf's Claws. Killing a level 15 Mine Ferocious Wolf Guard, experience plus 1300. Mine Ferocious Wolf Leader, along with the 10 ordinary Ferocious Wolf Guards it summoned, were instantly killed by Yang Chen's 4 exotic beasts. After killing the last Ferocious Wolf Guard, the instance time was up. Yang Chen was kicked out of the instance directly. Level 11, 98. 66%, just a little more. Yang Chen could have reached level 12. Unfortunately, the instance time was up. He could only come back tomorrow to continue leveling up. Yang Chen tidied up his mood and planned to return from the eastern suburbs. You bitch, don't run. Quick, chase, just ahead. Suddenly, a burst of angry shouts came. Yang Chen looked up and immediately saw a girl covered in blood under a withered yellow street lamp. She stumbled towards him in this direction. The girl ran while looking back, as if afraid of being caught up. After a moment, she seemed to see Yang Chen ahead and immediately ran towards him faster. Xiaoru, why is it you? As they got closer, Yang Chen immediately recognized the pale-faced girl as Jiang Xiaoru, whom he had met at the trading post in Subei City. Unbelievable. Brother, they want to kill me, save me. Jiang Xiaoru used her last bit of strength to throw herself into Yang Chen's arms. The next moment, she fainted. Xiaoru, what's wrong with you? Yang Chen was confused. The situation happened suddenly. He couldn't react at all. After a moment, Yang Chen looked at the unconscious Jiang Xiaoru and called out quickly. No matter how he called, Jiang Xiaoru did not wake up. Rustle! Rustle! At this moment, the group of exotic beast tamers in the distance also caught up. They surrounded Yang Chen and Jiang Xiaoru. Yang Chen looked up, his face changing. Exotic beast tamers from the Black Shark Guild? Yang Chen looked at the badges on the chests of the group of exotic beast tamers and immediately confirmed their identity. Earlier, Yang Chen had heard from Zhouing that these exotic beast tamers from the Black Shark Guild were a bunch of evildoers. He never expected that when he came to the imperial capital Dragon Academy, he would also encounter these evildoers. You little bastard, hand over the girl in your arms. A man with a centipede scar on his face from the Black Shark Guild said coldly. Why are you chasing Xiaoru? Yang Chen took a deep breath, his face turning cold. Although Yang Chen was not very clear about the grievances between Jiang Xiaoru and the Black Shark Guild, but Yang Chen had a good relationship with Jiang Xiaoru. A week before the college entrance examination, Yang Chen sold her the equipment and materials he had made. Moreover, Yang Chen had also had a feud with the Black Shark Guild. At this moment, when Jiang Xiaoru was in danger, he definitely could not stand by and watch. Brother Dao, I know this kid. Before the one-eyed man disappeared, he was the one who led people to deal with him. He has a powerful artifact on him, and with that artifact, he became the national martial arts champion. Besides Scarface, a little brother said solemnly. As soon as he said this, Scarface's eyes lit up, staring at Yang Chen intently. An artifact? What a pleasant surprise. Scarface licked his dry lips and smirked slyly. Yang Chen, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Because the group of people the one-eyed dragon sent to deal with Yang Chen before mistakenly thought that Yang Chen had an artifact that could defeat disasters. In reality, they had no idea what Yang Chen truly relied on. It was not some nonsense artifact, but his own strength. I said I don't have an artifact, do you believe me? Yang Chen suddenly smiled. Looking closely, his smile was somewhat chilling. Don't believe it. If you don't have an artifact, how could you achieve a perfect score and become the national martial arts champion? Are you trying to deceive us by burning paper at the grave? Do you think we are fools? Scarface sneered contemptuously, looking very clever. You guys can leave now, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to meet your ancestors. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk more and had already made up his mind to kill. It depended on whether this group of Black Shark Guild bastards would leave obediently or provoke him. Kid, are you still pretending with me, Brother Dao, at the brink of death? Scarface laughed upon hearing Yang Chen's words. An 11th level noob dared to act like a pro with him? He probably didn't even know how to write the word death. In that case, I can only send you on your way. Yang Chen waved his hand, and 4 powerful exotic beasts appeared. Roar! A loud dragon roar, unmatched dragon power. The group of exotic beast masters led by Scarface felt suffocated. WH. What? SS. SSS level exotic beasts? 3 heads? The weakest is still an SS level exotic beast? Mom, I want to go home. B. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. We'll leave right away. Scarface's group of people couldn't laugh anymore. At this point, they suddenly woke up to the terrifying presence they had provoked. They were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Even though they had more people and summoned many exotic beasts, they were instantly powerless against these absolute SSS level exotic beasts. Therefore, Scarface quickly put away his arrogant and defiant expression, apologizing to Yang Chen like a tortoise's grandson. Leave? I just gave you a chance. If you don't cherish it, who's to blame? In that case, you scum, all of you leave your lives with me. Yang Chen coldly smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 powerful exotic beasts pounced on Scarface's group of exotic beast masters. Scarface's group of people turned pale with fear and quickly summoned their own exotic beasts to resist. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, the exotic beasts they summoned were not even up to a level. They were no match for Yang Chen's exotic beasts. It was a completely one-sided slaughter. Run! Run for your lives! This kid is a devil, too terrifying. At this point, Scarface and the others finally understood. This plague god Yang Chen, who achieved exaggerated perfect scores and became the national martial arts champion in the college entrance exam, was not because of some nonsense artifact. It was his own terrifying and powerful strength. Run! If they didn't run now, they would really lose their lives here. Did I let you go? Leave your lives. Ice fog. 100 meters of ice fog instantly spread in all directions. The Scarface and other exotic beast masters who hadn't run a few steps yet immediately slowed down like turtles crawling. Big brother, I was wrong. We won't dare anymore, please spare us. I have a beautiful girlfriend, as long as you spare me, I'll give her to you. I don't have a girlfriend, but I have a beautiful sister. Ah! Those terrified Black Shark Guild Beastmasters knelt down and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, before they could even finish speaking, the gaping jaws came towards their heads. They were greeted with a warm welcome. In just 2 minutes, the completely one-sided battle came to an end. Dozens of Beastmasters led by Scarface were all taken out by Yang Chen. It's not that Yang Chen is cruel. First, Yang Chen gave them a chance. Secondly, if Yang Chen's strength was not strong enough and fell into their hands, would they spare him? The Holy Mother must die. Phew! Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Xiaoru in his arms. She was really heavy. After holding her for so long, his arms were sore. Sigh. Let's go back to the Dragon Academy first. Can't just leave her on the side of the road, right? Yang Chen sighed and could only take Zhang Xiaoru back first. However, before Yang Chen could carry Zhang Xiaoru and leave this dangerous place, he immediately saw a suspicious figure in the nearby woods. Who? Come out! Yang Chen shouted angrily, a cold light bursting in his eyes. Holding the giant battle axe taller than a person, Xing Tian appeared next to Yang Chen again. If the figure in the small grove dared to show any sign of escape, they would definitely die a miserable death. Junior brother, fellow alumni, we are on the same side. Don't be impulsive. Being impulsive is the devil. The figure hiding in the small grove was startled. The next moment, he hurriedly came out, with a flattering smile on his face. Yang Chen looked at the fat man coming towards him, furrowing his brows slightly. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around and hiding in the woods? Yang Chen took a deep breath, staring at the other party without blinking. I am Zhao Dazhuan, a sophomore at the Dragon Academy. This is my identity badge, a top student at the Dragon Academy with a guarantee of authenticity. As for why I am here, I saw this girl being chased by a group of people, so I followed to take a look. I didn't expect that before I caught up. I saw you, junior brother, displaying your might and killing all those bastards. Awesome. I was afraid you would go berserk and accidentally hurt your teammates, so I could only hide in the small grove on the side to avoid the limelight. As Zhao Dazhuang spoke, he nervously handed his identity badge to Yang Chen to see. When his gaze fell on the SSS level beast Xingtian, he swallowed nervously. He raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat. My goodness, over 10,000 attributes? Only level 11? Isn't this too awesome? It's like an invincible version. What made Zhao Dazhuang most shocked was that Yang Chen could summon for such powerful beasts. Yang Chen ignored Zhao Dazhuang's flattery. He carefully examined the badge in his hand. Indeed, he was a student of the Dragon Academy, and it seemed like he was not with Scarface and his group of beast masters. About tonight. Yang Chen's expression softened slightly as he was about to speak. I know, I will keep tonight's events a secret in my heart. If I leak a word, I will be impotent for 10 years, and my girlfriend will cheat on me. Zhao Dazhuang immediately interrupted, making a hair-raising oath to Yang Chen. 10 years of impotence? Girlfriend cheating? Isn't that too harsh? Yang Chen looked at Zhao Dazhuang, who was full of survival instinct, and couldn't find a reason to kill him. That's for the best. Yang Chen didn't want to waste time with this fat guy, so he carried Zhang Xiaoru back to school. Half an hour later, Yang Chen arrived at the school gate with Zhang Xiaoru in his arms. The security guard at the gate recognized Yang Chen. After all, he was the national champion of the martial arts exam, and he was the first to arrive yesterday. How could he not recognize him? He saw Yang Chen just arrived yesterday. Today, he boldly brought a girl back, attracting strange looks. Yang Chen felt like he could be embarrassed for a lifetime. Yang Chen carried Zhang Xiaoru into the campus, and the male and female students in the campus all looked over. Wow! Isn't this year's martial arts champion? Bringing a girl back to the dormitory so late at night? The girl doesn't seem to be from our school. Was she drunk and brought back by him? Close enough, no wonder he got full marks in all 5 subjects in this year's college entrance examination. Even his behavior is so unconventional. Along the way, various comments that challenged common sense almost embarrassed Yang Chen to death. Damn it! He, Yang Chen, a person of integrity and uprightness, was being treated like a scoundrel. Alas! The world is going downhill, people's hearts are not as good as before. A few minutes later, Yang Chen finally carried Zhang Xiaoru back to the dormitory. He was so tired that he almost collapsed. Fortunately, Yang Chen had a dormitory all to himself. Otherwise, if there were roommates around, it would be really hard to explain. Zhang Xiaoru's injuries were not serious. Perhaps due to excessive shock, she had not yet woken up. After resting for a while, Yang Chen saw that he was covered in sweat. He hurried to take a shower. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if Zhang Xiaoru suddenly woke up later. After showering, Yang Chen came out wrapped in a towel, about to put on his clothes. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoru, still groggy, sat up from the bed. Ah, little brother, what did you do to me? Zhang Xiaoru saw Yang Chen bare-shouldered, with only a towel wrapped around his lower body. She immediately hugged her clothes tightly, screaming in shock. Xiaoru, please don't wrongly accuse me. I was just taking a shower, I didn't do anything. Yang Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoru speechlessly. He felt a headache coming on. I don't believe you, you little brother, you have to take responsibility for me. It's my first time. Zhang Xiaoru looked at Yang Chen with a mix of shyness and charm. Her alluring appearance almost captivated Yang Chen. Yang Chen regained his composure, his face turning green. Take responsibility? Xiaoru, I didn't do anything, what responsibility should I take? Yang Chen was almost in tears. This woman's way of doing things was too scary. Yang Chen was afraid. If you didn't do anything before, then do something now, that's all. Zhang Xiaoru blushed and threw a flirtatious look, acting coyly like a young bride. Xiaoru, please spare me, I was wrong, can't that be enough? Yang Chen quickly apologized. Ha ha, look at your dumbfounded look, I was just joking, you got scared like that. Seeing Yang Chen frightened, Zhang Xiaoru burst into laughter. Yang Chen looked at her laughing, her charming appearance making his breathing uneasy. This woman, Zhang Xiaoru, didn't look very old, but in terms of development, she was quite mature. Every move she made carried a kind of indescribable charm. Ahem! Xiaoru, what happened earlier? Why were those Black Shark Guild Beastmasters chasing you? Yang Chen, feeling embarrassed, quickly asked about the matter at hand. They were chasing me because of this treasure map. Zhang Xiaoru took out a piece of parchment as she spoke. Treasure map? Yang Chen was surprised. Yes, I obtained this treasure map by chance. I don't know how, but those Black Shark Guild Beastmasters found out. They wanted to snatch it, and when I refused, they wanted to kill me to silence me. Zhang Xiaoru then recounted to Yang Chen what had happened earlier. After listening, Yang Chen's face showed realization. Here, little brother, I'm giving you this treasure map. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoru handed the treasure map to Yang Chen. What? Giving it to me? Yang Chen widened his eyes, feeling puzzled. Yes, you saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would probably have fallen into the hands of those Black Shark Guild Beastmasters. I'm afraid even this treasure map would have been taken by those beasts. If not you, then who else should I give it to? Zhang Xiaoru said to Yang Chen as a matter of course. Xiaoru, there's no need, saving you is just a small effort. This treasure map is so valuable, I can't accept it. Yang Chen came to his senses and waved his hands repeatedly. What a joke. Although Yang Chen was not sure what treasures were recorded on this treasure map, but from the fact that the Black Shark Guild had so many beast tamers chasing after Zhang Xiaoru, it was enough to see that it was not simple. Little brother, are you deliberately not taking this treasure map, wanting Sister Xiaoru to repay your kindness with her body? How wicked. Then come on, Sister Xiaoru has made up her mind, to repay the debt with her body. Be gentle later, Sister Xiaoru was afraid of pain. While Zhang Xiaoru was speaking, she shyly pulled at her collar. In an instant, a charming and tempting beautiful shoulder was revealed. Sister Xiaoru, are you teasing me? Yang Chen widened his eyes, looking confused. He was completely thrown off by Zhang Xiaoru's erratic thinking. Oh my goodness. This coquettish woman with a face full of charm, was she trying to repay his kindness or coveting his manly charms? Little brother, don't be shy, Sister Xiaoru can let you off the hook if you don't want to take responsibility. Zhang Xiaoru flirted and teased Yang Chen. Yang Chen shivered and was about to speak. Bang! Suddenly, the dormitory door was kicked open. Immediately, Yang Chen saw Zhou, standing aggressively in front of the dormitory door. Zhou, why are you here? Yang Chen stared at Zhou in front of the door, feeling confused. This aggressive demeanor, it didn't seem good. Zhou didn't immediately answer Yang Chen's question, her beautiful eyes looking into the dormitory. When she saw Yang Chen wrapped in a towel and Zhang Xiaoru squatting on the bed, revealing a large portion of her shoulder. Her expression turned even uglier. "Can't I come?" Zhou gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Chen, asking back. That's not what I meant." "Not what you meant, then what did you mean?" Zhou didn't give any quarter, immediately questioning him. For a moment, Yang Chen was at a loss for words, feeling extremely embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain. The atmosphere in the dormitory became heavy and oppressive. Zhang Xiaoru's pretty face no longer had the coquettish charm from before. She looked shy and flustered, like a young bride caught in the act, hiding under the covers. Seeing this, Yang Chen almost exploded in anger. "Pretending. You, this wicked woman, keep pretending. Oh my goodness. Was she trying to drive him to his death before she would be satisfied? Just now, I heard from a classmate that you shamelessly brought an outsider girl back to the dormitory. I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. You, this despicable scoundrel, do you have no shame?" Zhou walked over aggressively, kicked Yang Chen, gritting her teeth. "Zhou, things are not as you think." Yes, Zhou, my brother and I are innocent, we haven't done anything yet, and you came." Zhang Xiaoru didn't wait for Yang Chen to finish speaking, she spoke first. Yang Chen listened in shock. "What does that mean? What do you mean by haven't done anything yet, and you came?" Yang Chen glared at Zhang Xiaoru with a dark expression. He saw Zhang Xiaoru looking guilty and pitiful. Yang Chen was almost about to have a brain hemorrhage from anger. She was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. "Zhou, let's go, don't mind this wicked woman, she's talking nonsense. Let's go outside, I'll explain it to you properly, it's really not what you think." Yang Chen looked helpless. Seeing Zhou about to explode, he quickly pulled her out. Zhou followed Yang Chen out, her eyes fixed on the back of Yang Chen's head without blinking. After staring until her eyes were sore, she snorted and withdrew her gaze. Here's what happened. At the staircase, Yang Chen let go of Zhou, who was still angry. He briefly explained what had happened earlier to her, including Zhang Xiaoru being injured and unconscious, and the situation that led to bringing her back. "Really?" Zhou Ying's expression improved slightly. Then, she remembered kicking open the dormitory door and going in. She noticed the dried bloodstains on Zhang Xiaoru's clothes. Gradually, I believed Yang Chen's words. "Of course, you should know my personality, right?" Yang Chen rolled his eyes, showing a gentlemanly demeanor. "All right, I'll believe you this time. I heard from my cousin about what you did to Wang Hao during the day." Zhou stared at Yang Chen and brought up the daytime incident. "That bastard attacked me first, making me angry, so I taught him a lesson. It made it difficult for your cousin to be caught in the middle. Please apologize to her on my behalf later." Yang Chen added awkwardly. "No need to apologize, after all, you did nothing wrong in this matter. My cousin asked me to tell you that Wang Hao is a petty and vindictive person. During the day, he suffered a big loss at your hands, so he probably won't let it go easily. Be careful." Zhou shook her head and relayed Feng Tong's message to Yang Chen. "If that guy doesn't provoke me, it's fine, but if he dares to provoke me, I won't let him off easily." Yang Chen nodded slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Later on, after chatting with Zhou, Yang Chen turned and headed back to the dormitory. Where is she? Returning to the dormitory, Yang Chen didn't see Zhang Xiaoru, looking puzzled. In the bathroom, I'll take a shower first, to freshen up." Zhang Xiaoru's coquettish voice came from the bathroom. This scene almost made Yang Chen curse. Is Zhang Xiaoru acting lawlessly? Does she treat the dormitory as her own home? Isn't that too much? You shameless person. The anger that Zhou had just suppressed surged up again. She punched Yang Chen, giving him a black eye. Yang Chen cried out in pain, feeling extremely aggrieved. "Oh, Zhou, you're back again. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to use my brother's bathroom to take a shower," Zhang Xiaoru exclaimed, hastily explaining. "Deliberate. This woman is definitely doing it on purpose." Yang Chen was so angry he felt like spitting blood, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just barge into the bathroom now and shut her up, could he? A moment later, Zhang Xiaoru came out of the shower. Her hair was still wet, a strand sticking to her face. She looked charming, exuding a seductive air. Her exposed fragrant shoulders were also irresistibly beautiful. This scene made Yang Chen's scalp tingle even more. He almost wanted to flee. "Oh dear. Little brother, it's already so dark outside. There's only one bed in your dormitory, how will we sleep at night? Sleep together? That's so embarrassing." This woman Zhang Xiaoru was really pushing the boundaries. The words she said in such a coy manner made Yang Chen want to hit someone. What kind of grudge does she have to treat him like this? "You can stay in my dorm tonight. Tomorrow morning, you can leave from where you came." Zhou took a deep breath, feeling a pain in her chest. Then, with a stern face, she said to the affected Zhang Xiaoru, "Go to your place? Yang Chen widened his eyes in surprise. Seeing this, Zhou misunderstood on the spot. What do you mean by that? Is she going to stay with you tonight? I swear. That's not what I meant. Little brother, I know what you meant, but we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. It's too embarrassing. Damn it. Zhang Xiaoro, I have no grudge against you. Why are you trying to set me up? Yang Chen panicked and quickly explained. Go to hell, you scumbag. I'll kill you. Zhou couldn't hold back her anger and punched him again. Ouch. A pig-like scream. Yang Chen's other eye also turned into a black eye. A symmetrical pair. 10 minutes later, those two troublemaking women finally left. Yang Chen, feeling aggrieved, tidied up the bed and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, Yang Chen noticed the treasure map on sheepskin paper lying on the bed. His expression froze. Zhang Xiaoro, this stinky woman, plays around and makes a fuss. Are you really planning to give this treasure to him? It seems so. Treasure map records the location of a secret treasure in a secret realm, the key to unlocking the secret treasure, recommended for Beastmasters above level 20, team up before going. The introduction is very simple. It's just a coordinate point, hiding the secret treasure of the secret realm, and the theoretical knowledge of the high school Beastmaster for 3 years. Let Yang Chen understand. The secret realm is different from the wormhole instance. The secret realm is one time. Once opened, regardless of whether you have cleared it or not, you cannot enter a second time. Put away the treasure map and go to sleep. Tired after a day? Adjust your mental state and continue to level up tomorrow. The next morning, after Yang Chen got up, he went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach. Then he went to the Mine Wolf instance again to level up. Kill level 15 Mine Wolf Guard, experience plus 1300. Obtained Mine Wolf Tooth. Kill level 15 Mine Wolf Warrior, experience plus 1400. Obtained Mine Wolf Bone. Kill level 16 Mine Wolf Archer, experience plus 1450. As Yang Chen summoned 4 exotic beasts, they charged straight ahead, towards the bottom of the Mine Wolf instance. Along the way, those monsters in the mine. No match at all. Too simple, no difficulty at all. An hour later, a leveling light lit up on Yang Chen's body. Finally leveled up. Level 12. Name, Yang Chen, level, 1200. 18%, strength, 1130, agility, 1210, spirit, 2000, constitution, 860, beast seal, classic of mountains and seas, super divine, unique. Note 1, ignore the national fortune temple totem, randomly summon all exotic beasts, gods, etc. Recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Note 2, all exotic beasts, gods, etc. Summoned from the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for the owner. Talent, inspiration of the gods, level 1, all abilities of the master and servant, gain 10 times amplification, uniqueness, passive skill, none, active skills, exotic beast summoning, level 2, soul tier, level 2, ice mist, level 1, spiritual energy, 400 out of 400, exotic beasts, 4 out of 4, equipment, spiritual staff, spider spirit mask, goblin general armor, venomous spider calamity gloves. The 4-dimensional attribute values have all increased significantly. But compared to the 4 powerful exotic beasts, it's not worth mentioning at all, especially in terms of constitution. A little fragile. If there were no exotic beasts to bear the damage for him, he would probably be in trouble if he was touched by those monsters in the instance. After Yang Chen leveled up to level 12, he pondered for a while. He took out the treasure map. The treasure map says, the secret realm instance is very dangerous. It is recommended for Beastmasters above level 20 to team up and go. Although Yang Chen's current level is only 12, but Yang Chen is confident in his current strength, not to mention level 20, even if it is a level 30 Beastmaster. When it comes to taking action, Yang Chen also has the confidence to fight. As for teaming up, forget it. Just arrived at the Tianlong Academy. The people he knows can be counted on one hand. Besides, Yang Chen is a bit selfish when it comes to treasure hunting. He doesn't like to share with others. It's more comfortable to keep it in his own pocket. After Yang Chen came out of the Mine Wolf instance, he immediately headed to the coordinates recorded on the treasure map. It's also in the east suburbs, not too far from the Mine Wolf instance. In no time at all, Yang Chen arrived at the location shown on the coordinates. It was an abandoned wasteland. Discover the Goblin Cave. Do you want to enter? Yes/no. A system prompt sounded. An option also appeared in front of Yang Chen. Yes. Yang Chen chose without hesitation. At the next moment, a burst of white light flashed. Yang Chen was transported to the Goblin Cave, and the treasure map used to open the secret realm in Yang Chen's hand also disappeared. Ahead, a group of goblin warriors on patrol. Seeing intruders, they immediately rushed over with big knives. Yang Chen released exotic beasts while casting detection spells. Check the attributes of these goblin warriors. Goblin Warrior, Elite Monster, Level 15, Strength 4000, Agility 3600, Spirit 1800, Constitution 5000, Passive Skill, Cunning, Active Skills, Charge, Fierce Chop. Cunning, Goblin Warriors have a 15% evasion ability due to their small size and agile movements. Charge, Goblin Warriors launch a charge, dealing 1.5 times strength damage to enemies, 2 consecutive strikes. Fierce Chop, Goblin Warriors swing their big swords, fiercely chopping, causing 3 equal strength damages. Truly a secret realm, much stronger than the monsters in the dungeon. From the attribute comparison, the Goblin Warriors in front have attributes similar to the mine's Fierce Wolf Leader, although only level 15. But ordinary exotic beast masters really can't withstand their attacks. Kill them! Yang Chen ordered the 4 exotic beasts to charge directly at the Goblin Warriors. Roar! The dragon turtle took the lead, using taunt skills. Immediately, those Goblin Warriors who were originally rushing towards Yang Chen were drawn away by hatred. Swinging the big knife in his hand, clanging and chopping on the dragon turtle, the Candle Dragon, Xingtian, and Fei, the 3 exotic beasts, launched a brutal slaughter. Kill level 15 Goblin Warrior, experience plus 2800. Obtain Goblin Warrior Bone. Kill level 15 Goblin Archer, experience plus 2700. Obtain Goblin Archer Eyeball. Along the way, as each elite goblin monster fell, they all turned into experience points for Yang Chen. Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that this Goblin Cave secret realm was a great place to level up. Each elite monster gives more experience points than the boss monsters Yang Chen killed in the mine's dungeon. Unfortunately, you can only come in once. Otherwise, Yang Chen would definitely come here to level up every day. Keep moving forward. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down from the sky, striking Yang Chen. It made him shiver. Damn! Who the hell ambushed me? The damage wasn't high, but the sudden ambush was scary. Yang Chen looked up and saw a Goblin Shaman. Goblin Shaman, Boss Monster, Level 16, Strength 1000, Agility 2600, Spirit 5500, Constitution 2000, Passive Skill, Elemental Affinity, Active Skills, Thunderstrike, Fire Ring. Elemental Affinity, naturally has a 5% affinity for all types of elements. Thunderstrike, the Goblin Shaman casts a basic thunder skill causing 150% spirit damage. Fire Ring, the Goblin Shaman casts a resistance fire ring to protect himself from damage, immune to 200% constitution damage. Cut off its head for me. Roar! Xingtian roared, carrying a big axe, and charged up. Bang! With one axe strike, this fragile Goblin Shaman didn't even have time to cast the resistance fire ring skill. It died on the spot. Kill level 16 boss monster Goblin Shaman, experience plus 5000. Obtain Goblin Shaman Skull. Yang Chen saw that he had killed the Goblin Shaman. Without dropping any equipment, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, it was a small boss. Is it so poor? Keep moving forward. Killing and stopping along the way, Yang Chen held onto the principle of not wasting shamefully. Not a single goblin monster was missed. After all, they are all experience points. If you miss this village, there won't be that shop anymore, because it's a secret realm. The monsters here are all one time only. Once killed, they will not respawn. Finally, Yang Chen arrived at the bottom of the goblin cave. Ahead, a very strong-looking goblin appeared. As usual, first use detection technique to check the attributes. Goblin Leader, Boss Monster, Level 17 Strength, 6500 Agility, 4800 Spirit, 3000 Constitution, 8000 Passive Skill, Strong Active Skills, Intimidation, Dual Blades. Strong, the Goblin Leader gains an additional 20% Constitution due to its large size. Intimidation, the Goblin Leader emits a piercing roar, intimidating and interfering with enemies, reducing their strength by 20%. Dual Blades, the Goblin Leader wields dual blades, launching a very fast 5-strike attack, causing full strength damage. Such trashy attributes. Do you still need a Beast Master above level 20 to team up and clear it? Yang Chen smiled. Take it down. Yang Chen snapped his fingers, and Xingtian grinned as he carried his axe and charged forward for a one-on-one battle. Bang! 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 3 axe strikes. Roar! Accompanied by an extremely unwilling roar, the Goblin Leader died unjustly like this. There's no way. If it encountered other Beast Masters, maybe it could still show its strength. However, facing a monster like Yang Chen, it didn't even have a chance to show its strength. Killing level 17 Goblin Leader, experience points plus 10,000. Obtained Goblin Leader's Arm. Obtained Goblin Leader's Greatsword. Goblin Leader's Greatsword, rare strength plus 200, agility plus 110, constitution plus 300, usable after level 15. Yang Chen looked at the greatsword dropped by the Goblin Leader with a disappointed face. What a joke, it doesn't even have any special features. Does it deserve to be called a rare equipment? Besides the 3 additional attributes, it's just slightly higher. Nothing else. Boom! Boom! Just when Yang Chen thought he had cleared the Goblin Cave's secret realm, a series of muffled sounds came. Then, Yang Chen saw an entrance extending downwards on the rocky ground ahead. Huh? There's a second floor? Yang Chen's face showed surprise. A bit unexpected. Then, without much thought, he immediately commanded his 4 beasts to enter the second floor of the Goblin Cave. Bang! Yang Chen had just arrived at the second floor of the Goblin Cave when he was ambushed. Because he had his beasts to take all the damage, he was fine. Roar roar! However, not far away, the tortoise dragon burst out with a crimson light on its body. It roared repeatedly. Obviously, it was injured. Damn it! Isn't this against the rules of combat? Yang Chen broke out in a cold sweat and quickly looked up. Goblin Guardian, Elite Enhanced Monster, Level 16 Strength, 6000 Agility, 5600 Spirit, 2800 Constitution, 6000 Passive Skill, Enhanced Slyness Active Skills, Enhanced Charge, Enhanced Hack. Enhanced Slyness, the Goblin Warrior, due to its small size and agile movements, gains 25% evasion ability. Enhanced Charge, the Goblin Warrior charges at the enemy, dealing 5 times strength damage based on strength, 2 times impact. Enhanced Hack, the Goblin Warrior swings a large sword, fiercely hacking, causing 5 equal strength damage. Yang Chen checked the attributes of the Goblin Guardian and was amazed. Truly worthy of being a secret realm recorded on the treasure map. The strength of the monsters here is much higher than the average wormhole dungeon, by a large margin. The small monsters on the second level of this cave have almost the same attributes as the boss on the first level. Fortunately, the exotic beasts he summoned are powerful enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move forward. No wonder it requires a level 20 or higher first-turn exotic beast master to team up and go. Kill level 16 Goblin Guard, experience plus 4600. Obtain Goblin Guard Fur. Kill level 16 Goblin Patrol Guard, experience plus 4500. Obtain Goblin Patrol Guard Bone. The experience gained is obviously several times higher than before. Yang Chen pondered. At this rate of experience gain, he will probably reach level 13 today. At this moment, Yang Chen became even more curious about what treasures are hidden in this Goblin Cave. Since it's so difficult to pass through, it must be valuable, right? Keep moving forward. Along the way, Yang Chen did acquire a few pieces of equipment. However, the attributes and characteristics were all very poor. As they approached the bottom of the cave, the density of monsters increased. The speed at which Yang Chen's 4 exotic beasts advanced also noticeably slowed down. Goblin guards, goblin shamans, goblin archers, and even the newly emerged goblin gunners kept appearing. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately used the skill Ice Mist to relieve some of the pressure on the 4 exotic beasts while killing monsters and advancing. After another half-hour of progress, Yang Chen finally led the 4 exotic beasts to charge all the way to the bottom of the second level of the cave. Ahead, a giant goblin of considerable size appeared. This goblin was different from the ones Yang Chen had encountered before. Red eyes, a huge hammer in hand, and quite terrifyingly strong muscles. Long teeth as well. It was clear at a glance that this was not an easy opponent. Yang Chen immediately cast a detection spell. Ancient Goblin, Lord Monster, Level 17, Strength 9000, Agility 6000, Spirit 2000, Constitution 12000, Passive Skill, Ferocious, Active Skills, Giant Hammer, Charge. Ferocious, the Ancient Goblin is exceptionally ferocious due to the ancient bloodline within, each attack causing 5 times damage. Giant Hammer, the Ancient Goblin swings the Giant Hammer in hand to attack enemies, causing 250% strength damage with armor-piercing effects. Charge, the Ancient Goblin launches a charge, dealing 150% strength damage to enemies ignoring defense. Roar! Without waiting for Yang Chen to command the 4 exotic beasts to attack, the Ancient Goblin roared, lifted the giant hammer, and ferociously charged forward. Seeing this, Xingtian also tightened the giant axe in his hand and fearlessly met the charge. Bang! A loud noise. The axe and hammer fiercely collided. Under Xingtian's powerful force, the Ancient Goblin's body flew out like a cannonball. Roar! Xingtian did not give the Ancient Goblin a chance to catch its breath, activating the Bloodthirsty Rampage skill. Once again, he ferociously rushed forward, swinging the large axe towards its head. 1 minute later, the ancient goblin let out a reluctant roar, its strong body crashing to the ground. Rest in peace. Kill level 17 ancient goblin, experience plus 20,000. Obtain spirit stone. Obtain ancient goblin staff. Ancient goblin staff, rare spirit plus 500, constitution plus 500, special ability, amplify spirit-based skills by 20%, usable after level 13. At the same time, a leveling aura lit up around Yang Chen. Level 13. Just in time to use it. Yang Chen was overjoyed to see this. With this, he could retire the junk spirit staff in his hand. For Yang Chen, spirit and constitution were the top 2 priority attributes. After all, spiritual enhancement can enhance his soul-tearing skills and make them more powerful. With increased physical fitness, the corresponding defensive capabilities will also be stronger. In this way, even if attacked by monsters, the dragon turtle would not be so heavily injured. Boom! Boom! When Yang Chen thought he had finished killing the ancient goblins and had already cleared the secret realm, the rumbling sound rang out again. Ha! There's another level? Yang Chen looked at the entrance to the 3rd level of the cave, feeling confused. The monsters on the 2nd level were already so difficult to kill. Presumably, the monsters on the 3rd level would have even more insane attributes. To be honest, Yang Chen really didn't want to continue the adventure. But if he gave up halfway now, it would be a waste of the treasure map and the secret realm that had been opened. After some contemplation, Yang Chen decided to explore the 3rd level. However, when he entered the 2nd level of the cave, he almost got a lesson from the goblin guards. Yang Chen was not foolish enough to swagger in. Stealth. Yang Chen activated the invisibility feature attached to the spider spirit mask on his body. Then, he cautiously entered the 3rd level of the goblin cave. Goblin Mage, Boss Monster, Level 17, Strength 3000, Agility 7000, Spirit 8000, Physical Fitness 3000, Passive Skill, Flame Body, Active Skills, Fireball, Explosion. Flame Body, when casting fire-based skills, increase damage by 50%, with a burning effect that deals 10% spiritual damage per second for 10 seconds. Fireball, the Goblin Mage casts a basic fire-based skill, dealing 200% spiritual, fire-based single-target damage. Explosion, the Goblin Mage casts an advanced version of a fire-based skill, dealing 350% spiritual fire-based damage to enemies on a path. 1, 2, 20. When Yang Chen stealthily infiltrated the 3rd level of the Goblin Cave using his invisibility skill, he was shocked to see 20 Goblin Mages blocking the entrance. Fortunately, he had been cautious and didn't rush down. Otherwise, even with the tough skin of the dragon turtle, he would have been instantly killed. At that time, he would have gone from being a taunting, damage-absorbing meat shield to crying without a chance. However, although these Goblin Mages had high damage, they were quite fragile themselves. As long as he could get close to attack, with the powerful strength of his several exotic beasts, instantly killing a few of them was not a problem at all. Yang Chen held his breath. Stealthily moving out of the circle of Goblin Mages, he silently approached them from behind. Then, Yang Chen released the 4 exotic beasts directly. Roar! After the 4 exotic beasts appeared, they didn't need any orders from Yang Chen. They immediately pounced fiercely on those fragile Goblin Mages. For a moment, cries of pain filled the air. Most of the 20 Goblin Mages didn't even have time to react and were instantly killed by the 4 exotic beasts. The remaining ones, although they started to fight back, were not a threat. After all, their strongest firepower was broken by Yang Chen's exotic beasts. A moment later, Yang Chen had slaughtered all these unlucky Goblin Mages. He continued forward. Along the way, many Goblin Mages continued to appear. Even later on, Yang Chen saw some giant goblins. He cast a detection spell to check. Large Goblin, Elite Boss Monster, Level 18, Strength 8000, Agility 5000, Spirit 2000, Physical Fitness 10,000, Passive Skill, Iron Body, Active Skills, Charge, Roar. Iron Body, large goblins have a stronger physique than ordinary goblins, reducing damage taken by 20%. Charge, large goblins launch a charge attack, dealing 150% strength damage to enemies regardless of defense. Roar, the large goblin emits a roar, shaking the enemy, reducing the enemy's speed by 15%. Very strong. It's almost like a weakened version of the ancient Goblin Lord. In terms of quantity, there are not many. Otherwise, Yang Chen could only escape with 4 exotic beasts. After all, that skill that ignores defense by 150% is truly terrifying. It feels even more powerful than Xingtian's passive skill. Kill. Yang Chen cast Ice Mist to slow down the movement speed of these large goblins. Commanding the 4 exotic beasts, they fiercely pounced and began the slaughter. After a while, Yang Chen finally killed off this wave of large goblins. Yang Chen gasped, looking at the heavily wounded 4 exotic beasts. There was not a hint of joy in his heart. He was not sure how many layers this goblin cave's secret realm had, but this was the 3rd layer. It was already his limit. If there was no treasure at the end of the 3rd layer, he would have to give up. After all, he couldn't let the 4 exotic beasts, who had worked hard to level up, go to their deaths for a treasure map. Besides, he still had to go to the Black Rock Island in the South Sea for a trial tomorrow. After killing the wave of large goblins in front of him, Yang Chen took a short rest and continued forward. Originally, Yang Chen thought there would be more large goblins or other types of goblin monsters ahead. However, to Yang Chen's surprise, after walking a short distance, he did not encounter a single goblin monster. Have all the monsters in the secret realm been killed? That's impossible. According to international conventions, shouldn't there be a big boss at the end? Yang Chen muttered to himself. This strange situation felt very abnormal. He couldn't figure out what was going on, so he had to be extra cautious and continue forward. Finally, he reached the end. Unlike the previous 2 layers of caves, the bottom of this 3rd layer was a huge cave. In the middle of the cave, there was a stone chair. Yang Chen looked up and saw a goblin giant wearing a crown sitting on the stone chair. The most eye-catching thing was the huge treasure chest in front of the goblin giant on the ground, emitting a dazzling light. It was obvious that there were many treasures hidden inside. Goblin King, Great Lord Monster, level, 20 Strength, 12,000 Agility, 10,000 Spirit, 8,000 Constitution, 20,000 Passive Skill, Tyrant Active Skills, Escort, Enslave. Tyrant, the Goblin King is a fierce tyrant, reducing defense by 20% in exchange for a 30% increase in all damage. Escort, the Goblin King summons 20 guards to escort, with the guards possessing 70% of the Goblin King's abilities. Enslave, the Goblin King enslaves all guards, turning them into a berserk state for a short period of time, increasing their strength by 20%, lasting for 3 minutes. Is this finally the end? Yang Chen took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Although the Goblin King was very powerful, comparable to a normal level 10 disaster, it did not pose a great threat to Yang Chen at the moment. Charge! Yang Chen called the 4 exotic beasts and directly rushed in to attack. At the same time, he provided skill support from the side. Soul Tear, the powerful skill that ignores defense, was directly aimed at the Goblin King. Roar! The Goblin King had just stood up from the stone chair, ready to counterattack, but was ambushed by Yang Chen's Soul Tear. It howled in pain repeatedly. At this moment, the 4 exotic beasts had already rushed to the front of the Goblin King, using various fierce and berserk skills against it. Roar! The Goblin King roared, summoning 20 goblin guards to counterattack. The entire cave was in chaos, especially under the amplification of the Goblin King's enslavement skill. Yang Chen's 4-headed exotic beasts showed signs of struggling. Fortunately, Yang Chen used Ice Mist to slow down the freezing process, and crazily unleashed Soul Tear to assist in the attack. This allowed him to withstand the Goblin King's most fierce and brutal round of damage. 10 minutes later. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar of unwillingness, the massive body of the Goblin King collapsed with a bang. Unfortunately, due to the Goblin King's level reaching an exaggerated level of 20, far surpassing Yang Chen's level 5, he gained no experience points. This left Yang Chen feeling greatly regretful. However, his regret was quickly replaced by the sight of a huge treasure chest in front of him. Radiating light and enormous in size, Yang Chen was certain that it must contain treasures. Yang Chen approached the chest and opened it with force. Creak! With a crisp sound, the chest opened. Several items inside were presented before Yang Chen's eyes. Excited and overwhelmed, he picked up each item to examine. Congratulations on obtaining Ancient Wood. Ancient Wood, essential material for crafting artifacts. Congratulations on obtaining Star Sand. Star Sand, essential material for crafting artifacts. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Crystal. Spirit Crystal can increase 500 points of spiritual attribute. Congratulations on obtaining Holy Water. Holy Water allows Beastmasters to awaken passive skills in advance. After inspecting all the items, Yang Chen had only one thought in mind. Worth it! Although clearing this treasure map secret realm was very difficult, encountering several crises along the way, the rewards were truly abundant. Not to mention the special materials for crafting artifacts, such as the Spirit Crystal and Holy Water. These were treasures that money couldn't buy. 500 points of spirit. This would significantly enhance his Soul Tier skill. As for the Holy Water, it could awaken passive skills in advance. Normally, a Beastmaster's first passive skill required reaching level 20 and undergoing a transformation to awaken. Yang Chen stored all the items in the system warehouse. He didn't linger in the now empty Goblin Cave secret realm and immediately left to return to the academy. By the time he reached the school, it was already dark. With a growling stomach, Yang Chen first went to the cafeteria to grab some food. After eating and drinking his fill, he returned to the dormitory. Once in the dormitory, Yang Chen eagerly took out the spirit crystal and holy water. He first absorbed the energy from the spirit crystal. Spirit plus 500. Then, Yang Chen's gaze fell on the bottle of holy water in his hand. Silently praying, he hoped to awaken a powerful passive skill. Yang Chen opened the cap of the holy water bottle and drank it all. Ding! System prompt, obtained new passive skill Purification Aura. Purification Aura, Beast Master and summoned exotic beasts are immune to all negative buffs. The description was simple, but to Yang Chen, it was definitely a powerful and cool passive skill. Previously, when Yang Chen took his exotic beasts to kill monsters and level up, he often encountered monsters with various negative buffs. Decreased attack, reduced movement speed, decreased constitution, and so on. With this passive skill Purification Aura that granted immunity to all negative buffs, Yang Chen no longer had to worry about being affected by negative buffs when leveling up with his exotic beasts. Name, Yang Chen, level, 1310. 33%, strength, 1230, agility, 1310, spirit, 3100, constitution, 1360, beast seal, classic of mountains and seas, super divine, unique. Note 1, ignores the national destiny temple totem, randomly summons all exotic beasts, deities, etc. Recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Note 2, all exotic beasts and deities summoned in the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for their masters. Talent, Inspiration of the Gods, Level 1, all abilities of the Master and Servant are increased tenfold, unique. Passive skill, Purifying Aura active skills, Summoning of Exotic Beasts, Level 2, Soul Tier, Level 2, Ice Mist, Level 1, Spiritual Energy, 450 out of 450 Exotic Beasts, 4 out of 4 Equipment, Ancient Goblin Staff, Spider Spirit Mask, Goblin General Armor, Venomous Spider Catastrophe Gloves. His spirit exceeded 3,000. Yang Chen believed. With his current spirit, he could use Soul Tier on Wang Hao. He could definitely make him look like a fool on the spot. From now on, it would be best not to provoke him. If anyone dared to provoke him again, hee. After closing the system interface, Yang Chen lay down on the bed to sleep. It had been a tiring day, especially after entering the third level of the Goblin Cave in the secret realm. Yang Chen was mentally tense the whole time. Now that he relaxed, he felt extremely tired. He fell asleep on the bed, and in no time, he was fast asleep. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, early morning. Yang Chen had not yet woken up when Fong Tong called. Fong Tong asked Yang Chen to hurry up and go to the cafeteria for breakfast. They were to gather and head to Black Rock Island in the South Sea to prepare for the trial with the Monkey Kingdom. Half an hour later, Yang Chen and Fong Tong finished their meal and arrived at the meeting point. A large group of people had already gathered there. Yang Chen looked up and saw Wang Hao's grandson had also arrived early. When Wang Hao's grandson noticed Yang Chen looking at him, he glared back at Yang Chen with a dark expression. Yang Chen paid no attention to him. People are almost here, let's team up now. Wang Hao's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a sly smile. I'll team up with Senior Wang Hao. Senior Wang Hao is an offensive exotic beast master, and I'll team up with him. I am a defensive exotic beast master, so I'll complement Senior Wang Hao's offense. A group of sophomore students participating in the trial applied to team up with Wang Hao. A team could have a maximum of 5 members. For this trial on Black Rock Island in the South Sea, Tianlong Academy sent a total of 20 people, forming 4 teams. In a moment, Wang Hao's team of 5 was full. The remaining exotic beast master students began to form other teams. Yang Chen stood there for a while, but no one invited him. Everyone completely ignored his presence. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. The one standing there is this year's national martial arts champion. Hurry up and team up with him, don't miss this opportunity. Wang Hao saw that no one was approaching Yang Chen to team up, and he laughed. Team up with this rookie? I'd rather go solo. Besides being a burden, what use does this trash have? Don't say that. At least he's this year's martial arts champion. Show some respect for his feelings. Respect his feelings? Who respects my feelings? The group of sophomore exotic beast masters showed no respect at all. They started mocking and taunting him. This made the already slightly awkward atmosphere even more uncomfortable. Fong Tong couldn't bear it and her face showed a hint of embarrassment. She turned to look at Yang Chen, then glanced at a few companions who had not formed teams. Zhou Yu, come team up with us. Fong Tong extended the invitation. Zhou Yu was Fong Tong's close friend. I won't team up. The trial on Black Rock Island in the South Sea is extremely dangerous, and we might lose our lives. You want me to protect this rookie during the trial? Fong Ton, are you still half asleep? I advise you not to be too sympathetic. If you team up with him and something goes wrong, it will be too late. The girl called Zhou Yu looked at Yang Chen with disdain. Even though she hadn't formed a team, she had no intention of teaming up with Yang Chen. Seeing that Zhou Yu refused to team up and even belittled Yang Chen, Fong Ton felt extremely embarrassed and uncomfortable. She wanted to say something, but for a moment she didn't know how to start. The atmosphere was getting more and more awkward. A group of people stood there, waiting to see a joke, and a few more trial students rushed over. Fan-gu, we meet again. Can I join your team as a fat guy? I am a defensive type of beast tamer. The summoned beast can take a beating for you. Can I be your meat shield? The day before yesterday, when Yang Chen saved Zhang Xiaoru, he met the fat guy Zhao Dezhuan. A head popped out from the crowd. With a flattering smile, he ran over eagerly, actively seeking a spot in the team. This scene left the students present dumbfounded. Despite Zhao Dezhuan looking lazy usually, he was actually quite strong. When he really got into action, even Wang Hao, an offensive beast tamer, might not be his match. Moreover, his character has always been unruly in the entire academy. Except for a few people, no one would accept him. Today, he actually turned into a bootlicker, nodding and bowing to find Yang Chen and asked to team up, and he even shamelessly called Yang Chen, this noob fango? Is he out of his mind? Is it you? Yang Chen looked at Zhao Dezhuan in surprise. Somewhat unexpected. Fango, it's not me. Can you give a spot in the team to a fat guy like me? I may not have many skills, but I can really take a beating. I'll be your meat shield. If a fly comes within 2 steps of you, I'll consider it a loss. Zhao Dezhuan looked pitifully at Yang Chen. With that exaggerated look, he was almost begging on his knees. Zhao Dezhuan, are you crazy? Calling this noob Fango and begging him to team up? Not far away, Wang Hao couldn't stand it and started mocking. What I do is none of your business. Fango will be my big brother from now on, is that okay? Zhao Dezhuan turned his head, his face twitching with anger as he confronted Wang Hao. That fierce look, as if Wang Hao dared to provoke him again, he would roll up his sleeves and go beat him up. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. It felt like Zhao Dezhuan's head had definitely been kicked by a donkey. In fact, no one knew that the reason Zhao Dezhuan was so fawning over Yang Chen was because he had witnessed Yang Chen's terror the night before. He killed ruthlessly. He hid in the small forest and watched it closely, killing those Black Shark Guild beast tamers without blinking an eye, especially the 4 summoned beasts. Damn it! 3 of them were SSS rank. The worst one was SS rank. Can you believe it? These idiots. They were still unwilling to team up with his Fangu. When they saw how powerful Fangu was, they regretted not crying and calling him daddy. Too late. You. Wang Hao was so angry at Zhao Dezhuan's scolding that he couldn't speak. Okay. Yang Chen looked at Zhao Dezhuan and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Fangu. You are now my dear big brother. Oh, no. My dear daddy. Seeing Yang Chen agree, Zhao Dezhuan successfully got on the boat of this hidden big shot, hugging his thigh. He was so excited that he almost went to kiss Yang Chen's feet. Get lost. Yang Chen pushed him away with a cold face. This dead fat guy, Yang Chen seriously suspected that he had a masochistic tendency. Monkey, come here. Fan Ji's team still needs 2 more people. Hurry and ask Fangu for a spot for you. Fangu, this is my bro, Li Lei, who looks like a skinny monkey. I gave him the nickname Monkey. At this moment, Zhao Dezhuan saw Li Lei standing in the crowd and hurriedly called him over. Damn, fat guy, are you crazy? I've never seen you lick anyone before. This doesn't seem like your usual style. Li Lei walked over, staring at Zhao Dezhuan with a puzzled look. He even raised his hand and touched Zhao Dezhuan's forehead while speaking, checking if he was sick. What the hell? When did I ever lick Fangu? This is called respect. Do you know what respect is? Zhao Dezhuan blushed and awkwardly defended himself. Beside him, Fong Ton widened her eyes in astonishment. At this moment, she also felt that Zhao Dezhuan's mental state today was very abnormal. Respect? She could see that he was sucking up to Yang Chen, and he was even groveling. In the end, Monkey Li Lei also joined the team. As a result, this team led by Yang Chen now consisted of Yang Chen, Fong Ton, Zhao Dezhuan, and Li Lei. Only one person was missing. Who else is coming? Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is a good opportunity to build relationships with me, Fangu. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop. Zhao Dezhuan saw a group of fools standing there dumbfounded. No one else wanted to join the team, so they immediately started shouting and reminding them. Humph! Zhao Dezhuan, you are willing to take this newbie grass bag with you, but we are not willing. Exactly. Do you think we are fools? Building relationships with him? Is this grass bag worthy? Several Beastmaster students who had not formed a team mocked without giving any face. Since no one is willing to join this team, then I will. Suddenly, a faint and cold voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. Oh my! Yao! Yao Jia, are you willing to join our team? Zhao Dazhuan widened his eyes, showing a surprised expression. Zhang Yao. Among the second-year monsters at Tianlong Academy, her strength could definitely rank in the top 3. In the past, when she participated in trials, she always went alone and was unwilling to team up with others. Even in today's joint trial with the Phi Monkey Country, no one had actively invited her because everyone knew her personality, and inviting her would only end in failure. But unexpectedly, she actually took the initiative to join Yang Chen's team this time. Could it be that Yang Chen had seen her bathing before and was now taking responsibility for her? Yao Jia, why are you going to that newbie team? He will only drag you down. Come to my team, I'll give you the main output position. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Yao and hurriedly invited her. Are you worthy? Zhang Yao didn't even lift her eyelids and sarcastically replied without giving any face. In an instant, Wang Hao's face looked even worse than if he had eaten shit. Put. Wang Hao, sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I just suddenly remembered that my girlfriend is pregnant. Ha ha. Zhao Dazhuang, seeing Wang Hao's face looking like he had eaten shit, immediately burst into laughter. Wang Hao felt so embarrassed that he almost spat out old blood. Damn it! This is too much. At this moment, the other trial students saw that Yang Chen had struck gold. Being able to team up with Zhang Yao, one of the monsters, they looked at him with envy. Li Lei couldn't stop laughing either. We hit the jackpot. Originally, when Zhao Dazhuan called him over, he wasn't very willing. Who knew that he would unexpectedly hitch a ride with Zhang Yao? Awesome! Invincible! Everyone thought Yang Chen was a hindrance, but Zhao Dazhuan knew deep down that Yang Chen was the real deal. It wasn't him sucking up. According to the 4 powerful beasts that Yang Chen had summoned the night before, if they really started fighting, Zhang Yao would most likely not be a match for Yang Chen. So, Yang Chen was the hidden real deal, and Zhang Yao could only be the second in command. When she encountered something she couldn't handle, it would be up to Yang Chen to deal with it personally. As for them, they were just the hind legs. After forming the teams, everyone immediately used a special teleportation array to go to Black Rock Island in the South Sea. This trial on Black Rock Island in the South Sea was not open to everyone. First of all, only elite beastmasters from the academy could participate. Secondly, the highest level of the team could not exceed level 30, and the average level could not exceed level 20. After a moment, everyone was teleported to Black Rock Island in the South Sea. In front of them was a huge trial stele. The rules of this trial were recorded on the stele. Yang Chen stood there and took a look. The rules were very simple. Haiyan Island was divided into outer layer, middle layer, inner layer. The trial began. When the 2 countries' trial beastmasters participated, they would be randomly teleported to a location in the outer layer. Only by clearing the outer layer could they enter the middle layer. Finally, there was the inner layer. And the ultimate goal of this trial was the 5 obsidian stones. What exactly was obsidian? Yang Chen had no idea. He had never even heard of it. My goodness, it's actually a trial of the Dark Skeleton King. This is troublesome, everyone must be careful after entering the instance. Feng Tong, Li Lei, and others exclaimed after reading the trial content. What is obsidian? Yang Chen didn't care at all about the Dark Skeleton King. What he cared about was what the reward of obsidian was for killing the Dark Skeleton King. Fan Ge, obsidian is an extremely rare and precious stone. When a Beastmaster reaches level 20 and completes the first transformation task, they can only awaken 1 passive skill. But obsidian can allow the Beastmaster to awaken an additional passive skill. Zhao Dazhuang hurriedly explained when Yang Chen asked, an additional passive skill? Yang Chen's expression changed, showing interest. Last night, Yang Chen obtained the holy water. It allowed him to awaken the level 21st transformation passive skill in advance. So, if he could obtain an obsidian stone, he could awaken another passive skill at level 21st transformation? Great! Yes, although obsidian is a dream treasure for Beastmasters, the Dark Skeleton King is very powerful. Under normal circumstances, even a team of level 30 Beastmasters may not be able to handle it. Zhao Dazhuang spoke deeply, looking at Yang Chen. At this moment, he was very fortunate to be able to join Yang Chen's team. With Yang Chen's terrifying beast power and Zhang Yao's violent output, killing the Dark Skeleton King and obtaining obsidian shouldn't be a problem. TSK. Isn't this Zhang Yao, the beautiful lady, also participating in the trial? Suddenly, a clumsy Dixiao language came. Yang Chen looked up and saw a bald beastmaster from the Fey Monkey Country speaking. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Yao with a playful smile. Lei Luz, Why can't I come? Two sharp rays burst out of Zhang Yao's cold eyes, so much so that the air around her became several degrees colder. Yang Chen saw this and immediately guessed that there was a grudge between Zhang Yao and this Lei Lu's. Of course you can, but be careful after entering the instance. After all, this trial instance of the Dark Skeleton King is quite dangerous, ha ha ha. The Fey Monkey called Lei Lu's, smiling brightly as a reminder. But to Yang Chen, it sounded more like a warning threat. Then he left with a big laugh. Yang Chen watched Lei Lu's leave, squinting slightly. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Xia and the Fey Monkey Country were not on the same page to begin with. Especially during this period. The Fey Monkey Country, under the influence of certain forces, had been very arrogant in the South China Sea area of Xia. They even had their eyes on some islands within Xia's territory. Yang Chen had asked before. This joint trial, under the guise of a joint trial, was a provocation by the Fey Monkey Country. Yang Chen pondered, if he could quietly kill a few Fey monkeys during the trial instance, would it be able to suppress their arrogance? The trial begins. A flash of white light. All the Beastmasters from both countries participating in the trial were teleported to the outer layer of the Black Rock Island instance. After entering the instance, everyone immediately began summoning their beasts. Roar! A tiger's roar. Zhang Yao was the first to summon a black tiger beast. Yang Chen looked up and saw that it was an S-rank beast, very powerful. Oh! Feng Tong also summoned a beast. It is a grade A elk with extremely strong auxiliary skills. Roar! Li Lei summoned the White Wolf King, also an A-grade exotic beast. It belongs to the second main attacking exotic beast, with slightly less strength compared to Zhang Yao's black tiger beast. Fangu, what about you? What type of exotic beast are you summoning? It's Zhao Dazhuang's turn to summon an exotic beast. Zhao Dazhuang did not immediately summon his own exotic beast. Instead, he looked at Yang Chen and asked for his opinion. Yang Chen's 4 exotic beasts have all types: single attack, group attack, single attack, and magic. So, he had to ask his big brother for his opinion first, so as not to upset his big brother. With so many attacking exotic beasts and lacking defense, I'll take on the defense. Yang Chen thought for a moment. He directly summoned the SS-grade exotic beast Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle has an active taunt skill, as well as counterattack and damage reduction. It is definitely the best exotic beast for tanking and defense. SS-grade Dragon Turtle? So strong. Yang Chen, why did you summon the strongest exotic beast right away? Yang Chen looked puzzled at Feng Tong. The strongest? Isn't the strength of his Dragon Turtle the weakest among his 4 exotic beasts? At this moment, Yang Chen moved his mouth, not knowing how to respond. Originally, we were trying to conserve our strength in the outer layer of the trial dungeon. Since you summoned such a powerful defensive exotic beast, it can indeed speed up our progress, so be it. Feng Tong waved her hand, shocked by the SS-grade exotic beast summoned by Yang Chen. Li Lei also exclaimed in amazement. No wonder Yang Chen was able to become the national martial arts champion this year. With such a powerful exotic beast that can withstand beatings, it's hard not to become the national martial arts champion. Since Fangu summoned a defensive exotic beast, I'll summon a third attacking exotic beast. Zhao Dazhuang looked disdainfully at the others. What strongest exotic beast? Isn't this Fan Ge's weakest exotic beast? They couldn't stand the fuss. When they returned to the middle layer of the trial dungeon, if Fangu summoned those SSS-grade exotic beasts, it would blind your eyes. Scared you would call them daddy? Later on, Zhao Dazhuang summoned an A-grade brown bear beast. It was said to be in the third attack position, but in terms of combat power, it was even stronger than Li Lei's White Wolf King. Roar! Yang Chen commanded the Dragon Turtle to lead the way at the forefront. With a dragon roar, at the next moment, the hatred of those wandering skeleton warriors was drawn to it. One by one, the skeleton warriors, wielding large swords, rushed over with fierce and evil spirits. They swung their swords at it. After hacking for a while, they only managed to scrape off a layer of skin. Under the terrifying counterattack, those skeleton warriors themselves kept emitting bloodlight. Zhang Yao, Feng Tong, and other teammates were almost wide-eyed at the sight. How could they suddenly feel that with just one exotic beast like the Dragon Turtle, they could pass the outer trial dungeon? Roar! Zhang Yao's black tiger beast immediately launched an attack. Li Lei's White Wolf King and Zhao Dazhuang's brown bear beast followed closely behind. Yo! Feng Tong's elk let out a deer cry, instantly applying an amplification status to the exotic beasts fighting in front. As a result, Yang Chen's Dragon Turtle became even more resilient. The large swords in the hands of those skeleton warriors were rolled up. They only managed to scrape off a layer of blood skin. Yang Chen was shocked to see this. He really didn't expect that Feng Tong's seemingly inconspicuous elk, with very weak attack power, had such a powerful auxiliary skill. At this moment, Yang Chen made up his mind. When he returned, he would increase the number of exotic beasts he could summon. He also wanted to summon an auxiliary exotic beast with added status. If there had been an auxiliary exotic beast with added status in the Goblin's secret realm yesterday, it would have been much easier to pass through. Killed level 15 skeleton warrior, experience plus 560. Zhang Yao obtained bones, because it was a team of 5 people. So, after killing the monsters, the experience is evenly distributed. The amount of experience each person receives is pitifully low. As the team leader, Zhang Yao automatically receives items into her backpack warehouse. Yang Chen follows behind, neither fast nor slow. He shakes his head slightly. With this leveling speed, will he ever reach level 20? Indeed, he is not suitable for teaming up with others. After the trial is over, he will continue to go solo and challenge those nightmare difficulty dungeons. Because they have Yang Chen, the SS-grade abnormal supermodel, leading the way. The 5 of them advance like a bulldozer, charging forward recklessly. Along the way, they plow through effortlessly. The skeleton warriors are taken out in one blow. Seeing the fierce and evil looks on their faces, it's estimated that even if they encounter a stray dog on the road, it would receive a couple of slaps. Soon, they encounter another advancing team. Zhao Dazhuan looks up and smiles instantly. It turns out to be Wang Hao's team. Wang Hao, what's wrong with your team? Why are you moving so slowly, like you haven't eaten enough? Ha ha ha. Zhao Dazhuan's mocking words are particularly venomous. Especially when Wang Hao had previously made sarcastic remarks about his older brother Yang Chen. At this moment, he seizes the opportunity to mock Wang Hao's team like crazy. Humph. Fatso, what are you showing off for? We call this conserving strength. Exactly. The real challenge is still ahead, and you're already summoning powerful beasts without holding back. Get ready to cry later. Wang Hao's team couldn't bear it. They immediately retort. Bah! If you can't do it, you can't do it. What's the point of conserving strength, fooling who? No wonder your girlfriend ran away, huh? Zhao Dazhuan looks disdainful and starts to expose some people's weaknesses. Damn you! Fatso, who said my girlfriend ran away? I dumped her. You better make yourself clear. Wang Hao's face turns livid with anger as he roars ferociously. If it weren't for the skeleton warriors surrounding them, he would have charged over to tear Fatso Zhao Dazhuan's mouth apart. If she ran, let her run. I'll just find another one later. Don't blame your incompetence for her running away. Ha ha. Damn it, you coward, don't run away. Watch me beat you to a pulp. Wang Hao is furious. His girlfriend had secretly cheated on him and left him because he wasn't good enough. However, everyone pretended not to know about it to save face for Wang Hao. Little did they know, Zhao Dazhuang's sharp tongue directly exposed the truth. Although what he said was true, it was still too harsh. Doesn't it hurt one's self-esteem? Wang Hao, with red eyes, keeps roaring and wants to go all out against Zhao Dazhuang. Before he could charge over, Yang Chen's team had already charged ahead recklessly. Bah! Zhao Dazhuang, don't speak such vulgar words in the future. Shameless and disregarding the feelings of us girls. Fang Tong's face turns red as she scolds Zhao Dazhuang. Ahem! Tong Mimi, sorry, I was just angry at this brat. I was cursing Fangu earlier. Zhao Dazhuang coughs awkwardly and quickly explains. Afterwards, they chat casually while directing the beasts forward. Roar! When they were about to reach the middle level of the trial dungeon, a roar echoed. What's going on? Not sure, look over there. Oh my god, why are there so many skeleton warriors? Damn it! It's Fei Ho! They deliberately led the monsters to our side. Everyone looks up, their faces changing immediately. Level 15 skeleton warriors. Although individually weak, they possess a charge skill. Over 100 skeleton warriors gather together and all use their charge skill. Not to mention their average level, even a level 20 beast tamer would struggle against them. Even a level 40 beast tamer, the summoned beasts are instantly killed on the spot. Hee hee. Disya pig, you guys can play with these skeleton monsters slowly, we'll go to the middle level. The beast tamer from the Feiho kingdom who lured the monsters over smirked. In the next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot and slipped away. Damn it! You Feiho, you better not let me, Fat Master, encounter you again, otherwise, Fat Master will definitely take your life. Zhao Dazhuang wanted to settle the score with that Feiho. As a result, he cunningly ran away. In front of everyone, there were only the charging skeleton warriors left. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of skeleton warriors charged over, with a grand momentum that shook the entire wilderness. Quick, retreat, there are too many of them, avoid the first wave of their attack. Zhang Yao decisively gave the order. Because she was the team leader and the #1 attacking beast tamer in the team, everyone listened to her. Immediately, everyone retreated back the way they came. At this moment, Wang Hao's team also caught up. "Oh my, fatty, weren't you so arrogant just now? This won't do, being chased by these skeleton warriors. I told you before, bringing a burden to the dungeon trial, you're destined to eat dust in the end, huh? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west." Wang Hao saw Yang Chen and the others being chased by a group of skeleton monsters and burst into wild laughter. Then, he avoided the hatred of these skeleton monsters and quickly headed towards the middle level of Black Rock Island. There were only 5 obsidian stones. If they didn't rush to the inner layer of Black Rock Island to kill the Dark Skeleton King, they wouldn't even get a sip of the northwest wind. Yang Chen watched Wang Hao's team disappear from sight and shook his head slightly. He planned to summon the Candle Dragon and instantly kill these trash skeleton monsters in front of him. The Candle Dragon had 2 active skills, both of which were AoE attacks. Despite the speed and damage of the skeleton warriors, with the Candle Dragon's high damage, just 2 rounds of attacks would definitely wipe them out. Roar! However, before Yang Chen could summon the SSS level Elder level Beast Candle Dragon, a deafening roar shook the earth. Looking up, he saw a purple beast emitting electric arcs in front of him. SS level Thunder Beast? Yang Chen was slightly surprised. It seemed that he didn't need to take action. That was good. It would be better not to scare them by summoning the SSS level beast. The Thunder Beast was very powerful, possessing electric skills. These skeleton warriors were gathered together. The electric arcs connected, causing the skeleton monsters to convulse all over their bodies. The speed of their attacks suddenly increased several times. The reputation of the Thunder King was well deserved. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, relying solely on Zhang Yao's SS level Thunder Beast would still be difficult to kill over 100 skeleton warriors in a short time. Ice Mist. Seeing this, Yang Chen decided to help out. As the Ice Mist skill was used, a faint white mist floated within 100 meters. The skeleton warriors, already trembling from the electric shocks, found it even more difficult to move and were in disarray. "Ha! Why did fog suddenly appear? Yao Jie, did you use this skill?" Fang Tong exclaimed, asking Zhang Yao in front. "It's not me, I don't have such a strong control skill." Zhang Yao shook her head and explained. "It's not me either, this ice mist covers 100 meters, and the monsters within it have significantly reduced speed. I don't have such a powerful skill." Li Lei spoke up when he saw Fang Tong's gaze. At this moment, the group's attention turned to Zhao Dazhuang. As for Yang Chen, the others didn't pay much attention. The college entrance examination had just ended 2 days ago. Even if Yang Chen was a monstrous genius, it was highly unlikely for him to have obtained such a powerful skill. The only possibility was that the fatty Zhao Dazhuang had come up with it. "Why are you all looking at me like that? These amazing skills must have been released by me, Fan Gu." "What? Released by Yang Chen? How is that possible? He's only level 13, where did he get such a powerful control-type skill?" Everyone's gaze fell on Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked embarrassed and explained, "Ahem. Don't look at me like that. I have some social anxiety. My ice mist range is just a little bit broad." Zhang Yao, Fang Tong, Li Lei. Just a little bit broad? A super large range of 100 meters. And just a little bit more? Come on, be realistic. See that? Fangu only needs to make a slight move, and it's this segmented limit. Zhao Dazhuang sneered at his ignorant teammates, full of disdain and mockery. Just where is this going? When they reached the middle level, Fangu summoned a powerful SSS-grade exotic beast, scaring the pants off of you. After the shock wore off, everyone quickly started killing monsters. With Yang Chen's ice mist slowing down the skeleton monsters and applying negative buffs, and Zhang Yao's Thunder Beast providing support with lightning arcs, the skeleton warriors' charging skills were basically useless. As a result, the other team members' exotic beasts were able to rush in and clear the monsters. Killed level 15 skeleton warrior, experience plus 500. Zhang Yao obtained skeleton head. Killed level 15 skeleton warrior, experience plus 540. Zhang Yao obtained skeleton hand bone. After a while, over 100 skeleton warriors were all killed. After wiping out the skeleton warriors, the team didn't stop and headed straight for the middle level of Black Rock Island. Roar! The outer guard boss appeared. It was a huge mutated skeleton general. Mutated skeleton general, boss, level 17, strength 6000, agility 3500, spirit 3000, constitution 10,000, passive skill, resurrection, active skills, mounted charge, sweeping through the army. Resurrection: when the mutated skeleton general is killed, there is a 30% chance of resurrection. Mounted charge: the mutated skeleton general launches a fierce charge, dealing 300% strength damage to enemies in a straight line. Sweeping through the army, the mutated skeleton general swings his large sword, sweeping all enemies in front, causing 200% strength damage. Although it was just a boss monster, its attributes were far inferior to the abnormal monsters Yang Chen had encountered before. Even a single exotic beast like the dragon turtle was enough to deal with it easily. Not to mention Zhang Yao's SS-grade Thunder Beast as the main attacker. Killed level 17 mutated skeleton general, experience plus 2100. Zhang Yao obtained mutated skeleton general's large sword. Zhang Yao obtained spirit stone. They got a piece of equipment and a spirit stone. In the past, Yang Chen might have valued the spirit stone, but now that he had the meditation skill, he didn't care much about it. After killing the mutated skeleton general, the team entered the middle level dungeon of Black Rock Island. Oh no, it's the miasma forest. When they saw the visible miasma in the forest ahead, their faces all changed. The miasma was poisonous, and they had come to Black Rock Island without any equipment or items to protect against it. Rushing in would surely result in poisoning. This was trouble. Ha ha, you bunch of noobs, can't come in now, can you? Zhao Fatty, I have miasma pills here, call me dad and I'll give you one. Wang Hao's team, who had just entered the miasma forest, saw Yang Chen and the others being blocked by the miasma and couldn't enter, so they brazenly insulted them. Go to hell, call me dad and I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Zhao Dezhuang cursed back. Get lost. If you don't know what's good for you, then just stand outside the miasma forest and watch, I'm leaving first, ha ha. Wang Hao saw Zhao Dezhuang, this fat guy, sprinkling salt on his wound again. He cursed angrily on the spot and led his men deep into the miasma forest. When everyone finally reached the middle level of Haiyan Island, they were blocked by the miasma forest. They were all unwilling. At this moment, Li Lei saw that everyone was at a loss. He immediately stood up with a proud face and chest puffed out. Stop pretending, I am a hidden big shot. I have a beast that can dispel the miasma. Li Lei said, summoning a black cat. The black cat had a halo around it. The halo had a range of about 3 to 4 meters and could purify the miasma. Amazing. Monkey, well done. When did you get this halo beast? What monkey? From now on, you have to call me Monkey Brother. You guys are lucky to team up with me, otherwise you would all have to go home. Li Lei's head was held high. He spoke to everyone with an air of arrogance. Although Li Lei looked a bit like he deserved a beating, what he said was true. Without this beast that could dispel the miasma, they would probably have to go home empty-handed. Let's go! Chase after Wang Hao's team, I must give that grandson a big slap. Zhao Dezhuang urged. Everyone entered the miasma forest, walking closely behind Li Lei. They dared not leave his beast's halo to avoid getting poisoned. The toxic skeletons encountered in the miasma forest gave much higher experience points, but their attacks also came with a poisoning effect, making it more difficult to deal with them. Coupled with the pervasive miasma around them, their progress was very slow. At this moment, Fang Tong inadvertently noticed that Yang Chen was walking too fast, almost leaving the range of Li Lei's beast's halo. So she quickly reminded him, Yang Chen, slow down, the miasma is highly toxic. It doesn't matter, I have immunity to any negative buff passive skills. When Yang Chen spoke, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Fan Gu, you awakened a passive skill? Zhao Dezhuang was so surprised he almost bit his tongue. He knew Yang Chen was impressive, but he didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. Awakening a passive skill at level 13? Are you kidding me? Well, the progress is too slow, I'll lead the way. Yang Chen didn't explain much. He looked back at the slow-moving group and decided to lend a hand. In this trial, he had to obtain a black obsidian. At their current speed, they probably wouldn't make it to the inner layer in time. The other teams would snatch up the 5 black obsidians. Fangu, are you finally going to get serious? Zhao Dezhuang was extremely excited. Li Lei looked disdainful, flattery, fatty, why didn't I see you being so fond of flattering people before? Yang Chen, are you sure? Your beastly turtle is powerful, but it's a defensive-type beast. Fang Tong, seeing that Yang Chen was even more pretentious than Li Lei, looked skeptical. Moo! A cow's roar. The next moment, a powerful beast with the size of a cow and a single eye appeared in front of everyone. SSS level beast? My goodness, didn't he already have an SS level beast? How come there's an SSS level beast too? This is unreasonable, fatty. Did I accidentally inhale the miasma and have a hallucination? Slap me. Everyone was shocked and showed disbelief. Charge. Yang Chen didn't care about the others' feelings and waved his hand. Moo. The SSS level beast Fei roared again. It spread its 4 hooves and charged forward, running wildly. Plague. Wherever it passed, the ground was filled with a terrible plague toxin. Before the toxic skeletons could even react, they were poisoned and killed by its poisonous blade. Yang Chen followed closely behind, instantly pulling away from the others behind him. Zhang Yao, Feng Tong, and others almost had their eyeballs fall out. Is this the SSS level exotic beast, with such powerful strength? Too strong. If I had such a powerful exotic beast, I would definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Hurry up and keep up. If we can't even catch up with Yang Chen's weird pace, it would be embarrassing. The crowd came to their senses and swallowed hard. Then, they all followed Yang Chen's pace. They hit the road again, running behind without even having time to take out their phones. Because before they could reach those poisonous skeleton monsters, all of them had been killed by the plague. Fatty, did you already know about Brother Fan and the SSS level exotic beast? On the way, Li Lei couldn't help but ask Zhao Dazhuang. Others also turned their heads, waiting for Zhao Dazhuang's answer. Because this fat guy had been acting very unusually since seeing Yang Chen. He was practically crawling on the ground, wanting to wipe the dust off Yang Chen's shoes. This was not like his usual style. Now you're calling him Brother Fan? I told you earlier, Brother Fan's power is at the extreme of this level. Zhao Dazhuang looked at the others, looking excited and pleased. Zhang Yao followed Yang Chen's pace closely. Her eyes were full of admiration. For the first time, she felt that this level 13 guy was very strong. Everyone had underestimated his strength. He's really a weirdo. With an SS level defensive exotic beast and an SSS level plague type exotic beast, no wonder he scored full marks and became the national martial arts champion. Feng Tong muttered. She was deeply impressed by the power of the exotic beasts summoned by Yang Chen. Zhao Dazhuang looked disdainful. Couldn't his heart handle it? This was just the beginning. Brother Fan still had 2 more powerful SSS level exotic beasts that hadn't been summoned yet. As everyone followed Yang Chen's pace and ran all the way, they were about to reach the miasma forest when a roar sounded. Roar! Everyone quickly turned to see a giant skeleton giant. Several Feiho country exotic beast masters were fighting against the giant skeleton giant. Yang Chen, who was leading the way, recognized them at a glance. These Feiho country exotic beast masters were the ones who had ambushed them on the outer edge of Black Rock Island. They had deliberately led over 100 skeleton warriors to their side. Damn it, you Feiho guys, you finally run into me. Zhao Dazhuang also recognized the group ahead, his face full of anger. His eyes were full of hostility. After all, they had suffered losses at the hands of these Feiho people before. How could they not be angry? Hey, you big Xia pigs, you've come at the right time. I'll give you a giant skeleton giant to play with. Suddenly, the Feiho country exotic beast master who could turn invisible smirked. He planned to lure the giant skeleton giant over again. Zhang Yao and the others saw the situation and their faces changed drastically. They pretended to retreat. Soul Tear. Yang Chen coldly smiled and unleashed a skill. Ah! The Feiho country exotic beast master let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground. At that moment, the skeleton giant caught up with the Feiho country exotic beast master. It didn't care why the opponent suddenly fell to the ground and screamed. The skeleton giant held a huge hammer in its hand, raised it high, and smashed it fiercely towards the Feiho country exotic beast master's head on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the cunning and treacherous Feiho was blown up without a sound. What have you Feiho guys done to my companion? Another Feiho country exotic beast master, seeing his companion's head blown up, was filled with fear and anger. He roared repeatedly. Damn it! You Feiho guys, don't falsely accuse us. We in Daxia are a nation of etiquette. We haven't done anything. Zhao Dazhuang was shocked to see the bloody scene in front of him, but he reacted quickly and immediately started shouting. Yes, it wasn't us, it was your Fei monkey beastmasters who got scared by the skeleton giant and fell down. Who's to blame? Li Lei also shouted. Not far away, the remaining Fei monkey beastmasters saw Yang Chen and the others playing dirty tricks. They actually denied it, furious and cursing loudly. At this moment, the skeleton giant, after losing its target, turned around and pounced towards the remaining Fei monkey beastmasters, scaring them even more, almost wetting their pants. Ha ha, look at these Fei monkeys in a sorry state, like dogs without a home. It's hilarious. Yao Jia, impressive. I didn't even see you make a move, and you killed a Fei monkey without anyone noticing. Zhao Dazhuang and Li Lei laughed recklessly. Then, they looked at Zhang Yao with admiration. It wasn't me. Zhang Yao shook her head and said. What? Not you, Yao Jia? Zhao Dazhuang widened his eyes, puzzled. Yao Jia, don't be modest. Among us, you have the highest level and the strongest strength. Who else but you? Li Lei quickly added. Feeling that Zhang Yao deliberately denied it because the Fei monkey beastmasters were nearby. It really wasn't me. I don't have that ability. Zhang Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, also curious about who did it. Li Lei, seeing that it wasn't Zhang Yao, immediately turned his gaze to Fong Tong. "Why are you all looking at me? It definitely wasn't me. I'm a support-type beast master. If Yao Jie can't do it, how could I have such great ability?" Fong Tong rolled her eyes and said impatiently to everyone. Everyone was puzzled when they realized it wasn't Fong Tong either. Strange. There were only 5 of them. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Wait. Suddenly, everyone thought of Yang Chen standing in front of them and looked at him. Zhao Dazhuan was closest to Yang Chen and hurriedly ran over. At that moment, the Fey Monkey Beast Masters not far away were being brutally attacked by the powerful skeleton giant. Unable to divert their attention, Zhao Dazhuan stretched his neck and whispered, "Fan Go, was it you? Don't talk nonsense, we in Daxia are a country of etiquette. We wouldn't do such sneaky and backstabbing things," Yang Chen said with a smile. Zhao Dazhuan was stunned when he heard Yang Chen's words. At that moment, Li Lei, Zhang Yao, and the others who had run over were also dumbfounded. Although Yang Chen didn't directly admit it with his words, it was clear that he was the one who secretly killed the Fey monkey. But they weren't fools, they could tell what he meant. At that moment, everyone was shocked and amazed by Yang Chen's unfathomable strength, gaining a whole new understanding of him. At that moment, another unlucky Fey monkey beast master not far away was killed by the skeleton giant. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Yang Chen. "Don't look at me, it really wasn't me this time, he was just too incompetent," Yang Chen hurriedly explained. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Damn it! Wasn't this equivalent to admitting that he was the one who killed the Fey monkey just now? We know, that Fey monkey had weak legs." Everyone gave knowing looks and nodded in agreement. Yang Chen looked at this group of people, looking like they deserved a beating. He was speechless. "Brothers of Daxia, save us, we in Fey Monkey Country and you in Daxia are brother nations, save us." 2 main attacking beast masters suddenly died. The remaining 3 defensive and support-type beast masters were in a miserable state. At that moment, they had lost their previous anger towards Yang Chen and were now begging for help like grandchildren. "We refuse." Yang Chen didn't wait for everyone to speak and said directly, "Aren't you the country of etiquette in Daxia? How can you watch someone die without helping?" The beast masters from Feiho country did not expect Yang Chen and the others to ignore the situation. They even stood at a distance and watched the scene deliberately. This made them furious on the spot. "Which law of the beast masters states that we, as the country of etiquette in Daxia, must save you? Right. Although it's not moral, it's not illegal," Zhao Dazhuan echoed repeatedly, wanting to burst into laughter. But then he felt it was impolite. After all, these Feiho were almost dead. He quickly held back his laughter. His shoulders twitched, almost causing internal injuries from holding back. "You group of Daxia pigs, causing harm to us like this, you will not have a good end." The 3 beast masters from Feiho country saw no hope for help. They were even insulted and mocked by Yang Chen and the others, which made them furious and roar in anger. Yang Chen completely ignored them and ordered to bypass the giant skeleton in front and continue on the road. In order to demonstrate the etiquette and grandeur of the country of Daxia, before leaving, Yang Chen deliberately attracted 2 more giants to fight against the 3 beast masters from Feiho country. It's more lively with more people, right? The beast masters from Feiho country were almost vomiting blood at the sight. They couldn't even handle 1 skeleton giant. Now, 3 more were coming? If they used the skeleton giants, it would mean the end for their team. "You group of Daxia pigs, just wait for me. After the trial is over and I return to Feiho country, I will definitely." The beast masters from Feiho country, seeing Yang Chen and his group of despicable people, left in anger. They immediately started roaring. However, before they could finish cursing, there were cries of agony. It seemed that another beast master from Feiho country had accidentally been killed by the skeleton giant. Alas! Poor child. Wouldn't it be better to stay honestly in the country? Why come to Black Rock Island to meet their end? Fange, Fatty, I admire you. You effortlessly wiped out a team of Feiho, amazing. What effortless? Didn't you see when Fange attracted the monster earlier? The beastly dragon turtle was cut by the skeleton giant? It was so painful. While Zhao Dazhuan was shamelessly flattering, Li Lei, in the blink of an eye, turned into a bootlicker. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Yang Chen was. His strength was terrifying. He was decisive and ruthless in his actions. Li Lei, an experienced old bird, could hardly believe what a freshman who had just entered college could achieve. Zhang Yao didn't say much, but her eyes towards Yang Chen were full of admiration. It was obvious that she was different from when she first arrived. Don't talk nonsense. It was those beast masters from Feiho country who were besieged by the skeleton giant. Seeing no way out, they fought to the end with those skeleton monsters, sacrificing themselves for the country. Yang Chen corrected with a serious expression. Everyone looked at Yang Chen's face, almost bursting into laughter at his expression of denial. An hour later, Yang Chen and his team crossed the middle layer of Black Rock Island and arrived at the inner layer. The inner layer. The territory of the Dark Skeleton King. This was also the destination of the two countries' teams of beast masters on this journey. Yang Chen looked up. Ahead was a gloomy, dilapidated castle. Many skeleton monsters roamed around the castle. These skeleton monsters were different from those in the outer and middle layers. They were clad in armor, wielding weapons and shields. They were also taller and stronger. Yang Chen cast a detection spell. Dark Skeleton Guard, Elite Monster, Level 18, Strength 5500, Agility 3000, Spirit 1500, Constitution 6000, Passive Skill, Guard, Active Skills, Charge, Slash. Guard, the Dark Skeleton Guard raises its shield, entering a defensive stance, gaining 30% damage reduction. Charge, Dark Skeleton Guard launches a charge, dealing 220% strength damage to enemies in front, with a knockback effect. Swing, Dark Skeleton Guard raises the great sword in hand and fiercely swings at enemies, dealing 150% strength damage, can be used in defensive stance. Hiss. Beside Yang Chen, the sound of Zhao Dazhuang and others gasping in cold air came. These Dark Skeleton Guards are more powerful than ordinary skeleton monsters. The key is, there are too many of them. Let's go. Find the entrance to the castle. No one dared to approach, because the Dark Skeleton Guards have a range of alertness. Outside the range, they will not attack actively, but once they enter their alert range, they will launch an attack. Boom! Just as everyone was about to find the entrance to this dilapidated castle, a rumbling sound came. Faintly, there were also roars and howls of strange beasts. In the southeast corner, let's go take a look. Yang Chen let the dragon turtle lead the way, walking ahead. Others followed suit. Because there is no miasma in the inner layer of Black Rock Island, their speed is much faster than before in the middle layer. It's our Desya Beast Masters fighting with the Fey Monkeys. After a moment, everyone arrived at the southeast corner. From a distance, Yang Chen and the others saw the Beast Masters of the two countries fighting each other. The Desya Beast Masters on this side are slightly weaker in strength, showing a posture of being at a disadvantage. Zhang Yao and the others watching this scene had a sudden change in their faces. Let's go help. The entrance is also over there. It should be a conflict over entering the castle. Zhang Yao immediately said to everyone. Fong Tong and the others nodded in agreement. Yang Chen looked at the entrance to the castle and his thoughts raced. You guys go help first, I'll be back in a moment. Fan Ge, where are you going? Zhao Dezhuang stared at Yang Chen with wide eyes, full of doubt. Others also turned to look at Yang Chen, not understanding what he was going to do. Just something. Yang Chen didn't explain much, and retracted the dragon turtle and Fei back into the beast space. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't want to say more, Zhang Yao and the others didn't ask further. They directly summoned their beasts and rushed over to help. With their participation, the situation on the field gradually turned in their favor. The Desya Beast Masters on this side were no longer so passive. Yang Chen glanced at Zhang Yao and the others who were stabilizing the situation, and immediately activated the Spider Spirit Mask invisibility skill. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the air. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the entrance of the Dark Skeleton King's castle. Everyone came to Black Rock Island for a trial, not to fight. The ultimate goal is to obtain the 5 obsidian stones. Currently, it appears that neither of the two countries' beast masters has entered the castle yet. In that case, he will just go steal a home, and first kill the Dark Skeleton King. The castle is not very large. Inside the castle, it is the same as outside. Dark Skeleton guards roam everywhere. If they were to force their way in, it would probably take some effort. Yang Chen continued on his way. He arrived at the main hall of the castle. Compared to the lively outside, the main hall appeared calm and quiet. There was only a burly black skeleton sitting on a chair. The black skeleton was clad in armor, with crimson eyes. Holding a huge broadsword, it looked quite imposing. Yang Chen cast a detection spell to check the attributes of this black skeleton in front of him. Dark Skeleton King, Lord Monster, Level 20 Strength, 11,000 Agility, 8,000 Spirit, 6,000 Constitution, 15,000 Passive Skill, Dark Erosion Active Skills, Summon Guard, Spear, and Halberd. Dark Erosion, the black mist emanating from the body of the Dark Skeleton King will erode surrounding enemies, weakening their strength and agility by 50%. Summoning Guards, the Dark Skeleton King summoned guards outside the hall, forming a formation and launching an encirclement. Sword and Spear, the Dark Skeleton King swung a giant sword in his hand, dealing a lethal blow to enemies based on 350% of his own strength. Very strong. but compared to the Goblin King that Yang Chen killed yesterday, it's still far behind. Yang Chen could easily handle even a big lord monster like the Goblin King. Can't even handle this small fry in front of him? The reason the Dark Skeleton King is strong is because of its passive skill aura. It can weaken the strength and agility of beasts attacking it by 50%. But this passive skill aura is completely ineffective against Yang Chen, who has a purifying aura. As a result, when Yang Chen summons beasts to attack it, he can unleash his full power. Roar! Roar! Moo! Several consecutive roars. Yang Chen went all out, summoning 4 beasts. The Dark Skeleton King suddenly saw an enemy appear and was about to summon Dark Skeleton guards on the spot. However, Yang Chen wouldn't give it the chance. Soul Tear! Roar! The Dark Skeleton King's spell was interrupted, and it roared in frustration, rolling on the ground madly. At this moment, Xingtian was already rushing over with his battle axe, looking fierce and evil. Bang! With one swing of the axe, a 5-digit bloodlight burst from the Dark Skeleton King's body. Candle Dragon, Fae, and Dragon Turtle also rushed over. Following behind Xingtian, the king of solo combat, they provided some assistance and took a sip of soup. The poor Dark Skeleton King, under the relentless group beating of Yang Chen's 4 insanely powerful beasts, had almost no strength to fight back. Roar! After a moment, it let out a frustrated and unwilling roar. Its burly body collapsed with a bang. It breathed its last. Killing level 20 Dark Skeleton King, experience points +0. Obtained Obsidian. Obtained Invisibility Rune. Obsidian can help the Beastmaster awaken an additional passive skill, requires level 20 first transformation, limited to 1 use. Invisibility Rune allows the Beastmaster to become invisible for 3 minutes. Attacking enemies actively will remove the invisibility effect. Because the Dark Skeleton King's level is much higher than Yang Chen's, even if it is killed, no experience points are gained. But apart from the obsidian, unexpectedly, an invisibility rune was dropped, which was a pleasant surprise. After killing the Dark Skeleton King, Yang Chen waited there for it to respawn. 5 minutes later, a black halo appeared at the stone chair as the Dark Skeleton King respawned. Let's do this! Yang Chen smirked. He commanded his 4 minions to surround the Dark Skeleton King. The Dark Skeleton King had just respawned from the spawn point. Before it could catch its breath, it was beaten up. Roaring in frustration, it died again. Another obsidian was dropped. Yang Chen collected the second obsidian and continued to wait. Half an hour later. Roar! The Dark Skeleton King let out a relieved roar. It looked at Yang Chen with eyes full of resentment. The mighty Dark Skeleton King of Haiyan Island was so pitifully frustrated, being killed 5 times in a row. And each time, it was given no chance to react, let alone summon its minions. Look, is this what a person should do? What about the etiquette of daxia? What about martial virtue? Doesn't your conscience ache? Done. Let's go. Yang Chen felt extremely pleased to have successfully obtained 5 obsidians. Afterwards, he recalled several beasts into his space, immediately activated the spider spirit mask for a second invisibility effect, and planned to return silently. Suddenly, several shadows hurriedly approached from another direction of the castle. Yang Chen looked up and saw that they were beast masters from the Feiho country. Ha ha, Siggy is mighty. Those daxia pigs probably can't even imagine that we found a secret passage. Everyone, hurry up and kill the Dark Skeleton King first, then deal with those great xia pigs, hee. This group of Fey Monkey Country Beastmasters ran towards the main hall, mocking and cursing. Originally, Yang Chen was planning to slip away, but when he saw this group of Fey monkeys cursing so harshly, he stopped in his tracks. Then, he had a thought and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Damn! Where is the Dark Skeleton King? Why can't I see him? I'm not sure. Normally, the Dark Skeleton King should respawn here. Siggy, look over there. How come there are signs of fighting? Could it be that someone came here before us? Lilas led a group of henchmen to the main hall. They searched with wide eyes but couldn't find the Dark Skeleton King. They were dumbfounded. Damn it! It must be those great xia pigs playing tricks. I told you, they are gradually gaining the upper hand. Why would they want a truce? So, they secretly sent someone to steal the Dark Skeleton King's lair. Damn! They are simply animals, but come to think of it, the Dark Skeleton King is so powerful, how did they manage to kill him in such a short time? After a moment, a group of Fey Monkey Country Beastmasters discovered that the Dark Skeleton King had been stolen. They were furious and cursed loudly. Rustle! Rustle! At that moment, a hurried footsteps approached. The Fey Monkey Country Beastmasters didn't have time to think about how the Dark Skeleton King was stolen by the Great Xia side. They were shocked to see a large group of Dark Skeleton guards rushing towards the main hall, surrounding it completely. They were scared out of their wits. Who Who is playing tricks? Come out. Lilas regained his senses, furious and cursing loudly. Suddenly, all the dark skeleton guards rushed towards the main hall. If it wasn't for someone despicable and deliberately luring these monsters over, they wouldn't believe it. Before Lilas could finish his curse, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. Damn! Are you this great Xia pig? Lilas looked at Yang Chen, his eyes red with anger. Earlier, they were just guessing that it was the great Xia Beastmasters playing tricks, but now, with Yang Chen appearing, it confirmed their suspicions. Originally, I just wanted to lure some monsters over, quietly slip away, and let you suffer a bit. However, your insults were too much, so I changed my mind. Yang Chen said coldly. In his slightly narrowed eyes, there was a murderous intent. You little bastard, you're only level 13, stop pretending. Level 13? Let me see. You really are a level 13 colored pen, that's hilarious. Great Xia pigs, be sensible and bring out the obsidian stone, we'll make your death quick. Yang Chen suddenly appeared, startling Lilas and the Fey Monkey Country Beastmasters. However, when they saw that Yang Chen was only level 13, they looked down on him. How dare he be so arrogant in front of them with such a low level? Didn't he get enough sleep? Make our death quick? Just with you guys? Yang Chen laughed. In the next moment, he waved his hand and summoned 4 beasts. What? 3 SSS level beasts, 1 SS level? A level 21st tier Beastmaster can only summon 1 S level or higher beast, right? Did I see it wrong? How is this possible? He's only level 13, how did he do it? Lilas and the Fey Monkey Country Beastmasters couldn't laugh anymore. They were filled with fear and shock, their eyes almost popping out. What's next? Yang Chen sneered. By now, the 4 beasts had formed a surrounding formation, trapping Lilas and his group. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yes. Our 2 countries are brother countries, and the friendship will last forever and cannot be destroyed. Lilas had already lost his previous arrogance. He looked at Yang Chen with a smile on his face, almost scared to wet his pants. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. Why was the Dark Skeleton King stolen as soon as they arrived here? With 4 terrifying and powerful alien beasts, how could it not be stolen? Kicking the iron plate. Can't be weak. My great Xia is a country of etiquette, I don't kill monkeys, but it doesn't mean I won't step on trash. Yang Chen coldly smiled. The next moment, Yang Chen waved his hand. Roar! Xingtian led the charge. Holding a big axe, he rushed towards the alien beast summoned by Lilas. Bang! With 1 axe, the S-level alien beast summoned by Lilas was killed instantly without a sound. The remaining 3 alien beasts also entered into a killing mode. Roar! Roar! In just a moment, all the alien beasts summoned by Lilas were slaughtered by Yang Chen's 4 alien beasts. You great Xia pig, what are you going to do? Lilas's face was fierce, staring angrily at Yang Chen. That look, as if he wanted to eat someone. These were the top-quality alien beasts they had spent countless efforts to cultivate. They were all slaughtered by Yang Chen just like that. They didn't even have the power to fight back. Doesn't this make them look incompetent? I'm not going to do anything, just giving you a little gift. Wish you good luck. Yang Chen sneered. Faced with Lilas's angry questioning, Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to answer. He recalled his 4 alien beasts, crushed the invisibility charm in his hand. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the air. Roar! In the distance, the dark skeleton guards who were attacking Yang Chen's alien beasts before lost their target. They crazily rushed towards Lilas and the other Feiho country alien beast masters who were surrounded. You great Xia pig, you actually. Ah! At this moment, Lilas finally understood what Yang Chen, this beast, was going to do. He looked at the ferocious dark skeleton guards rushing towards him in horror, roaring repeatedly. Before he could finish cursing, he was engulfed by those dark skeleton guards. At this moment, Yang Chen quietly sneaked out of the castle. He returned to Zhang Yao and the others who were resting. Fan Ge, you finally came back. Where did you go? Zhao Dazhuan was excited to see Yang Chen return. Earlier, they had fought with the Feiho country alien beast masters and both sides were injured. Because everyone's levels were similar, and the summoned alien beasts were evenly matched. Therefore, even with some disadvantages, no one could do anything to each other for a short time. The most important thing was that this was a joint trial between the 2 countries. On the surface, you could be sneaky towards each other, but you couldn't directly kill anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Both sides are on a truce? Yang Chen asked Zhao Dazhuan, looking at the Feiho country alien beast masters who were pretending to rest. Truce, can't kill each other, because the alien beasts summoned by both sides fought fiercely and were injured. Those Feiho guys suddenly proposed a truce, Although we don't know what they're up to, we agreed. Now that you're back, Fan Go, with you joining us, we can definitely slaughter those Feiho guys, Zhao Dazhuang explained. The look in Yang Chen's eyes was full of enthusiasm. While others may not be clear about Yang Chen's strength, he knew it well. Agreed. Zhang Yao nodded for the first time. Earlier, she had witnessed the terrifying and abnormal combat power of Yang Chen's SSS-level alien beast, coupled with the SS-level alien beast Longue taunting the entire field and drawing hate. They would definitely defeat the Feiho and make them cry for mercy. While speaking, Zhang Yao transferred the team leader authority to Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at her in confusion and asked, Yao Jia, what are you doing for the captain? Actually, when we were in the middle level just now, I wanted to give you the captain's authority. Your strength is very strong. If you become the captain, everyone will respect you. Zhang Yao looked at Yang Chen. This was the first time she had said so much. Yes. Yang Chen, don't refuse. Fong Tong also hurriedly agreed. No need, let's go back now. Yang Chen waved his hand and said to everyone, go back? Where to? Everyone widened their eyes, looking at him with confusion. Leave the instance. As for the reason, I will tell you when we get out. Yang Chen faced everyone's puzzled gaze. He smiled mysteriously. Then, he was the first to leave the Black Rock Island trial instance. Beastmasters who wanted to come out from instances, secret realms, trials, etc., needed to exit the combat state. And the time to exit the combat state was 5 minutes. In other words, if the Beastmaster did not engage in combat within 5 minutes, they could choose to leave the instance voluntarily. Seeing Yang Chen leave, everyone was confused. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, they couldn't understand what had happened. Zhao Dazhuan was the first to come to his senses. He told everyone and followed suit. A moment later, the 5-person team where Yang Chen was located gradually came out of the trial instance. Yang Chen, what are you up to so mysteriously? By coming out now, we are basically handing over the Dark Skeleton King to the Beastmasters of the Feiho country. Fong Tong's beautiful eyes fell on Yang Chen, blaming him. Yang Chen did not answer. He walked to the trial stone tablet and slowly raised his hand. What are you doing, Fan Go? You ask me, who should I ask? Li Lei and Zhao Dazhuang stared wide-eyed. Buzz! The trial stone tablet lit up with a dazzling white light. Completed the Black Rock Island trial mission. Trial ended. A smart voice prompt sounded from the stone tablet. What? What? The trial is over? Damn! How did it end? Fan Go, weren't you with us? When did you clear the trial? What do you mean with us? Wasn't he missing for half an hour earlier? Everyone's eyes almost popped out. When everyone suddenly remembered that Yang Chen had been missing for half an hour, they fell silent. Missing? For half an hour? Cleared the Dark Skeleton King? According to their understanding, the Dark Skeleton King respawned every 5 minutes, including the monster respawn time. In other words, within half an hour, did Yang Chen kill the Dark Skeleton King 5 times. Inside the Black Rock Island, the inner layer, the 2 Beastmasters from the 2 countries who were resting there also heard the system prompt. Trial ended. Please Beastmasters from the 2 countries inside the island, leave the trial instance as soon as possible. What's going on? The Dark Skeleton King hasn't been killed yet. Why did the trial instance suddenly end? Not sure. I feel like it's probably those bastards from the Feiho country playing tricks. The group of Dixia Beastmasters looked confused. They couldn't figure out what had happened. At this moment, the Beastmasters from the Feiho country heard the trial end prompt. They jumped up excitedly. Ha ha, you Dixia pigs, you've been fooled. Did you really think we wanted to make peace with you? You're hopelessly stupid. In fact, we found a secret passage leading to the castle earlier. Our big brother Lilas has already taken a few elite Beastmasters to steal from the Dark Skeleton King's home. The Feiho members explained triumphantly. Finally, the Beastmasters on the Dixia side understood what had happened. Despicable scoundrels, cunning beasts. The Dixia Beastmasters, after trying so hard, were furious at being made fools of by these Feiho members. Hey, you Dixia pigs, watch your language. That's right, talk is talk, don't curse. We call this soldiers are not tired of deceit, hee. The beast trainers of the Philippines mocked the beast trainers of Daxia. They came out of the Black Rock Island trial instance. When they came out, their faces were still beaming with smiles. They were very pleased with themselves. After all, they had played tricks on a group of Daxia beast trainers. How could they not be pleased and happy? Hey, where's Siggy? The plot is not right, the instance has ended, why haven't they come out yet? Could it be that just now, he didn't submit the trial task and end the instance? The beast trainers of the Philippines widened their eyes and looked around. They couldn't find the figure of Lilas and his companions, and they couldn't laugh anymore. Laugh? Are you still laughing? Is it that you are naturally not fond of laughing? Lilas even cleared the Dark Skeleton King instance. Do you think the Dark Skeleton King is your father? Do you want to kill him? 10 minutes ago, we saw Lilas, the Dark Skeleton King had to die 5 times to complete the trial. Did he clear it with his head? At this moment, on the side of the Dasha Beast trainers, some sharp-minded people realized that something was wrong and immediately began to humiliate the Filipinos, even though they hadn't figured out what had happened. But the real situation was definitely not as the Filipinos said. While they were at a truce, they were robbed by Lilas and his gang. There is another hidden story. Tony, I just saw those Dasha pigs come out first. Did they do something? The curly-haired beast trainer named Santilli thought it made sense. He immediately glared at Yang Chen and his group, questioning angrily. It's very likely. Grass mud horse, you Dasha pigs, did you steal the Dark Skeleton King? Where's our Siggy? As Santilli scolded angrily, everyone turned their gaze to Yang Chen's team. The Dasha beast trainers also remembered. Indeed, it was Yang Chen and his team who left the trial instance first. And then, not even a minute passed. The trial instance ended. And when everyone came out, the only team they saw was Zhang Yao and her team. It had nothing to do with them. People found it hard to believe. Zhang Yao barely came to her senses. She slightly opened her alluring lips, her expression still confused. All beast trainers have left the trial instance, and the Black Rock Island trial instance is closed. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in everyone's ears again. Lilas's team still hadn't come out. In other words, did they die inside? Did Yang Chen do it? Zhang Yao stared at Yang Chen with her beautiful eyes without blinking. Her expression couldn't tell if she was shocked or incredulous. Zhang Yao knew better than anyone else about Lilas's strength. When they first arrived here, they had exchanged some words with Lilas. Even Lilas had mocked them and entered the trial instance. Be careful. As a result, when the instance ended, everyone came out. But his team was missing? You Filipinos, watch your words. Whether we stole the Dark Skeleton King or not, it's none of your business. Furthermore, Lilas is missing. What does it have to do with us? We, Dasha, are a country of etiquette, don't falsely accuse others. Yang Chen looked innocent and said to the furious Santilli. You! Santilli was almost spitting blood from Yang Chen's sarcastic tone. At this moment, he was 80% sure that Lilas's team's disappearance was related to this grandson Yang Chen. Let's go back to Dasha. Yang Chen ignored the group of Filipinos and said to Zhao Dazhuang and the others. Then, Yang Chen planned to enter the nearby dedicated teleportation array to go back. Grass mud horse. You Dasha pig, if you don't explain clearly today, don't think about leaving. Santilli, feeling humiliated by Yang Chen, was furious and launched an attack against him. Ayo! A hawk's cry. And then, in the sight of everyone, a black eagle with wings spread out, measuring 3 meters in size, appeared. SS-grade exotic beast, the monkey-eating eagle. One of the 3 national treasures of the monkey kingdom. After the monkey-eating eagle appeared, it immediately swooped down towards Yang Chen. With its sharp claws, if it grabbed onto someone's head, it would easily crush it. Even if it grabbed the body, it could pierce right through it. Yang Chen, be careful! Zhang Yao exclaimed in shock, warning him. At that moment, she was about to summon the SS-grade exotic beast, Thunder Beast, to block the monkey-eating eagle's attack. Roar! Just then, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. In the sky above Yang Chen's head, a shadow over 5 meters tall appeared. An SSS-grade exotic beast, the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon suddenly raised its claws and grabbed the swooping monkey-eating eagle. With a swift motion, the monkey-eating eagle was torn in half before it could even let out a cry. Instant kill. At this moment, Yang Chen slowly turned around and stood there. In the sky above his head was the SSS-grade exotic beast, the Candle Dragon, capable of flying through clouds and mist. What? SSS? SSS-grade exotic beast? My goodness, how? How did another SSS-grade one appear? Didn't he summon one earlier? Where did this freak come from? Everyone was dumbfounded. On one hand, everyone was shocked by the power of Yang Chen's Candle Dragon. At only level 12, he easily killed the SS-grade monkey-eating eagle, which was nearly level 20. On the other hand, when they saw that the exotic beast Yang Chen summoned was an SSS-grade Candle Dragon, some of them were scared out of their wits. Do you want to die? Yang Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling intent. Especially with his gradually cold eyes, no one thought he was joking. A single SS-grade exotic beast was easily killed by him. If he really started fighting, it's likely that even all the exotic beast masters in the Monkey Kingdom wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Quick, let's go, hurry back to the country, this is too damn scary. Santilli trembled in fear. Even though the SS-grade exotic beast monkey-eating eagle was killed by Yang Chen's exotic beast, they dared not make a sound. The next moment, those monkey people scattered like birds and beasts. They entered the special teleportation array back to the monkey kingdom and fled in panic. After the monkey people fled, Yang Chen recalled the candle dragon and also entered the teleportation array. Back to the Tianlong Academy. Zhang Yao, Fong Tong, and other companions followed suit. At this moment, their hearts were like turbulent waves on the sea, unable to calm down for a long time. How many SSS-grade exotic beasts does this freak have? Didn't he summon an SSS-grade ancient exotic beast, Fae, earlier? How did a candle dragon suddenly appear? My goodness, are they even going to let people live? After Yang Chen and the others left, Wang Hao and the others' faces turned red with anger. They stood there as if they had eaten shit. They had come together to participate in the Black Rock Island trial dungeon. After working hard for half a day, they didn't gain any benefits? Damn it! These bastards actually took advantage of us and treated us like monkeys. If we hadn't attracted the monkey people's firepower, would they have easily stolen the Dark Skeleton King? After a while, Wang Hao cursed loudly. His face twisted with anger, and his eyes were filled with a fierce look. At this moment, he became even more determined to kill Yang Chen. On the other side, Yang Chen and the others returned to the academy. Zhang Yao finally couldn't hold back anymore. Yang Chen, you didn't really kill those guys from Lilas, did you? The others also looked over anxiously, waiting for Yang Chen's answer. I'm such a kind person, how could I do something that would damage the friendship between two countries? Yang Chen smiled playfully and quickly denied it. Then why haven't Lilas and the others come out? Were they chopped up by the Dark Skeleton King? That's impossible, right? Although the Dark Skeleton King is powerful, the strength of Lilas and his group is not bad. Even if they are not opponents, escaping is not a problem. Zhao Dazhuang's eye muscles twitched, staring at Yang Chen with a face full of doubt. Kind? That night in the eastern suburbs, Zhao Dazhuang personally witnessed Yang Chen killing people ruthlessly. The scene of him cutting down all those Black Shark Guild Beastmasters was vivid in Zhao Dazhuang's memory. At that time, Yang Chen didn't even blink. This decisive and ruthless character. Still kind? Burning paper at the grave, deceiving ghosts. When I finished killing the Dark Skeleton King 5 times and was about to leave, Lilas and his gang came cursing. Originally, I just wanted to lure some monsters to make them suffer a bit, but they cursed too harshly. I couldn't bear to listen anymore, so in a fit of anger, I killed all of their beasts. Let me make it clear, they were the ones who attacked first, I was just defending myself passively. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, everyone almost bit their tongues off. My goodness, this move is too ruthless. In Beastmaster battles, it relies on summoning powerful beasts. Without the protection of beasts, one is just a loser. Yang Chen slaughtered all of Lilas Gang's beasts. They were like disabled people with broken legs, surrounded by the Dark Skeleton guards. You can imagine how miserable they were. Ruthless. This move is simply too ruthless. Unethical, but not illegal. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yao looked at Yang Chen in amazement. The look in her eyes made Yang Chen a little scared. What does this woman want to do? Yang Chen shook himself and quickly took out 5 obsidian stones from the warehouse. A total of 5 obsidian stones. We have 5 people, so let's each take 1. Yang Chen left 1 for himself. He gave the remaining 4 to Zhao Dazhuang's 4 companions. What? Fan Ge, you want to give us an obsidian stone? Yang Chen, are you kidding? Do you know how precious this obsidian stone is? Fan Ge, you are so good to me. I am so touched that I want to undergo surgery and become a woman to repay you. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. Get lost, I don't like transvestites. Yang Chen quickly lay away. A chill ran through them. Then, Yang Chen continued, having too many obsidian stones is useless, you can only use it once. Since we are teammates, let's not be polite. In the future, if there are good resources and equipment, let's help each other. Yang Chen didn't like to say sentimental things. He directly threw the remaining 4 obsidian stones to Zhao Dazhuang. Let him distribute them to everyone. Thank you, Fan Ge. From now on, you are my dear big brother. If anyone dares to speak ill of you behind your back, I will twist his head off. And me. In the future, I will stand by Fan Ge, absolutely loyal. Whoever goes against Fan Ge, I will steal his girlfriend. These 2 jokers, the words they said were destroying common sense. Fong Tong and Zhang Yao, the 2 women beside them, blushed. They cursed loudly. However, after this commotion, the relationships between the few people unknowingly improved. After Zhao Dazhuang distributed the obsidian stones, Li Lei reluctantly joined the team. Mocking him, Li Lei looked embarrassed and ashamed. At this time, Wang Hao and his group, who were unwilling to team up with Yang Chen and had mocked Yang Chen's Beastmasters as trash, also returned. When they saw Yang Chen and his group happily distributing obsidian stones, their jealous eyes turned red. Damn it! It's all Wang Hao's fault. He misled them when forming the team. How could Yang Chen, who can summon an SSS-level beast, be a rookie? If they had teamed up with him earlier, wouldn't they have also received an obsidian stone now? They lost big time. The anger that Wang Hao had just suppressed surged up again. After working hard for half a day, he was exhausted. Even several of his beasts were seriously injured. In the end, busy with nothing, made a wedding dress for Yang Chen, this little bastard. Wang Hao's heart was filled with resentment at this thought. Just then, Dean Zhuge Kongming appeared. He came out of nowhere, hands behind his back, standing there. When everyone saw the Dean coming, they all bowed in unison. I have received the data transmitted back by the trial steel, and I understand the situation of the trial. You all have performed very well, Zhuge Kongming praised everyone with a sentence. This praise was like a slap in the face to Wang Hao and the others. They were embarrassed, their faces turning liver-colored. Damn it! They couldn't even enter the third level of the Dark Skeleton King's castle. They didn't even know that Yang Chen had stolen the Dark Skeleton King. Is this considered performing very well? Yang Chen's expression changed slightly. Originally, he thought that the trial on the Black Rock Island in the South Sea was a completely closed trial. But according to Dean Zhuge's meaning, it seemed that he could see the specific events inside the trial steel. So, does that mean he found out about the incidents where he secretly dealt with a few fey monkeys? Since Dean Zhuge could see the results of the incidents, the high-level officials in Fey Monkey Country could definitely find out too. Would they come after him for this? This is trouble. Zhuge Kongming went on to talk about rewards and achievements, but Yang Chen didn't even listen. He was thinking about how to get through this situation. After thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with a good solution. Yang Chen, come to my office. At this moment, Zhuge Kongming glanced at Yang Chen and then floated away. Yang Chen's face stiffened, his scalp tingling, and his heart pounding. He was in trouble. Whatever you worry about, it will come to you. Yang Chen had no choice but to walk towards the principal's office. A few minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at Zhuge Kongming's office. Dean, the incident of the deaths of those few exotic beast masters in Fey Monkey Country, it really can't be blamed on me. They provoked first, and I was forced to act. Besides, this concerns the dignity of Great Xia. I can't pretend not to have heard. Yang Chen looked at Zhuge Kongming standing by the window. Before he could speak, he quickly tried to shift the blame. Zhuge Kongming slowly turned around, waved his hand, and said, I called you here not for these trivial matters. Ha? Trivial matters? Yang Chen was confused. He stared at Zhuge Kongming with wide eyes. When he came, he was still uneasy. He felt that Zhuge Kongming must have called him to hold him accountable. Little did he know it wasn't about that. You, kid, have performed really well. You did something that we old folks have always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Zhuge Kongming laughed heartily, appearing very approachable. Phew! Dean, as long as you don't blame me, I thought you called me here to settle scores. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, looking embarrassed. Not only am I not going to hold you accountable, but I also want to reward you separately. So, tell me, what do you want? Zhuge Kongming waved his hand, getting straight to the point. Reward? Yang Chen was overjoyed. He immediately started thinking about what reward he should ask for. After a moment, Yang Chen looked up at Zhuge Kongming and shook his head. Dean, I don't want any rewards. No rewards? Zhuge Kongming's face showed surprise. Yes, my only request is to know the whereabouts of my sister, Yang Bing. After saying this, Yang Chen looked at Zhuge Kongming with excitement. Because he was too nervous, Yang Chen unconsciously clenched his fists. He worked so hard to get into the Tianlong Academy just to reunite with his sister, Yang Bing, and fulfill the promise they made as siblings. However, when Yang Chen arrived here, he found out that Yang Bing was not here at all. Even the school's database couldn't provide any information about her. It was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth after those first few months at the academy. How could Yang Chen not worry about this? I don't want to figure out where she went. As the dean of the Tianlong Academy, Zhuge Kongming must know where Yang Bing went. Zhuge Kongming's face stiffened slightly. Silence fell. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat dull and oppressive. After a moment, he raised his head and sighed. Child, where your sister went belongs to the highest level of secrecy in Daxia. I can't tell you. Anyway, all you need to know is that she went to a very distant place, and she is one of the strongest geniuses in Daxia in recent years. She carries too much on her shoulders, even the future of Daxia. When I say this, do you understand? Zhuge Kongming's words were heard by Yang Chen, not sure whether to be happy or sad. Carrying the future of Daxia? Dean, I also want to go there, can I? Yang Chen took a deep breath, his eyes burning as he looked at Zhuge Kongming. It's difficult, not every genius can go there. There are countless geniuses in Daxia, but very few can go there. Talent, beast symbols, opportunities, luck, perseverance, all are indispensable. Your talent and beast symbols, although surpassing your sister's, it's still very difficult. Zhuge Kongming shook his head slightly, with a touch of bitterness. Dean, let me try, I believe I can do it. Yang Chen's face showed a stubbornness. Reach level 20 first, complete the first task, then come to me. I need to make a preliminary assessment based on your overall performance before deciding. Zhuge Kongming did not directly refuse, but gave him a chance. Thank you, Dean, I will work hard. Yang Chen was excited and left after giving a student salute. He had just turned around to leave when a graceful figure appeared. Level 100 Beastmaster. Bai Rouge. How is it? Bai Rouge came to the window, gazing at Yang Chen who had just left the building. This child was born in our Daxia, he is a blessing to Daxia. Zhuge Kongming sighed and gave high praise to Yang Chen. I don't want him to go there. Suddenly, Bai Rouge said. Well, I will make it more difficult for him when he comes back, to make him realize the difficulty and give up. Zhuge Kongming's face stiffened. He nodded. In the imperial capital, the reception room for foreign beastmasters. At this moment, several leaders, led by Zhao Wuji and Qin Baihe, gathered together. Sitting on the chairs in front of them were the high-level officials of the Feiho Kingdom. The big shots from the Feiho Kingdom looked as if they had eaten shit. In the trial on the Black Rock Island in the South China Sea, your Daxia beastmasters killed several talented geniuses from our Feiho Kingdom. Shouldn't you give an explanation? Garcia, a high-ranking official from the Feiho Kingdom, slammed the table heavily and angrily reprimanded. Ha! Our Daxia beastmasters killed your Feiho geniuses? Garcia, don't talk nonsense. Which eye of yours saw our Daxia beastmasters killing your Feiho students in the competition? Qin Baihe was the first to jump up, unwilling to accept it. After all, these Feiho Kingdom high-level officials had come to pick a fight with Yang Chen. They also learned about the events that took place during the trial on the Black Rock Island through the trial steel. It had to be said that what that kid Yang Chen did, it made these old guys applaud, even though they openly killed a few of your Feiho. But what can you do to me? Bite me? Shameless scoundrel, dare to argue, that beast named Yang Chen from your Daxia, killed all the beasts of Lilis. This is the direct cause of the 5-person team led by Lilis being surrounded and wiped out by the Dark Skeleton Guards. Garcia reprimanded again. He had already laid out the evidence on the table, but these Daxia pigs still refused to admit it. He laughed in anger. The events in the Dark Skeleton King's castle, we have already found that kid Yang Chen, and learned the detailed situation. It was your Fey Monkey Country's exotic beast master who made the first move. Under the shock, that little guy summoned an exotic beast and accidentally killed their exotic beasts. I speak the truth in every word. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. It must be the same as what I said. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat twice and said seriously, have you asked Yang Chen? Bullshit, asked. These big heads of Daxia, they would love for the Fey Monkey Country's exotic beast master to die a little more. Of course, this is a mutual fight between the high levels of the two countries and cannot appear too vulgar. Upon hearing this, Garcia was so angry that he spat blood. Go ask them about the deaths of their people? Damn it! They are all dead, who do we ask? This is a dead end. You big old dogs of Daxia, whatever you say goes. Alright, in this matter, it can be considered that he accidentally killed under shock. What about the Miasma Forest? In the Miasma Forest, we in Fey Monkey Country have exotic beast masters who are still alive. Do you Daxia people still want to argue? Garcia took a deep breath and angrily accused again. Regarding the Miasma Forest incident, we also understand that although not saving your Fey Monkey Country's exotic beast master is immoral, it is not illegal. You! Garcia jumped up from his chair in anger, shaking all over. Immoral, but not illegal. Grass mud horse. This is the reason. But anyone with eyes can see, are they deliberately trying to kill the Fey Monkey Country's exotic beast master? Garcia, you bring the high-level officials of Fey Monkey Country to come and demand justice. Then I have to ask, at the end of the trial, how do you explain the SS-level exotic beast monkey-eating eagle summoned by Santilli of Fey Monkey Country to attack? We are neighboring countries, his shameless behavior seriously damages the friendship between our two countries. Qin Baihe is also a sly old fox, even more fiery than Garcia. After all, Yang Chen is their Daxia's treasure. He is even the little ancestor who came out of Jinling province, held in the palm of his hand for fear of melting. If an accident really happened during the trial, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Qin Baihe also slammed the table and stood up, countering the monkeys of Fey Monkey Country. In an instant, Garcia and the other Fey monkeys turned red in the face. They felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! they came to settle the score with Desya. As a result, they were countered by Desya and demanded justice? Even. They lost 5 or 6 monstrous geniuses and an SS-level national treasure monkey-eating eagle. Isn't that reasonable? Be a human being. Desya, the land of etiquette? In Garcia's eyes, they are all a bunch of refined scum. Their mouths are more powerful than one another. They are simply bandits and rogues. Damn it! Shouldn't have come. On one side, the heads of Desya and Fey Monkey Country, led by Garcia, are at odds. On the other side, Yang Chen, the culprit, in order to quickly reach level 20 and complete a transformation, has already arrived at the Wormhole Pavilion of the Tianlong Academy. The Wormhole Pavilion. Inside the Tianlong Academy, it is the place where various wormhole dungeon tasks are issued. It is where Tianlong Academy students fight monsters, level up, explode equipment, and enhance their strength. Disaster strikes. Wormhole dungeons invade. Countless monster dungeons, secret realms, mists, abysses, and other places have appeared all over the world. Desya's territory ranks among the top in the world in terms of land area. Therefore, on the Earth's surface, there are countless wormhole dungeons appearing. As the top academy of Desya, the Tianlong Academy naturally has to take responsibility for managing many dungeons. Thus, the Wormhole Pavilion was born. The Wormhole Pavilion is only open to Tianlong Academy students, and other exotic beast masters from outside schools cannot enter. Upon arriving at the Wormhole Pavilion, Yang Chen immediately saw that there were hundreds of portals inside. Above each portal, there was a screen displaying information such as the monster level, entry conditions, fastest clearance record, and team information for that wormhole dungeon. Yang Chen looked around and his gaze fell on the 15th level wormhole dungeon, the Tree Spirit Forest. Copy name, Tree Demon Forest Monster Level, 15 entry requirement, below level 17, 200 dragon coins fastest record, 25 minutes 39 seconds team information, Yang Bing Ice Sister. Yang Chen saw Yang Bing's name and instantly felt excited. The fastest clear of this copy turned out to be his older sister, Yang Bing. Yang Chen took a deep breath and walked over. 3 missing 2, level 15 Tree Demon copy, lacking support, lacking neat shield. 5 to 1, level 17 Giant Ant Nest copy, bring some violent output. Level 20 Brown Bear Ridge copy, lacking 2 people, come casually, bring a layman. On the top of the Wormhole Pavilion, there are also many exotic beast teams recruiting people. The team entering the copy can have a maximum of 5 people and a minimum of 1 person. For Yang Chen, who is used to being alone, he has no mood to team up with others. He arrived at the entrance of the level 15 Tree Demon Forest copy, paid 200 dragon coins, and entered Nightmare difficulty. Damn! Level 13 soloing the Tree Demon copy? Where did this idiot come from? Is his brain broken? Tree Demon copy entrance. Those teams recruiting people. Seeing Yang Chen, this level 13 rookie, silently soloing the Nightmare difficulty Tree Demon Forest, they were shocked. Pretending to be level 13, does he think he is our Dragon Academy, last year's peerless talent Yang Bing? Clearly a freshman this year, can't tell how capable he is, he'll come out embarrassed later. The group of people discussed, full of mockery. No one had high hopes for Yang Chen to solo the level 15 Tree Demon Forest copy. Moreover, it was Nightmare difficulty. Yang Bing is a myth of their Dragon Academy in recent years. It is not an exaggeration to say that no one may surpass her in the next 10 years, let alone break the record she created. As for Yang Chen, entering the Tree Demon Forest copy, immediately summoned 4 exotic beasts. Ahead, a Tree Demon Warrior appeared. Yang Chen cast a detection spell to check the attributes. Tree Demon Warrior, normal monster, level, 15 strength, 2000 agility, 1200 spirit, 2000 constitution, 3000 passive skill, growth active skills, entangle, whip. Growth, the severed limbs of the Tree Demon Warrior will regrow after a certain period of time. Entangle, the Tree Demon's tentacles entangle the enemy, causing an imprisonment effect for 2 seconds. Whip, the Tree Demon uses its tentacles to fiercely whip the enemy, causing 150% strength damage. A newbie. Yang Chen thought how difficult this Tree Demon Forest copy could be. Just these monster attributes. Compared to the Goblin Cave he entered before, it was far worse. Go! Yang Chen didn't waste much time, waved his hand, commanded the 4 exotic beasts, rushing towards the Tree Demon Warriors ahead. Kill level 15 Tree Demon Warrior, experience plus 1200. Obtain Tree Demon Warrior's tentacle. Kill level 15 Tree Demon Mage, experience plus 1300. Obtain Tree Demon Mage's tooth. Kill level 15 Tree Demon Warrior, experience plus 1200. Obtain Tree Demon Warrior's heart. Along the way, Yang Chen led the 4 exotic beasts. It was like a bandit descending the mountain, charging straight ahead. Wherever they went, no grass grew. Those tree demons couldn't withstand a single blow from Yang Chen's exotic beasts. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at a rocky area with the 4 exotic beasts. Roar! An angry roar sounded. Yang Chen looked up and immediately saw a giant tree demon the size of a small building appear. Seeing this, Yang Chen cast a detection spell again. Ancient Tree Spirit, Boss Monster, Level, 17 Strength, 7,000 Agility, 5,000 Spirit, 5,000 Constitution, 8,000 Passive Skill, Enhanced Growth Active Skills, Enhanced Entanglement, Thorn Whip. Enhanced Growth, the limbs of the Tree Spirit Warrior that are severed will regrow within 1 minute. Enhanced Entanglement, the Tree Spirit's tentacles entwine around the enemy, causing an imprisonment effect lasting 5 seconds, with additional poison that deals 10% spirit damage per second. Enhanced Whip, the Tree Spirit uses its tentacles to fiercely whip the enemy, causing 250% strength damage. The tentacles have thorns that can paralyze the enemy and reduce movement speed by 15%. With such a large size, Yang Chen was startled. He thought it was some powerful big boss. It turned out to be an enhanced version of a Tree Spirit Warrior. Attack it! Yang Chen commanded Xingtian directly. After all, Xingtian was the most powerful among the 4 exotic beasts summoned by Yang Chen. It excelled in single combat skills or enhancing its own state. Roar! Xingtian roared and charged fiercely with a large axe. Bang! Bang! Boom! Xingtian unleashed the Bloodthirsty Fury skill and activated the Burn the Boats skill. With a 300% increase in strength and 1.5 times damage, it delivered 3 powerful blows and killed the Ancient Tree Spirit. Killed Level 17 Ancient Tree Spirit, experience plus 10,000. Obtained Ancient Tree Spirit Heart. Obtained Spirit Stone. Nothing valuable dropped. Yang Chen wasn't interested in the materials that dropped. As for the Spirit Stone, he didn't need it at the moment. He continued forward. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at the end of the Tree Spirit Forest. Ahead stood a 10-meter-tall giant tree person. Finally going to clear the level? It's too easy. Yang Chen muttered to himself. Tree Spirit King, Lord Monster, Level, 18 Strength, 10,000 Agility, 7,000 Spirit, 10,000 Constitution, 20,000 Passive Skill, Earth's Power Active Skills, Earth Spikes, Roar. Earth is power. The Tree Spirit King can continuously absorb the power of the earth to strengthen itself. Earth Spikes, the Tree Spirit King uses its tentacles buried in the soil to launch a fierce attack on the enemy, causing 250% strength damage. Roar, the Tree Spirit King emits an angry roar, intimidating the enemy, causing 200% spirit damage and stunning for 2 seconds. Now this looks like a real boss monster. However, with just these 5 attributes, the Tree Spirit King encountered by Yang Chen in the Goblin Cave still had a significant gap. Without Yang Chen's command, the 4 exotic beasts roared and rushed to the Tree Spirit King, initiating a group attack. Bang! Minus 70,000. Xingtian remained the main force. With a single blow, the Tree Spirit King screamed in pain. It frantically used its tentacles to counterattack. At the same time, spikes rose from the ground. Yang Chen quickly retreated. The exotic beasts were tough. Even if they were pierced, the damage wouldn't be too severe. But for Yang Chen, a tender-skinned owner, it was different. If Yang Chen got injured, the unlucky ones would be the exotic beasts. 2 minutes later. Roar! Accompanied by an extremely angry and unwilling roar, the massive body of the Tree Spirit King collapsed. Killed Level 18 Tree Spirit King, experience plus 20,000. Obtained Skill Upgrade Scroll. Skill Upgrade Scroll can increase the skill level of the exotic beast master. Skill Upgrade Scroll? Yang Chen's expression froze as he saw the extra scroll in the system warehouse. He excitedly laughed like a pig. With this skill upgrade scroll, he could summon the 5th exotic beast from the classic of mountains and seas. At that time, his strength would greatly increase. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the exotic beast master Yang Chen for breaking the record of the tree demon instance. Time, 12 minutes 8 seconds. Received record-breaking reward, 1,000 Tianlong coins, 10 credits, keep up the good work. At that moment, Yang Chen heard the sound of the system breaking the instance record in his ear. Insect Hole Pavilion, at the entrance of the Tree Demon Forest instance. The group of exotic beast master students who were still in a team rubbed their eyes hard. Wow! Did I see it wrong? Cleared the Tree Demon Forest instance in 12 minutes and 8 seconds? Who is this Yang Chen? I haven't heard of such a powerful existence in our academy. Yang Bing's record was easily broken? And in less than half the time? I must find out who this guy is. I can't allow a powerful existence that I don't know about in our academy. As the group of people discussed animatedly, the entrance to the Tree Demon Forest lit up with a white light. The exotic beast master students stopped chatting one after another. They stared wide-eyed. The light descended. Yang Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the tree demon forest instance. Oh my god, is it this kid? My goodness, how is that possible? Level 13? Cleared the nightmare difficulty tree demon instance in only 12 minutes? The group of people saw the big shot coming out of the tree demon instance. When they realized it was Yang Chen, a level 13 rookie, they couldn't help but scream in surprise. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What? What are you guys doing? Yang Chen was startled when he came out and saw a large group of people surrounding him, staring at him like monkeys. He was genuinely scared. Therefore, Yang Chen nervously and vigilantly looked at them. Hey handsome junior, are you a freshman this year? Do you have a girlfriend? If not, do you mind having one? Would you mind changing one if you have one? Hey handsome, you're amazing. You broke the tree demon instance record in less than half the time Yang Bing took. Hey little brother, want to join the sisterhood? The sisterhood is all girls, and they are all beautiful. A group of girls hurried over, showing off their charm. Their eyes kept darting. Yang Chen was taken aback by the enthusiasm of these sisters in the Tianlong Academy. His face turned green with fear. Look, a gray plane. Yang Chen suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the sky in the distance. Where? Where? What's a gray plane? I haven't heard. Ah, where's the person? We've been fooled, that brat ran away. We've been duped. The group of sisters hurriedly looked up. As a result, when they turned back, they found that Yang Chen had disappeared. They stomped their feet in anger, realizing they had been deceived. At that moment, Yang Chen had already slipped back to the dormitory at the fastest speed. Oh my goodness. It's just breaking a record. No need to be so exaggerated, right? Yang Chen muttered as he gasped for breath. He then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took out the skill upgrade scroll from the warehouse to upgrade the exotic beast summoning. Ding! System prompt, exotic beast summoned to level 3. After the upgrade, Yang Chen opened the system attribute panel. Name, Yang Chen, level, 1388. 33%, strength, 1230, agility, 1310, spirit, 3100, constitution, 1360, beast seal, classic of mountains and seas, super divine, unique. Note 1, ignore the national fortune temple totem, randomly summon all exotic beasts, gods, etc. Recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Note 2, any exotic beasts or deities summoned from the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for the master. Talent, Inspiration of the Gods, Level 1, all abilities of Master and Servant gain a 10-fold increase, Unique, Passive Skill, Purification Aura, Active Skills, Beast Summoning, Level 3, Soul Tier, Level 2, Ice Mist, Level 1, Spirit Power, 450 out of 450, Beasts, 4 out of 5, Equipment, Ancient Goblin Staff, Spider Spirit Mask, Goblin General Armor, Venomous Spider Catastrophe Gloves. In terms of attributes, there were no changes. The only change was that the beast summoning skill had been upgraded to level 3. Yang Chen's beast summoning count had increased from 4 to 5. Yang Chen was extremely excited. Beast summoning. The familiar black vortex appeared once again. Unlike the previous summonings with black light, this time, a hint of golden light appeared within the flat vortex. Yang Chen became even more eager upon seeing this. What kind of exotic beast from the classic of mountains and seas would be summoned this time? Croak, croak. Sounds resembling a frog's croak echoed. After a moment, the light dispersed. Before Yang Chen's eyes stood a giant golden toad, and it only had 3 legs. A 3-legged toad? Were there toad-like exotic beasts in the classic of mountains and seas? The smile on Yang Chen's face froze, unable to laugh. Name, Golden Toad, Grade, SS, Level 1, 0. 0%, Strength, 600, Agility, 600, Spirit, 600, Constitution, 600, Star Level, 1 star, Passive Skill, Devour, Level 1, Active Skills, Encouragement, Level 1, Blessing, Level 1. Devour. For every monster killed, the Golden Toad can devour the opponent's attributes, strengthening its own 4 attributes by +1 point each. Encouragement. As a lucky beast, the Golden Toad boosts the morale of the Legion with its call, enhancing the abilities of the beast group it is in. Physical-type beasts gain +100% strength, elemental-type beasts gain +120% spirit, assassin-type beasts gain +100% agility, and defense-type beasts gain +150% constitution. Blessing. The Golden Toad blesses the Legion it is in, granting 30% damage reduction and a 10% healing aura for 2 minutes. Yang Chen was stunned after reading the Golden Toad's attributes and skills. Although the Golden Toad, as an SS-grade exotic beast, had severely inadequate 4 attributes, its infinitely powerful passive skill destined it to become a terrifying boss in the future. Not to mention its two active skills, with added attack and damage reduction, along with a healing aura. Under the influence of this thing, Yang Chen felt it could match the combat power of summoning two more exotic beasts. Previously, during the trial on Black Rock Island, Yang Chen had envied Fong Tong's support-type exotic beast, the elk. He never expected that just as he was about to doze off, an exotic beast would come to deliver a pillow. One word: awesome. In the Divine Temple of the Great Xia Empire, several leaders were very unified, wearing oxygen masks on their faces. A new SS-grade exotic beast totem has appeared, adding plus 500 to the national fortune value. The first appearance of an SS-grade lucky beast adds an additional plus 1,000 to the national fortune value. Another SS-grade exotic beast, and it's a lucky beast that has never appeared before. What is this kid up to? Ascending to the heavens? Lao Zhao, why are you so excited? I've been shocked so many times that I'm not. Oh, Lao Qin, what's wrong with you? Didn't you take 2 quick-acting heart pills in advance? Why did you faint? Oh no! Lao Qin just took the wrong medicine. He took Luo Dihuang pills instead of quick-acting heart pills. At this moment, many leaders of the Great Xia Empire were trembling, every time they thought about summoning these exotic beasts. When Yang Chen reaches his limit, he always comes up with new tricks. 2 SS-grade exotic beasts, 3 SSS-grade exotic beasts. The most rare SSS-grade exotic beasts are even more numerous than the almost inferior SS-grade exotic beasts. Look, can a person really do such things? Doesn't he consider how others feel? Can they accept it? Tianlong Academy, Dormitory. After summoning the new SS-grade exotic beast Golden Toad, Yang Chen did not rush to the Wormhole Pavilion to level up. It was already dark outside. After a tiring day, he was very exhausted. Therefore, he decided to take a nap and fight again tomorrow. The next morning, Yang Chen got up and immediately went to the Wormhole Pavilion. He cleared the level 15 Tree Demon instance again. Credits. Last night, he specifically checked the information. Credits are the most precious thing. When graduating, mentors will evaluate students based on the number of credits. Some extremely special places in the academy can only be accessed with corresponding credits. Moreover, credits can be used to exchange for advanced skill books, upgrade scrolls, and other items. However, the methods to obtain credits are very limited. Generally, credits can only be obtained by completing tasks issued by the academy, breaking new records, and participating in trial instances. Yesterday, he broke the record for the Tree Demon instance and earned 10 credits. Completing the Black Rock Island trial only rewards 20 credits. It can be seen that obtaining credits is very difficult. Now, he summoned a new support-type exotic beast. His strength has increased significantly. Is it too much to break his own record and earn some credits? Tree Demon Forest instance. Nightmare difficulty. When Yang Chen arrived at the Wormhole Pavilion early, there weren't many exotic beast students there. He quickly went in to avoid being recognized by others. Entered the Tree Demon Forest instance. Yang Chen summoned all 5 exotic beasts. Croak. With a croak from the Golden Toad, Yang Chen immediately felt his mental power surging. Golden Toad's active skill. Encouragement. The effect is to enhance the main attributes of the exotic beast legion. What surprised Yang Chen was that this skill also worked for him as the owner. Mental, 5620, Yang Chen checked his mental power. It had increased from 3100 to 5620. In this way, the mental power from equipment bonuses cannot be amplified. Only his own basic attribute values can be increased by 120%. After Golden Toad used the encouragement skill, it also stacked a blessing buff on several exotic beasts. 30% damage reduction, 10% healing aura. Lasts for 2 minutes. It was like being invincible. Charge. Yang Chen waved his hand. Immediately commanding the 5 exotic beasts, they aggressively headed towards the Tree Demon King's lair. Because Yang Chen had been there yesterday, he was familiar with the route today. Killed level 15 Tree Demon Warrior, experience plus 1200. Obtained Tree Demon Warrior's Heart. Killed level 15 Tree Demon Mage, experience plus 1300. Obtained Tree Demon Mage's Tentacle. The experience given was pitifully low. It couldn't even compare to what Yang Chen had experienced in the secret realm before. If it weren't for earning some credits and Tianlong coins, Yang Chen wouldn't bother coming back. Ha! Zhulon, why did you suddenly become so strong? Charging forward with several exotic beasts, Yang Chen unexpectedly found that Zhulon had become several times stronger than before. It even seemed to surpass Xingtian, the king of solo combat. Yang Chen quickly checked its attributes. Name, Zhulong, grade, SSS, level, 13, 20, stats, strength, 26,000 agility, 26,000 spirit, 26,000 constitution, 15,000 star level, 1 star passive skill, Dragon Might, level 2, active skills, Candle Dragon's Gaze, level 2, Dragon's Roar, level 2, Dragon Might, intimidate enemies of up to level 5, reducing their strength by 30%. Candle Dragon's Gaze, emitting a burst of hot light from the eyes of the Candle Dragon, dealing 350% group damage based on Spirit Dragon's Roar. The Candle Dragon roars to the sky, dealing 350% group damage based on strength to enemies. Hiss. Yang Chen took a cold breath. He found that besides constitution, the other 3 attributes had all doubled. What concept is this? A balanced development. Candle Dragon, strength, spirit, and agility are all main attributes? In this way, this veteran exotic beast actually became the biggest beneficiary under the skill enhancement of the Golden Toad. Truly the ancestor of the 10,000 dragons recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, ranking in the top 10 in combat power. Moreover, Yang Chen also pleasantly discovered that all 3 skills of the Candle Dragon had been upgraded. More powerful. The way exotic beasts upgrade their skills is different from exotic beast masters. They only need to keep using them to increase proficiency and upgrade. Exotic beast masters need to use upgrade scrolls. Instant kill. All the tree monsters encountered along the way were instantly killed. Even the ancient tree monster couldn't last around. When Yang Chen arrived at the bottom of the tree monster forest, only 8 minutes had passed. Yang Chen smiled at the tree monster king. He originally wanted to summon 5 exotic beasts and take them out in one round. However, he had a second thought and held back. Bug exploit. Yesterday's completion time was 12 minutes. Today, as long as the completion time did not exceed 12 minutes, he could break yesterday's record and receive rewards again. In this way, can't he exploit the bug indefinitely? Great idea. Yang Chen summoned 5 exotic beasts and sat there to rest for a while. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When Yang Chen saw that the time was almost up, he immediately called the exotic beasts to attack. Roar! Xingtian, wielding a large axe, charged fiercely like he had encountered the enemy who took away his wife. The other exotic beasts followed suit without falling behind. Less than a minute passed. Roar! With an unwilling roar, the tree monster king was sadly killed in an instant. Too strong. Yang Chen looked at the fierce and evil exotic beasts and couldn't help but feel emotional. Killed level 18 Tree Monster King, experience plus 20,000. Ding! System prompt, congratulations to Exotic Beast Master Yang Chen for breaking the record of the Tree Monster instance. Time, 10 minutes 58 seconds. Received record-breaking reward, 1,000 dragon coins, 10 credits, keep up the good work. Indeed, he received rewards again. Yang Chen smiled happily and continued on. Outside the Tree Monster Forest instance. Wow! Did that big shot break his own record again? Oh my god, kill me now. 10 minutes 58 seconds. 1 minute earlier than yesterday? Who has a girlfriend? Let me borrow her. I want to give her to this awesome big shot and ask him to take me as his little brother. The exotic beast master students were in an uproar. Their eyes almost popped out. Breaking a record for others is as difficult as reaching the sky. How did he make it look so easy? While everyone was discussing, the entrance to the instance flashed with light. Yang Chen came out of the instance. Big shot, please take me with you, I have a beautiful sister. What's a beautiful sister? I have a girlfriend. Hey handsome, you're so amazing, I want to. Ha! How did you go back in? A group of beast tamer students gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. When they saw Yang Chen coming out, they quickly flattered him and tried to get on his good side. However, Yang Chen ignored their words and quickly opened the nightmare difficulty dungeon again and went back in. The crowd stared in disbelief. What's going on? Why is the boss in such a hurry? Could it be that he is not satisfied with breaking the record in 10 minutes and 58 seconds? You guys don't understand. A boss of this level must pursue perfection. Compared to last year's record of Yang Bing with 25 minutes and 39 seconds, he is not satisfied with cutting the time in half? 25 minutes and 39 seconds is the limit for us ordinary folks, not for this boss. The crowd discussed and felt that it made sense. So, the group of Beast Tamer students did not go to the dungeon to level up. They all gathered at the entrance of the Monster Forest dungeon, waiting for the boss Yang Chen to create miracles again. A moment later, a Beast Tamer student found that the record on the screen was updated again. He shouted, 10 minutes. Oh my god, this boss only took 10 minutes to break the record, amazing. This is the boss, never satisfied until he achieves perfection, he's out again. What the heck? What's going on? Why did the boss go back in? Is he not satisfied with the perfect 10-minute record? Wait, I feel like he's not pursuing perfection, but exploiting a bug to earn credits. The crowd fell silent at the scene. Exploiting a bug? Is this guy breaking records in the wormhole dungeon, exploiting bugs, and earning credits? Impossible. The crowd held their breath and watched. In the blink of an eye, 9 minutes passed. The data on the screen was updated again. 9 minutes and 16 seconds. When the crowd saw this, they felt like they were going to vomit blood. This guy is not trying to break records for perfection. He's just raising fish. Each time the record time increases by 1 minute, constantly refreshing the record to earn credits. Damn! Is there such an operation? Be a human being. A flash of white light. Yang Chen emerged from the tree monster forest again. After he came out, he followed the same routine. He was about to go back in again. System prompt: Beast Tamer Yang Chen has been blacklisted and is prohibited from entering the monster forest dungeon. Blacklisted? Not allowed in? Yang Chen stared in astonishment at the entrance of the dungeon. What's going on? What did he do wrong? Why can't he enter the monster forest dungeon anymore? Yang Chen! Just then, a voice full of anger rang out. Yang Chen turned to see that it was Dean Zhuge. Dean, you came at the right time. There's a bug in the tree monster forest dungeon. They actually blacklisted me and won't let me in. Yang Chen saw Zhuge and quickly spoke up. I'm the one who blacklisted you and won't let you in. What? Originally, Yang Chen thought he had discovered a bug in the dungeon. Little did he know that it was Zhuge who blacklisted him. This situation completely baffled Yang Chen. Dean, why did you blacklist me? I didn't do anything wrong. You little brat, how dare you still have the face to speak? Who taught you to exploit bugs and earn credits like this? Zhuge was furious. Is it not allowed? Yang Chen asked awkwardly. Zhuge was even more furious. Although the academy did not explicitly prohibit it, using this bug exploit method to constantly earn credits was not allowed. But breaking the dungeon record was not that easy. Every time a new student broke the record, luck played a significant role. If you let the record-breaking student in for the second time, it is 90% likely that even the previous record cannot be reached. That's why no one would be idle enough to break the hard-earned new record. But this Yang Chen, something's not right. This guy, he came early this morning, and kept repeating the brush of the monster forest instance. If it's just about brushing instances to gain experience points and materials, that's fine. Yang Chen's previous clearance record. Zhuge personally checked it. Damn it. Every time he reached the end at the Tree Demon King, he would stall the time, calculated to be a little less time than the previous record. Then he would slaughter the Tree Demon King, to break the original record and achieve a new record effect. Let's reason this out. Can a person do such a thing? It was allowed before, but not anymore. Zhuge took a deep breath, feeling like he was about to have a heart attack. Dean, why? Yang Chen asked in confusion. You dare to say that? In our academy, having a new record for each instance every few months is already considered good. You keep stalling time, refreshing records, earning credits. Have you ever considered how other students feel? Other students around nodded as they heard Zhuge words. Isn't it true? This kind of behavior is simply outrageous. Mainly because they don't have the ability to earn credits like this. They also don't allow such a cool bug method to exist. From now on, a new instruction will be added to all wormhole instances. Each student's record-breaking reward is unique. That means subsequent clearance records will be normally refreshed, but without rewards. Zhuge didn't waste time with Yang Chen and directly used his dean's authority. He added a new instruction to all wormhole instances. Yang Chen looked at Zhuge speechlessly. Damn it! Isn't this too stingy? Is it aimed at him? However, this guy Yang Chen, with his own efforts, forced Zhuge to come over in embarrassment and change the rules of the wormhole instance. It's enough to brag about for a lifetime. After Zhuge left, Yang Chen planned to continue upgrading in the instance. The 15th level Tree Demon Forest instance. He was blacklisted and couldn't enter. However, the 17th level Giant Ant Nest instance could be entered normally. Yang Chen ignored the flattery of those exotic beast students and spent 200 dragon coins to enter the 17th level Giant Ant Nest instance. Still at nightmare difficulty. Everyone saw that Yang Chen was only at level 14, yet he was soloing any instance he entered. It's hard to accept. Tianlong Academy, the top higher education institution in Daxia. Any student who can come here is a top student from various counties and cities, a study god level. But now, they found that compared to this weirdo Yang Chen, they were simply rubbish. It's too discouraging. Zhuge also sighed. It's difficult to handle the things by rug entrusted to him. This guy, can't he be a bit more considerate? Headache. Yang Chen arrived at the giant ant nest instance, immediately summoned 5 exotic beasts. Hiss! A giant ant spotted him and hissed as it lunged towards him. Giant ant, elite monster, level 16, strength 3000, agility 4000, spirit 3000, constitution 5000, passive skill, swift, active skills, and acid, bite. Swift, the giant ant has quite agile speed, increasing base movement speed by 15%. And acid, the giant ant will spray corrosive strong acid, causing 155% spirit damage, paralyzing the enemy for 1 minute, reducing movement speed by 10%. Bite, giant ant locks onto the enemy, pounces and starts biting, causing 180% strength damage, with a poison effect attached. Level 17 Giant Ant Nest. The monsters here are much stronger than the level 15 Tree Demon Forest. However, in Yang Chen's eyes, all these monsters are just experience points. The 5-headed exotic beast pushes forward. No difficulty at all. The giant ant nest instance is larger than the tree demon forest. Yang Chen twists and turns around. After half an hour, he finally reaches the end. Hiss! A hissing sound comes from ahead. Yang Chen looks up and sees a huge ant queen. Surrounding the ant queen are 20 giant ant guards. Upon the command of the ant queen, they swiftly rush towards Yang Chen, the intruder. Roar! Seeing this, the candled dragon lets out a domineering dragon roar. Killed level 18 giant ant guard, experience points plus 5500. Obtained ant acid. Crushed level 18 giant ant guard, experience points plus 5000. Obtained ant acid. Before the 20 giant ant guards could reach Yang Chen's exotic beasts, the candled dragon skillfully takes them out in one move. Yang Chen doesn't waste time and commands his exotic beasts to attack the ant queen. They quickly take it down. After all, Dean Zhuge Kongming modified the rules of the wormhole instance. Now, breaking the record only rewards once. There's no point in delaying. Killed level 19 ant queen, experience points plus 20,000. Obtained ant queen poison sac. Obtained ant queen necklace. Ant queen necklace, rare spirit plus 500, special attribute, drop rate plus 15%. One of the ant queen 3-piece set attribute, unknown, usable after level 15. Ant queen set? Yang Chen's eyes widen in surprise. Previously, in high school exotic beast theory, there were also introductions about sets. A single piece of set attribute may not be very strong, but if you can collect the whole set, you will gain very powerful special attributes. This ant queen necklace adds 500 spirit. For Yang Chen, it's just what he needs. However, it can only be equipped after reaching level 15. Yang Chen is currently only level 14, 1 level short. Exit the instance, continue grinding. Although Yang Chen continues to clear the giant ant nest instance, he may not get the record-breaking reward again, but he can still get the ant queen set. He broke the record again. The original record for the giant ant nest was 58 minutes and 59 seconds, and he cleared it in 30 minutes and 8 seconds. It's unbelievable. He's so skilled, unstoppable. I guess all the wormhole instances in our academy will have to be cleared by him, leaving his mark. In previous years, the top martial artists from various provinces, even the national top martial artists, performed averagely, but this guy is incredibly strong today. A group of people see the record holder of the level 17 giant ant nest instance being replaced by Yang Chen. They are filled with emotion and feel defeated. Completely defeated. 1 day later, when Xingtian splits the ant queen in half with an axe, a light shines on Yang Chen, and he levels up. Level 15. At the same time, a system prompt sounds in his ears. Killed level 19 ant queen, experience points plus 20,000. Obtained ant queen cape. Ant queen cape, rare spirit plus 500, special attribute, movement speed plus 20%. One of the ant queen 3-piece set attribute, unknown, usable after level 15. 3 pieces of the ant queen set collected. Yang Chen is extremely excited and quickly equips the 3 pieces of the ant queen set. Congratulations on collecting the rare ant queen necklace, ant queen armor, and ant queen cape 3-piece set. Set attribute, spiritual defense. When an exotic beast master is damaged, defense is calculated based on spirit and damage is reduced by 20%. Spiritual defense. Defense is calculated based on spirit, not physique. This way, Yang Chen's life-saving ability has been greatly improved. Yang Chen opened the attribute panel of the exotic beast master. Name, Yang Chen, level, 15, 0. 13%, strength, 1360, agility, 1510, spirit, 4100, constitution, 1560, beast seal, classic of mountains and seas, super divine, unique. Note 1, ignore the national fortune temple totem, randomly summon all exotic beasts and deities recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Note 2, All exotic beasts and deities summoned from the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for the owner. Talent, Inspiration of the Gods, Level 1, all abilities of the master and servant gain a 10-fold increase. Unique, Passive Skill, Purification Aura. Active Skills, Exotic Beast Summoning, Level 3, Soul Rending, Level 2, Ice Mist, Level 1, Spiritual Power, 600/600, Exotic Beasts, 5 out of 5, Equipment, Ancient Goblin Staff, Spider Spirit Mask, Ant Queen Armor, Ant Queen Necklace, Ant Queen Cloak, Venomous Spider Calamity Gloves. If we include the boost from the Golden Toad, Yang Chen's spirit is as high as 7,000. What does 7,000 spirit points mean? For most bosses below level 20, Yang Chen feels that he can instantly kill them with the soul rending skill. Moreover, these 7,000 spirit points are also equivalent to Yang Chen's defense. Extremely powerful. Return to the dormitory to rest. Tomorrow, go to challenge the level 20 dungeon and continue leveling up. After coming out of the level 17 giant ant nest dungeon, Yang Chen did not continue leveling up. He had been non-stop clearing the giant ant nest for 2 days in a row, all for the chance to obtain the Ant Queen's 3-piece set. He was almost sick of it. The next morning, after Yang Chen got up and opened the door to go to the wormhole pavilion, suddenly, a graceful figure appeared outside the door. Yang Chen couldn't break in time and ended up embracing the other person directly. Ah! Yang Chen, what are you doing? A low exclamation came. What entered his nostrils was a pleasant fragrance. You sister, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be outside, it wasn't intentional. Yang Chen's face was full of embarrassment as he apologized guiltily. He swore. He really didn't mean to take advantage of Li Yu, the counselor. It was just that Li Yu was outside as soon as he opened the door. He couldn't stop in time. I forgive you this time, be careful next time. Li Yu blushed to the roots of her ears and glared at him. Okay, I'll definitely be more careful next time. Oh, no, there won't be a next time. Yang Chen hurriedly agreed. Then he felt that what he said was inappropriate and quickly changed the subject. Seeing Yang Chen's embarrassed look, Li Yu's already blushing face turned even redder. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Yang Chen quickly changed the subject. Sister Yu, why did you come so early in the morning? The dean asked me to come and call you. The dean is looking for me? Yes, hurry up, he's waiting for you in the office. Li Yu urged. Okay, I'll go over right away, Sister Yu, let's talk later. Yang Chen replied and hurriedly left. He looked a bit disheveled. Ha ha, what a strange boy. Li Yu watched Yang Chen's departing figure and suddenly burst into laughter. Later, she thought of what had just happened and her pretty face blushed with embarrassment. A few minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at the office of the dean, Zhuge Kongming. Dean, you're looking for me? Yang Chen asked as he looked at Zhuge Kongming sitting in the chair. I have something to discuss with you. Zhuge Kongming was amazed to see that in just a few days, Yang Chen had risen to level 15. He was truly impressed. The speed at which this guy leveled up was unheard of in his lifetime. Even those talented and extraordinary beast masters, at his age, did not perform as abnormally as he did. He was simply a freak. Dean, what's the matter? Yang Chen had no idea that Zhuge Kongming was cursing him as a freak in his mind, so he hurriedly asked. Outside the southern city of the imperial capital, a new level 18 ogre dungeon has appeared. Because it is a newly appeared dungeon, it has not been included in the Great Xiao Wormhole Palace. All beastmasters entering must not exceed level 2, and there is a powerful calamity inside. For beastmasters below level 20 to deal with an 18th level calamity, it is undoubtedly a waste. I called you here this time hoping that you could lead a team to clear the calamity in the ogre dungeon. Can you do it? Zhuge Kongming looked at Yang Chen with eager eyes, waiting for his answer. A new wormhole dungeon has appeared. Yang Chen has heard of this situation before. Normally, only when a beastmaster clears a dungeon and kills the calamity inside, will the new dungeon be included in the National Wormhole Palace. I can. Yang Chen answered without hesitation. An 18th level calamity. Perhaps for other low-level beastmasters, it is too powerful to defeat. But for him, it's a piece of cake. Alright. In that case, I will arrange 4 level 20 first-turn teammates to assist you in killing that calamity. Zhuge Kongming's face showed a relieved smile. Dean. What I mean is, I'll solo it. What? You'll solo it? Zhuge Kongming jumped up from his chair in surprise, staring at Yang Chen with wide eyes. He doubted if he had misheard. An 18th level new wormhole dungeon. A beastmaster who has just reached level 15 wants to solo it? What kind of joke is this? Doesn't he see the calamity inside the dungeon as a big boss? Well, teaming up with others is too troublesome, soloing is more comfortable. Yang Chen nodded, affirming his decision. proving that he was not joking. Huff, how confident are you? Zhuge Kongming took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions. Then, he hesitantly asked. There are too many things involved in this new level 18 ogre dungeon. So, there are some things he must clarify. 100%. Yang Chen's answer left Zhuge Kongming speechless once again. 100%? His own backyard? The 18th level new wormhole dungeon, because no one has cleared it yet, the monsters inside have a 20% 4-dimensional attribute enhancement buff. Compared to those level 20 high difficulty dungeons, it is only stronger, not weaker. Yang Chen is only level 15, a difference of a full 5 levels. With no help from any teammates, he is confident in soloing it? If someone else said this, Zhuge Kongming would definitely jump up and slap them. Bragging needs to be reliable. But when Yang Chen said it, he was not only shocked but also amazed. Are you sure you don't want teammates? Dean, I really don't need them. In that case, I'll have your counselor, Liu, take you there. Seeing Yang Chen insisting on soloing, Zhuge Kongming could only reluctantly agree. Later, he called Liu to take Yang Chen to the newly appeared level 18 ogre dungeon. Not long after Liu took Yang Chen away, several senior Beastmaster instructors from the Tianlong Academy hurried over. Dean, I have gathered the 15 level 21st turn Beastmasters you asked for. Each student is an elite in their respective fields of physical output, spell output, defense, healing, support, etc. Several Beastmaster instructors reported to Dean Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Kongming looked at them, feeling embarrassed. Not needed? What? Not needed? Why? The instructors were puzzled when they saw Zhuge Kongming shaking his head. What's going on? Clearing the newly emerged wormhole dungeon is not that simple. In fact, it could be so difficult that many Beastmasters might die. They have now summoned the elite students. Why did the dean shake his head and say it's not necessary? That kid, he's already soloing the ogre dungeon. What? He went to solo the ogre dungeon? Is he crazy? The Beastmaster mentors were shocked and exclaimed repeatedly. Dean, this is just nonsense. I admit, this kid made great achievements in the trial at Blackrock Island in the South Sea. But this new level 18 ogre dungeon is not comparable to the trial at Blackrock Island. Not only is the difficulty at least 5 times stronger, there are even calamities. For a level 15 noob to solo it is basically suicide. Moreover, as far as I know, over at the Kirin Academy, the genius Zhang Xiaolong is leading a team of all level 20 elites, and they have already gone. If the Kirin Academy clears this new wormhole dungeon first and snatches it away, our title as the top academy in Daxia is very likely to be lost. After the mentors exclaimed, they expressed their serious dissatisfaction. A level 15 dungeon that appeared out of nowhere. This has never happened in the history of Daxia, and it's a dungeon that is 3 levels higher than himself. If he can really do it, he will become the greatest person in the history of Daxia, making history. However, it is almost 99% likely that he will return empty-handed. He might even be in serious danger. It's not suicide. With his powerful beast taming skills, although he may not necessarily clear it, self-preservation is not a problem. He should experience this level 18 ogre dungeon, to understand that showing off is not the way to go. Dean Zhuge shook his head slightly. Even though Bai Rug had high expectations for Yang Chen, he also didn't think Yang Chen could clear the level 18 ogre dungeon. 20 minutes later, Liu brought Yang Chen to the newly appeared ogre dungeon. Yang Chen, the ogre dungeon is right. Make way, make way. Don't block the path. Oh, isn't this Li, the instructor from the Dragon Academy? Are you students from the Dragon Academy the first to clear the ogre dungeon? Could it be that you were scared by the difficulty and didn't dare to come? Ha ha, Liu hadn't finished speaking. A group of students came charging forward. Kirin Academy. Yang Chen had seen the Kirin Academy emblem twice. It was another major higher education institution in the imperial capital. Along with the Dragon Academy, they were known as the twin stars of the imperial capital. However, in terms of reputation, the Dragon Academy, as the top academy in Daxia, still overshadowed the Kirin Academy. That's me. Yang Chen glanced at the arrogant beastmasters from the Kirin Academy and said calmly, What? It's you? Just you? Oh my, am I seeing things? A level 15 noob? What noob? I heard that he performed excellently in the trial at Blackrock Island in the South Sea a few days ago. Performing well in that kind of trial is useless. If our Kirin Academy were to participate, we would definitely crush those monkeys. Kid, let me kindly remind you, this ogre dungeon is no joke. The monsters inside eat people, don't get eaten as soon as you enter. The group of beastmasters led by Zhang Xiaolong from the Kirin Academy. Seeing that the Dragon Academy only dared to send a rookie to his death, they laughed even louder. Completely disregarding Yang Chen's face, they mocked and insulted him. Zhang Xiaolong, you guys are going too far. Li Yu's face turned pale with anger as she reprimanded. Too far? Have we gone too far? We were just kindly reminding this rookie. Zhang Xiaolong was full of playful arrogance. The next moment, he laughed and led a few teammates, heading towards the entrance of the ogre dungeon. With a flash of light, they disappeared from Yang Chen's sight. What's going on? Why do I feel like these guys from the Kirin Academy are very hostile towards us? Yang Chen turned to look at Li Yu, asking in confusion. Yang Chen, you may not know that our Tianlong Academy has always been at odds with the Qilin Academy. Because in terms of rankings, the Qilin Academy is always one step behind us, ranked second in the country, which is quite frustrating. This time in the ogre dungeon, on the surface, it seems to be about clearing the dungeon first, defeating the disaster, and bringing the dungeon's income to the National Wormhole Palace. But in reality, it is a secret competition between the two academies. Whoever students clear it first will have the right to use it. At that moment, Li Yu explained the situation in detail to Yang Chen, looking worried. After all, only Yang Chen from their Tianlong Academy had come, whereas the Qilin Academy had brought an elite team of all level 21st transformation players, and they were led by Zhang Xiaolong, the pride of the heavens. The difference was clear. Their Tianlong Academy was going to give up competing with the Qilin Academy for the right to use the dungeon. If they lost in clearing the new dungeon first, their title as the top academy in the Great Xia dynasty might also change hands. Yujie, believe me, I will definitely clear the dungeon before those guys from the Qilin Academy. Yang Chen confidently said to Li Yu. Yujie believes in you. Keep it up. Li Yu's expression froze for a moment, a pair of cute dimples appearing on her cheeks as she encouraged him. Then, Yang Chen didn't waste any more time and entered the ogre dungeon. A flash of white light. Yang Chen appeared on the outskirts of the ogre territory. It was a vast mountainous forest with rugged rocks and lush vegetation. The ogre territory was huge. After entering the dungeon, Yang Chen looked around but didn't see Zhang Xiaolong's group. Obviously, the area they were teleported to upon entering the dungeon was random. Yang Chen didn't think too much about it. He summoned 5 exotic beasts and prepared to clear the dungeon before Zhang Xiaolong's team. Roar! A roar, and a 2-meter-tall ogre appeared in Yang Chen's sight. Holding a wooden stick, it viciously attacked. While commanding the 5 exotic beasts to engage it, Yang Chen checked its attributes. Ogre Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 18, Strength 7000, Agility 5000, Spirit 4000, Constitution 7000, Passive Skill, Tough Skin, Active Skills, Mighty Attack, Fearful Roar. Tough Skin, the Ogre Warrior's skin is thick and tough, reducing damage by 20%. Mighty Attack, the Ogre Warrior is known for its powerful strength, swinging its weapon with great force to deal 250% strength lethal damage to enemies. Fearful Roar, the Ogre Warrior emits a sharp and ear-piercing roar that can disrupt the enemy's mind, causing fear for 3 seconds. Very strong. It was indeed a newly appeared dungeon from the wormhole. These 4-dimensional attributes were much higher than the monsters in the Goblin Cave of the Secret Realm. But the current Yang Chen was not the rookie he was a few days ago. With the skill boost from the Golden Toad exotic beast, the main attribute damage of several exotic beasts doubled. Unstoppable. Bang! Xingtian rushed forward and with one axe blow, the ogre warrior that had charged menacingly a moment ago was instantly killed. Killed level 18 Enhanced Elite Monster Ogre Warrior, experience plus 7000. Obtained Ogre Tooth. The experience given was so high. Just the most basic ogre warrior on the outskirts of the ogre territory gave a whopping 7,000 experience points. This was unexpected for Yang Chen. After the surprise came a burst of joy. Calculating it this way, if he cleared this ogre dungeon today, he might just level up to 16. Yang Chen didn't waste time on the outskirts of the ogre territory. Leading the exotic beast legion, he charged straight into the depths of the ogre territory to kill. In the distance, a dilapidated castle can be vaguely seen. Yang Chen knew that was the final destination he needed to reach in this instance of clearing the dungeon. Along the way, various types of ogre monsters appeared in large numbers. However, none of the monsters could withstand the powerful attacks of Yang Chen and his abnormal beasts. Defeated level 18 Enhanced Elite Ogre Warrior, experience plus 7000. Obtained Ogre Fur. Defeated level 18 Enhanced Elite Ogre Shaman, experience plus 7500. Obtained Ogre Eyeball. Defeated level 19 Enhanced Elite Ogre Hunter, experience plus 8200. Obtained Ogre Bones. As they delved deeper, the types of ogre monsters gradually increased. In addition to ogre warriors, there were also ogre shamans who could cast simple elemental attacks and ogre hunters who used throwing weapons. With a variety of attack methods, if it weren't for the 5 abnormal beasts summoned by Yang Chen, under his SSS grade talent Inspiration of the God, with a 10x attribute boost, he would not have been able to easily reach the depths of the territory. Ahead, there was a dilapidated castle. The castle walls were in disrepair, with many ogre shamans and ogre hunters gathered on them. In front of the castle, towards the gate, there were at least 30 ogre warriors gathered. It was like an impregnable fortress, completely surrounded by ogres. Ogre Castle Gate, Durability, 105000/105000. On the closed dilapidated gate, there was a visible durability indicator. In other words, to enter the ogre castle, not only did they need to defeat these ogre monsters, but they also had to break through the durability of the gate, which was as high as 100,000 points. Dragon Turtle, go. Yang Chen had the golden toad cast a blessing aura on the dragon turtle. 10% healing aura, 30% damage reduction. Combined with the dragon turtle's inherent 40% damage reduction skill, Yang Chen was confident they could break through. Roar! The dragon turtle roared and charged forward. Clang clang, clang clang. The ogre warriors attacked wildly as the dragon turtle charged. On the castle walls, the ogre shamans and hunters saw the dragon turtle entering their attack range and launched their attacks. With a 70% damage reduction, combined with the dragon turtle's aura from the golden toad, the damage reduction increased to over 40,000. They barely withstood the onslaught of the ogre monsters. Seeing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but admire the resilience of the dragon turtle. After taunting, the dragon turtle attracted most of the monsters' aggro. In the rear, the candle dragon, Xingtian, and the three-headed beast also displayed the terrifying combat power expected of SSS grade beasts as they charged towards the castle. As for the golden toad, because Yang Chen had just summoned it and its 4 attributes were severely inadequate, it could only follow behind and pick up the scraps. It quietly enhanced its 4 attributes by using its passive skill of devouring. Boom! Xingtian wielded a giant axe and struck 3 times. The gate with a durability of 100,000 points collapsed. Xingtian charged into the castle, reached the castle walls, and slaughtered the ogre shamans and hunters. These ogre shamans and hunters had strong firepower output but were quite fragile themselves. Once engaged in close combat, under the war god Xingtian's giant axe, they fell one by one. 20 minutes later, the intense battle finally came to an end. Yang Chen looked at his experience bar, which had increased by half, and couldn't help but sigh. The leveling speed was really fast. Unfortunately, after clearing this new dungeon for the first time, the experience gain was not as high. Roar! Yang Chen, accompanied by the 5 abnormal beasts, had just arrived at the castle when a roar echoed through the air. At the next moment, a huge rock came crashing down from a distance. Boom! Yang Chen narrowly avoided it by a hair's breadth, leaving a large crater on the ground beside him. It's no exaggeration to say that if Yang Chen had dodged a little slower, he would have likely been shot in the head. Ogre Chieftain, Boss Monster, level, 19 strength, 12,000 agility, 8,000 spirit, 6,000 constitution, 15,000 passive skill, tough skin active skills, savage charge, stone throw tough skin. The ogre warrior's skin is thick and tough, reducing damage by 40% savage charge. The ogre chieftain charges at the enemy with tremendous force, knocking them back and dealing 300% constitution damage stone throw. The ogre chieftain uses its strong arm strength to throw huge rocks at the enemy, dealing 300% strength damage even stronger passive skills. That flying boulder just now. It should have been the ogre chieftain using the active skill stone throw. A terrifying blow with 300% strength, combined with its 12,000 points of strength. If that had hit an otherworldly beast tamer, they probably wouldn't have made a sound before perishing. Xingtian, take it down. Yang Chen waved his hand, commanding the king of single combat, Xingtian, to go defeat the ogre chieftain. 12,000 strength. For other beast tamers, this might be extremely exaggerated. It would require a team of multiple people or even summoning several beasts to attack together to take it down. But for Yang Chen, Xingtian's 3 axe strikes were enough. Roar! A moment later, accompanied by a deafening roar of unwillingness, this powerful ogre chieftain fell under Xingtian's axe, not under its pomegranate skirt. I mean, under its giant axe. Killed level 19 ogre chieftain, experience plus 40,000 obtained ogre chieftain's eye // obtained ogre chieftain's spear // obtained ogre chieftain's dagger // ogre chieftain's spear, rare strength plus 500, constitution plus 500, usable after level 15 // ogre chieftain's dagger, uncommon strength plus 500, agility plus 500, special, plus 20% critical hit rate, usable after level 15 / useless equipment. After all, Yang Chen's skill soul tier damage is linked to his own spirit. No matter how much strength he has, it's useless. After collecting the equipment dropped by the ogre chieftain, Yang Chen continued to command the five-headed beasts to move forward, a path of madness and slaughter. Finally, after an hour, he arrived at the castle's grand hall. In the grand hall, there was a huge, giant ogre. Xingtian had grown in size after leveling up, but compared to the giant one-eyed ogre in front of him, he still looked like a child. The one-eyed ogre giant. / one-eyed ogre giant, Grand Lord monster, / level, 20 / strength, 20,000 / agility, 12,000 / spirit, 10,000 / constitution, 50,000 / passive skill, devour / active skills, bloody bite, fearful intimidation / devour. When the one-eyed ogre giant kills an enemy, it can continuously restore its own vitality and increase strength by 10% / bloody bite. The one-eyed ogre giant pounces on the enemy, brutally tearing them apart, causing 350% bloodthirsty damage / fearful intimidation. The one-eyed ogre uses its terrifying appearance to instill fear in the enemy, causing them to be frightened for 5 seconds and reducing their 4 attributes by 30% / It must be said that this one-eyed ogre giant has abnormally strong 4 attributes. Especially those few skills with negative buffs attached. If Yang Chen didn't have the purifying light aura, this divine skill, it may be time to settle things here today. 5 seconds of fear. The alien beast is in a state of fear and cannot attack, but Yang Chen's purification aura immunizes himself and the alien beast, negating all negative buffs. What is there to be afraid of? Charge! Yang Chen raised his hand. A soul-tearing skill struck out. Roar! Just as the one-eyed cannibal giant was about to launch an attack, it was ambushed by Yang Chen. It let out a series of mournful screams, clutching its head with both hands. Obviously, Yang Chen's mental attack ignoring defense caused it significant damage. Roar roar! Xingtian wielded a giant axe, activating the active skill Bloodthirsty Fury. Activating the active skill Turning the Tide. Charging forward in the most ferocious manner. From a distance, his whole body was emitting a bloody light. Although in terms of size, he was far smaller than the nearly 4-meter one-eyed cannibal giant, his momentum was only strong and not weak. Bang! Minus 90,000. With one axe blow, even though the one-eyed cannibal giant had a defense of up to 50,000 constitution points, a horrifying blood light number also burst above its head. Zhulong and Fei also did not show weakness, following up with the most ferocious attacks. At this moment, the one-eyed cannibal giant also regained its strength. Under the mockery skill of the dragon turtle, it attacked wildly towards it. The dragon turtle was constantly emitting a bloody light under its bloodthirsty attack. Seeing this, Yang Chen's scalp tingled. Fortunately, various auxiliary skills of the golden toad greatly increased the dragon turtle's defense capabilities. Otherwise, without the assistance of the golden toad's auxiliary skills, the dragon turtle would have been destroyed in minutes under the one-eyed cannibal giant's frenzied attacks. 10 minutes later, as Xingtian's final axe fell, the massive body of the one-eyed cannibal giant let out a series of roars and fell to the ground with a bang. The ground kicked up a cloud of dust. Killed level 20 one-eyed cannibal giant, experience plus 80,000. Obtained alien beast star-up stone. Obtained one-eyed cannibal giant claw. There weren't many items dropped from killing the one-eyed cannibal giant, but Yang Chen was ecstatic. Alien beast star-up stone. This thing is a treasure. Previously, in the mission guild, Yang Chen accepted a Heart of Calamity mission. He narrowly killed the powerful poisonous spider Calamity and obtained an alien beast star-up stone. Unexpectedly, today, killing the one-eyed cannibal giant also dropped one. Afterwards, Yang Chen felt a little worried. In the early stages, with a shortage of alien beast star-up stones, he had 5 alien beasts, each with its own strengths. For a moment, he was unsure which alien beast to use the star-up stone on. Boom! Before Yang Chen could figure out the answer, a loud rumbling sound came. The next moment, the entire one-eyed cannibal giant hall began to shake violently. Calamity has appeared. Such a commotion. Yang Chen knew that the Calamity in the ogre dungeon had appeared. Sure enough, as Yang Chen looked ahead, he saw a giant ogre calamity standing at the deepest part of the hall, reaching a height of 10 meters, wielding a huge hammer. Seeing this, Yang Chen's heart raced. Leaving aside the strength of this ogre calamity, just its terrifyingly huge size was frightening enough. Yang Chen took a deep breath and quickly checked its attributes. Ancient Ogre Calamity, Rank, Dangerous, Level, 20, Strength, 50,000, Agility, 20,000, Spirit, 20,000, Constitution, 100,000, Passive Skill, Fury, Active Skills, Blood Feast, Rampage Attack. Fury, the Ancient Ogre Calamity is naturally aggressive, entering a state of fury during battle, greatly increasing its movement speed and defense, becoming even more ferocious. Bloody Feast, the Ancient Ogre Disaster launches a feast, temporarily increasing its own strength and lifestealing for 5 minutes. Rampage Attack, every attack by the Ancient Ogre Disaster on an enemy will definitely cause 1.5 times the strength damage. Yang Chen finished reading the Ancient Ogre Disaster, shocked by its absurdly powerful attributes. Wasn't it just a level 18 ordinary disaster? How did it become a level 20 dangerous disaster? Roar! Before Yang Chen could think clearly, the Ancient Ogre Disaster had already swung a huge hammer and viciously pounced. Roar! Seeing this, the dragon turtle let out a roar. Taunt! Immediately, the Ancient Ogre Disaster's hatred was drawn towards it. The huge hammer in its hand also fiercely smashed towards the dragon turtle. Bang! With a deafening sound, the dragon turtle's body, which was over 2 meters long, was sent flying more than 10 meters by the Ancient Ogre Disaster's hammer. Yang Chen turned his head in shock and saw bloodlight constantly emanating from the dragon turtle's body. Obviously, the terrifying blow from the Ancient Ogre Disaster had dealt it a fatal blow. Damn! Yang Chen's eyelids twitched, his scalp tingling. Among the 5 exotic beasts, although the dragon turtle was only an SS-grade exotic beast, in terms of defense alone, it was absolutely unmatched. But even with such strong defensive capabilities, it couldn't withstand a single blow from the Ancient Ogre Disaster. At this moment, Yang Chen looked down at the exotic beast Star-Up Stone in his hand. He dared not hesitate anymore about which exotic beast to upgrade. Star Up! Accompanied by a flash of white light, the dragon turtle's huge body turned upside down and expanded by a full circle. Yang Chen roughly estimated that the dragon turtle, with its tail and head before, was just over 2 meters long. Now, after upgrading to 2 stars, it was about 3 meters long. It had become significantly larger and stronger. Just a moment ago, the dragon turtle, which seemed to be in a hopeless situation, covered in bloodlight and sent flying more than 10 meters by a single blow from the Ancient Ogre Disaster, was now fully healed with the infusion of Star-Up Stone energy. Roar! The dragon turtle felt empowered again. It roared and charged towards the Ancient Ogre Disaster in the distance, launching a taunt skill. Croak! Croak! The auspicious beast Golden Toad also timely activated skills to invigorate and bless it, applying a defense buff. Roar! The Ancient Ogre Disaster's dignity was challenged. Once again, it raised the huge hammer in its hand and fiercely smashed it down towards the charging dragon turtle. Bang! With a deafening sound, the dragon turtle's body was not sent flying like last time, but only took a step back on all fours. It withstood the Ancient Ogre Disaster's tyrannical blow. Seeing this, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If he hadn't exploded a Star-Up Stone when killing the one-eyed ogre earlier, he would have had to flee today. At this moment, Yang Chen finally had the time to check the dragon turtle's upgraded attributes. Name, Dragon Turtle Grade, SS Level, 15, 20, 36%, Strength, 10,000 Agility, 10,000 Spirit, 10,000 Constitution, 55,000 Star Level, 2 stars Passive Skills, Thorn Armor, Level 2, Steel Shell, Level 1, Active Skills, Taunt, Level 2, Spike Defense, Level 1. Thorn Armor, when attacked, reflect 30% damage, reduce damage by plus 15% Steel Shell. The dragon turtle is naturally resistant to beatings, with 10% physical damage reduction. Taunt, roar to attract all enemies within a 40-meter radius, weakening enemy damage by 15%. Spike Defense, the dragon turtle curls up into a ball, activating active defense, reducing damage by plus 30%. With the Golden Toad's invigorating skill amplification, 55,000 Constitution. Moreover, the dragon turtle ascended to 2 stars. It also gained a new passive skill, Steel Shell, reducing physical damage by 10%. In other words, with its abnormal 55,000 Constitution, the damage reduction percentage is quite significant. With all skills activated, it naturally has a 55% damage reduction. No wonder when facing the fierce and brutal Ancient Ogre Disaster head-on, it managed to withstand a blow from its hand. Roar! Seeing that it couldn't defeat the dragon turtle after a long battle, the Ancient Ogre Disaster unleashed its skill. In an instant, its body emitted a red light ring. Hammer strikes. It also came with amplified strength and lifesteal. Roar! Even though the dragon turtle has tough skin, it was starting to struggle. Yang Chen, seeing this, didn't hesitate any longer and joined the battle. Soul Tear. Yang Chen unleashed the skill, fiercely attacking the ancient ogre disaster. Roar! The spiritual skill Soul Tear, which ignores defense, was effective. With one blow, the ancient ogre disaster was in excruciating pain. It let out an angry and painful roar. Ice Mist. Yang Chen took advantage of the opportunity and cast the slow skill Ice Mist. This way, it could slow down the movement speed of the ancient ogre disaster. Roar! Moo! Quack! The Candle Dragon, Xingtian, Fei, and Jinkan, 4 exotic beasts. After the dragon turtle attracted the hatred of the ancient ogre disaster with its taunting skill, they launched a fierce attack like a storm. The battle was extremely intense. However, due to the ancient ogre disaster's abnormal lifesteal skill and its whopping 100,000 constitution, the damage caused by Yang Chen and these exotic beasts was very limited. Yang Chen could only slowly command the 5 exotic beasts to wear it down. Bang! Minus 990,000. As Xingtian's axe fell again, an exaggerated 990,000 crimson number burst out from the ancient ogre disaster's body. Instant kill. Xingtian's second passive skill, Super Destruction, with a 1.5% chance of instant kill effect, was triggered. Roar! The ancient ogre disaster let out a piercing roar. Its 10-meter-tall massive body collapsed with a bang. Killed level 20 ancient ogre disaster, experience plus 200,000. Obtained the heart of the ancient ogre disaster. Obtained the giant sword of the ancient ogre disaster. Obtained the long spear of the ancient ogre disaster. Giant sword of the ancient ogre disaster, rare strength plus 800, constitution plus 1000, special feature, strength amplification 20%, usable after level 20. Long spear of the ancient ogre disaster, rare strength plus 800, agility plus 800, special feature, agility amplification 20%, usable after level 20. At this moment, a leveling aura also lit up on Yang Chen. Level 16. Yang Chen sat down exhausted on the ground. This battle was truly thrilling. If it weren't for Xingtian triggering the instant kill effect, Yang Chen might not have been able to wear down the ancient ogre disaster even after an hour. Moreover, if anything unexpected happened in between, Yang Chen might have returned empty-handed. It was even possible to lose 2 exotic beasts. With the ancient ogre disaster defeated, 2 pieces of equipment exploded, both of the highest quality. Unfortunately, they were of no use to Yang Chen. After the battle, it would take 5 minutes to exit the combat state and leave the instance. Yang Chen rested there and cursed loudly. Zhuge Kongming, that old guy, was really something. He said it was an 18th level normal disaster. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dangerous level 20 disaster. And he was level 20. Wasn't he trying to kill him? Fortunately, the 5 exotic beasts he summoned were powerful enough. Otherwise, he might have ended up being defeated in this 18th level ogre dungeon today. Rest for a while. After the 5-minute battle state was lifted, Yang Chen immediately stood up and patted his butt, intending to return to Tianlong Academy now and settle the score with this old thing. A burst of white light flashed. Yang Chen came out of the ogre dungeon. Li Yu, who was guarding on the side, was shocked to see Yang Chen suddenly come out of the dungeon. Yang Chen, how did you come out so quickly? Did you fail? Li Yu saw Yang Chen enter the ogre dungeon. He came out in less than an hour, and he looked disheveled and embarrassed. The first reaction was that Yang Chen failed to solo the dungeon. Sister Yu, I have already killed the ancient ogre disaster. Yang Chen smiled at Li Yu and said, it's okay if you failed, but you can solo. Wait, what did you say? My goodness, you cleared the ogre dungeon in less than an hour and killed the level 18 disaster? At first, Li Yu didn't react. She quickly comforted Yang Chen. As a result, before she could finish her words, she widened her eyes and exclaimed. She looked a bit cute. Not level 18, it's level 20. What? Level 20 disaster? Yang Chen's explanation made Li Yu even more shocked and incredulous. Disasters are different from ordinary monsters. The difference in strength between one level of disaster can be significant, but the difference between one level of disaster can be huge. Attribute values can reach tens of thousands. And level 20 is a watershed. Level 20 and below disasters are completely different in strength from level 20 and above disasters. My goodness, how did this little monster manage to kill a terrifying level 20 disaster in less than an hour? Yang Chen looked at Li Yu with an exaggerated expression. Originally, he wanted to tell her that the disaster he killed was not only level 20, but also a more terrifying dangerous level disaster than the ordinary level. He was afraid that Li Yu couldn't handle it. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. Sister Yu, let's go back. Yang Chen urged the bewildered Liu to go back. He was going to settle the score with Zhuge Kongming, that old man. The level 18 disaster turned into level 20, and it was a dangerous level disaster. The strength increased by 5 times. Without some compensation, he would definitely not agree. Yang Chen and Liu had just left. Several powerful auras came chasing after them. Dean Zhuge Kongming, accompanied by several mentors from the academy, rushed over. Not only Tianlong Academy, but also Dean Tianbai of Qilin Academy, also brought several senior mentors from the academy to come over. The reason they suddenly came together was because they felt that the aura of the disaster in the level 18 ogre dungeon had disappeared. The disappearance of the disaster aura. This meant that the disaster in the dungeon had been killed. Dean Tianbai of Qilin Academy was full of pride and arrogance. Zhang Xiaolong, truly deserving of being the new generation genius of our Qilin Academy. I originally thought that his team would need at least 3 hours to kill the disaster and clear the dungeon. I didn't expect that in less than an hour, he cleared the level 18 ogre dungeon. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha. As Dean Tianbai laughed proudly, the group of mentors from Qilin Academy behind him also praised him. Ha! Dean Tian, why are you so confident that it's your Qilin Academy that took the lead, not our Tianlong Academy? Zhuge Kongming was not quite convinced and asked back. Ha ha! Little did Zhuge Kongming finish his words. Tianbai burst into laughter. The look in his eyes as he looked over was as if he was looking at a group of fools. I heard earlier that your Tianlong Academy sent a freshman who just enrolled this year to solo the ogre dungeon. Dean Zhuge, do you really think that a level 15 noob can clear an 18 level high difficulty dungeon? Is there no talent left in the Tianlong Academy? It's still the highest institution in Daxia, the first academy. It's so laughable. Tianbai didn't give Zhuge Kongming any face at all. The sarcastic insults began. The group of Qilin Academy instructors behind him also chimed in, mocking Yang Chen, a level 15 noob, saying he probably got killed by a few ogres. After all, ogres have a twisted appetite and like to eat humans. Behind Zhuge Kongming, the group of Tianlong Academy instructors were all red-faced. They wanted to retort angrily but couldn't find an excuse. In reality, they also didn't have much faith in Yang Chen being able to clear the ogre dungeon. Moreover, from the start of the dungeon until now, it hadn't even been an hour. It was almost certain that the group of talented students from the Qilin Academy had cleared the dungeon. Alas! The title of the top institution in Daxia, held by the Tianlong Academy, might really change hands. The outcome is still uncertain until they come out. Let's wait and see. Zhuge Kongming snorted coldly and fell silent. Time passed. 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. There was still no movement at the entrance of the dungeon. This eerie situation made the 2 academy leaders and instructors very nervous. What's going on? Normally, after being out of combat for 5 minutes, one could leave the dungeon. It had been 10 minutes already, why hadn't they come out yet? Could it be that something unexpected had happened? Inside the ogre dungeon, Zhang Xiaolong and his 4 teammates were struggling to make progress. Finally, after an hour of effort, they reached the outside of the castle. Damn it! Brother Long, these dogs are even harder to kill than the ogre warriors with their crazy 4-dimensional attributes. Agreed, at this rate of progress, we might need to pray for luck to clear it in 3 hours, let alone 5. Even our level 20 elite squad is having such a hard time progressing, who knows if the Tianlong Academy solo player has already given up. What's going on? Why are there no monsters outside the castle? This doesn't seem right. Zhang Xiaolong and the others continued forward while expressing their thoughts. As they reached the outskirts of the castle, they were surprised to find not a single monster in sight. This scene left them dumbfounded. Let's be cautious, ogres are very cunning. They might be lying in ambush, waiting for us to fall into their trap. Zhang Xiaolong warned with a vigilant expression, trying to sound clever. His smart teammates beside him nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group summoned a few exotic beasts and proceeded slowly. After a while, they entered through the collapsed castle gate. Damn! Why are there still no monsters? What's going on? Who knows, could it be that the most difficult part of this ogre dungeon is the monsters in the surrounding territory? That's a possibility. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for the ogre castle to be empty. Regardless of the situation, today our Qilin Academy will surely make history, replacing the Tianlong Academy as the top institution in Daxia. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were filled with passion. Seeing that the ogre castle was actually empty made him even more excited and happy. As long as he could slay this level 18 calamity today, the name of Zhang Xiaolong would resound throughout the imperial capital, becoming the idol in the hearts of the new generation of exotic beast master students. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaolong led a few companions and headed towards the central hall of the castle. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single monster. This further strengthened their belief that the castle was empty. There should only be one boss monster. With this in mind, they were confident that clearing the ogre dungeon and defeating the calamity would be much easier than they had imagined. What's going on? Why are there no monsters in the central hall? Zhang Xiaolong rushed to the main hall with his men. They found the entire hall empty, with no monsters in sight, let alone a boss. Long brother, look over there. Suddenly, a henchman discovered a huge figure lying on the ground at the deepest part. The group rushed over to investigate. In an instant, they widened their eyes in shock. Was the ancient man-eating ogre disaster killed by someone? The atmosphere in the main hall was heavy and terrifying. Zhang Xiaolong and the students of the Qilin Academy had faces as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Their minds were in turmoil, like thunder striking. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Who did it? Someone arrived here before us and killed this ancient man-eating ogre disaster. Could it be the Tianlong Academy, that guy named Yang Chen? Impossible. He's only level 15, while we're level 20 and it's difficult for us to kill those ogre monsters. How could he have made it here? Zhang Xiaolong decisively denied the possibility of Yang Chen clearing the dungeon. It's not that he looked down on Yang Chen. It's just that a level 15 newbie is not worthy. At this moment, everyone also realized one thing. The so-called ogre castle was an empty city. The reason it became an empty city was that someone had arrived here before them and killed all the ogre monsters and disasters in the city. So the question is, who did it? Zhang Xiaolong and the others stared at each other for a long time, unable to figure out the reason. Later on, they could only leave the dungeon helplessly. A flash of white light passed by. Several figures appeared at the exit of the ogre dungeon. The two deans and mentors guarding there looked up. When Tianbai saw that it was the elite students of their Qilin Academy coming out, he was extremely excited. Ha ha, Xiaolong, you did a great job. I thought it would take you at least 3 hours to clear the ogre dungeon. But you actually cleared this dungeon in less than an hour. It seems I underestimated your strength. Tianbai quickly walked over and praised Zhang Xiaolong and his group. When Zhang Xiaolong and the others saw Dean Tianbai as they came out, their faces became awkward and unnatural. At this moment, when they heard Tianbai's praise, they felt even more embarrassed. For a moment, they didn't know how to explain the strange situation that happened in the ogre castle. By the way, did you get the heart of disaster from killing the ogre dungeon disaster? After praising them, Tianbai quickly asked. The heart of disaster. Every time a disaster is killed, it will drop a heart of disaster. And this heart of disaster is the key for their Qilin Academy to obtain the right to use the level 18 ogre dungeon. It is also the best proof for the students of their Qilin Academy to kill the disasters in the ogre dungeon. Dean, the ancient ogre disaster, was not killed by us. Zhang Xiaotong's face turned as red as a pig liver. When he saw Tianbai asking, he could only stutter and speak with a stiff face. What? The ancient ogre disaster was not killed by you? Tianbai exclaimed and jumped 3 feet high. At this moment, the smile on his face had disappeared. His eyes widened in astonishment. Not far away, the mentors of the Tianlong Academy, led by Zhuge Kongming, saw that the first ones to come out were the students of the Qilin Academy. They also looked embarrassed and felt uncomfortable for some reason. At this moment, when they inadvertently heard that the ancient ogre disaster was not killed by Zhang Xiaolong and his group, they were greatly surprised. Their emotions surged and excitement rose. Dean, did you hear that? Zhang Xiaolong and his group said they didn't kill the disaster. I heard it too. Since it wasn't the students of the Qilin Academy who killed it, could it be our Tianlong Academy's Yang Chen? This is obvious, it's just the 2 teams from our colleges entering the instance. Besides Yang Chen, who else? Ha ha, old Tian, the geniuses from your Qilin Academy are not enough. Can't even compare to one Yang Chen from our academy? Zhuge Kongming, who had just shown an awkward look, raised his head proudly. He taunted the gloomy-faced Tianbai. Behind Zhuge Kongming were the instructors from the Tianlong Academy, all spirited and confident. Humph. I don't believe that your academy, a level 15 noob, can clear the level 18 ogre instance alone. He might even be able to defeat the calamity inside the instance. Maybe there's a team we don't know about that entered and killed the calamity. Tianbai coldly snorted, finding it hard to accept reality. Their Qilin Academy team, all at level 20 and above. And they were selected from the elite of the academy, each one a top-notch elite. Things they couldn't achieve. Can Yang Chen, a level 15 noob, achieve them? If that's the case, does it mean that the 5 elite geniuses from their academy combined still can't match Yang Chen, the level 15 noob? Who could accept that? I knew you, old Tian, wouldn't give up until you reached the Yellow River, always talking tough. Then let's wait and see, waiting for the extraordinary talent from my Tianlong Academy to come out, huh? Zhuge Kongming didn't argue further, anticipating Yang Chen's return from the instance, slapping Tian Bai and his group in the face. Time passed, another 10 minutes went by. The entrance and exit of the instance remained quiet and motionless. At this moment, the smile on Zhuge Kongming's face also disappeared. Feeling worried and anxious, wondering why the instance hadn't ended yet, it had been over half an hour. Why hasn't this kid come out of the instance yet? Could it be that something really happened? Dean Zhuge, where are the geniuses from your academy? Why haven't they come out yet? Could it be that they really died inside? Seeing Zhuge Kongming no longer smiling, Tian Bai's mood suddenly improved. Don't gloat. The reason why Yang Chen hasn't come out must be because something happened, delaying him for a while. Zhuge Kongming retorted, feeling anxious as well. At this moment, Zhuge Kongming remembered. In the morning, he had sent Liu to accompany Yang Chen to the ogre instance. It seemed that when he brought the instructors from the Tianlong Academy here, he didn't see her. Where's Liu? Did anyone see Liu? Zhuge Kongming looked around but didn't see Liu, so he immediately asked the instructors from the Tianlong Academy behind him. Didn't see her, she wasn't here when we arrived. I'll call and see if she left early. A group of Tianlong Academy instructors shook their heads slightly. Then, one instructor took out his phone and dialed Liu's number. Dean Zhuge, although our Qilin Academy failed to clear the instance, all 5 students came out safely. As for your Tianlong Academy, that level 15 Yang Chen who wanted to clear it alone, I'm afraid he might be gone, huh? Not far away, Tian Bai and the other Qilin Academy instructors saw Zhuge Kongming getting anxious and laughed even more joyfully. Zhuge Kongming's face darkened upon hearing Tian Bai's mocking words, about to retort angrily. At that moment, the instructor who had made the call hurried over, looking excited. Dean, I got through to Liu on the phone. I got through. Where is she? What did she say? An hour ago, Yang Chen cleared the ogre instance and went back with her. What? An hour ago, that kid Yang Chen cleared the ogre instance, killed the calamity, and went back? Zhuge Kongming's voice rose by 8 degrees, afraid that Tian Bai and the others nearby wouldn't hear. At this moment, on everyone's faces, there was a look of shock and disbelief. Just an hour ago. It hasn't even been 2 hours now. In other words, Yang Chen, a mere level 15, was the first to clear the level 18 ogre dungeon, and also defeated the ancient ogre disaster. The total time, less than an hour? Oh my god. The students of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, what kind of monster has emerged from there? Well, Liu said he's in your office, waiting for you. He even complained that the promised level 18 disaster turned out to be level 20. Clang! Before the mentor could finish speaking, Zhuge Kongming's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the ground. Immediately after, he jolted awake as if shocked, and jumped up like he was electrified. Level 20. Level 20 disaster? Everyone was shocked. A level 18 disaster versus a level 20 disaster. Although it's only a difference of 2 levels. But it's not an exaggeration to say that a level 20 disaster could definitely kill 5 or more level 18 disasters in seconds. Zhang Xiaolong, is there really a level 20 disaster in the ogre dungeon? Tian Bai's eye muscles twitched, somewhat incredulously asking. If Yang Chen soloed the dungeon and defeated an 18th level disaster, he could barely accept that. But if it's a level 20 disaster, he really couldn't accept it. Dean, it's a level 20 disaster, and clang. With Tian Bai's confirmation, his eyes rolled back, and he also fainted. However, Zhang Xiaolong's and made him instantly regain consciousness. And what? Is that disaster injured, barely clinging to life? Tian Bai hurriedly asked. Dean, when we arrived at the main hall, that disaster was already dead, but we were able to check its attributes, and it was a dangerous level disaster. Thud! Thud! The sound of people fainting filled the air. Can't take it anymore. My heart really can't take it. A level 20 disaster? And a dangerous level 1? If an 18th level disaster is 5 times weaker than a level 20 disaster, then, among level 20 disasters, a normal level disaster and a dangerous level disaster could differ by more than 10 times. Damn it! A level 15 newbie not only cleared the level 18 ogre dungeon in less than an hour but also casually killed a level 20 dangerous level disaster? Look at that! Is this something a person can achieve? If these words were spoken by Zhuge Kongming, Tian Bai would definitely not believe it. He felt that Zhuge Kongming was just bragging. But, since these words came from Zhang Xiaolong of his academy, he had no choice but to believe them. Old Tian, you'll have to keep sitting in the second position at the Qilin Academy for another 1,000 years. Ha! Zhuge Kongming laughed arrogantly. Very brazen. Tianbai was so irritated by his smug face that he almost rushed over to fight him. Later, Zhuge Kongming heard that Yang Chen had already returned. He was no longer in the mood to argue with Tianbai here. He immediately flew up into the sky at the fastest speed and rushed back to the Heavenly Dragon Academy. The other Heavenly Dragon Academy mentors also followed suit. 10 minutes later, when Zhuge Kongming ran up the stairs and arrived at the office, he found that Yang Chen was waiting for him in the office. And this kid wasn't just waiting, he was sitting in his dean's chair. This scene made Zhuge Kongming furious. Can't even tell the difference between a mini-boss and a boss after soloing a level 18 ogre dungeon? Fine. Since you performed so impressively this time, I won't hold it against you. Kid, when did you come back? Why didn't you say something in advance? Zhuge Kongming's old face was a bit embarrassed as he inquired. Yang Chen didn't even change his clothes, looking very disheveled. He stared at Zhuge Kongming. Dean, didn't you say that there was only one level 18 disaster in the ogre instance? Why is it a level 20, a dangerous ancient ogre disaster? I almost died in its hands. Yang Chen said in a pitiful and aggrieved manner. While speaking, he also took out the disaster heart that emerged from defeating the ancient ogre disaster. Although Zhuge Kongming had already learned the general situation outside the ogre instance, he was still excited and shocked when he saw the disaster heart with his own eyes. This kid really soloed the level 18 ogre instance. And, he also killed a level 20 dangerous disaster. So awesome! Ahem! Yang Chen, in the ogre instance, a level 20 dangerous disaster appeared. I'm not too sure of the reason. However, based on my preliminary guess, it should be related to the recent increase in activity of monsters in the Great Xia Mist and Abyss. Zhuge Kongming coughed twice and kindly explained to Yang Chen. At this moment, the school tutors who followed into the office looked at Yang Chen as if they were looking at a treasure, at a little ancestor. There was no way. He performed too well. What's wrong with showing a little temper? He must be appeased. I don't care about this. Kirin Academy has a team of 5 people, while our academy only has me, doing the work of 5 people alone. So, Dean, you must compensate me a bit, and also pay me 5 times the mental loss fee. Yang Chen didn't buy it. He had been waiting in the office for an hour. He deliberately didn't go to the dormitory to shower and change clothes. His purpose was to play the victim. To ask Dean Zhuge Kongming for some benefits. When everyone heard Yang Chen's words, their mouths twitched. At this moment, they finally understood. This kid was playing the victim from the beginning. It was a melodrama. You, kid, are getting bolder, daring to rob even the dean. You won't be without rewards. First tell us what happened in the ogre instance earlier. Because it was a newly appeared wormhole instance, they, the Tianlong Academy, did not have control over it. So, what happened when Yang Chen cleared the instance inside was unknown to Dean Zhuge Kongming. At this moment, he was also very curious about how Yang Chen efficiently and quickly cleared the instance. There's nothing much to say, just summon a few exotic beasts and push through all the way. Yang Chen glanced at Zhuge Kongming and briefly recounted what happened in the instance. Although Yang Chen's account was relatively simple and easy, the group of tutors were not fools, still listening with bated breath. Especially the part where he killed that terrifying level 20, dangerous ancient ogre disaster. Cold sweat broke out. At this moment, they were relieved. Fortunately, Yang Chen returned safely. Otherwise, the Tianlong Academy would have suffered a great loss. After listening to Yang Chen's account, Dean Zhuge Kongming also marveled at the kid's luck. Then, he was also generous and directly rewarded Yang Chen. Obtained 2 exotic beast star-up stones. Obtained talent upgrade book. Obtained 10,000 Tianlong coins. Obtained 100 credits. Yang Chen saw that the dean was indeed generous. Giving out so many top-notch rewards, his eyes almost popped out, and his face was about to break into a smile. Kid, how about this reward? Zhuge Kongming smiled and asked Yang Chen. Dean, you are really too kind to me. If there are such tasks in the future, look for me. I'll leave first. Yang Chen said excitedly. Seeing the reward in hand, he had no mood to linger here and quickly ran off. Everyone watched Yang Chen disappear in a flash, and they could only smile bitterly. Dean, if we keep rewarding like this, our college might go bankrupt. A mentor joked. Even if we go bankrupt, I'm willing to do it. Can't you see the great potential in this kid? Him coming to our Tianlong Academy is not his luck, but the luck of our Tianlong Academy. At level 15, he solo cleared the level 18 dungeon, and also killed a level 20 dangerous disaster. Such feats are unprecedented, who else besides him can achieve it? If you can also cultivate such a monstrous student, I'm willing to give him such generous rewards, can you? Dean Zhuge Kongming looked at everyone and gave a stern lecture. The mentors were embarrassed and red-faced. Not to mention cultivating a freak like Yang Chen. Even if they had half of his strength, could they find it in the academy? Not an exaggeration. If they were willing to let Yang Chen leave the Tianlong Academy, even the dean of the Qilin Academy, Tian Bai, would personally come to carry him back. What's the big deal about giving out rewards? Just as Dean Zhuge Kongming said, they truly hit the jackpot at the Tianlong Academy. It's the luck of their Tianlong Academy, not Yang Chen's luck. With Yang Chen's talent and strength, he could shine in any academy. But without Yang Chen, their Tianlong Academy might not shine as brightly. It's difficult to handle what Lord Bai instructed. Zhuge Kongming walked to the window, watching Yang Chen's departing figure. He sighed repeatedly. Last time, Bai Rouge told him she didn't want Yang Chen to go there. At that time, Zhuge Kongming readily agreed. But after today's events, Zhuge Kongming realized that with Yang Chen's freak-level strength, he was invincible among his peers. Even his sister Yang Bing, with her divine beast symbol and SSS-level talent, paled in comparison to this kid. As for Yang Chen, he hurried back to the dormitory with his treasures. He took a hot bath first and then locked the door, taking out the rewards Zhuge Kongming had given him. The uses of Tianlong coins and credits need not be explained. What Yang Chen was most concerned about were the 2 beast upgrading stones and skill upgrade scrolls. 2 out of the 5 beasts had been upgraded, leaving 3 more to go. With only 2 upgrading stones, Yang Chen decided to upgrade the Candle Dragon and Xingtian directly. The Candle Dragon was very powerful, especially with the boost skill from the Golden Toad, resulting in a significant overall power increase after reaching 2 stars. As for Xingtian, although it was a single target attacking beast with low efficiency in clearing mobs, after the recent incident of killing the ancient ogre disaster, Yang Chen realized the importance of this king of one-on-one combat with a giant axe. If not for its skill's instant kill effect, whether Yang Chen could successfully clear the level today was unknown. Upgrading. 2 flashes of white light in succession, the scales on the Candle Dragon became even more vibrant and shiny. It looked mighty and domineering. The bronze armor on Xingtian also became shiny and new. Especially with the giant axe in its hand, Yang Chen had no doubt that one swing could decapitate most Lord-level bosses. Yang Chen checked their attribute bars. Name, Candle Dragon, Grade, SSS, Level, 15, 20, 17% Strength, 20,000 Agility, 20,000 Spirit, 20,000 Constitution, 25,000 Star Level, 2 stars Passive Skills, Dragon's Might, Level 2, Dragon Scales, Level 1, Active Skills, Dragon's Gaze, Level 2, Dragon's Roar, Level 2, Dragon's Might, Intimidate enemies up to Level 5, reducing their strength by 30%. Dragon Scales, Unique Large Scales of Dragons, immune to 20% physical damage, immune to 40% elemental damage. Dragon's Gaze, burst of hot light from the eyes of the Candle Dragon, dealing 350% group damage based on Spirit. Dragon's Roar, the Candle Dragon roars to the sky, dealing 350% group damage based on strength. Name, Xingtian. Grade, SSS Level, 15, 66. 25% Strength, 30,000 Agility, 20,000 Spirit, 12,000 Constitution, 33,000 Star Level, 3 stars Passive Skills, Body of the War God, Level 3, Super Destruction, Level 2, Active Skills, Bloodthirsty Fury, Level 2, Burn the Boats, Level 2. Body of the War God, ignore 15% defense when dealing damage, all attributes plus 1500 Super Destruction, Miraculous Power, with a 2.5% chance to instantly kill enemies up to Level 5. Bloodthirsty Fury, attacks come with 15% lifesteal, deal double damage, and increase attack speed by 30%. Burn the Boats, abandon defense, increase strength by 350%, lasts for 10 minutes as expected. The overall strength of the 2 exotic beasts has increased significantly. Their attributes have not received the boost from the Golden Toad's inspiring skills. It's just that exaggerated. It can be imagined that if they had the boost from the Golden Toad's inspiring skills, they would be even more powerful. With the completion of the exotic beast star upgrades, Yang Chen's gaze fell on the Talent Upgrade Book. Talent Upgrade Book upgrades the talents of the exotic beast master awakening great treasure. After reading the introduction of the Talent Upgrade Book, Yang Chen was overjoyed. He then decisively upgraded the SSS grade talent, Divine Inspiration. Ding! SSS grade talent Divine Inspiration upgraded to Level 2. Name, Yang Chen. Level, 16, 11. 33%, Strength, 2860 Agility, 3210 Spirit, 7220 Constitution, 3000 Beast Seal, Classic of Mountains and Seas, Super Divine, Unique. Note 1, ignores the National Destiny Temple Totem, randomly summons all exotic beasts, deities, etc. Recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Note 2, all exotic beasts, deities, etc. Summon from the classic of mountains and seas will bear all damage for the owner. Talent, inspiration of the gods, level 2, all abilities of the master and servant, gain 20 times amplification, uniqueness, passive skill, purification aura active skills, beast summoning, level 3, soul tier, level 2, ice mist, level 1, psychic power, 650/650 beast, 5 out of 5 equipment, ancient goblin staff, spider spirit mask, and queen armor, and queen necklace, and queen cloak, venomous spider calamity, gloves.